Allow me to introduce myself, first negatively. No landlord is my friend and brother. No chambermaid loves me. No waiter worships me. No boots admires and envies me. No round of beef or tongue or ham is expressly cooked for me. No pigeon pie is especially made for me. No hotel advertisement is personally addressed to me. No hotel room tapestried with greatcoats and railway wrappers is set apart for me. No house of public entertainment in the United Kingdom greatly cares for my opinion of its brandy or sherry. When I go upon my journeys, I am not usually rated at a low figure in the bill. When I come home from my journeys, I never get any commission. I know nothing about prices, and should have no idea, if I were put to it, how to wheedle a man into ordering something he doesn't want. As a town traveler, I am never to be seen driving a vehicle externally like a young and volatile pianoforte van, and internally like an oven in which a number of flat boxes are baking in layers. As a country traveler, I am rarely to be found in a gig, and am never to be encountered by a pleasure train, waiting on the platform of a branch station, quite a druid in the midst of a light Stonehenge of samples. And yet proceeding now to introduce myself positively. I am both a town traveler and a country traveler, and am always on the road. Figuratively speaking, I travel for the great house of human interest brothers, and have rather a large connection in the fancy goods way. Literally speaking, I am always wandering here and there from my rooms in Covent Garden, London, now about the city streets, now about the country byroads, seeing many little things and some great things, which, because they interest me, I think may interest others. These are my chief credentials as the uncommercial traveler. Chapter 2. The Shipwreck. Never had I seen a year going out, or going on, under quieter circumstances. 1859 had but another day to live, and truly its end was peace on that seashore that morning. So settled and orderly was everything seaward, in the bright light of the sun and under the transparent shadows of the clouds, that it was hard to imagine the bay otherwise, for years past or to come, than it was that very day. The tug steamer lying a little off the shore, the lighter lying still nearer to the shore, the boat alongside the lighter, the regularly turning windlass aboard the lighter, the methodical figures at work, all slowly and regularly heaving up and down with the breathing of the sea, all seemed as much a part of the nature of the place as the tide itself. The tide was on the flow, and had been for some 2 hours and a half. There was a slight obstruction in the sea within a few yards of my feet, as if the stump of a tree, with earth enough about it to keep it from lying horizontally on the water, had slipped a little from the land. And as I stood upon the beach and observed it dimpling the light swell that was coming in, I cast a stone over it. So orderly, so quiet, so regular, the rising and falling of the tug steamer, the lighter, and the boat, the turning of the windlass, the coming in of the tide, that I myself seemed, to my own thinking, anything but new to the spot. Yet I had never seen it in my life a minute before, and had traversed 200 miles to get at it. That very morning I had come bowling down and struggling up hill country roads, looking back at snowy summits, meeting courteous peasants well-to-do, driving fat pigs and cattle to market, noting the neat and thrifty dwellings with their unusual quantity of clean white linen, drying on the bushes, having windy weather suggested by every cotter's little rick, with its thatch straw-ridged and extra straw-ridged into overlapping compartments like the back of a rhinoceros. Had I not given a lift of 14 miles to the coast guardsman, Kit and all, who was coming to his spell of duty there, and had we not just now parted company? So it was, but the journey seemed to glide down into the placid sea, with other chafe and trouble. And for the moment nothing was so calmly and monotonously real under the sunlight as the gentle rising and falling of the water with its freight, the regular turning of the windlass aboard the lighter, and the slight obstruction so very near my feet. O reader, haply turning this page by the fireside at home, and hearing the night wind rumble in the chimney, that slight obstruction was the uppermost fragment of the wreck of the Royal Charter, Australian trader and passenger ship, homeward bound, that struck here on the terrible morning of the 26th of this October, broke into 3 parts, went down with her treasure of at least 500 human lives, and has never stirred since. From which point or from which she drove ashore, stern foremost, on which side or on which she passed the little island in the bay, for ages henceforth to be aground certain yards outside her. These are rendered bootless questions by the darkness of that night and the darkness of death. Here she went down. Even as I stood on the beach with the words, "Here she went down," in my ears, a diver in his grotesque dress dipped heavily over the side of the boat alongside the lighter and dropped to the bottom. On the shore by the water's edge was a rough tent made of fragments of wreck, where other divers and workmen sheltered themselves, and where they had kept Christmas Day with rum and roast beef, to the destruction of their frail chimney. Cast up among the stones and boulders of the beach were great spars of the lost vessel, and masses of iron twisted by the fury of the sea into the strangest forms. The timber was already bleached and iron rusted, and even these objects did no violence to the prevailing air the whole scene wore, of having been exactly the same for years and years. Yet only 2 short months had gone, since a man, living on the nearest hilltop overlooking the sea, being blown out of bed at about daybreak by the wind that had begun to strip his roof off, and getting upon a ladder with his nearest neighbor to construct some temporary device for keeping his house over his head, saw from the ladder's elevation as he looked down by chance towards the shore some dark troubled object close in with the land. And he and the other, descending to the beach, and finding the sea mercilessly beating over a great broken ship, had clambered up the stony ways like staircases without stairs, on which the wild village hangs in little clusters, as fruit hangs on boughs, and had given the alarm. And so, over the hill slopes, and past the waterfall, and down the gullies where the land drains off into the ocean, the scattered quarrymen and fishermen inhabiting that part of Wales had come running to the dismal sight, their clergyman among them. And as they stood in the leaden morning, stricken with pity, leaning hard against the wind, their breath and vision often failing as the sleet and spray rushed at them from the ever-forming and dissolving mountains of sea, and as the wool which was a part of the vessel's cargo blew in with the salt foam and remained upon the land when the foam melted, they saw the ship's lifeboat put off from one of the heaps of wreck. And first there were 3 men in her, and in a moment she capsized, and there were but 2. And again she was struck by a vast mass of water, and there was but 1. And again she was thrown bottom upward, and that one, with his arm struck through the broken planks and waving as if for the help that could never reach him, went down into the deep. Chapter 1. T was the clergyman himself from whom I heard this, while I stood on the shore, looking in his kind, wholesome face as it turned to the spot where the boat had been. The divers were down then and busy. They were lifting today the gold found yesterday, some 25,000 pounds. Of 350,000 pounds worth of gold, 300,000 pounds worth, in round numbers, was at that time recovered. The great bulk of the remainder was surely and steadily coming up. Some loss of sovereigns there would be, of course. Indeed, at first sovereigns had drifted in with the sand and been scattered far and wide over the beach, like seashells, but most other golden treasure would be found. As it was brought up, it went aboard the tug steamer, where good account was taken of it. So tremendous had the force of the sea been when it broke the ship, that it had beaten one great ingot of gold, deep into a strong and heavy piece of her solid ironwork, in which, also, several loose sovereigns that the ingot had swept in before it, had been found, as firmly embedded as though the iron had been liquid when they were forced there. It had been remarked of such bodies come ashore, too, as had been seen by scientific men, that they had been stunned to death and not suffocated. Observation, both of the internal change that had been wrought in them and of their external expression, showed death to have been thus merciful and easy. The report was brought, while I was holding such discourse on the beach, that no more bodies had come ashore since last night. It began to be very doubtful whether many more would be thrown up, until the northeast winds of the early spring set in. Moreover, a great number of the passengers, and particularly the second-class women passengers, were known to have been in the middle of the ship when she parted, and thus the collapsing wreck would have fallen upon them after yawning open, and would keep them down. A diver made known even then that he had come upon the body of a man, and had sought to release it from a great superincumbent weight, but that, finding he could not do so without mutilating the remains, he had left it where it was. Chapter 1. T was the kind and wholesome face I have made mention of as being then beside me, that I had purposed to myself to see, when I left home for Wales. I had heard of that clergyman, as having buried many scores of the shipwrecked people, of his having opened his house and heart to their agonized friends, of his having used a most sweet and patient diligence for weeks and weeks, in the performance of the forlornest offices that man can render to his kind, of his having most tenderly and thoroughly devoted himself to the dead, and to those who were sorrowing for the dead. I had said to myself, in the Christmas season of the year, I should like to see that man. And he had swung the gate of his little garden in coming out to meet me, not half an hour ago. So cheerful of spirit and guiltless of affectation, as true practical Christianity ever is. I read more of the New Testament in the fresh frank face going up the village beside me, in 5 minutes, than I have read in anathematizing discourses, albeit put to press with enormous flourishing of trumpets, in all my life. I heard more of the sacred book in the cordial voice that had nothing to say about its owner, than in all the would-be celestial pairs of bellows that have ever blown conceit at me. We climbed towards the little church at a cheery pace, among the loose stones, the deep mud, the wet coarse grass, the outlying water, and other obstructions from which frost and snow had lately thawed. It was a mistake, my friend was glad to tell me, on the way to suppose that the peasantry had shown any superstitious avoidance of the drowned. On the whole, they had done very well and had assisted readily. 10 shillings had been paid for the bringing of each body up to the church, but the way was steep, and a horse and cart, in which it was wrapped in a sheet, were necessary, and 3 or 4 men, and, all things considered, it was not a great price. The people were none the richer for the wreck, for it was the season of the herring shoal, and who could cast nets for fish and find dead men and women in the draught? He had the church keys in his hand, and opened the churchyard gate and opened the church door, and we went in. Chapter 1. T is a little church of great antiquity. There is reason to believe that some church has occupied the spot, these 1,000 years or more. The pulpit was gone, and other things usually belonging to the church were gone, owing to its living congregation having deserted it for the neighboring schoolroom and yielded it up to the dead. The very commandments had been shouldered out of their places, in the bringing in of the dead. The black wooden tables on which they were painted were askew, and on the stone pavement below them, and on the stone pavement all over the church, were the marks and stains where the drowned had been laid down. The eye, with little or no aid from the imagination, could yet see how the bodies had been turned, and where the head had been, and where the feet. Some faded traces of the wreck of the Australian ship may be discernible on the stone pavement of this little church, hundreds of years hence, when the digging for gold in Australia shall have long and long ceased out of the land. 44 shipwrecked men and women lay here at one time, awaiting burial. Here, with weeping and wailing in every room of his house, my companion worked alone for hours, solemnly surrounded by eyes that could not see him, and by lips that could not speak to him, patiently examining the tattered clothing, cutting off buttons, hair, marks from linen, anything that might lead to subsequent identification, studying faces, looking for a scar, a bent finger, a crooked toe, comparing letters sent to him with the ruin about him. My dearest brother had bright gray eyes and a pleasant smile. One sister wrote, "Oh, poor sister, well for you to be far from here and keep that as your last remembrance of him." The ladies of the clergyman's family, his wife and 2 sisters-in-law, came in among the bodies often. It grew to be the business of their lives to do so. Any new arrival of a bereaved woman would stimulate their pity to compare the description brought with the dread realities. Sometimes they would go back able to say, "I have found him," or "I think she lies there." Perhaps the mourner, unable to bear the sight of all that lay in the church, would be led in blindfold. Conducted to the spot with many compassionate words and encouraged to look, she would say with a piercing cry, "This is my boy," and drop insensible on the insensible figure. He soon observed that in some cases of women, the identification of persons, though complete, was quite at variance with the marks upon the linen. This led him to notice that even the marks upon the linen were sometimes inconsistent with one another, and thus he came to understand that they had dressed in great haste and agitation, and that their clothes had become mixed together. The identification of men by their dress was rendered extremely difficult, in consequence of a large proportion of them being dressed alike, in clothes of one kind, that is to say, supplied by slop-sellers and outfitters, and not made by single garments but by hundreds. Many of the men were bringing over parrots, and had receipts upon them for the price of the birds. Others had bills of exchange in their pockets or in belts. Some of these documents, carefully unwrinkled and dried, were little less fresh in appearance that day than the present page will be under ordinary circumstances, after having been opened 3 or 4 times. Chapter 1. In that lonely place, it had not been easy to obtain even such common commodities in towns as ordinary disinfectants. Pitch had been burnt in the church as the readiest thing at hand, and the frying pan in which it had bubbled over a brazier of coals was still there with its ashes. Hard by the communion table were some boots that had been taken off the drowned and preserved, a gold digger's boot cut down the leg for its removal, a trodden-down man's ankle boot with a buff cloth top, and others, soaked and sandy, weedy and salt. From the church we passed out into the churchyard. Here there lay at that time 145 bodies that had come ashore from the wreck. He had buried them, when not identified, in graves containing 4 each. He had numbered each body in a register describing it, and had placed a corresponding number on each coffin and over each grave. Identified bodies he had buried singly, in private graves, in another part of the churchyard. Several bodies had been exhumed from the graves of 4, as relatives had come from a distance and seen his register, and when recognized, these have been reburied in private graves so that the mourners might erect separate headstones over the remains. In all such cases, he had performed the funeral service a second time, and the ladies of his house had attended. There had been no offense in the poor ashes when they were brought again to the light of day. The beneficent earth had already absorbed it. The drowned were buried in their clothes. To supply the great sudden demand for coffins, he had got all the neighboring people handy at tools, to work the livelong day, and Sunday likewise. The coffins were neatly formed. I had seen two, waiting for occupants, under the lay of the ruined walls of a stone hut on the beach, within call of the tent where the Christmas feast was held. Similarly, one of the graves for four was lying open and ready, here in the churchyard. So much of the scanty space was already devoted to the wrecked people, that the villagers had begun to express uneasy doubts whether they themselves could lie in their own ground, with their forefathers and descendants, by and by. The churchyard being but a step from the clergyman's dwelling house, we crossed to the latter. The white surplice was hanging up near the door ready to be put on at any time, for a funeral service. The cheerful earnestness of this good Christian minister was as consolatory as the circumstances out of which it shone were sad. I never have seen anything more delightfully genuine than the calm dismissal by himself and his household of all they had undergone, as a simple duty that was quietly done and ended. In speaking of it, they spoke of it with great compassion for the bereaved, but laid no stress upon their own hard share in those weary weeks, except as it had attached many people to them as friends, and elicited many touching expressions of gratitude. This clergyman's brother, himself the clergyman of two adjoining parishes, who had buried 34 of the bodies in his own churchyard, and who had done to them all that his brother had done as to the larger number, must be understood as included in the family. He was there, with his neatly arranged papers, and made no more account of his trouble than anybody else did. Down to yesterday's post outward, my clergyman alone had written 1,075 letters to relatives and friends of the lost people. In the absence of self-assertion, it was only through my now and then delicately putting a question as the occasion arose that I became informed of these things. It was only when I had remarked again and again, in the church, on the awful nature of the scene of death he had been required so closely to familiarize himself with for the soothing of the living, that he had casually said, without the least abatement of his cheerfulness. Indeed, it had rendered him unable for a time to eat or drink more than a little coffee now and then, and a piece of bread. Chapter 1. In this noble modesty, in this beautiful simplicity, in this serene avoidance of the least attempt to improve, an occasion which might be supposed to have sunk of its own weight into my heart, I seem to have happily come, in a few steps, from the churchyard with its open grave, which was the type of death, to the Christian dwelling side by side with it, which was the type of resurrection. I never shall think of the former without the latter. The two will always rest side by side in my memory. If I had lost anyone dear to me in this unfortunate ship, if I had made a voyage from Australia to look at the grave in the churchyard, I should go away, thankful to God that that house was so close to it, and that its shadow by day and its domestic lights by night fell upon the earth in which its master had so tenderly laid my dear one's head. The references that naturally arose out of our conversation, to the descriptions sent down of shipwrecked persons, and to the gratitude of relations and friends, made me very anxious to see some of those letters. I was presently seated before a shipwreck of papers, all bordered with black, and from them I made the following few extracts. A mother writes, Reverend Sir, amongst the many who perished on your shore was numbered my beloved son. I was only just recovering from a severe illness, and this fearful affliction has caused a relapse, so that I am unable at present to go to identify the remains of the loved and lost. My darling son would have been 16 on Christmas Day next. He was a most amiable and obedient child, early taught the way of salvation. We fondly hoped that as a British seaman he might be an ornament to his profession, but it is well. I feel assured my dear boy is now with the redeemed. Oh, he did not wish to go this last voyage. On the 15th of October, I received a letter from him from Melbourne, date August 12th. He wrote in high spirits, and in conclusion he says, Pray for a fair breeze, dear mamma, and I'll not forget to whistle for it. And God permitting, I shall see you and all my little pets again. Goodbye, dear mother, goodbye, dearest parents, goodbye, dear brother. Oh, it was indeed an eternal farewell. I do not apologize for thus writing you, for oh, my heart is so very sorrowful. A husband writes, Chapter 1000. Why, dear kind sir, will you kindly inform me whether there are any initials upon the ring and guard you have in possession, found, as the Standard says, last Tuesday? Believe me, my dear sir, when I say that I cannot express my deep gratitude in words sufficiently for your kindness to me on that fearful and appalling day. Will you tell me what I can do for you, and will you write me a consoling letter to prevent my mind from going astray? A widow writes, Chapter 50. Eft in such a state as I am, my friends and I thought it best that my dear husband should be buried where he lies, and much as I should have liked to have had it otherwise, I must submit. I feel, from all I have heard of you, that you will see it done decently and in order. Little does it signify to us, when the soul has departed, where this poor body lies, but we who are left behind would do all we can to show how we loved them. This is denied me, but it is God's hand that afflicts us, and I try to submit. Some day I may be able to visit the spot, and see where he lies, and erect a simple stone to his memory. Oh, it will be long, long before I forget that dreadful night. Is there such a thing in the vicinity, or any shop in Bangor, to which I could send for a small picture of Molfra or Lanalgo Church, a spot now sacred to me? Another widow writes, Chapter 1. Have received your letter this morning, and do thank you most kindly for the interest you have taken about my dear husband, as well for the sentiments yours contains, evincing the spirit of a Christian who can sympathize with those who, like myself, are broken down with grief. Chapter 1000. I God bless and sustain you, and all in connection with you in this great trial. Time may roll on and bear all its sons away, but your name as a disinterested person will stand in history. And as successive years pass, many a widow will think of your noble conduct, and the tears of gratitude flow down many a cheek, the tribute of a thankful heart, when other things are forgotten forever. A father writes, Chapter 1. I'm at a loss to find words to sufficiently express my gratitude to you for your kindness to my son, Richard, upon the melancholy occasion of his visit to his dear brother's body, and also for your ready attention in pronouncing our beautiful burial service over my poor unfortunate son's remains. God grant that your prayers over him may reach the mercy seat, and that his soul may be received, through Christ's intercession, into heaven. His dear mother begs me to convey to you her heartfelt thanks. Those who were received at the clergyman's house write thus after leaving it. Chapter 500. Ear and never to be forgotten friends. I arrived here yesterday morning without accident and am about to proceed to my home by railway. Chapter 1. Am overpowered when I think of you and your hospitable home. No words could speak language suited to my heart. I refrain. God reward you with the same measure you have meted with. Chapter 1. Enumerate no names but embrace you all. Chapter 1000. Why Beloved Friends. This is the first day that I have been able to leave my bedroom since I returned, which will explain the reason of my not writing sooner. Chapter 1. If I could only have had my last melancholy hope realized in recovering the body of my beloved and lamented son, I should have returned home somewhat comforted, and I think I could then have been comparatively resigned. Chapter 1. Fear now there is but little prospect, and I mourn as one without hope. The only consolation to my distressed mind is in having been so feelingly allowed by you to leave the matter in your hands, by whom I well know that everything will be done that can be, according to arrangements made before I left the scene of the awful catastrophe, both as to the identification of my dear son, and also his interment. Chapter 1. Feel most anxious to hear whether anything fresh has transpired since I left you. Will you add another to the many deep obligations I am under to you by writing to me? And should the body of my dear and unfortunate son be identified, let me hear from you immediately, and I will come again. Words cannot express the gratitude I feel I owe to you all for your benevolent aid, your kindness, and your sympathy. Chapter 1000. Why Dearly Beloved Friends. I arrived in safety at my house yesterday, and a night's rest has restored and tranquilized me. I must again repeat that language has no words by which I can express my sense of obligation to you. You are enshrined in my heart of hearts. Chapter 1. Have seen him, and can now realize my misfortune more than I have hitherto been able to do. Oh, the bitterness of the cup I drink, but I bow submissive. God must have done right. I do not want to feel less, but to acquiesce more simply. There were some Jewish passengers on board the Royal Charter, and the gratitude of the Jewish people is feelingly expressed in the following letter bearing date from the office of the Chief Rabbi. Reverend Sir, I cannot refrain from expressing to you my heartfelt thanks on behalf of those of my flock, whose relatives have unfortunately been among those who perished at the late wreck of the Royal Charter. You have indeed, like Bose, not left off your kindness to the living and the dead. You have not alone acted kindly towards the living by receiving them hospitably at your house and energetically assisting them in their mournful duty, but also towards the dead, by exerting yourself to have our coreligionists buried in our ground and according to our rites. May our Heavenly Father reward you for your acts of humanity and true philanthropy. The Old Hebrew Congregation of Liverpool thus expressed themselves through their secretary. Reverend Sir, the wardens of this congregation have learned with great pleasure that, in addition to those indefatigable exertions, at the scene of the late disaster to the Royal Charter, which have received universal recognition, you have very benevolently employed your valuable efforts to assist such members of our faith as have sought the bodies of lost friends to give them burial in our consecrated grounds, with the observances and rites prescribed by the ordinances of our religion. The wardens desire me to take the earliest available opportunity to offer to you, on behalf of our community, the expression of their warm acknowledgments and grateful thanks, and their sincere wishes for your continued welfare and prosperity. A Jewish gentleman writes, Reverend and dear Sir, I take the opportunity of thanking you right earnestly for the promptness you displayed in answering my note with full particulars concerning my much lamented brother, and I also herein beg to express my sincere regard for the willingness you displayed, and for the facility you afforded for getting the remains of my poor brother exhumed. It has been to us a most sorrowful and painful event, but when we meet with such friends as yourself, it in a measure, somehow or other, abates that mental anguish, and makes the suffering so much easier to be borne. Considering the circumstances connected with my poor brother's fate, it does, indeed, appear a hard one. He had been away in all 7 years. He returned 4 years ago to see his family. He was then engaged to a very amiable young lady. He had been very successful abroad, and was now returning to fulfill his sacred vow. He brought all his property with him in gold uninsured. We heard from him when the ship stopped at Queenstown, when he was in the highest of hope, and in a few short hours afterwards all was washed away. Chapter 1000. Earnful in the deepest degree, but too sacred for quotation here, were the numerous references to those miniatures of women worn round the necks of rough men, and found there after death, those locks of hair, those scraps of letters, those many, many slight memorials of hidden tenderness. One man cast up by the sea bore about him, printed on a perforated lace card, the following singular and unavailing charm. A blessing. Chapter 1000. I, the blessing of God, await thee. May the sun of glory shine around thy bed, and may the gates of plenty, honor, and happiness be ever open to thee. May no sorrow distress thy days, may no grief disturb thy nights. May the pillow of peace kiss thy cheek, and the pleasures of imagination attend thy dreams. And when length of years makes thee tired of earthly joys, and the curtain of death gently closes around thy last sleep of human existence, may the angel of God attend thy bed, and take care that the expiring lamp of life shall not receive one rude blast to hasten on its extinction. A sailor had these devices on his right arm. Our Savior on the cross, the forehead of the crucifix in the vesture stained red, on the lower part of the arm, a man and woman on one side of the cross, the appearance of a half-moon with a face, on the other side the sun, on the top of the cross the letters IHS, on the left arm, a man and woman dancing with an effort to delineate the female's dress, under which initials. Another seaman had on the lower part of the right arm the device of a sailor and a female, the man holding the Union Jack with a streamer, the folds of which waved over her head, and the end of it was held in her hand. On the upper part of the arm, a device of our Lord on the cross, with stars surrounding the head of the cross, and one large star on the side in Indian ink. On the left arm, a flag, a true lover's knot, a face, and initials. This tattooing was found still plain, below the discolored outer surface of a mutilated arm, when such surface was carefully scraped away with a knife. It is not improbable that the perpetuation of this marking custom among seamen may be referred back to their desire to be identified, if drowned and flung ashore. Chapter 1. Tea was some time before I could sever myself from the many interesting papers on the table, and then I broke bread and drank wine with the kind family before I left them. As I brought the Coast Guard down, so I took the postman back, with his leathern wallet, walking stick, bugle, and terrier dog. Many a heartbroken letter had he brought to the rectory house within 2 months many. A benignantly painstaking answer had he carried back. As I rode along, I thought of the many people, inhabitants of this mother country, who would make pilgrimages to the little churchyard in the years to come. I thought of the many people in Australia, who would have an interest in such a shipwreck, and would find their way here when they visit the old world. I thought of the writers of all the wreck of letters I had left upon the table, and I resolved to place this little record where it stands. Convocations, conferences, diocesan epistles, and the like will do a great deal for religion, I dare say, and heaven send they may. But I doubt if they will ever do their master's service half so well, in all the time they last, as the heavens have seen it done in this bleak spot upon the rugged coast of Wales. Had I lost the friend of my life in the wreck of the Royal Charter? Had I lost my betrothed, the more than friend of my life? Had I lost my maiden daughter? Had I lost my hopeful boy? Had I lost my little child? I would kiss the hands that worked so busily and gently in the church and say, none better could have touched the form, though it had lain at home. I could be sure of it, I could be thankful for it. I could be content to leave the grave near the house the good family pass in and out of every day, undisturbed, in the little churchyard where so many are so strangely brought together. Without the name of the clergyman to whom, I hope, not without carrying comfort to some heart at some time, I have referred, my reference would be as nothing. He is the Reverend Stephen Roose Hughes of Lanalgo, near Molfra, Anglesey. His brother is the Reverend Hugh Robert Hughes of Penrose, Allegwy. Chapter 3. Wapping Workhouse. Chapter 1000. Why days no business beckoning me to the East End of London? I had turned my face to that point of the metropolitan compass on leaving Covent Garden, and had got past the India House, thinking in my idle manner of Tipu Sahib and Charles Lamb, and had got past my little wooden midshipman, after affectionately patting him on one leg of his knee shorts, for old acquaintance' sake, and had got past Aldgate Pump, and had got past the Saracen's Head, with an ignominious rash of posting bills disfiguring his swarthy countenance, and had strolled up the empty yard of his ancient neighbor the black or blue boar, or bull, who departed this life I don't know when, and whose coaches are all gone I don't know where, and I had come out again into the age of railways, and I had got past Whitekapel Church, and was, rather inappropriately for an uncommercial traveller, in the commercial road, pleasantly wallowing in the abundant mud of that thoroughfare, and greatly enjoying the huge piles of building belonging to the sugar refiners, the little masts and vanes in small back gardens and back streets, the neighboring canals and docks, the India vans, lumbering along their stone tramway, and the pawnbrokers' shops where hard-up mates had pawned so many sextants and quadrants, that I should have bought a few cheap if I had the least notion how to use them. I at last began to file off to the right, towards Wapping. Not that I intended to take boat at Wapping Old Stairs, or that I was going to look at the locality, because I believe, for I don't, in the constancy of the young woman who told her sea-going lover, to such a beautiful old tune, that she had ever continued the same, since she gave him the backer box marked with his name. I am afraid he usually got the worst of those transactions, and was frightfully taken in. No, I was going to Wapping, because an Eastern police magistrate had said, through the morning papers, that there was no classification at the Wapping workhouse for women, and that it was a disgrace and a shame, and divers other hard names, and because I wished to see how the fact really stood. For, that Eastern police magistrates are not always the wisest men of the East, may be inferred from their course of procedure, respecting the fancy dressing and pantomime posturing at St. George's in that quarter, which is usually, to discuss the matter at issue, in a state of mind betokening the weakest perplexity, with all parties concerned and unconcerned, and, for a final expedient, to consult the complainant as to what he thinks ought to be done with the defendant, and take the defendant's opinion as to what he would recommend to be done with himself. Chapter 50. Long before I reached Wapping, I gave myself up as having lost my way, and, abandoning myself to the narrow streets in a Turkish frame of mind, relied on predestination to bring me somehow or other to the place I wanted, if I were ever to get there. When I had ceased for an hour or so to take any trouble about the matter, I found myself on a swing bridge looking down at some dark locks in some dirty water. Over against me stood a creature remotely in the likeness of a young man, with a puffed sallow face, and a figure all dirty and shiny and slimy, who may have been the youngest son of his filthy old father, Thames, or the drowned man about whom there was a placard on the granite post like a large thimble that stood between us. Chapter 1. Asked this apparition what it called the place, unto which it replied with a ghastly grin and a sound like gurgling water in its throat. Mr. Baker's Trap. As it is a point of great sensitiveness with me, on such occasions, to be equal to the intellectual pressure of the conversation, I deeply considered the meaning of this speech, while I eyed the apparition, then engaged in hugging and sucking a horizontal iron bar at the top of the locks. Inspiration suggested to me that Mr. Baker was the acting coroner of that neighborhood. A common place for suicide, said I, looking down at the locks. Sue, returned the ghost with a stare. Yes, and Pole, likewise Emily, and Nancy, and Jane. He sucked the iron between each name, and all the biling. Catches off their bonnets or shorels, takes a run, and headers down here they doos. Always a header in, down here they is, like 1 o'clock. And at about that hour of the morning, I suppose. Ah, said the apparition, they ain't particular. 2 'll do for them. 3, all times o' night, ony mind you. Here the apparition rested his profile on the bar and gurgled in a sarcastic manner. There must be somebody common. They don't go a header in down here, when there ain't no Bobby nor General Cove fur to hear the splash. According to my interpretation of these words, I was myself a General Cove, or member of the miscellaneous public. In which modest character I remarked. They are often taken out, are they, and restored? I dunno about restored, said the apparition, who, for some occult reason, very much objected to that word. They're carried into the workus and put into a 'ot bath and brought round. But I dunno about restored, said the apparition. Blow that, and vanished. As it had shown a desire to become offensive, I was not sorry to find myself alone, especially as the workus, it had indicated with a twist of its matted head, was close at hand. So I left Mr. Baker's terrible trap, baited with a scum that was like the soapy rinsing of sooty chimneys, and made bold to ring at the workhouse gate, where I was wholly unexpected and quite unknown. A very bright and nimble little matron, with a bunch of keys in her hand, responded to my request to see the house. I began to doubt whether the police magistrate was quite right in his facts, when I noticed her quick, active little figure and her intelligent eyes. The traveler, the matron intimated, should see the worst first. He was welcome to see everything. Such as it was, there it all was. This was the only preparation for our entering the foul wards. They were in an old building squeezed away in a corner of a paved yard, quite detached from the more modern and spacious main body of the workhouse. They were in a building most monstrously behind the time, a mere series of garrets or lofts, with every inconvenient and objectionable circumstance in their construction, and only accessible by steep and narrow staircases, infamously ill-adapted for the passage upstairs of the sick or downstairs of the dead. Abed in these miserable rooms, here on bedsteads, there, for a change, as I understood it on the floor, were women in every stage of distress and disease. None but those who have attentively observed such scenes can conceive the extraordinary variety of expression still latent under the general monotony and uniformity of color, attitude, and condition. The form a little coiled up and turned away, as though it had turned its back on this world forever. The uninterested face at once lead-colored and yellow, looking passively upward from the pillow. The haggard mouth a little dropped, the hand outside the coverlet, so dull and indifferent, so light, and yet so heavy, these were on every pallet. But when I stopped beside a bed and said ever so slight a word to the figure lying there, the ghost of the old character came into the face and made the foul ward as various as the fair world. No one appeared to care to live, but no one complained. All who could speak said that as much was done for them as could be done there, that the attendance was kind and patient, that their suffering was very heavy, but they had nothing to ask for. The wretched rooms were as clean and sweet as it is possible for such rooms to be. They would become a pest house in a single week if they were ill kept. Chapter 1 accompanied the brisk matron up another barbarous staircase, into a better kind of loft devoted to the idiotic and imbecile. There was at least light in it, whereas the windows in the former wards had been like sides of schoolboys' bird cages. There was a strong grating over the fire here, and, holding a kind of state on either side of the hearth, separated by the breadth of this grating, were 2 old ladies in a condition of feeble dignity, which was surely the very last and lowest reduction of self-complacency to be found in this wonderful humanity of ours. They were evidently jealous of each other, and passed their whole time, as some people do, whose fires are not grated, in mentally disparaging each other and contemptuously watching their neighbors. One of these parodies on provincial gentlewomen was extremely talkative, and expressed a strong desire to attend the service on Sundays, from which she represented herself to have derived the greatest interest and consolation when allowed that privilege. She gossiped so well, and looked altogether so cheery and harmless, that I began to think this a case for the Eastern magistrate, until I found that on the last occasion of her attending chapel she had secreted a small stick, and had caused some confusion in the responses by suddenly producing it and belaboring the congregation. So, these 2 old ladies, separated by the breadth of the grating, Otherwise they would fly at one another's caps. Sat all day long, suspecting one another and contemplating a world of fits. For everybody else in the room had fits, except the wardswoman, an elderly, able-bodied pauperess with a large upper lip, and an air of repressing and saving her strength, as she stood with her hands folded before her, and her eyes slowly rolling, biding her time for catching or holding somebody. This civil personage, in whom I regretted to identify a reduced member of my honorable friend Mrs. Gamp's family, said, "They has 'em continual, sir. They drops without no more notice than if they was coach horses dropped from the moon, sir. And when one drops, another drops, and sometimes there'll be as many as 4 or 5 on 'em at once. Dear me, a rolling and a tearin', bless you. This young woman now has 'em dreadful bad." She turned up this young woman's face with her hand as she said it. This young woman was seated on the floor, pondering in the foreground of the afflicted. There was nothing repellent either in her face or head. Many, apparently worse, varieties of epilepsy and hysteria were about her, but she was said to be the worst here. When I had spoken to her a little, she still sat with her face turned up, pondering, and a gleam of the midday sun shone in upon her. Whether this young woman, and the rest of these so sorely troubled, as they sit or lie pondering in their confused dull way, ever get mental glimpses among the motes in the sunlight, of healthy people and healthy things. Whether this young woman, brooding like this in the summer season, ever thinks that somewhere there are trees and flowers, even mountains and the great sea. Whether, not to go so far, this young woman ever has any dim revelation of that young woman. That young woman who is not here and never will come here. Who is courted and caressed and loved, and has a husband and bears children and lives in a home, and who never knows what it is to have this lashing and tearing coming upon her. And whether this young woman, God help her, gives herself up then and drops like a coach horse from the moon. Chapter 1. Hardly knew whether the voices of infant children, penetrating into so hopeless a place, made a sound that was pleasant or painful to me. It was something to be reminded that the weary world was not all orrery, and was ever renewing itself. But this young woman was a child not long ago, and a child not long hence might be such as she. Howbeit, the active step and eye of the vigilant matron conducted me past the 2 provincial gentlewomen, whose dignity was ruffled by the children, and into the adjacent nursery. There were many babies here, and more than one handsome young mother. There were ugly young mothers also, and sullen young mothers, and callous young mothers. But the babies had not appropriated to themselves any bad expression yet, and might have been, for anything that appeared to the contrary in their soft faces, princes imperial and princesses royal. I had the pleasure of giving a poetical commission to the baker's man to make a cake with all dispatch, and toss it into the oven for one red-headed young pauper and myself, and felt much the better for it. Without that refreshment, I doubt if I should have been in a condition for the refractories, towards whom my quick little matron, for whose adaptation to her office I had by this time conceived a genuine respect, drew me next, and marshalled me the way that I was going. The refractories were picking oakum, in a small room giving on a yard. They sat in line on a form, with their backs to a window, before them, a table and their work. The oldest refractory was, say 20, youngest refractory, say 16. I have never yet ascertained in the course of my uncommercial travels why a refractory habit should affect the tonsils and uvula. But I have always observed that refractories of both sexes and every grade, between a ragged school and the Old Bailey, have one voice, in which the tonsils and uvula gain a diseased ascendancy. £5 indeed, I hain't a going fur to pick £5, said the chief of the refractories, keeping time to herself with her head and chin. More than enough to pick what we picks now, in such a place as this, and on what we gets here. This was in acknowledgment of a delicate intimation that the amount of work was likely to be increased. It certainly was not heavy then, for one refractory had already done her day's task. It was barely 2 o'clock, and was sitting behind it, with a head exactly matching it. "A pretty ooze this is, matron, ain't it?" said refractory 2, where a policeman's called in if a gal says a word. "And when you're sent to prison for nothink or less," said the chief, tugging at her oakum as if it were the matron's hair. "But any place is better than this, that's one thing, and be thankful." A laugh of refractories led by Oakum Head with folded arms, who originated nothing, but who was in command of the skirmishers outside the conversation. "If any place is better than this," said my brisk guide, in the calmest manner, "it is a pity you left a good place when you had one." "Ho no, I didn't, matron," returned the chief, with another pull at her oakum, and a very expressive look at the enemy's forehead. "Don't say that, matron, 'cause it's lies." Oakum Head brought up the skirmishers again, skirmished and retired. And I warn't a-going, exclaimed refractory two, though I was in one place for as long as 4 year. I warn't a-going fur to stop in a place that warn't fit for me there, and where the family warn't spectable characters there, and where I fortunately or unfortunately found that the people warn't what they pretended to make theirselves out to be there, and where it wasn't their faults by chalks if I warn't made bad and ruinated. Ha. Chapter 500. During this speech, Oakham Head had again made a diversion with the skirmishers, and had again withdrawn. The Uncommercial Traveller ventured to remark that he supposed Chief Refractory and Number 1 to be the two young women who had been taken before the magistrate. Yes, said the chief, we har, and the wonder is that a policeman ain't ad in now, and we took off agin. You can't open your lips here without a policeman. Number 2 laughed very uvularly, and the skirmishers followed suit. I'm sure I'd be thankful, protested the chief, looking sideways at the Uncommercial, if I could be got into a place or got abroad. I'm sick and tired of this precious ooze, I am with reason. So would be and so was Number 2, so would be and so was Oakham Head, so would be and so were skirmishers. The Uncommercial took the liberty of hinting that he hardly thought it probable that any lady or gentleman in want of a likely young domestic of retiring manners would be tempted into the engagement of either of the two leading refractories, on her own presentation of herself as per sample. It ain't no good being nothink else here, said the chief. The Uncommercials thought it might be worth trying. Oh no it ain't, said the chief. Not a bit of good, said Number 2. And I'm sure I'd be very thankful to be got into a place, or got abroad, said the chief. And so should I, said Number 2, truly thankful I should. Oakham Head then rose, and announced as an entirely new idea, the mention of which profound novelty might be naturally expected to startle her unprepared hearers, that she would be very thankful to be got into a place, or got abroad. And, as if she had then said, chorus, ladies, all the skirmishers struck up to the same purpose. We left them thereupon, and began a long walk among the women who were simply old and infirm. But whenever, in the course of this same walk, I looked out of any high window that commanded the yard, I saw Oakham Head and all the other refractories looking out at their low window for me, and never failing to catch me, the moment I showed my head. Chapter 1. In 10 minutes I had ceased to believe in such fables of a golden time as youth, the prime of life, or a hale old age. In 10 minutes, all the lights of womankind seemed to have been blown out, and nothing in that way to be left this vault to brag of, but the flickering and expiring snuffs. And what was very curious was that these dim old women had one company notion, which was the fashion of the place. Every old woman who became aware of a visitor and was not in bed hobbled over a form into her accustomed seat, and became one of a line of dim old women confronting another line of dim old women across a narrow table. There was no obligation whatever upon them to range themselves in this way. It was their manner of receiving. As a rule, they made no attempt to talk to one another, or to look at the visitor, or to look at anything, but sat silently working their mouths, like a sort of poor old cows. In some of these wards it was good to see a few green plants. In others, an isolated refractory acting as nurse, who did well enough in that capacity, when separated from her compeers. Every one of these wards, day room, night room, or both combined, was scrupulously clean and fresh. I have seen as many such places as most travelers in my line, and I never saw one such better kept. Among the bedridden there was great patience, great reliance on the books under the pillow, great faith in God. All cared for sympathy, but none much cared to be encouraged with hope of recovery. On the whole, I should say, it was considered rather a distinction to have a complication of disorders, and to be in a worse way than the rest. From some of the windows, the river could be seen with all its life and movement. The day was bright, but I came upon no one who was looking out. Chapter 1. One large ward, sitting by the fire in armchairs of distinction, like the president and vice of the good company, were two old women, upwards of 90 years of age. The younger of the two, just turned 90, was deaf but not very, and could easily be made to hear. In her early time she had nursed a child, who was now another old woman, more infirm than herself, inhabiting the very same chamber. She perfectly understood this when the matron told it, and with sundry nods and motions of her forefinger, pointed out the woman in question. The elder of this pair, 93, seated before an illustrated newspaper, but not reading it, was a bright-eyed old soul, really not deaf, wonderfully preserved, and amazingly conversational. She had not long lost her husband, and had been in that place little more than a year. At Boston, in the state of Massachusetts, This poor creature would have been individually addressed, would have been tended in her own room, and would have had her life gently assimilated to a comfortable life out of doors. Would that be much to do in England for a woman who has kept herself out of a workhouse more than 90 rough long years? When Britain first, at heaven's command, arose, with a great deal of allegorical confusion, from out the azure main, did her guardian angels positively forbid it in the charter which has been so much besung. The object of my journey was accomplished when the nimble matron had no more to show me. As I shook hands with her at the gate, I told her that I thought justice had not used her very well, and that the wise men of the East were not infallible. Now I reasoned with myself, as I made my journey home again, concerning those foul wards. They ought not to exist. No person of common decency and humanity can see them and doubt it. But what is this union to do? The necessary alteration would cost several thousands of pounds. It has already to support 3 workhouses. Its inhabitants work hard for their bare lives, and are already rated for the relief of the poor to the utmost extent of reasonable endurance. One poor parish in this very union is rated to the amount of 5 and 6 pence in the pound, at the very same time when the rich parish of St. George's, Hanover Square, is rated at about 7 pence in the pound, Paddington at about 4 pence, St. James's, Westminster, at about 10 pence. It is only through the equalization of poor rates that what is left undone in this wise can be done. Much more is left undone, or is ill done, than I have space to suggest in these notes of a single uncommercial journey. But the wise men of the East, before they can reasonably hold forth about it, must look to the north and south and west. Let them also, any morning before taking the seat of Solomon, look into the shops and dwellings all around the temple, and first ask themselves, how much more can these poor people, many of whom keep themselves with difficulty enough out of the workhouse, bear? Chapter 1 had yet other matter for reflection as I journeyed home, inasmuch as, before I altogether departed from the neighborhood of Mr. Baker's trap, I had knocked at the gate of the workhouse of St. George's in the East, and had found it to be an establishment highly creditable to those parts, and thoroughly well administered by a most intelligent master. I remarked in it an instance of the collateral harm that obstinate vanity and folly can do. This was the hall where those old paupers, male and female, whom I had just seen, met for the church service, was it? Yes. Did they sing the psalms to any instrument? They would like to, very much. They would have an extraordinary interest in doing so. And could none be got? Well, a piano could even have been got for nothing, but these unfortunate dissensions. Ah, better, far better, my Christian friend in the beautiful garment, to have let the singing boys alone and left the multitude to sing for themselves. You should know better than I, but I think I have read that they did so, once upon a time, and that, when they had sung an hymn, some one not in a beautiful garment went up into the Mount of Olives. Chapter 1 Tea made my heart ache to think of this miserable trifling, in the streets of a city where every stone seemed to call to me as I walked along, turn this way, man, and see what waits to be done. So I decoyed myself into another train of thought to ease my heart. But I don't know that I did it, for I was so full of paupers that it was, after all, only a change to a single pauper, who took possession of my remembrance instead of 1,000. I beg your pardon, sir, he had said, in a confidential manner on another occasion, taking me aside, but I have seen better days. I am very sorry to hear it. Sir, I have a complaint to make against the master. I have no power here, I assure you, and if I had. But allow me, sir, to mention it, as between yourself and a man who has seen better days, sir. The master and myself are both masons, sir, and I make him the sign continually, but because I am in this unfortunate position, sir, he won't give me the countersign. Chapter 4 2 Views of a Cheap Theatre. As I shut the door of my lodging behind me, and came out into the streets at 6 on a drizzling Saturday evening in the last past month of January, all that neighborhood of Covent Garden looked very desolate. It is so essentially a neighborhood which has seen better days, that bad weather affects it sooner than another place which has not come down in the world. In its present reduced condition, it bears a thaw almost worse than any place I know. It gets so dreadfully low-spirited when damp breaks forth. Those wonderful houses about Drury Lane Theatre, which in the palmy days of theatres were prosperous and long-settled places of business, and which now change hands every week, but never change their character of being divided and subdivided on the ground floor into moldy dens of shops where an orange and half a dozen nuts, or a pomatum pot, one cake of fancy soap, and a cigar box are offered for sale and never sold, were most ruefully contemplated that evening by the statue of Shakespeare, with the raindrops coursing one another down its innocent nose. Those inscrutable pigeonhole offices, with nothing in them, not so much as an inkstand, but a model of a theater before the curtain, where, in the Italian opera season, tickets at reduced prices are kept on sale by nomadic gentlemen in smeary hats too tall for them, whom one occasionally seems to have seen on race courses, not wholly unconnected with strips of cloth of various colors. Rolling Ball, those Bedouin establishments, deserted by the tribe, and tenantless, except when sheltering in one corner an irregular row of gingerbeer bottles, which would have made one shudder on such a night, but for its being plain that they had nothing in them, shrunk from the shrill cries of the newsboys at their exchange in the kennel of Catherine Street, like guilty things upon a fearful summons. At the pipe shop in Great Russell Street, the death's head pipes were like theatrical memento mori, admonishing beholders of the decline of the playhouse as an institution. I walked up Bow Street, disposed to be angry with the shops there, that were letting out theatrical secrets by exhibiting to workaday humanity the stuff of which diadems and robes of kings are made. I noticed that some shops which had once been in the dramatic line, and had struggled out of it, were not getting on prosperously, like some actors I have known, who took to business and failed to make it answer. In a word, those streets looked so dull, and, considered as theatrical streets, so broken and bankrupt, that the found dead on the blackboard at the police station might have announced the decease of the drama, and the pools of water outside the fire engine makers at the corner of Longacre might have been occasioned by his having brought out the whole of his stock to play upon its last smoldering ashes. And yet, on such a night in so degenerate a time, the object of my journey was theatrical. And yet within half an hour I was in an immense theater, capable of holding nearly 5,000 people. What theater? Her Majesty's? Far better. Royal Italian Opera? Far better. Infinitely superior to the latter for hearing in, infinitely superior to both for seeing in. To every part of this theater, spacious fireproof ways of ingress and egress. For every part of it, convenient places of refreshment and retiring rooms. Everything to eat and drink carefully supervised as to quality, and sold at an appointed price. Respectable female attendants ready for the commonest women in the audience. A general air of consideration, decorum, and supervision, most commendable, an unquestionably humanizing influence in all the social arrangements of the place. Surely a dear theatre, then? Because there were in London, not very long ago, theatres with entrance prices up to half a guinea a head, whose arrangements were not half so civilized. Surely, therefore, a dear theatre? Not very dear. A gallery at 3 pence, another gallery at 4 pence, a pit at 6 pence, boxes and pit stalls at a shilling, and a few private boxes at half a crown. Chapter 1000. Why uncommercial curiosity induced me to go into every nook of this great place, and among every class of the audience assembled in it, amounting that evening, as I calculated, to about 2,000 and odd hundreds. Magnificently lighted by a firmament of sparkling chandeliers, the building was ventilated to perfection. My sense of smell, without being particularly delicate, has been so offended in some of the commoner places of public resort that I have often been obliged to leave them when I have made an uncommercial journey expressly to look on. The air of this theater was fresh, cool, and wholesome. To help towards this end, very sensible precautions have been used, ingeniously combining the experience of hospitals and railway stations. Asphalt pavements substituted for wooden floors, honest bare walls of glazed brick and tile, even at the back of the boxes. For plaster and paper, no benches stuffed and no carpeting or baize used. A cool material with a light glazed surface being the covering of the seats. A cheap theater. These various contrivances are as well considered in the place in question as if it were a fever hospital. The result is that it is sweet and healthful. It has been constructed from the ground to the roof, with a careful reference to sight and sound in every corner. The result is that its form is beautiful, and that the appearance of the audience, as seen from the proscenium, with every face in it commanding the stage, and the whole so admirably raked and turned to that center, that a hand can scarcely move in the great assemblage without the movement being seen from thence, is highly remarkable in its union of vastness with compactness. The stage itself, and all its appurtenances of machinery, cellarage, height, and breadth, are on a scale more like the Scala at Milan, or the San Carlo at Naples, or the Grand Opera at Paris, than any notion a stranger would be likely to form of the Britannia Theatre at Hoxton, a mile north of St. Luke's Hospital in the Old Street Road, London. The 40 Thieves might be played here, and every thief ride his real horse, and the disguised captain bring in his oil jars on a train of real camels, and nobody be put out of the way. This really extraordinary place is the achievement of one man's enterprise, and was erected on the ruins of an inconvenient old building in less than 5 months, at a round cost of £25,000. To dismiss this part of my subject, and still to render to the proprietor the credit that is strictly his due, I must add that his sense of the responsibility upon him to make the best of his audience, and to do his best for them, is a highly agreeable sign of these times. As the spectators at this theater, for a reason I will presently show, were the object of my journey, I entered on the play of the night as one of the 2,000 and odd hundreds, by looking about me at my neighbors. We were a motley assemblage of people, and we had a good many boys and young men among us. We had also many girls and young women. To represent, however, that we did not include a very great number, and a very fair proportion of family groups, would be to make a gross misstatement. Such groups were to be seen in all parts of the house. In the boxes and stalls particularly, they were composed of persons of very decent appearance, who had many children with them. Among our dresses there were most kinds of shabby and greasy wear, and much fustian and corduroy that was neither sound nor fragrant. The caps of our young men were mostly of a limp character, and we who wore them, slouched, high-shouldered, into our places with our hands in our pockets, and occasionally twisted our cravats about our necks like eels, and occasionally tied them down our breasts like links of sausages, and occasionally had a screw in our hair over each cheekbone with a slight thief flavor in it. Besides prowlers and idlers, we were mechanics, dock laborers, costermongers, petty tradesmen, small clerks, milliners, staymakers, shoebinders, slop workers, poor workers in 100 highways and byways. Many of us, on the whole, the majority, were not at all clean, and not at all choice in our lives or conversation. But we had all come together in a place where our convenience was well consulted, and where we were well looked after, to enjoy an evening's entertainment in common. We were not going to lose any part of what we had paid for through anybody's caprice, and as a community we had a character to lose. So, we were closely attentive and kept excellent order, and let the man or boy who did otherwise instantly get out from this place, or we would put him out with the greatest expedition. We began at 6:30 with a pantomime so long that before it was over I felt as if I had been traveling for 6 weeks, going to India, say, by the overland mail. The spirit of liberty was the principal personage in the introduction, and the 4 quarters of the world came out of the globe, glittering and discoursed with the spirit, who sang charmingly. We were delighted to understand that there was no liberty anywhere but among ourselves, and we highly applauded the agreeable fact. In an allegorical way, which did as well as any other way, we in the spirit of liberty got into a kingdom of needles and pins, and found them at war with a potentate who called in to his aid their old arch-enemy Rust, and who would have got the better of them if the spirit of liberty had not, in the nick of time, transformed the leaders into Clown, Pantaloon, Harlequin, Columbine, Harlequina, and a whole family of sprites, consisting of a remarkably stout father and 3 spineless sons. We all knew what was coming when the spirit of liberty addressed the king with a big face, and his majesty backed to the side scenes and began untying himself behind, with his big face all on one side. Our excitement at that crisis was great, and our delight unbounded. After this era in our existence, we went through all the incidents of a pantomime. It was not by any means a savage pantomime, in the way of burning or boiling people, or throwing them out of window, or cutting them up. Was often very droll, was always liberally got up and cleverly presented. I noticed that the people who kept the shops, and who represented the passengers in the thoroughfares, and so forth, had no conventionality in them, but were unusually like the real thing. From which I infer that you may take that audience in, if you wish to, concerning knights and ladies, fairies, angels, or such like, but they are not to be done as to anything in the streets. I noticed also that when 2 young men, dressed in exact imitation of the elan sausage-cravated portion of the audience, were chased by policemen, and, finding themselves in danger of being caught, dropped so suddenly as to oblige the policemen to tumble over them, there was great rejoicing among the caps, as though it were a delicate reference to something they had heard of before. The pantomime was succeeded by a melodrama. Throughout the evening I was pleased to observe virtue quite as triumphant as she usually is out of doors, and indeed I thought rather more so. We all agreed, for the time, that honesty was the best policy, and we were as hard as iron upon vice, and we wouldn't hear of villainy getting on in the world? No, not on any consideration whatever. Between the pieces, we almost all of us went out and refreshed. Many of us went the length of drinking beer at the bar of the neighboring public house. Some of us drank spirits. Crowds of us had sandwiches and ginger beer at the refreshment bars established for us in the theater. The sandwich, as substantial as was consistent with portability, and as cheap as possible, we hailed as one of our greatest institutions. It forced its way among us at all stages of the entertainment, and we were always delighted to see it. Its adaptability to the varying moods of our nature was surprising. We could never weep so comfortably as when our tears fell on our sandwich. We could never laugh so heartily as when we choked with sandwich. Virtue never looked so beautiful or vice so deformed as when we paused, sandwich in hand, to consider what would come of that resolution of wickedness in boots, to sever innocence in flowered chintz from honest industry in striped stockings. When the curtain fell for the night, we still fell back upon sandwich, to help us through the rain and mire, and home to bed. This, as I have mentioned, was Saturday night. Being Saturday night, I had accomplished but the half of my uncommercial journey, for its object was to compare the play on Saturday evening with the preaching in the same theater on Sunday evening. Therefore, at the same hour of 6:30 on the similarly damp and muddy Sunday evening, I returned to this theater. I drove up to the entrance, fearful of being late, or I should have come on foot, and found myself in a large crowd of people who, I am happy to state, were put into excellent spirits by my arrival. Having nothing to look at but the mud and the closed doors, they looked at me, and highly enjoyed the comic spectacle. My modesty inducing me to draw off, some hundreds of yards, into a dark corner, they at once forgot me, and applied themselves to their former occupation of looking at the mud and looking in at the closed doors, which, being of grated ironwork, allowed the lighted passage within to be seen. They were chiefly people of respectable appearance, odd and impulsive as most crowds are, and making a joke of being there as most crowds do. Chapter 1. In the dark corner I might have sat a long while, but that a very obliging passerby informed me that the theater was already full, and that the people whom I saw in the street were all shut out for want of room. After that, I lost no time in worming myself into the building, and creeping to a place in a proscenium box that had been kept for me. There must have been full 4,000 people present. Carefully estimating the pit alone, I could bring it out as holding little less than 1,400. Every part of the house was well filled, and I had not found it easy to make my way along the back of the boxes to where I sat. The chandeliers in the ceiling were lighted. There was no light on the stage. The orchestra was empty. The green curtain was down, and, packed pretty closely on chairs on the small space of stage before it, were some 30 gentlemen and 2 or 3 ladies. In the center of these, in a desk or pulpit covered with red baize, was the presiding minister. The kind of rostrum he occupied will be very well understood, if I liken it to a boarded-up fireplace turned towards the audience, with a gentleman in a black surtout standing in the stove and leaning forward over the mantelpiece. A portion of scripture was being read when I went in. It was followed by a discourse, to which the congregation listened with most exemplary attention and uninterrupted silence and decorum. My own attention comprehended both the auditory and the speaker, and shall turn to both in this recalling of the scene, exactly as it did at the time. A very difficult thing, I thought when the discourse began, to speak appropriately to so large an audience and to speak with tact. Without it, better not to speak at all. Infinitely better to read the New Testament well and to let that speak. In this congregation there is indubitably one pulse, but I doubt if any power short of genius can touch it as one, and make it answer as one. Chapter 1. Could not possibly say to myself as the discourse proceeded, that the minister was a good speaker. I could not possibly say to myself that he expressed an understanding of the general mind and character of his audience. There was a supposititious working man introduced into the homily, to make supposititious objections to our Christian religion and be reasoned down, who was not only a very disagreeable person, but remarkably unlike life. Very much more unlike it than anything I had seen in the pantomime. The native independence of character this artisan was supposed to possess was represented by a suggestion of a dialect that I certainly never heard in my uncommercial travels, and with a coarse swing of voice and manner, anything but agreeable to his feelings, I should conceive, considered, in the light of a portrait, and as far away from the fact as a Chinese Tartar. There was a model pauper introduced in like manner, who appeared to me to be the most intolerably arrogant pauper ever relieved, and to show himself in absolute want and dire necessity of a course of stone yard. For how did this pauper testify to his having received the gospel of humility? A gentleman met him in the workhouse and said, which I myself really thought good-natured of him, "Ah, John, I am sorry to see you here. I am sorry to see you so poor." "Poor, sir," replied that man, drawing himself up, "I am the son of a prince. My father is the king of kings. My father is the lord of lords. My father is the ruler of all the princes of the earth and sea." And this was what all the preacher's fellow sinners might come to, if they would embrace this blessed book. which I must say it did some violence to my own feelings of reverence, to see held out at arm's length at frequent intervals and soundingly slapped, like a slow lot at a sale. Now, could I help asking myself the question, whether the mechanic before me, who must detect the preacher as being wrong about the visible manner of himself and the like of himself, and about such a noisy lip server as that pauper, might not, most unhappily for the usefulness of the occasion, doubt that preachers being right about things not visible to human senses. Again, is it necessary or advisable to address such an audience continually as fellow sinners? Is it not enough to be fellow creatures, born yesterday, suffering and striving today, dying tomorrow? By our common humanity, my brothers and sisters, by our common capacities for pain and pleasure, by our common laughter and our common tears, by our common aspiration to reach something better than ourselves, by our common tendency to believe in something good, and to invest whatever we love or whatever we lose with some qualities that are superior to our own failings and weaknesses as we know them in our own poor hearts. By these, hear me, surely it is enough to be fellow creatures. Surely it includes the other designation, and some touching meanings over and above. Again, there was a personage introduced into the discourse, not an absolute novelty, to the best of my remembrance of my reading, who had been personally known to the preacher, and had been quite a Crichton in all the ways of philosophy, but had been an infidel. Many a time had the preacher talked with him on that subject, and many a time had he failed to convince that intelligent man. But he fell ill and died, and before he died he recorded his conversion, in words which the preacher had taken down, my fellow sinners, and would read to you from this piece of paper. I must confess that to me, as one of an uninstructed audience, they did not appear particularly edifying. I thought their tone extremely selfish, and I thought they had a spiritual vanity in them which was of the before-mentioned refractory pauper's family. All slangs and twangs are objectionable everywhere, but the slang and twang of the conventicle, as bad in its way as that of the House of Commons, and nothing worse can be said of it, should be studiously avoided under such circumstances as I describe. The avoidance was not complete on this occasion, nor was it quite agreeable to see the preacher addressing his pet points to his backers on the stage, as if appealing to those disciples to show him up, and testify to the multitude that each of those points was a clincher. But in respect of the large Christianity of his general tone, of his renunciation of all priestly authority, of his earnest and reiterated assurance to the people that the commonest among them could work out their own salvation if they would, by simply, lovingly, and dutifully following our Savior, and that they needed the mediation of no erring man. In these particulars, this gentleman deserved all praise. Nothing could be better than the spirit or the plain emphatic words of his discourse in these respects. And it was a most significant and encouraging circumstance that whenever he struck that chord, or whenever he described anything which Christ himself had done, the array of faces before him was very much more earnest, and very much more expressive of emotion, than at any other time. And now I am brought to the fact that the lowest part of the audience of the previous night was not there. There is no doubt about it. There was no such thing in that building that Sunday evening. I have been told since that the lowest part of the audience of the Victoria Theatre has been attracted to its Sunday services. I have been very glad to hear it, but on this occasion of which I write, the lowest part of the usual audience of the Britannia Theatre decidedly and unquestionably stayed away. When I first took my seat and looked at the house, my surprise at the change in its occupants was as great as my disappointment. To the most respectable class of the previous evening was added a great number of respectable strangers attracted by curiosity, and drafts from the regular congregations of various chapels. It was impossible to fail in identifying the character of these last, and they were very numerous. I came out in a strong, slow tide of them setting from the boxes. Indeed, while the discourse was in progress, the respectable character of the auditory was so manifest in their appearance that when the minister addressed a supposititious outcast, one really felt a little impatient of it, as a figure of speech not justified by anything the eye could discover. The time appointed for the conclusion of the proceedings was 8 o'clock, the address having lasted until full that time, and it being the custom to conclude with a hymn. The preacher intimated in a few sensible words that the clock had struck the hour, and that those who desired to go before the hymn was sung could go now without giving offense. No one stirred. The hymn was then sung, in good time and tune and unison, and its effect was very striking. A comprehensive, benevolent prayer dismissed the throng, and in 7 or 8 minutes there was nothing left in the theatre but a light cloud of dust. That these Sunday meetings in theaters are good things, I do not doubt. Nor do I doubt that they will work lower and lower down in the social scale, if those who preside over them will be very careful on two heads. Firstly, not to disparage the places in which they speak, or the intelligence of their hearers. Secondly, not to set themselves in antagonism to the natural, inborn desire of the mass of mankind to recreate themselves and to be amused. There is a third head, taking precedence of all others, to which my remarks on the discourse I heard have tended. In the New Testament, there is the most beautiful and affecting history conceivable by man, and there are the terse models for all prayer and for all preaching. As to the models, imitate them, Sunday preachers. Else why are they there? Consider. As to the history, tell it. Some people cannot read, some people will not read. Many people, this especially holds among the young and ignorant, find it hard to pursue the verse form in which the book is presented to them, and imagine that those breaks imply gaps and want of continuity. Help them over that first stumbling block by setting forth the history in narrative with no fear of exhausting it. You will never preach so well, you will never move them so profoundly, you will never send them away with half so much to think of. Which is the better interest? Christ's choice of 12 poor men to help in those merciful wonders among the poor and rejected, or the pious bullying of a whole union full of paupers? What is your changed philosopher to wretched me, peeping in at the door out of the mud of the streets and of my life, when you have the widow's son to tell me about, the ruler's daughter, the other figure at the door when the brother of the two sisters was dead, and one of the two ran to the mourner, crying, "The Master is come and calleth for thee." Let the preacher who will thoroughly forget himself and remember no individuality but one, and no eloquence but one, stand up before 4,000 men and women at the Britannia Theatre any Sunday night, recounting that narrative to them as fellow creatures, and he shall see a sight. Chapter 5. Poor Mercantile Jack. Chapter 1. The sweet little cherub who sits smiling aloft and keeps watch on the life of poor Jack, commissioned to take charge of Mercantile Jack, as well as Jack of the National Navy? If not, who is? What is the cherub about, and what are we all about? When poor Mercantile Jack is having his brains slowly knocked out by pennyweights, aboard the brig Beelzebub or the bark Bowie Knife. When he looks his last at that infernal craft, with the first officer's iron boot heel in his remaining eye, or with his dying body towed overboard in the ship's wake, while the cruel wounds in it do the multitudinous seas incarnadine. Chapter 1. Is it unreasonable to entertain a belief that if, aboard the brig Beelzebub or the bark Bowie Knife, the first officer did half the damage to cotton that he does to men, there would presently arise from both sides of the Atlantic so vociferous an invocation of the sweet little cherub who sits calculating aloft, keeping watch on the markets that pay, that such vigilant cherub would, with a winged sword, have that gallant officer's organ of destructiveness out of his head in the space of a flash of lightning. Chapter 1. If it be unreasonable, then am I the most unreasonable of men, for I believe it with all my soul. This was my thought as I walked the dock quays at Liverpool, keeping watch on poor Mercantile Jack. Alas for me, I have long outgrown the state of sweet little cherub. But there I was, and there Mercantile Jack was, and very busy he was, and very cold he was. The snow yet lying in the frozen furrows of the land, and the northeast winds snipping off the tops of the little waves in the Mersey, and rolling them into hailstones to pelt him with. Mercantile Jack was hard at it in the hard weather, as he mostly is in all weathers, poor Jack. He was girded to ships, masts and funnels of steamers, like a forester to a great oak, scraping and painting. He was lying out on yards, furling sails that tried to beat him off. He was dimly discernible up in a world of giant cobwebs, reefing and splicing. He was faintly audible down in holds, stowing and unshipping cargo. He was winding round and round at capstans melodious, monotonous, and drunk. He was of a diabolical aspect, with coaling for the antipodes. He was washing decks barefoot, with the breast of his red shirt open to the blast, though it was sharper than the knife in his leathern girdle. He was looking over bulwarks, all eyes and hair. He was standing by at the chute of the Cunard steamer, off tomorrow, as the stocks in trade of several butchers, poulterers, and fishmongers poured down into the ice-house. He was coming aboard of other vessels with his kit in a tarpaulin bag, attended by plunderers to the very last moment of his shore-going existence. As though his senses, when released from the uproar of the elements, were under obligation to be confused by other turmoil, there was a rattling of wheels, a clattering of hoofs, a clashing of iron, a jolting of cotton and hides and casks and timber, an incessant deafening disturbance on the quays that was the very madness of sound. And as, in the midst of it, he stood swaying about, with his hair blown all manner of wild ways, rather crazedly taking leave of his plunderers, all the rigging in the docks was shrill in the wind, and every little steamer coming and going across the Mersey was sharp in its blowing off, and every buoy in the river bobbed spitefully up and down, as if there were a general taunting chorus of "Come along, mercantile Jack." Ill-lodged, ill-fed, ill-used, hocused, entrapped, anticipated, cleaned out. Come along, poor mercantile Jack, and be tempest-tossed till you're drowned. The uncommercial transaction which had brought me and Jack together was this. I had entered the Liverpool police force that I might have a look at the various unlawful traps which are every night set for Jack. As my term of service in that distinguished corps was short, and as my personal bias in the capacity of one of its members has ceased, no suspicion will attach to my evidence that it is an admirable force. Besides that it is composed, without favor, of the best men that can be picked, it is directed by an unusual intelligence. Its organization against fires I take to be much better than the metropolitan system, and in all respects it tempers its remarkable vigilance with a still more remarkable discretion. Jack had knocked off work in the docks some hours, and I had taken, for purposes of identification, a photograph likeness of a thief. In the portrait room at our head police office, on the whole, he seemed rather complimented by the proceeding, and I had been on police parade, and the small hand of the clock was moving on to 10, when I took up my lantern to follow Mr. Superintendent to the traps that were set for Jack. In Mr. Superintendent I saw, as anybody might, a tall, well-looking, well-set-up man of a soldierly bearing, with a cavalry air, a good chest, and a resolute but not by any means ungentle face. He carried in his hand a plain black walking stick of hard wood, and whenever and wherever, at any aftertime of the night, he struck it on the pavement with a ringing sound, it instantly produced a whistle out of the darkness, and a policeman. To this remarkable stick, I refer an air of mystery and magic which pervaded the whole of my perquisition among the traps that were set for Jack. We began by diving into the obscurest streets and lanes of the port. Suddenly pausing in a flow of cheerful discourse, before a dead wall, apparently some 10 miles long, Mr. Superintendent struck upon the ground, and the wall opened and shot out, with military salute of hand to temple, 2 policemen, not in the least surprised themselves, not in the least surprising Mr. Superintendent. "All right, Sharpeye." "All right, sir." "All right, Trampfoot." "All right, sir." "Is quick you're there." "Here am I, sir." "Come with us." "Yes, sir." So Sharpeye went before, and Mr. Superintendent and I went next, and Trampfoot and Quickear marched as rear guard. Sharpeye, I soon had occasion to remark, had a skillful and quite professional way of opening doors, touched latches delicately, as if they were keys of musical instruments, opened every door he touched as if he were perfectly confident that there was stolen property behind it, instantly insinuated himself to prevent its being shut. Sharpeye opened several doors of traps that were set for Jack, but Jack did not happen to be in any of them. They were all such miserable places that really, Jack, if I were you, I would give them a wider berth. In every trap, somebody was sitting over a fire, waiting for Jack. Now it was a crouching old woman, like the picture of the Norwood gypsy in the old sixpenny dream books. Now it was a crimp of the male sex, in a checked shirt and without a coat, reading a newspaper. Now it was a man crimp and a woman crimp, who always introduced themselves as united in holy matrimony. Now it was Jack's delight, his lovely Nan, but they were all waiting for Jack, and were all frightfully disappointed to see us. "Who have you got upstairs here?" says Sharpeye generally, in the move-on tone. "Nobody, sir, sure not a blessed soul," Irish feminine reply. "What do you mean by nobody? Didn't I hear a woman's step go upstairs when my hand was on the latch?" "Ah, sure thin you're right, sir, I forgot her. 'Tis Annie Betsy White, sir. Ah, you know Betsy, sir. Come down, Betsy darlin', and say the gentleman." Generally, Betsy looks over the banisters. The steep staircase is in the room, with a forcible expression in her protesting face, of an intention to compensate herself for the present trial by grinding Jack finer than usual when he does come. Generally, Sharpeye turns to Mr. Superintendent, and says, as if the subjects of his remarks were waxwork, "One of the worst, sir, this house is. This woman has been indicted 3 times. This man's a regular bad one likewise. His real name is Peg, gives himself out as Waterhouse. Never had sich a name as Peg near me back, thin, since I was in this house, be the good Lard," says the woman. Generally, the man says nothing at all, but becomes exceedingly round-shouldered, and pretends to read his paper with rapt attention. Generally, Sharpeye directs our observation with a look to the prints and pictures that are invariably numerous on the walls. Always, Trampfoot and Quicker are taking notice on the doorstep. In default of Sharpeye being acquainted with the exact individuality of any gentleman encountered, one of these two is sure to proclaim from the outer air, like a gruff spectre, that Jackson is not Jackson, but knows himself to be Foggle, or that Canlon is Walker's brother, against whom there was not sufficient evidence, or that the man who says he never was at sea since he was a boy came ashore from a voyage last Thursday or sails tomorrow morning. And that is a bad class of man, you see, says Mr. Superintendent when he got out into the dark again, and very difficult to deal with, who, when he has made this place too hot to hold him, enters himself for a voyage as steward or cook, and is out of knowledge for months, and then turns up again worse than ever. When we had gone into many such houses, and had come out, always leaving everybody relapsing into waiting for Jack, we started off to a singing house where Jack was expected to muster strong. The vocalization was taking place in a long, low room upstairs. At one end, an orchestra of two performers and a small platform. Across the room, a series of open pews for Jack, with an aisle down the middle. At the other end, a larger pew than the rest, entitled Snug, and reserved for mates and similar good company. About the room, some amazing coffee-colored pictures varnished an inch deep, and some stuffed creatures in cases. Dotted among the audience, in Snug and out of Snug, the professionals. Among them, the celebrated comic favorite Mr. Banjo Bones, looking very hideous with his blackened face and limp sugarloaf hat. Beside him, sipping rum and water, Mrs. Banjo Bones, in her natural colors, a little heightened. Chapter 1. Tea was a Friday night, and Friday night was considered not a good night for Jack. At any rate, Jack did not show in very great force even here, though the house was one to which he much resorts, and where a good deal of money is taken. There was British Jack, a little maudlin and sleepy, lolling over his empty glass, as if he were trying to read his fortune at the bottom. There was loafing Jack of the Stars and Stripes, rather an unpromising customer, with his long nose, lank cheek, high cheekbones, and nothing soft about him but his cabbage leaf hat. There was Spanish Jack, with curls of black hair, rings in his ears, and a knife not far from his hand if you got into trouble with him. There were Maltese Jack and Jack of Sweden, and Jack the Finn, looming through the smoke of their pipes, and turning faces that looked as if they were carved out of dark wood, towards the young lady dancing the hornpipe, who found the platform so exceedingly small for it that I had a nervous expectation of seeing her, in the backward steps, disappear through the window. Still, if all hands had been got together, they would not have more than half filled the room. Observe, however, said Mr. Licensed Victualler, the host, that it was Friday night, and besides it was getting on for 12, and Jack had gone aboard. A sharp and watchful man, Mr. Licensed Victualler, the host, with tight lips and a complete edition of Cocker's Arithmetic in each eye. Attended to his business himself, he said, always on the spot. When he heard of talent, trusted nobody's account of it, but went off by rail to see it. If true talent, engaged it. Pounds a week for talent, £4, £5. Banjo Bones was undoubted talent. Hear this instrument that was going to play, it was real talent. In truth, it was very good. A kind of piano accordion, played by a young girl of a delicate prettiness of face, figure, and dress, that made the audience look coarser. She sang to the instrument, too, first a song about village bells and how they chimed, then a song about how I went to sea, winding up with an imitation of the bagpipes, which Mercantile Jack seemed to understand much the best. A good girl, said Mr. Licensed Victualler, kept herself select. Sat in Snug, not listening to the blandishments of mates. Lived with mother, father dead. Once a merchant well-to-do, but over-speculated himself. On delicate inquiry as to salary paid for item of talent under consideration, Mr. Victualler's pounds dropped suddenly to shillings. Still, it was a very comfortable thing for a young person like that, you know. She only went on 6 times a night, and was only required to be there from 6 at night to 12. What was more conclusive was Mr. Victualler's assurance that he never allowed any language and never suffered any disturbance. Sharpeye confirmed the statement, and the order that prevailed was the best proof of it that could have been cited. So I came to the conclusion that poor Mercantile Jack might do, as I am afraid he does, much worse than trust himself to Mr. Victualler and pass his evenings here. But we had not yet looked, Mr. Superintendent, said Trampfoot, receiving us in the street again with military salute for Dark Jack. True, Trampfoot. Ring the wonderful stick, rub the wonderful lantern, and cause the spirits of the stick and lantern to convey us to the darkies. There was no disappointment in the matter of Dark Jack. He was producible. The genie set us down in the little first floor of a little public house, and there, in a stiflingly close atmosphere, were Dark Jack and Dark Jack's delight, his white unlovely Nan, sitting against the wall all round the room. More than that, Dark Jack's delight was the least unlovely Nan, both morally and physically, that I saw that night. As a fiddle and tambourine band were sitting among the company, Quickier suggested why not strike up. "Ah, lads," said a negro sitting by the door, "jib the jeblum a darnce. Tack ya pardlers jeblum for quadrille." This was the landlord, in a Greek cap and a dress half Greek and half English. As master of the ceremonies, he called all the figures and occasionally addressed himself parenthetically, after this manner. When he was very loud, I use capitals. "Now den hoy one, right and left. Put a steam on jib powder. Laudize chale, balloon say, lemonade, 2. Add warrants and go back, jib ella breakdown, shake it out o yourselves, keep a moval. Swing corners, balloon say and lemonade. Hoy, 3. Gent come forward with a lady and go back. Hoppersight come forward and do what you can. Eohe, balloon say and leadle lemonade. Dat hair nigger by fireplace, hind a time, shake it out o yourselves, jib ella breakdown. Now den hoy 4 lemonade, balloon say and swing. 4 ladies meet in middle, 4 gents goes round ladies, 4 gents passes out under ladies' arms, swing, and lemonade till a music can't play no more. Hoy hoy. The male dancers were all blacks, and one was an unusually powerful man of 6 feet 3 or 4. The sound of their flat feet on the floor was as unlike the sound of white feet as their faces were unlike white faces. They toed and heeled, shuffled, double shuffled, covered the buckle, and beat the time out, rarely, dancing with a great show of teeth, and with a childish, good-humored enjoyment that was very prepossessing. They generally kept together, these poor fellows, said Mr. Superintendent, because they were at a disadvantage singly, and liable to slights in the neighboring streets. But if I were Light Jack, I should be very slow to interfere oppressively with Dark Jack, for whenever I have had to do with him I have found him a simple and a gentle fellow. Bearing this in mind, I asked his friendly permission to leave him restoration of beer, in wishing him good night, and thus it fell out that the last words I heard him say as I blundered down the worn stairs were, "Jeblum's elth, ladies drinks fust." The night was now well on into the morning, but, for miles and hours we explored a strange world, where nobody ever goes to bed, but everybody is eternally sitting up, waiting for Jack. This exploration was among a labyrinth of dismal courts and blind alleys, called entries, kept in wonderful order by the police, and in much better order than by the corporation. The want of gaslight in the most dangerous and infamous of these places being quite unworthy of so spirited a town. I need describe but 2 or 3 of the houses in which Jack was waited for as specimens of the rest. Many we attained by noisome passages, so profoundly dark that we felt our way with our hands. Not one of the whole number we visited was without its show of prints and ornamental crockery. The quantity of the latter set forth on little shelves and in little cases, in otherwise wretched rooms, indicating that mercantile Jack must have an extraordinary fondness for crockery to necessitate so much of that bait in his traps. Among such garniture, in one front parlor in the dead of the night, 4 women were sitting by a fire. One of them had a male child in her arms. On a stool among them was a swarthy youth with a guitar, who had evidently stopped playing when our footsteps were heard. "Well, how do you do?" says Mr. Superintendent, looking about him. "Pretty well, sir, and hope you gentlemen are going to treat us ladies, now you have come to see us." "Order there," says Sharpeye. "None of that," says Quick Ear. Trampfoot outside is heard to confide to himself, "Megason's lot this is, and a bad un." "Well," says Mr. Superintendent, laying his hand on the shoulder of the swarthy youth, "and who's this?" "Antonio, sir." "And what does he do here?" "Come to give us a bit of music. No harm in that, I suppose." "A young foreign sailor." "Yes, he's a Spaniard. You're a Spaniard, ain't you, Antonio?" "Me Spanish." "And he don't know a word you say, not he? Not if you was to talk to him till doomsday." Triumphantly, as if it redounded to the credit of the house. "Will he play something?" "Oh yes, if you like, play something, Antonio. You ain't ashamed to play something, are you?" The cracked guitar raises the feeblest ghost of a tune, and 3 of the women keep time to it with their heads, and the 4th with the child. If Antonio has brought any money in with him, I am afraid he will never take it out, and it even strikes me that his jacket and guitar may be in a bad way. But the look of the young man and the tinkling of the instrument so change the place in a moment to a leaf out of Don Quixote that I wonder where his mule is stabled until he leaves off. Chapter 1. Am bound to acknowledge, as it tends rather to my uncommercial confusion, that I occasioned a difficulty in this establishment, by having taken the child in my arms. 4. On my offering to restore it to a ferocious joker not unstimulated by rum, who claimed to be its mother, that unnatural parent put her hands behind her and declined to accept it, backing into the fireplace and very shrilly declaring, regardless of remonstrance from her friends, that she knowed it to be law that whoever took a child from its mother of his own will was bound to stick to it. The uncommercial sense of being in a rather ridiculous position with the poor little child beginning to be frightened was relieved by my worthy friend and fellow constable, Trampfoot, who, laying hands on the article as if it were a bottle, passed it on to the nearest woman and bade her take hold of that. As we came out, the bottle was passed to the ferocious joker, and they all sat down as before, including Antonio and the guitar. It was clear that there was no such thing as a nightcap to this baby's head, and that even he never went to bed but was always kept up, and would grow up, kept up, waiting for Jack. Chapter 50. 8 or still in the night we came by the court where the man was murdered, and by the other court across the street, into which his body was dragged to another parlor in another entry, where several people were sitting round a fire in just the same way. It was a dirty and offensive place with some ragged clothes drying in it, but there was a high shelf over the entrance door, to be out of the reach of marauding hands, possibly, with 2 large white loaves on it and a great piece of Cheshire cheese. "Well," says Mr. Superintendent with a comprehensive look all round, "how do you do?" "Not much to boast of, sir," from the curtsying woman of the house. "This is my good man, sir." "You are not registered as a common lodging house." "No, sir." Sharpeye, in the move-on tone, puts in the pertinent inquiry, "Then why ain't you?" "Ain't got no one here, Mr. Sharpeye," rejoined the woman and my good man together, "but our own family." "How many are you in family?" The woman takes time to count, under pretense of coughing, and adds, as one scan of breath, "7, sir." But she has missed one, so Sharpeye, who knows all about it, says, "Here's a young man here makes 8, who ain't of your family." "No, Mr. Sharpeye, he's a weekly lodger." "What does he do for a living?" The young man here takes the reply upon himself and shortly answers, "Ain't got nothing to do." The young man here is modestly brooding behind a damp apron pendant from a clothesline. As I glance at him I become, but I don't know why, vaguely reminded of Woolwich, Chatham, Portsmouth, and Dover. When we get out, my respected fellow constable Sharpeye, addressing Mr. Superintendent, says, "You noticed that young man, sir, in at Darby S." "Yes, what is he?" "Deserter, sir." Chapter 1000. R. Sharpeye further intimates that, when we have done with his services, he will step back and take that young man, which in course of time he does, feeling at perfect ease about finding him, and knowing for a moral certainty that nobody in that region will be gone to bed. Chapter 50. 8 or still in the night, we came to another parlor up a step or two from the street, which was very cleanly, neatly, even tastefully, kept, and in which, set forth on a draped chest of drawers masking the staircase, was such a profusion of ornamental crockery that it would have furnished forth a handsome sale booth at a fair. It backed up a stout old lady, Hogarth drew her exact likeness more than once, and a boy who was carefully writing a copy in a copybook. "Well, ma'ams, how do you do?" Sweetly she can assure the dear gentleman, sweetly, charmingly, charmingly, and overjoyed to see us. Why, this is a strange time for this boy to be writing his copy, in the middle of the night. So it is, dear gentlemen, heaven bless your welcome faces and send ye prosperous. But he has been to the play with a young friend for his diversion, and he combinates his improvement with entertainment by doing his school writing afterwards. God be good to ye. The copy admonished human nature to subjugate the fire of every fierce desire. One might have thought it recommended stirring the fire. The old lady so approved it. There she sat, rosily beaming at the copybook and the boy, and invoking showers of blessings on our heads, when we left her in the middle of the night, waiting for Jack. Chapter 50. 8 or still in the night, we came to a nauseous room with an earth floor, into which the refused scum of an alley trickled. The stench of this habitation was abominable, the seeming poverty of it diseased and dire. Yet here again was visitor or lodger, a man sitting before the fire like the rest of them elsewhere, and apparently not distasteful to the mistress's niece, who was also before the fire. The mistress herself had the misfortune of being in jail. 3 weird old women of transcendent ghastliness were at needlework at a table in this room. Says Trampfoot to first witch, "What are you making?" Says she, "Money bags." "What are you making?" retorts Trampfoot, a little off his balance. Bags to hold your money, says the witch, shaking her head and setting her teeth. You as has got it. She holds up a common cash bag, and on the table is a heap of such bags. Which two laughs at us. Which three scowls at us. Which sisterhood all stitch, stitch. First witch has a circle round each eye. I fancy it like the beginning of the development of a perverted diabolical halo, and that when it spreads all round her head, she will die in the odor of devilry. Trampfoot wishes to be informed what first witch has got behind the table, down by the side of her there. Witches 2 and 3 croak angrily, show him the child. She drags out a skinny little arm from a brown dust heap on the ground. Adjured not to disturb the child, she lets it drop again. Thus we find at last that there is one child in the world of entries who goes to bed, if this be bed. Chapter 1000. Our superintendent asks how long are they going to work at those bags. How long? First witch repeats. Going to have supper presently. See the cups and saucers and the plates. Late, aye, but we has to arn our supper afore we eats it. Both the other witches repeat this after first witch, and take the uncommercial measurement with their eyes, as for a charmed winding sheet. Some grim discourse ensues, referring to the mistress of the cave, who will be released from jail tomorrow. Witches pronounce Trampfoot, right there, when he deems it a trying distance for the old lady to walk. She shall be fetched by niece in a spring cart. As I took a parting look at first witch in turning away, the red marks round her eyes seemed to have already grown larger, and she hungrily and thirstily looked out beyond me into the dark doorway, to see if Jack was there. For Jack came even here, and the mistress had got into jail through deluding Jack. When I at last ended this night of travel and got to bed, I failed to keep my mind on comfortable thoughts of seamen's homes, not overdone with strictness, and improved dock regulations giving Jack greater benefit of fire and candle aboard ship, through my mind's wandering among the vermin I had seen. Afterwards the same vermin ran all over my sleep. Evermore, when on a breezy day I see poor mercantile Jack running into port with a fair wind under all sail, I shall think of the unsleeping host of devourers who never go to bed, and are always in their set traps waiting for him. Chapter 6. Refreshments for Travelers. Chapter 1. In the late high winds I was blown to a great many places, and indeed, wind or no wind, I generally have extensive transactions on hand in the article of air. But I have not been blown to any English place lately, and I very seldom have blown to any English place in my life, where I could get anything good to eat and drink in 5 minutes, or where, if I sought it, I was received with a welcome. This is a curious thing to consider. But before, stimulated by my own experiences and the representations of many fellow travelers of every uncommercial and commercial degree, I consider it further, I must utter a passing word of wonder concerning high winds. Chapter 1. Wonder why metropolitan gales always blow so hard at Walworth. I cannot imagine what Walworth has done to bring such windy punishment upon itself, as I never fail to find recorded in the newspapers when the wind has blown at all hard. Brixton seems to have something on its conscience. Peckham suffers more than a virtuous Peckham might be supposed to deserve. The howling neighborhood of Diptford figures largely in the accounts of the ingenious gentlemen who are out in every wind that blows, and to whom it is an ill high wind that blows no good. But there can hardly be any Walworth left by this time. It must surely be blown away. I have read of more chimney stacks and house copings coming down with terrific smashes at Walworth, and of more sacred edifices being nearly, not quite, blown out to sea from the same accursed locality, than I have read of practiced thieves with the appearance and manners of gentlemen. A popular phenomenon which never existed on earth out of fiction, and a police report. Again, I wonder why people are always blown into the Surrey Canal, and into no other piece of water. Why do people get up early and go out in groups to be blown into the Surrey Canal? Do they say to one another, "Welcome death," so that we get into the newspapers? Even that would be an insufficient explanation, because even then, they might sometimes put themselves in the way of being blown into the Regent's Canal, instead of always saddling Surrey for the field. Some nameless policeman, too, is constantly, on the slightest provocation, getting himself blown into the same Surrey Canal. Will Sir Richard Mayne see to it, and restrain that weak-minded and feeble-bodied constable? To resume the consideration of the curious question of refreshment. I am a Briton, and, as such, I am aware that I never will be a slave, and yet I have latent suspicion that there must be some slavery of wrong custom in this matter. Chapter 1. Travel by Railroad. I start from home at 7 or 8 in the morning, after breakfasting hurriedly. What with skimming over the open landscape, what with mining in the damp bowels of the earth, What with banging, booming, and shrieking the scores of miles away, I am hungry when I arrive at the refreshment station where I am expected. Please to observe expected. I have said I am hungry. Perhaps I might say with greater point and force that I am to some extent exhausted, and that I need, in the expressive French sense of the word, to be restored. What is provided for my restoration? The apartment that is to restore me is a wind trap, cunningly set to inveigle all the drafts in that countryside, and to communicate a special intensity and velocity to them as they rotate in two hurricanes. One, about my wretched head. One, about my wretched legs. The training of the young ladies behind the counter who are to restore me has been from their infancy directed to the assumption of a defiant dramatic show that I am not expected. It is in vain for me to represent to them by my humble and conciliatory manners that I wish to be liberal. It is in vain for me to represent to myself, for the encouragement of my sinking soul, that the young ladies have a pecuniary interest in my arrival. Neither my reason nor my feelings can make head against the cold glazed glare of eye with which I am assured that I am not expected and not wanted. The solitary man among the bottles would sometimes take pity on me if he dared, but he is powerless against the rights and mights of woman. Of the page I make no account, for he is a boy, and therefore the natural enemy of creation. Chilling fast, in the deadly tornadoes to which my upper and lower extremities are exposed, and subdued by the moral disadvantage at which I stand, I turn my disconsolate eyes on the refreshments that are to restore me. I find that I must either scald my throat by insanely ladling into it, against time and for no wager, brown hot water stiffened with flour, or I must make myself flaky and sick with Banbury cake, or I must stuff into my delicate organization a current pincushion which I know will swell into immeasurable dimensions when it has got there, or I must extort from an iron-bound quarry, with a fork, as if I were farming an inhospitable soil, some glutinous lumps of gristle and grease, called pork pie. While thus forlornly occupied, I find that the depressing banquet on the table is, in every phase of its profoundly unsatisfactory character, so like the banquet at the meanest and shabbiest of evening parties, that I begin to think I must have brought down, to supper, the old lady unknown, blue with cold, who is setting her teeth on edge with a cool orange at my elbow, that the pasture cook who has compounded for the company on the lowest terms per head is a fraudulent bankrupt, redeeming his contract with the stale stock from his window, that, for some unexplained reason, the family, giving the party, have become my mortal foes, and have given it on purpose to affront me. Or, I fancy that I am breaking up again at the evening conversazione at school, charged 2 and 6 in the half-year's bill, or breaking down again at that celebrated evening party given at Mrs. Bogle's boarding house when I was a boarder there, on which occasion Mrs. Bogle's was taken in execution by a branch of the legal profession who got in as the harp, and was removed, with the keys and subscribed capital, to a place of durance, half an hour prior to the commencement of the festivities. Take another case. Chapter 1000. R. Grazinglands of the Midland Counties came to London by railroad one morning last week, accompanied by the amiable and fascinating Mrs. Grazinglands. Mr. G. is a gentleman of a comfortable property, and had a little business to transact at the Bank of England, which required the concurrence and signature of Mrs. G. Their business disposed of, Mr. and Mrs. Grazinglands viewed the Royal Exchange and the exterior of St. Paul's Cathedral. The spirits of Mrs. Grazinglands then gradually beginning to flag, Mr. Grazinglands, who is the tenderest of husbands, remarked with sympathy, "Arabella, my dear, fear you are faint." Mrs. Grazinglands replied, "Alexander, I am rather faint, but don't mind me, I shall be better presently." Touched by the feminine meekness of this answer, Mr. Grazinglands looked in at a pasture cook's window, hesitating as to the expediency of lunching at that establishment. He beheld nothing to eat but butter in various forms, slightly charged with jam, and languidly frizzling over tepid water. Two ancient turtle shells, on which was inscribed the legend, "Soups," decorated a glass partition within, enclosing a stuffy alcove, from which a ghastly mockery of a marriage breakfast spread on a rickety table warned the terrified traveler. An oblong box of stale and broken pastry at reduced prices, mounted on a stool, ornamented the doorway, and two high chairs that looked as if they were performing on stilts embellished the counter. Over the whole, a young lady presided, whose gloomy haughtiness as she surveyed the street announced a deep-seated grievance against society and an implacable determination to be avenged. From a beetle-haunted kitchen below this institution, fumes arose, suggestive of a class of soup which Mr. Grazinglands knew, from painful experience, enfeebles the mind, distends the stomach, forces itself into the complexion, and tries to ooze out at the eyes. As he decided against entering and turned away, Mrs. Grazinglands becoming perceptibly weaker, repeated, "I am rather faint, Alexander, but don't mind me." Urged to new efforts by these words of resignation, Mr. Grazinglands looked in at a cold and flowery baker's shop, where utilitarian buns unrelieved by a current, consorted with hard biscuits, a stone filter of cold water, a hard pale clock, and a hard little old woman with flaxen hair, of an undeveloped farinaceous aspect, as if she had been fed upon seeds. He might have entered even here, but for the timely remembrance coming upon him that Jering S was but round the corner. Now, Jering's being an hotel for families and gentlemen, in high repute among the Midland counties, Mr. Grazinglands plucked up a great spirit when he told Mrs. Grazinglands she should have a chop there. That lady likewise felt that she was going to see life. Arriving on that gay and festive scene, they found the second waiter in a flabby undress, cleaning the windows of the empty coffee room, and the first waiter, denuded of his white tie, making up his cruets behind the post office directory. The latter, who took them in hand, was greatly put out by their patronage, and showed his mind to be troubled by a sense of the pressing necessity of instantly smuggling Mrs. Grazinglands into the obscurest corner of the building. This slighted lady, who is the pride of her division of the county, was immediately conveyed, by several dark passages, and up and down several steps, into a penitential apartment at the back of the house, where 5 invalided old plate warmers leaned up against one another under a discarded old melancholy sideboard, and where the wintry leaves of all the dining tables in the house lay thick. Also, a sofa, of incomprehensible form regarded from any sophisticated point of view, murmured bed, while an air of mingled fluffiness and heel taps, added, second waiter S. Secreted in this dismal hold, objects of a mysterious distrust and suspicion, Mr. Grazinglands and his charming partner waited 20 minutes for the smoke, for it never came to a fire, 25 minutes for the sherry, half an hour for the tablecloth, 40 minutes for the knives and forks, 3/4 of an hour for the chops, and an hour for the potatoes. On settling the little bill, which was not much more than the day's pay of a lieutenant in the Navy, Mr. Grazinglands took heart to remonstrate against the general quality and cost of his reception, to whom the waiter replied substantially that Jering S made it a merit to have accepted him on any terms. For, added the waiter, unmistakably coughing at Mrs. Grazinglands, the pride of her division of the county, when individuals is not staying in the ooze, their favors is not as a rule looked upon as making it worth Mr. Jering's while. Nor is it, indeed, a style of business Mr. Jering wishes. Finally, Mr. and Mrs. Grazinglands passed out of Jering's hotel for families and gentlemen, in a state of the greatest depression, scorned by the bar, and did not recover their self-respect for several days. Or take another case, take your own case. You are going off by railway from any terminus. You have 20 minutes for dinner before you go. You want your dinner, and like Dr. Johnson, sir, you like to dine. You present to your mind a picture of the refreshment table at that terminus, the conventional shabby evening party supper, accepted as the model for all termini and all refreshment stations, because it is the last repast known to this state of existence of which any human creature would partake, but in the direst extremity, sickens your contemplation, and your words are these: I cannot dine on stale sponge cakes that turn to sand in the mouth. I cannot dine on shining brown patties, composed of unknown animals within, and offering to my view the device of an indigestible starfish in leaden pie crust without. I cannot dine on a sandwich that has long been pining under an exhausted receiver. I cannot dine on barley sugar. I cannot dine on toffee. You repair to the nearest hotel, and arrive, agitated, in the coffee room. Chapter 1. Tea is a most astonishing fact that the waiter is very cold to you. Account for it how you may, smooth it over how you will, you cannot deny that he is cold to you. He is not glad to see you, he does not want you, he would much rather you hadn't come. He opposes to your flushed condition an immovable composure. As if this were not enough, another waiter, born, as it would seem, expressly to look at you in this passage of your life, stands at a little distance, with his napkin under his arm and his hands folded, looking at you with all his might. You impress on your waiter that you have 10 minutes for dinner, and he proposes that you shall begin with a bit of fish which will be ready in 20. That proposal declined, he suggests, as a neat originality, a veal or mutton cutlet. You close with either cutlet, anything. He goes, leisurely, behind a door and calls down some unseen shaft. A ventriloquial dialogue ensues, tending finally to the effect that veal only is available on the spur of the moment. You anxiously call out, veal then? Your waiter, having settled that point, returns to array your tablecloth with a table napkin folded cocked hatwise, slowly, for something out of window engages his eye, a white wine glass, a green wine glass, a blue finger glass, a tumbler, and a powerful field battery of 14 casters with nothing in them, or at all events, which is enough for your purpose, with nothing in them that will come out. All this time, the other waiter looks at you, with an air of mental comparison and curiosity, now, as if it had occurred to him that you are rather like his brother. Half your time gone, and nothing come but the jug of ale and the bread, you implore your waiter to see after that cutlet. Waiter, pray do? He cannot go at once, for he is carrying in 17 pounds of American cheese for you to finish with, and a small landed estate of celery and watercresses. The other waiter changes his leg, and takes a new view of you, doubtfully, now, as if he had rejected the resemblance to his brother, and had begun to think you more like his aunt or his grandmother. Again you beseech your waiter with pathetic indignation to see after that cutlet. He steps out to see after it, and by, when you are going away without it, comes back with it. Even then, he will not take the sham silver cover off, without a pause for a flourish, and a look at the musty cutlet as if he were surprised to see it, which cannot possibly be the case. He must have seen it so often before. A sort of fur has been produced upon its surface by the cook's art, and in a sham silver vessel staggering on 2 feet instead of 3, is a cutaneous kind of sauce of brown pimples and pickled cucumber. You order the bill, but your waiter cannot bring your bill yet, because he is bringing, instead, 3 flinty-hearted potatoes and 2 grim head of broccoli, like the occasional ornaments on area railings, badly boiled. You know that you will never come to this pass, any more than to the cheese and celery, and you imperatively demand your bill. But it takes time to get, even when gone for, because your waiter has to communicate with a lady who lives behind a sash window in a corner, and who appears to have to refer to several ledgers before she can make it out, as if you had been staying there a year. You become distracted to get away, and the other waiter, once more changing his leg, still looks at you, but suspiciously, now, as if you had begun to remind him of the party who took the greatcoats last winter. Your bill at last brought and paid, at the rate of 6 pence a mouthful, your waiter reproachfully reminds you that attendance is not charged for a single meal, and you have to search in all your pockets for 6 pence more. He has a worse opinion of you than ever when you have given it to him, and lets you out into the street with the air of one saying to himself, as you cannot again doubt he is, "I hope we shall never see you here again." Or take any other of the numerous traveling instances in which, with more time at your disposal, you are, have been, or may be, equally ill served. Take the old established bull's head with its old established knife boxes on its old established sideboards, its old established flue under its old established four-post bedsteads in its old established airless rooms, its old established fruiziness upstairs and downstairs, its old established cookery, and its old established principles of plunder. Count up your injuries in its side dishes of ailing sweetbreads in white poultices, of apothecaries, powders in rice for curry, of pale stewed bits of calf ineffectually relying for an adventitious interest on forcemeat balls. You have had experience of the old established bull's head stringy fowls, with lower extremities like wooden legs sticking up out of the dish, of its cannibalic boiled mutton, gushing horribly among its capers when carved, of its little dishes of pastry, roofs of spermaceti ointment, erected over half an apple or 4 gooseberries. Well for you if you have yet forgotten the old established bull's head fruity port, whose reputation was gained solely by the old established price the bull's head put upon it, and by the old established air with which the bull's head set the glasses and doilies on, and held that liquid gout to the 3 and 6 penny wax scandal, as if its old established color hadn't come from the dyer. S. Or lastly, take to finish with, 2 cases that we all know every day. We all know the new hotel near the station, where it is always gusty, going up the lane which is always muddy, where we are sure to arrive at night, and where we make the gas start awfully when we open the front door. We all know the flooring of the passages and staircases that is too new, and the walls that are too new, and the house that is haunted by the ghost of mortar. We all know the doors that have cracked, and the cracked shutters through which we get a glimpse of the disconsolate moon. We all know the new people, who have come to keep the new hotel, and who wish they had never come, and who, inevitable result, wish we had never come. We all know how much too scant and smooth and bright the new furniture is, and how it has never settled down, and cannot fit itself into right places, and will get into wrong places. We all know how the gas, being lighted, shows maps of damp upon the walls. We all know how the ghost of mortar passes into our sandwich, stirs our negus, goes up to bed with us, ascends the pale bedroom chimney, and prevents the smoke from following. We all know how a leg of our chair comes off at breakfast in the morning, and how the dejected waiter attributes the accident to a general greenness pervading the establishment, and informs us, in reply to a local inquiry, that he is thankful to say he is an entire stranger in that part of the country and is going back to his own connection on Saturday. We all know, on the other hand, the great station hotel belonging to the company of proprietors, which has suddenly sprung up in the back outskirts of any place we like to name, and where we look out of our palatial windows at little backyards and gardens, old summer houses, fowl houses, pigeon traps, and pigsties. We all know this hotel in which we can get anything we want after its kind for money, but where nobody is glad to see us or sorry to see us or minds our bill paid, whether we come or go or how or when or why or cares about us. We all know this hotel, where we have no individuality, but put ourselves into the general post, as it were, and are sorted and disposed of according to our division. We all know that we can get on very well indeed at such a place, but still not perfectly well. And this may be because the place is largely wholesale and there is a lingering personal retail interest within us that asks to be satisfied. To sum up, my uncommercial traveling has not yet brought me to the conclusion that we are close to perfection in these matters. And just as I do not believe that the end of the world will ever be near at hand, so long as any of the very tiresome and arrogant people who constantly predict that catastrophe are left in it, so I shall have small faith in the hotel millennium, while any of the uncomfortable superstitions I have glanced at remain in existence. Chapter 7. Traveling Abroad. Chapter 1. Got into the traveling chariot. It was of German make, roomy, heavy, and unvarnished. I got into the traveling chariot, pulled up the steps after me, shut myself in with a smart bang of the door, and gave the word, "Go on." Chapter 1999. Immediately, all that W and SW division of London began to slide away at a pace so lively that I was over the river, and past the old Kent Road, and out on Blackheath, and even ascending Shooter's Hill, before I had time to look about me in the carriage, like a collected traveler. Chapter 1. Had two ample imperials on the roof, other fitted storage for luggage in front and other up behind. I had a net for books overhead, great pockets to all the windows, a leathern pouch or two hung up for odds and ends, and a reading lamp fixed in the back of the chariot in case I should be benighted. I was amply provided in all respects, and had no idea where I was going, which was delightful, except that I was going abroad. So smooth was the old high road, and so fresh were the horses, and so fast went I, that it was midway between Gravesend and Rochester, and the widening river was bearing the ships, white-sailed or black-smoked, out to sea, when I noticed by the wayside a very queer small boy. "Halloa," said I to the very queer small boy, "where do you live?" "At Chatham," says he. "What do you do there?" says I. "I go to school," says he. Chapter 1 took him up in a moment, and we went on. Presently, the very queer small boy says, "This is Gad's Hill we are coming to, where Falstaff went out to rob those travelers and ran away." "You know something about Falstaff, eh?" said I. "All about him," said the very queer small boy. "I am old, I am 9, and I read all sorts of books. But do let us stop at the top of the hill, and look at the house there, if you please." "You admire that house?" said I. "Bless you, sir," said the very queer small boy. "When I was not more than half as old as 9, it used to be a treat for me to be brought to look at it. And now, I am 9, I come by myself to look at it. And ever since I can recollect, my father, seeing me so fond of it, has often said to me, 'If you were to be very persevering and were to work hard, you might some day come to live in it.' Though that's impossible," said the very queer small boy, drawing a low breath, and now staring at the house out of window with all his might. Chapter 1 was rather amazed to be told this by the very queer small boy, for that house happens to be my house, and I have reason to believe that what he said was true. Well, I made no halt there, and I soon dropped the very queer small boy and went on, over the road where the old Romans used to march, over the road where the old Canterbury pilgrims used to go, over the road where the traveling trains of the old imperious priests and princes used to jingle on horseback between the continent and this island through the mud and water, over the road where Shakespeare hummed to himself, "Blow, blow, thou winter wind," as he sat in the saddle at the gate of the inn-yard, noticing the carriers, all among the cherry orchards, apple orchards, cornfields, and hop gardens. So went I by Canterbury to Dover. There the sea was tumbling in, with deep sounds, after dark, and the revolving French light on Cape Grinez was seen regularly bursting out and becoming obscured, as if the head of a gigantic light-keeper in an anxious state of mind were interposed every half-minute, to look how it was burning. Early in the morning I was on the deck of the steam packet, and we were aiming at the bar in the usual intolerable manner, and the bar was aiming at us in the usual intolerable manner, and the bar got by far the best of it, and we got by far the worst, all in the usual intolerable manner. But when I was clear of the custom house on the other side, and when I began to make the dust fly on the thirsty French roads, and when the twigsome trees by the wayside, which, I suppose, never will grow leafy, for they never did, guarded here and there a dusty soldier or field laborer baking on a heap of broken stones, sound asleep in a fiction of shade, I began to recover my traveling spirits. Coming upon the breaker of the broken stones, in a hard, hot, shining hat, on which the sun played at a distance as on a burning glass, I felt that now, indeed, I was in the dear old France of my affections. I should have known it without the well-remembered bottle of rough ordinary wine, the cold roast fowl, the loaf, and the pinch of salt, on which I lunched with unspeakable satisfaction from one of the stuffed pockets of the chariot. Chapter 1. Must have fallen asleep after lunch, for when a bright face looked in at the window, I started and said, "Good gods, Louis, I dreamed you were dead." Chapter 1000. Why cheerful servant laughed and answered, "Me, not at all, sir." How glad I am to wake. What are we doing, Louis? We go to take relay of horses. Will you walk up the hill? Certainly. Welcome the old French hill, with the old French lunatic, not in the most distant degree related to Stern's Maria, living in a thatched dog kennel halfway up, and flying out with his crutch and his big head and extended nightcap, to be beforehand with the old men and women exhibiting crippled children, and with the children exhibiting old men and women, ugly and blind, who always seemed by resurrectionary process to be recalled out of the elements for the sudden peopling of the solitude. "It is well," said I, scattering among them what small coin I had. "Here comes Louis, and I am quite roused from my nap." We journeyed on again, and I welcomed every new assurance that France stood where I had left it. There were the posting houses, with their archways, dirty stableyards, and clean postmasters, wives, bright women of business, looking on at the putting to of the horses. There were the postilions counting what money they got into their hats and never making enough of it. There were the standard population of grey horses of Flanders descent, invariably biting one another when they got a chance. There were the fleecy sheepskins, looped on over their uniforms by the postilions, like bibbed aprons when it blew and rained. There were their jackboots and their cracking whips. There were the cathedrals that I got out to see, as under some cruel bondage, in no wise desiring to see them. There were the little towns that appeared to have no reason for being towns, since most of their houses were to let, and nobody could be induced to look at them, except the people who couldn't let them, and had nothing else to do but look at them all day. I lay a night upon the road and enjoyed delectable cookery of potatoes, and some other sensible things, adoption of which at home would inevitably be shown to be fraught with ruin, somehow or other, to that rickety national blessing, the British farmer. And at last I was rattled, like a single pill in a box, over leagues of stones, until, madly cracking, plunging, and flourishing two grey tails about, I made my triumphal entry into Paris. At Paris, I took an upper apartment for a few days in one of the hotels of the Rue de Rivoli, my front windows looking into the garden of the Tuileries, where the principal difference between the nursemaids and the flowers seemed to be that the former were locomotive and the latter not. My back windows looking at all the other back windows in the hotel, and deep down into a paved yard, where my German chariot had retired under a tight-fitting archway, to all appearance for life, and where bells rang all day without anybody's minding them, but certain chamberlains with feather brooms and green baize caps, who here and there leaned out of some high window placidly looking down, and where neat waiters with trays on their left shoulders passed and repassed from morning to night. Whenever I am at Paris, I am dragged by invisible force into the morgue. I never want to go there, but am always pulled there. One Christmas day, when I would rather have been anywhere else, I was attracted in to see an old gray man lying all alone on his cold bed, with a tap of water turned on over his gray hair, and running, drip, 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 down his wretched face until it got to the corner of his mouth, where it took a turn and made him look sly. One New Year's morning, by the same token, the sun was shining outside, and there was a mountebank balancing a feather on his nose within a yard of the gate. I was pulled in again to look at a flaxen-haired boy of 18, with a heart hanging on his breast from his mother, was engraven on it, who had come into the net across the river with a bullet wound in his fair forehead and his hands cut with a knife, but whence or how was a blank mystery. This time I was forced into the same dread place, to see a large dark man whose disfigurement by water was in a frightful manner comic, and whose expression was that of a prize fighter who had closed his eyelids under a heavy blow, but was going immediately to open them, shake his head, and come up smiling. Oh, what this large dark man cost me in that bright city. Chapter 1. Tea was very hot weather, and he was none the better for that, and I was much the worse. Indeed, a very neat and pleasant little woman with the key of her lodging on her forefinger, who had been showing him to her little girl while she and the child ate sweetmeats, observed Monsieur looking poorly as we came out together, and asked Monsieur, with her wondering little eyebrows prettily raised, if there were anything the matter. Faintly replying in the negative, Monsieur crossed the road to a wine shop, got some brandy, and resolved to freshen himself with a dip in the great floating bath on the river. The bath was crowded in the usual airy manner, by a male population in striped drawers of various gay colors, who walked up and down arm in arm, drank coffee, smoked cigars, sat at little tables, conversed politely with the damsels who dispensed the towels, and every now and then pitched themselves into the river head foremost, and came out again to repeat this social routine. I made haste to participate in the water part of the entertainments, and was in the full enjoyment of a delightful bath, when all in a moment I was seized with an unreasonable idea that the large dark body was floating straight at me. Chapter 1 was out of the river and dressing instantly. In the shock I had taken some water into my mouth, and it turned me sick, for I fancied that the contamination of the creature was in it. I had got back to my cool, darkened room in the hotel, and was lying on a sofa there, before I began to reason with myself. Of course, I knew perfectly well that the large dark creature was stone dead, and that I should no more come upon him out of the place where I had seen him dead, than I should come upon the Cathedral of Notre Dame in an entirely new situation. What troubled me was the picture of the creature, and that had so curiously and strongly painted itself upon my brain that I could not get rid of it until it was worn out. Chapter 1 noticed the peculiarities of this possession, while it was a real discomfort to me. That very day at dinner, some morsel on my plate looked like a piece of him, and I was glad to get up and go out. Later in the evening, I was walking along the Rue Saint Honoré when I saw a bill at a public room there, announcing small sword exercise, broadsword exercise, wrestling, and other such feats. I went in, and some of the swordplay being very skillful, remained. A specimen of our own national sport, the British boxe, was announced to be given at the close of the evening. In an evil hour, I determined to wait for this boxe, as became a Briton. It was a clumsy specimen, executed by two English grooms out of place. But one of the combatants, receiving a straight right-hander with the glove between his eyes, did exactly what the large, dark creature in the morgue had seemed going to do, and finished me for that night. There was rather a sickly smell, not at all an unusual fragrance in Paris, in the little anteroom of my apartment at the hotel. The large dark creature in the morgue was by no direct experience associated with my sense of smell, because, when I came to the knowledge of him, he lay behind a wall of thick plate glass as good as a wall of steel or marble for that matter. Yet the whiff of the room never failed to reproduce him. What was more curious was the capriciousness with which his portrait seemed to light itself up in my mind elsewhere. I might be walking in the Palais Royal, lazily enjoying the shop windows, and might be regaling myself with one of the ready-made clothes shops that are set out there. My eyes, wandering over impossible waisted dressing gowns and luminous waistcoats, would fall upon the master, or the shopman, or even the very dummy at the door, and would suggest to me something like him, and instantly I was sickened again. This would happen at the theater in the same manner. Often it would happen in the street, when I certainly was not looking for the likeness, and when probably there was no likeness there. It was not because the creature was dead that I was so haunted, because I know that I might have been, and I know it because I have been, equally attended by the image of a living aversion. This lasted about a week. The picture did not fade by degrees, in the sense that it became a whit less forcible and distinct, but in the sense that it obtruded itself less and less frequently. The experience may be worth considering by some who have the care of children. It would be difficult to overstate the intensity and accuracy of an intelligent child's observation. At that impressible time of life, it must sometimes produce a fixed impression. If the fixed impression be of an object terrible to the child, it will be, for want of reasoning upon, inseparable from great fear. Force the child at such a time, be Spartan with it, send it into the dark against its will, leave it in a lonely bedroom against its will, and you had better murder it. On a bright morning I rattled away from Paris, in the German chariot, and left the large dark creature behind me for good. I ought to confess, though, that I had been drawn back to the morgue after he was put underground to look at his clothes, and that I found them frightfully like him, particularly his boots. However, I rattled away for Switzerland, looking forward and not backward, and so we parted company. Welcome again, the long, long spell of France, with the queer country inns, full of vases of flowers and clocks, in the dull little town, and with the little population not at all dull on the little boulevard in the evening under the little trees. Welcome, Monsieur the Curé, walking alone in the early morning a short way out of the town, reading that eternal breviary of yours, which surely might be almost read, without book, by this time. Welcome, Monsieur the Curé, later in the day, jolting through the highway dust, as if you had already ascended to the cloudy region, in a very big-headed cabriolet, with the dried mud of a dozen winters on it. Welcome again, Monsieur the Curé, as we exchange salutations. You, straightening your back to look at the German chariot, while picking in your little village garden a vegetable or two for the day's soup. I, looking out of the German chariot window in that delicious traveler's trance which knows no cares, no yesterdays, no tomorrows, nothing but the passing objects and the passing scents and sounds. And so I came, in due course of delight, to Strasbourg, where I passed a wet Sunday evening at a window, while an idle trifle of a vaudeville was played for me at the opposite house. How such a large house came to have only 3 people living in it was its own affair. There were at least a score of windows in its high roof alone. How many in its grotesque front, I soon gave up counting. The owner was a shopkeeper, by name Straudenheim, by trade. I couldn't make out what by trade, for he had forborne to write that up and his shop was shut. At first, as I looked at Straudenheim's, through the steadily falling rain, I set him up in business in the goose-liver line. But inspection of Straudenheim, who became visible at a window on the second floor, convinced me that there was something more precious than liver in the case. He wore a black velvet skull-cap and looked usurious and rich. A large-lipped, pear-nosed old man, with white hair and keen eyes though nearsighted. He was writing at a desk, was Straudenheim, and ever and again left off writing, put his pen in his mouth and went through actions with his right hand, like a man steadying piles of cash. 5 franc pieces, Straudenheim or golden Napoleons? A jeweler, Straudenheim, a dealer in money, a diamond merchant, or what? Below Straudenheim, at a window on the first floor, sat his housekeeper, far from young but of a comely presence, suggestive of a well-matured foot and ankle. She was cheerily dressed, had a fan in her hand, and wore large gold earrings and a large gold cross. She would have been out holiday-making, as I settled it, but for the pestilent rain. Strasbourg had given up holiday-making for that once, as a bad job, because the rain was jerking in gushes out of the old roof spouts and running in a brook down the middle of the street. The housekeeper, her arms folded on her bosom and her fan tapping her chin, was bright and smiling at her open window. But otherwise Straudenheim's house front was very dreary. The housekeeper, was the only open window in it. Straudenheim kept himself close, though it was a sultry evening when air is pleasant, and though the rain had brought into the town that vague, refreshing smell of grass which rain does bring in the summertime. The dim appearance of a man at Straudenheim's shoulder inspired me with a misgiving that somebody had come to murder that flourishing merchant for the wealth with which I had handsomely endowed him. The rather, as it was an excited man, lean and long of figure, and evidently stealthy of foot. But he conferred with Straudenheim instead of doing him a mortal injury, and then they both softly opened the other window of that room, which was immediately over the housekeeper's, and tried to see her by looking down. And my opinion of Straudenheim was much lowered when I saw that eminent citizen spit out of window, clearly with the hope of spitting on the housekeeper. The unconscious housekeeper fanned herself, tossed her head, and laughed. Though unconscious of Straudenheim, she was conscious of somebody else. Of me? There was nobody else. After leaning so far out of the window that I confidently expected to see their heels tilt up, Straudenheim and the lean man drew their heads in and shut the window. Presently, the house door secretly opened, and they slowly and spitefully crept forth into the pouring rain. They were coming over to me, I thought, to demand satisfaction for my looking at the housekeeper, when they plunged into a recess in the architecture under my window and dragged out the puniest of little soldiers, begirt with the most innocent of little swords. The tall glazed head-dress of this warrior, Straudenheim instantly knocked off, and out of it fell 2 sugar sticks and 3 or 4 large lumps of sugar. The warrior made no effort to recover his property or to pick up his shako, but looked with an expression of attention at Straudenheim when he kicked him 5 times, and also at the lean man when he kicked him 5 times, and again at Straudenheim when he tore the breast of his, the warrior's, little coat open, and shook all his 10 fingers in his face, as if they were 10,000. When these outrages had been committed, Straudenheim and his man went into the house again and barred the door. A wonderful circumstance was, that the housekeeper who saw it all, and who could have taken 6 such warriors to her buxom bosom at once, only fanned herself and laughed as she had laughed before, and seemed to have no opinion about it, one way or other. But the chief effect of the drama was the remarkable vengeance taken by the little warrior. Left alone in the rain, he picked up his shako, put it on, all wet and dirty as it was, retired into a court of which Straudenheim's house formed the corner, wheeled about, and bringing his two forefingers close to the top of his nose, rubbed them over one another, crosswise in derision, defiance, and contempt of Straudenheim. Although Straudenheim could not possibly be supposed to be conscious of this strange proceeding, it so inflated and comforted the little warrior's soul that twice he went away, and twice came back into the court to repeat it, as though it must goad his enemy to madness. Not only that, but he afterwards came back with two other small warriors, and they all three did it together. Not only that, as I lived to tell the tale, but just as it was falling quite dark, the three came back, bringing with them a huge bearded sapper, whom they moved, by recital of the original wrong, to go through the same performance, with the same complete absence of all possible knowledge of it on the part of Straudenheim. And then they all went away, arm in arm, singing. Chapter 1. Went away too, in the German chariot at sunrise, and rattled on, day after day, like one in a sweet dream, with so many clear little bells on the harness of the horses, that the nursery rhyme about Banbury Cross and the venerable lady who rode in state there was always in my ears. And now I came to the land of wooden houses, innocent cakes, thin butter soup, and spotless little inn bedrooms with a family likeness to dairies. And now the Swiss marksmen were forever rifle shooting at marks across gorges, so exceedingly near my ear, that I felt like a new Gessler in a canton of tells, and went in highly deserved danger of my tyrannical life. The prizes at these shootings were watches, smart handkerchiefs, hats, spoons, and above all tea trays. And at these contests I came upon a more than usually accomplished and amiable countryman of my own, who had shot himself deaf in whole years of competition, and had won so many tea trays that he went about the country with his carriage full of them, like a glorified cheap jack. Chapter 1. In the mountain country into which I had now traveled, a yoke of oxen were sometimes hooked on before the post horses, and I went lumbering up, 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 through mist and rain, with the roar of falling water for change of music. Of a sudden, mist and rain would clear away, and I would come down into picturesque little towns with gleaming spires and odd towers, and would stroll afoot into marketplaces in steep winding streets, where 100 women in bodices sold eggs and honey, butter and fruit, and suckled their children as they sat by their clean baskets, and had such enormous goiters, or glandular swellings in the throat that it became a science to know where the nurse ended and the child began. About this time, I deserted my German chariot for the back of a mule, in color and consistency, so very like a dusty old hair trunk I once had at school, that I half expected to see my initials in brass-headed nails on his backbone, and went up 1,000 rugged ways, and looked down at 1,000 woods of fir and pine, and would on the whole have preferred my mules keeping a little nearer to the inside, and not usually traveling with a hoof or two over the precipice, though much consoled by explanation that this was to be attributed to his great sagacity, by reason of his carrying broad loads of wood at other times, and not being clear, but that I myself belonged to that station of life, and required as much room as they. He brought me safely, in his own wise way, among the passes of the Alps, and here I enjoyed a dozen climates a day, being now, like Don Quixote on the back of the wooden horse, in the region of wind, now in the region of fire, now in the region of unmelting ice and snow. Here I passed over trembling domes of ice, beneath which the cataract was roaring, and here was received under arches of icicles, of unspeakable beauty. And here the sweet air was so bracing and so light, that at halting times I rolled in the snow when I saw my mule do it, thinking that he must know best. At this part of the journey we would come, at midday, into half an hour's thaw, when the rough mountain inn would be found on an island of deep mud in a sea of snow, while the baiting strings of mules, and the carts full of casks and bales, which had been in an arctic condition a mile off, would steam again. By such ways and means, I would come to the cluster of chalets where I had to turn out of the track to see the waterfall. And then, uttering a howl like a young giant on espying a traveler, in other words, something to eat, coming up the steep, the idiot lying on the woodpile who sunned himself and nursed his goiter, would rouse the woman guide within the hut, who would stream out hastily, throwing her child over one of her shoulders and her goiter over the other as she came along. I slept at religious houses, and bleak refuges of many kinds, on this journey, and by the stove at night heard stories of travelers who had perished within call, in wreaths and drifts of snow. One night the stove within, and the cold outside, awakened childish associations long forgotten, and I dreamed I was in Russia, the identical serf out of a picture book I had, before I could read it for myself, and that I was going to be knouted by a noble personage in a fur cap, boots, and earrings, who, I think, must have come out of some melodrama. Chapter 100. Amen me to the beautiful waters among these mountains, though I was not of their mind, they being inveterately bent on getting down into the level country, and I ardently desiring to linger where I was. What desperate leaps they took, what dark abysses they plunged into, what rocks they wore away, what echoes they invoked. In one part where I went, they were pressed into the service of carrying wood down, to be burnt next winter, as costly fuel in Italy. But their fierce savage nature was not to be easily constrained, and they fought with every limb of the wood, whirling it round and round, stripping its bark away, dashing it against pointed corners, driving it out of the course, and roaring and flying at the peasants who steered it back again from the bank with long, stout poles. Alas, concurrent streams of time and water carried me down fast, and I came, on an exquisitely clear day, to the Lausanne shore of the Lake of Geneva, where I stood looking at the bright blue water, the flushed white mountains opposite, and the boats at my feet with their furled Mediterranean sails, showing like enormous magnifications of this goosequill pen that is now in my hand. The sky became overcast without any notice. A wind very like the March east wind of England blew across me, and a voice said, "How do you like it? Will it do?" Chapter 1 had merely shut myself, for half a minute, in a German traveling chariot that stood for sale in the carriage department of the London Pantechnicon. I had a commission to buy it, for a friend who was going abroad, and the look and manner of the chariot, as I tried the cushions and the springs, brought all these hints of traveling remembrance before me. "It will do very well," said I, rather sorrowfully, as I got out at the other door and shut the carriage up. Chapter 8 The Great Tasmania's Cargo. Chapter 1 Travel constantly, up and down a certain line of railway that has a terminus in London. It is the railway for a large military depot and for other large barracks. To the best of my serious belief, I have never been on that railway by daylight without seeing some handcuffed deserters in the train. Chapter 1 Tea is in the nature of things that such an institution as our English army should have many bad and troublesome characters in it. But this is a reason for, and not against, its being made as acceptable as possible to well-disposed men of decent behavior. Such men are assuredly not tempted into the ranks by the beastly inversion of natural laws and the compulsion to live in worse than swinish foulness. Accordingly, when any such circumlocutional embellishments of the soldier's condition have of late been brought to notice, we civilians, seated in outer darkness cheerfully meditating on an income tax, have considered the matter as being our business, and have shown a tendency to declare that we would rather not have it misregulated, if such declaration may, without violence to the church catechism, be hinted to those who are put in authority over us. Any animated description of a modern battle, any private soldier's letter published in the newspapers, any page of the records of the Victoria Cross, will show that in the ranks of the army, there exists under all disadvantages as fine a sense of duty as is to be found in any station on earth. Who doubts that if we all did our duty as faithfully as the soldier does his, this world would be a better place? There may be greater difficulties in our way than in the soldier's, not disputed, but let us at least do our duty towards him. Chapter 1 had got back again to that rich and beautiful port where I had looked after Mercantile Jack, and I was walking up a hill there, on a wild March morning. My conversation with my official friend Pangloss, by whom I was accidentally accompanied, took this direction as we took the uphill direction, because the object of my uncommercial journey was to see some discharged soldiers who had recently come home from India. There were men of Havelocks among them. There were men who had been in many of the great battles of the great Indian campaign among them, and I was curious to note what our discharged soldiers looked like when they were done with. Chapter 1 was not the less interested, as I mentioned to my official friend Pangloss, because these men had claimed to be discharged, when their right to be discharged was not admitted. They had behaved with unblemished fidelity and bravery, but a change of circumstances had arisen, which, as they considered, put an end to their compact and entitled them to enter on a new one. Their demand had been blunderingly resisted by the authorities in India, but it is to be presumed that the men were not far wrong, inasmuch as the bungle had ended in their being sent home discharged, in pursuance of orders from home. There was an immense waste of money, of course. Under these circumstances, thought I, as I walked up the hill, on which I accidentally encountered my official friend, under these circumstances of the men having successfully opposed themselves to the pagoda department of that great circumlocution office on which the sun never sets, and the light of reason never rises, the pagoda department will have been particularly careful of the national honor. It will have shown these men, in the scrupulous good faith, not to say the generosity, of its dealing with them, that great national authorities can have no small retaliations and revenges. It will have made every provision for their health on the passage home, and will have landed them, restored from their campaigning fatigues by a sea voyage, pure air, sound food, and good medicines. And I pleased myself with dwelling beforehand on the great accounts of their personal treatment, which these men would carry into their various towns and villages, and on the increasing popularity of the service that would insensibly follow. I almost began to hope that the hitherto never failing deserters on my railroad would by and by become a phenomenon. Chapter 1. In this agreeable frame of mind, I entered the workhouse of Liverpool. For, the cultivation of laurels in a sandy soil had brought the soldiers in question to that abode of glory. Before going into their wards to visit them, I inquired how they had made their triumphant entry there. They had been brought through the rain in carts, it seemed, from the landing place to the gate, and had then been carried upstairs on the backs of paupers. Their groans and pains during the performance of this glorious pageant had been so distressing as to bring tears into the eyes of spectators, but too well accustomed to scenes of suffering. The men were so dreadfully cold that those who could get near the fires were hard to be restrained from thrusting their feet in among the blazing coals. They were so horribly reduced that they were awful to look upon. Racked with dysentery and blackened with scurvy, 140 wretched soldiers had been revived with brandy and laid in bed. Chapter 1000. Why official friend Pangloss is lineally descended from a learned doctor of that name, who was once tutor to Candide, an ingenious young gentleman of some celebrity. In his personal character, he is as humane and worthy a gentleman as any I know. In his official capacity, he unfortunately preaches the doctrines of his renowned ancestor, by demonstrating on all occasions that we live in the best of all possible official worlds. In the name of humanity, said I, how did the men fall into this deplorable state? Was the ship well found in stores? I am not here to asseverate that I know the fact, of my own knowledge, answered Pangloss, but I have grounds for asserting that the stores were the best of all possible stores. A medical officer laid before us a handful of rotten biscuit and a handful of split peas. The biscuit was a honeycombed heap of maggots, and the excrement of maggots. The peas were even harder than this filth. A similar handful had been experimentally boiled 6 hours and had shown no signs of softening. These were the stores on which the soldiers had been fed. The beef, I began, when Pangloss cut me short. Was the best of all possible beef, said he. But behold, there was laid before us certain evidence given at the coroner's inquest, holden on some of the men, who had obstinately died of their treatment, and from that evidence it appeared that the beef was the worst of possible beef. Then I lay my hand upon my heart and take my stand, said Pangloss, by the pork, which was the best of all possible pork. But look at this food before our eyes, if one may so misuse the word, said I, would any inspector who did his duty pass such abomination? It ought not to have been passed, Pangloss admitted. Then the authorities out there, I began, when Pangloss cut me short again. There would certainly seem to have been something wrong somewhere, said he, but I am prepared to prove that the authorities out there are the best of all possible authorities. Chapter 1. Never heard of any impeached public authority in my life who was not the best public authority in existence. We are told of these unfortunate men being laid low by scurvy, said I, since lime juice has been regularly stored and served out in our navy. Surely that disease, which used to devastate it, has almost disappeared. Was there lime juice aboard this transport? Chapter 1000. Why official friend was beginning the best of all possible, when an inconvenient medical forefinger pointed out another passage in the evidence, from which it appeared that the lime juice had been bad too. Not to mention that the vinegar had been bad too, the vegetables bad too, the cooking accommodation insufficient, if there had been anything worth mentioning to cook, the water supply exceedingly inadequate, and the beer sour. Then the men, said Pangloss, a little irritated, were the worst of all possible men. In what respect? I asked. Oh, habitual drunkards, said Pangloss. But again the same incorrigible medical forefinger pointed out another passage in the evidence, showing that the dead men had been examined after death, and that they, at least, could not possibly have been habitual drunkards, because the organs within them which must have shown traces of that habit were perfectly sound. And besides, said the three doctors present, one and all, habitual drunkards brought as low as these men have been, could not recover under care and food, as the great majority of these men are recovering. They would not have strength of constitution to do it. Reckless and improvident dogs, then, said Pangloss, always are 9 times out of 10. Chapter 1 turned to the master of the workhouse and asked him whether the men had any money. Money, said he. I have in my iron safe nearly 400 pounds of theirs. The agents have nearly 100 pounds more, and many of them have left money in Indian banks besides. Ha, said I to myself as we went upstairs, this is not the best of all possible stories, I doubt. We went into a large ward, containing some 20 or 25 beds. We went into several such wards, one after another. I find it very difficult to indicate what a shocking sight I saw in them, without frightening the reader from the perusal of these lines, and defeating my object of making it known. Oh, the sunken eyes that turned to me as I walked between the rows of beds, or, worse still, that glazedly looked at the white ceiling and saw nothing and cared for nothing. Here lay the skeleton of a man, so lightly covered with a thin, unwholesome skin that not a bone in the anatomy was clothed, and I could clasp the arm above the elbow, in my finger and thumb. Here lay a man with the black scurvy eating his legs away, his gums gone, and his teeth all gaunt and bare. This bed was empty, because gangrene had set in, and the patient had died but yesterday. That bed was a hopeless one, because its occupant was sinking fast, and could only be roused to turn the poor pinched mask of face upon the pillow, with a feeble moan. The awful thinness of the fallen cheeks, the awful brightness of the deep-set eyes, the lips of lead, the hands of ivory, the recumbent human images lying in the shadow of death with a kind of solemn twilight on them, like the 60 who had died aboard the ship and were lying at the bottom of the sea. O Pangloss, God forgive you. Chapter 1 In one bed lay a man whose life had been saved, as it was hoped, by deep incisions in the feet and legs. While I was speaking to him, a nurse came up to change the poultices which this operation had rendered necessary, and I had an instinctive feeling that it was not well to turn away, merely to spare myself. He was sorely wasted and keenly susceptible, but the efforts he made to subdue any expression of impatience or suffering were quite heroic. It was easy to see, in the shrinking of the figure and the drawing of the bedclothes over the head, how acute the endurance was, and it made me shrink too, as if I were in pain. But when the new bandages were on and the poor feet were composed again, he made an apology for himself, though he had not uttered a word, and said plaintively, I am so tender and weak, you see, sir. Neither from him nor from any one sufferer of the whole ghastly number did I hear a complaint. Of thankfulness for present solicitude and care, I heard much. Of complaint, not a word. Chapter 1 Think I could have recognized in the dismalest skeleton there the ghost of a soldier. Something of the old air was still latent in the palest shadow of life I talked to. One emaciated creature, in the strictest literality worn to the bone, lay stretched on his back, looking so like death that I asked one of the doctors if he were not dying or dead. A few kind words from the doctor in his ear, and he opened his eyes and smiled, looked, in a moment, as if he would have made a salute if he could. We shall pull him through, please God, said the doctor. Please God, sir, and thank I, said the patient. You are much better today, are you not? Said the doctor. Please God, sir, 'tis the sleep I want, sir, 'tis my breathin' makes the night so long. He is a careful fellow this, you must know, said the doctor, cheerfully. It was raining hard when they put him in the open cart to bring him here, and he had the presence of mind to ask to have a sovereign taken out of his pocket that he had there, and a cab engaged. Probably it saved his life. The patient rattled out the skeleton of a laugh and said, proud of the story, "'Deed, sir, an open cart was a comical means o' bringin' a dyin' man here, and a clever way to kill him. You might have sworn to him for a soldier when he said it." One thing had perplexed me very much in going from bed to bed. A very significant and cruel thing. I could find no young man but one. He had attracted my notice, by having got up and dressed himself in his soldier's jacket and trousers, with the intention of sitting by the fire. But he had found himself too weak, and had crept back to his bed and laid himself down on the outside of it. I could have pronounced him, alone, to be a young man aged by famine and sickness. As we were standing by the Irish soldier's bed, I mentioned my perplexity to the doctor. He took a board with an inscription on it from the head of the Irishman's bed, and asked me what age I supposed that man to be. I had observed him with attention while talking to him, and answered confidently, 50. The doctor, with a pitying glance at the patient, who had dropped into a stupor again, put the board back and said, 24. All the arrangements of the wards were excellent. They could not have been more humane, sympathizing, gentle, attentive, or wholesome. The owners of the ship, too, had done all they could, liberally. There were bright fires in every room, and the convalescent men were sitting round them, reading various papers and periodicals. I took the liberty of inviting my official friend Pangloss to look at those convalescent men, and to tell me whether their faces and bearing were, or were not, generally, the faces and bearing of steady, respectable soldiers. The master of the workhouse, overhearing me, said he had had a pretty large experience of troops, and that better conducted men than these he had never had to do with. They were always, he added, as we saw them. And of us visitors, I add, they knew nothing whatever except that we were there. Chapter 1. Tea was audacious in me, but I took another liberty with Pangloss, prefacing it with the observation that, of course, I knew beforehand that there was not the faintest desire anywhere to hush up any part of this dreadful business, and that the inquest was the fairest of all possible inquests. I besought four things of Pangloss. Firstly, to observe that the inquest was not held in that place, but at some distance off. Secondly, to look round upon those helpless spectres in their beds. Thirdly, to remember that the witnesses produced from among them before that inquest could not have been selected because they were the men who had the most to tell it, but because they happened to be in a state admitting of their safe removal. Fourthly, to say whether the coroner and jury could have come there, to those pillows, and taken a little evidence. My official friend declined to commit himself to a reply. There was a sergeant, reading, in one of the fireside groups. As he was a man of very intelligent countenance, and as I have a great respect for non-commissioned officers as a class, I sat down on the nearest bed to have some talk with him. It was the bed of one of the grisliest of the poor skeletons, and he died soon afterwards. I was glad to see, in the evidence of an officer at the inquest, sergeant, that he never saw men behave better on board ship than these men. They did behave very well, sir. I was glad to see, too, that every man had a hammock. The sergeant gravely shook his head. There must be some mistake, sir. The men of my own mess had no hammocks. There were not hammocks enough on board, and the men of the two next messes laid hold of hammocks for themselves as soon as they got on board, and squeezed my men out, as I may say. Had the squeezed out men none then? None, sir. As men died, their hammocks were used by other men who wanted hammocks, but many men had none at all. Then, you don't agree with the evidence on that point? Certainly not, sir. A man can't when he knows to the contrary. Did any of the men sell their bedding for drink? There is some mistake on that point too, sir. Men were under the impression, I knew it for a fact at the time, that it was not allowed to take blankets or bedding on board, and so men who had things of that sort came to sell them purposely. Did any of the men sell their clothes for drink? They did, sir. I believe there never was a more truthful witness than the sergeant. He had no inclination to make out a case. Many. Some, sir, considering the question. Soldier-like, they had been long marching in the rainy season by bad roads, no roads at all, in short, and when they got to Calcutta, men turned to and drank before taking a last look at it. Soldier-like. Do you see any men in this ward, for example, who sold clothes for drink at that time? The sergeant's one eye, happily just beginning to rekindle with health, traveled round the place and came back to me. Certainly, sir. The marching to Calcutta in the rainy season must have been severe. It was very severe, sir. Yet what with the rest and the sea air, I should have thought that the men, even the men who got drunk, would have soon begun to recover on board ship. So they might, but the bad food told upon them, and when we got into a cold latitude, it began to tell more, and the men dropped. The sick had a general disinclination for food, I am told, sergeant. Have you seen the food, sir? Some of it. Have you seen the state of their mouths, sir? Chapter 1. F. The sergeant, who was a man of a few orderly words, had spoken the amount of this volume. He could not have settled that question better. I believe the sick could as soon have eaten the ship as the ship's provisions. Chapter 1. Took the additional liberty with my friend Pangloss, when I had left the sergeant with good wishes, of asking Pangloss whether he had ever heard of biscuit getting drunk and bartering its nutritious qualities for putrefaction and vermin, of peas becoming hardened in liquor, of hammocks drinking themselves off the face of the earth, of lime juice, vegetables, vinegar, cooking accommodation, water supply, and beer, all taking to drinking together and going to ruin. If not, I asked him, what did he say in defense of the officers condemned by the coroner's jury, who, by signing the General Inspection Report relative to the ship Great Tasmania, chartered for these troops, had deliberately asserted all that bad and poisonous dunghill refused to be good and wholesome food? My official friend replied that it was a remarkable fact that whereas some officers were only positively good and other officers only comparatively better, those particular officers were superlatively the very best of all possible officers. Chapter 1000. Why hand and my heart fail me in writing my record of this journey. The spectacle of the soldiers in the hospital beds of that Liverpool workhouse, a very good workhouse, indeed, be it understood, was so shocking and so shameful that as an Englishman I blush to remember it. It would have been simply unbearable at the time, but for the consideration and pity with which they were soothed in their sufferings. No punishment that our inefficient laws provide is worthy of the name when set against the guilt of this transaction. But if the memory of it die out unavenged, and if it do not result in the inexorable dismissal and disgrace of those who are responsible for it, their escape will be infamous to the government, no matter of what party, that so neglects its duty, and infamous to the nation that tamely suffers such intolerable wrong to be done in its name. Chapter 9. Chapter 101, Ty of London Churches. Chapter 1. The confession that I have often traveled from this Covent Garden lodging of mine on Sundays should give offense to those who never travel on Sundays. They will be satisfied, I hope, by my adding that the journeys in question were made to churches. Not that I have any curiosity to hear powerful preachers. Time was when I was dragged by the hair of my head, as one may say, to hear too many. On summer evenings, when every flower and tree and bird might have better addressed my soft young heart, I have in my day been caught in the palm of a female hand by the crown, have been violently scrubbed from the neck to the roots of the hair as a purification for the temple, and have then been carried off highly charged with saponaceous electricity, to be steamed like a potato in the unventilated breath of the powerful Bonerges boiler and his congregation, until what small mind I had was quite steamed out of me. In which pitiable plight I have been haled out of the place of meeting, at the conclusion of the exercises, and catechized respecting Bonerges boiler, his fifthly, his sixthly, and his seventhly, until I have regarded that reverend person in the light of a most dismal and oppressive charade. Time was when I was carried off to platform assemblages at which no human child, whether of wrath or grace, could possibly keep its eyes open, and when I felt the fatal sleep stealing over me, and when I gradually heard the orator in possession, spinning and humming like a great top, until he rolled, collapsed, and tumbled over, and I discovered to my burning shame and fear that as to that last stage it was not he, but I. I have sat under Bonerges when he has specifically addressed himself to us, the infants, and at this present writing I hear his lumbering jocularity, which never amused us, though we basely pretended that it did, and I behold his big round face, and I look up the inside of his outstretched coat sleeve as if it were telescope with the stopper on, and I hate him with an unwholesome hatred for 2 hours. Through such means did it come to pass that I knew the powerful preacher from beginning to end, all over and all through, while I was very young, and that I left him behind at an early period of life. Peace be with him, more peace than he brought to me. Now I have heard many preachers since that time, not powerful, merely Christian, unaffected, and reverential, and I have had many such preachers on my roll of friends. But it was not to hear these, any more than the powerful class, that I made my Sunday journeys. They were journeys of curiosity to the numerous churches in the city of London. It came into my head one day, here had I been cultivating a familiarity with all the churches of Rome, and I knew nothing of the insides of the old churches of London. This befell on a Sunday morning. I began my expeditions that very same day, and they lasted me a year. Chapter 1. Never wanted to know the names of the churches to which I went, and to this hour I am profoundly ignorant in that particular of at least 9/10 of them. Indeed, saying that I know the church of Old Gower's tomb, he lies in effigy with his head upon his books, to be the church of St. Saviour's, Southwark, and the church of Milton's tomb to be the church of Cripplegate, and the church on Cornhill with the great golden keys to be the church of St. Peter. I doubt if I could pass a competitive examination in any of the names. No question did I ever ask of living creature concerning these churches, and no answer to any antiquarian question on the subject that I ever put to books shall harass the reader's soul. A full half of my pleasure in them arose out of their mystery. Mysterious I found them, mysterious they shall remain for me. Where shall I begin my round of hidden and forgotten old churches in the city of London? Chapter 1. Tea is 20 minutes short of 11 on a Sunday morning, when I stroll down one of the many narrow hilly streets in the city that tend due south to the Thames. It is my first experiment, and I have come to the region of Whittington in an omnibus, and we have put down a fierce-eyed, spare old woman, whose slate-colored gown smells of herbs, and who walked up Aldersgate Street to some chapel, where she comforts herself with brimstone doctrine, I warrant. We have also put down a stouter and sweeter old lady, with a pretty large prayer book and an unfolded pocket handkerchief, who got out at a corner of a court near Stationers' Hall, and who I think must go to church there, because she is the widow of some deceased old company's beadle. The rest of our freight were mere chance pleasure seekers and rural walkers, and went on to the Blackwall Railway. So many bells are ringing, when I stand undecided at a street corner, that every sheep in the ecclesiastical fold might be a bellwether. The discordance is fearful. My state of indecision is referable to, and about equally divisible among, 4 great churches, which are all within sight and sound, all within the space of a few square yards. As I stand at the street corner, I don't see as many as 4 people at once going to church, though I see as many as 4 churches with their steeples clamoring for people. I choose my church and go up the flight of steps to the great entrance in the tower. A moldy tower within, and like a neglected wash-house. A rope comes through the beamed roof, and a man in the corner pulls it and clashes the bell, a whitey-brown man whose clothes were once black, a man with flue on him and cobweb. He stares at me, wondering how I come there, and I stare at him, wondering how he comes there. Through a screen of wood and glass, I peep into the dim church. About 20 people are discernible, waiting to begin. Christening would seem to have faded out of this church long ago, for the font has the dust of desuetude thick upon it, and its wooden cover, shaped like an old-fashioned tureen cover, looks as if it wouldn't come off upon requirement. I perceive the altar to be rickety and the commandments damp. Entering after the survey, I jostle the clergyman in his canonicals, who is entering too from a dark lane behind a pew of state with curtains, where nobody sits. The pew is ornamented with 4 blue wands, once carried by 4 somebodies, I suppose, before somebody else, but which there is nobody now to hold or receive honor from. I open the door of a family pew and shut myself in. If I could occupy 20 family pews at once, I might have them. The clerk, a brisk young man, how does he come here? Glances at me knowingly, as who should say, "You have done it now, you must stop." Organ plays. Organ loft is in a small gallery across the church. Gallery congregation, 2 girls. I wonder within myself what will happen when we are required to sing. There is a pale heap of books in the corner of my pew, and while the organ, which is hoarse and sleepy, plays in such fashion that I can hear more of the rusty working of the stops than of any music, I look at the books, which are mostly bound in faded baize and stuff. They belonged in 1754 to the Dowgate family, and who were they? Jane Comport must have married young Dowgate and come into the family that way. Young Dowgate was courting Jane Comport when he gave her her prayer book, and recorded the presentation in the flyleaf. If Jane were fond of young Dowgate, why did she die and leave the book here? Perhaps at the rickety altar, and before the damp commandments, she, Comport, had taken him, Dowgate, in a flush of youthful hope and joy, and perhaps it had not turned out in the long run as great a success as was expected. The opening of the service recalls my wandering thoughts. I then find to my astonishment that I have been, and still am, taking a strong kind of invisible snuff up my nose, into my eyes, and down my throat. I wink, sneeze, and cough. The clerk sneezes, the clergyman winks, the unseen organist sneezes and coughs and probably winks. All our little party wink, sneeze, and cough. The snuff seems to be made of the decay of matting, wood, cloth, stone, iron, earth, and something else. Is the something else the decay of dead citizens in the vaults below? As sure as death it is. Not only in the cold, damp February day do we cough and sneeze dead citizens all through the service, but dead citizens have got into the very bellows of the organ and half choked the same. We stamp our feet to warm them, and dead citizens arise in heavy clouds. Dead citizens stick upon the walls and lie pulverized on the sounding board over the clergyman's head, and when a gust of air comes, tumble down upon him. Chapter 1. In this first experience I was so nauseated by too much snuff, made of the Dowgate family, the Comport branch, and other families and branches, that I gave but little heed to our dull manner of ambling through the service, to the brisk clerk's manner of encouraging us to try a note or two at psalm time, to the gallery congregation's manner of enjoying a shrill duet without a notion of time or tune, to the whitey-brown man's manner of shutting the minister into the pulpit and being very particular with the lock of the door, as if he were a dangerous animal. But I tried again next Sunday, and soon accustomed myself to the dead citizens when I found that I could not possibly get on without them among the city churches. Another Sunday. After being again rung for by conflicting bells, like a leg of mutton or a laced hat 100 years ago, I make selection of a church oddly put away in a corner among a number of lanes, a smaller church than the last, and an ugly, of about the date of Queen Anne. As a congregation, we are 14 strong, not counting an exhausted charity school in a gallery, which has dwindled away to 4 boys and 2 girls. In the porch is a benefaction of loaves of bread, which there would seem to be nobody left in the exhausted congregation to claim, and which I saw an exhausted beadle, long faded out of uniform, eating with his eyes for self and family when I passed in. There is also an exhausted clerk in a brown wig, and 2 or 3 exhausted doors and windows have been bricked up, and the service books are musty, and the pulpit cushions are threadbare, and the whole of the church furniture is in a very advanced stage of exhaustion. We are 3 old women, habitual, 2 young lovers, accidental, 2 tradesmen, one with a wife and one alone, an aunt and nephew, again 2 girls. These 2 girls dressed out for church with everything about them limp that should be stiff, and vice versa, are an invariable experience, and 3 sniggering boys. The clergyman is perhaps the chaplain of a civic company. He has the moist and vinous look, and eke the bulbous boots of one acquainted with 20 port and comet vintages. We are so quiet in our dullness that the 3 sniggering boys, who have got away into a corner by the altar railing, give us a start, like crackers, whenever they laugh. And this reminds me of my own village church where, during sermon time on bright Sundays when the birds are very musical indeed, farmers' boys patter out over the stone pavement, and the clerk steps out from his desk after them, and is distinctly heard in the summer repose to pursue and punch them in the churchyard, and is seen to return with a meditative countenance, making believe that nothing of the sort has happened. The aunt and nephew in this city church are much disturbed by the sniggering boys. The nephew is himself a boy, and the sniggerers tempt him to secular thoughts of marbles and string by secretly offering such commodities to his distant contemplation. This young Saint Anthony for a while resists, but presently becomes a backslider, and in dumb show defies the sniggerers to heave a marble or 2 in his direction. Herein he is detected by the aunt, a rigorous, reduced gentlewoman who has the charge of offices, and I perceive that worthy relative to poke him in the side with the corrugated hooked handle of an ancient umbrella. The nephew revenges himself for this by holding his breath and terrifying his kinswoman with the dread belief that he has made up his mind to burst. Regardless of whispers and shakes, he swells and becomes discolored, and yet again swells and becomes discolored, until the aunt can bear it no longer, but leads him out, with no visible neck, and with his eyes going before him like a prawn's. This causes the sniggerers to regard flight as an eligible move, and I know which of them will go out first, because of the overdevout attention that he suddenly concentrates on the clergyman. In a little while, this hypocrite, with an elaborate demonstration of hushing his footsteps, and with a face generally expressive of having until now forgotten a religious appointment elsewhere, is gone. Number 2 gets out in the same way, but rather quicker. Number 3, getting safely to the door, there turns reckless, and banging it open, flies forth with a whoop that vibrates to the top of the tower above us. The clergyman, who is of a prandial presence and a muffled voice, may be scant of hearing as well as of breath, but he only glances up, as having an idea that somebody has said amen in a wrong place, and continues his steady jog trot, like a farmer's wife going to market. He does all he has to do, in the same easy way, and gives us a concise sermon, still like the jog trot of the farmer's wife on a level road. Its drowsy cadence soon lulls the 3 old women asleep, and the unmarried tradesman sits looking out at window, and the married tradesman sits looking at his wife's bonnet, and the lovers sit looking at one another, so superlatively happy, that I mind when I, turned of 18, went with my Angelica to a city church on account of a shower, by this special coincidence that it was in Huggin Lane, and when I said to my Angelica, let the blessed event, Angelica, occur at no altar but this. And when my Angelica consented that it should occur at no other, which it certainly never did, for it never occurred anywhere. And oh, Angelica, what has become of you, this present Sunday morning when I can't attend to the sermon? And more difficult question than that, what has become of me as I was when I sat by your side? But we received the signal to make that unanimous dive, which surely is a little conventional, like the strange rustlings and settlings and clearings of throats and noses, which are never dispensed with, at certain points of the church service, and are never held to be necessary under any other circumstances. In a minute more it is all over, and the organ expresses itself to be as glad of it as it can be of anything in its rheumatic state, and in another minute we are all of us out of the church, and Whitey Brown has locked it up. Another minute or little more, and, in the neighboring churchyard, not the yard of that church but of another, a churchyard like a great shabby old mignonette box, with 2 trees in it and 1 tomb, I meet Whitey Brown in his private capacity, fetching a pint of beer for his dinner from the public house in the corner, where the keys of the rotting fire ladders are kept and were never asked for, and where there is a ragged, white-seamed, out-at-elbowed bagatelle board on the first floor. Chapter 1. In one of these city churches, and only in one, I found an individual who might have been claimed as expressly a city personage. I remember the church by the feature that the clergyman couldn't get to his own desk without going through the clerk's, or couldn't get to the pulpit without going through the reading desk. I forget which, and it is no matter, and by the presence of this personage among the exceedingly sparse congregation. I doubt if we were a dozen, and we had no exhausted charity school to help us out. The personage was dressed in black of square cut, and was stricken in years, and wore a black velvet cap and cloth shoes. He was of a staid, wealthy, and dissatisfied aspect. In his hand he conducted to church a mysterious child, a child of the feminine gender. The child had a beaver hat, with a stiff drab plume that surely never belonged to any bird of the air. The child was further attired in a nankeen frock and spencer, brown boxing gloves, and a veil. It had a blemish in the nature of currant jelly on its chin, and was a thirsty child, insomuch that the personage carried in his pocket a green bottle, from which, when the first psalm was given out, the child was openly refreshed. At all other times throughout the service it was motionless, and stood on the seat of the large pew, closely fitted into the corner, like a rain-water pipe. The city personage. The personage never opened his book, and never looked at the clergyman. He never sat down either, but stood with his arms leaning on the top of the pew, and his forehead sometimes shaded with his right hand, always looking at the church door. It was a long church for a church of its size, and he was at the upper end, but he always looked at the door. That he was an old bookkeeper, or an old trader who had kept his own books, and that he might be seen at the Bank of England about dividend times, no doubt. That he had lived in the city all his life and was disdainful of other localities, no doubt. Why he looked at the door, I never absolutely proved, but it is my belief that he lived in expectation of the time when the citizens would come back to live in the city, and its ancient glories would be renewed. He appeared to expect that this would occur on a Sunday, and that the wanderers would first appear, in the deserted churches, penitent and humbled. Hence he looked at the door which they never darkened. Whose child the child was, whether the child of a disinherited daughter, or some parish orphan whom the personage had adopted, there was nothing to lead up to. It never played, or skipped, or smiled. Once the idea occurred to me that it was an automaton, and that the personage had made it. But following the strange couple out one Sunday, I heard the personage say to it, £13,000, to which it added in a weak human voice, 17 and fourpence. 4 Sundays I followed them out, and this is all I ever heard or saw them say. One Sunday I followed them home. They lived behind a pump, and the personage opened their abode with an exceeding large key. The one solitary inscription on their house related to a fire plug. The house was partly undermined by a deserted and closed gateway. Its windows were blind with dirt, and it stood with its face disconsolately turned to a wall. 5 great churches and 2 small ones rang their Sunday bells between this house and the church the couple frequented, so they must have had some special reason for going a quarter of a mile to it. The last time I saw them was on this wise. I had been to explore another church at a distance, and happened to pass the church they frequented, at about 2 of the afternoon when that edifice was closed. But a little side door, which I had never observed before, stood open, and disclosed certain cellarous steps. Methought they are airing the vaults today, when the personage and the child silently arrived at the steps, and silently descended. Of course, I came to the conclusion that the personage had at last despaired of the looked-for return of the penitent citizens, and that he and the child went down to get themselves buried. Chapter 1. In the course of my pilgrimages, I came upon one obscure church which had broken out in the melodramatic style, and was got up with various tawdry decorations, much after the manner of the extinct London maypoles. These attractions had induced several young priests or deacons in black bibs for waistcoats, and several young ladies interested in that holy order, the proportion being, as I estimated, 17 young ladies to a deacon, to come into the city as a new and odd excitement. It was wonderful to see how these young people played out their little play in the heart of the city, all among themselves, without the deserted cities knowing anything about it. It was as if you should take an empty counting house on a Sunday and act one of the old mysteries there. They had impressed a small school, from what neighborhood I don't know, to assist in the performances, and it was pleasant to notice frantic garlands of inscription on the walls, especially addressing those poor innocents in characters impossible for them to decipher. There was a remarkably agreeable smell of pomatum in this congregation. But in other cases, rot and mildew and dead citizens formed the uppermost scent, while, infused into it in a dreamy way not at all displeasing, was the staple character of the neighborhood. In the churches about Mark Lane, for example, there was a dry whiff of wheat, and I accidentally struck an airy sample of barley out of an aged hassock in one of them. From Rood Lane to Tower Street and thereabouts, there was often a subtle flavor of wine, sometimes of tea. One church near Mincing Lane smelt like a druggist's drawer. Behind the monument, the service had a flavor of damaged oranges, which, a little further down towards the river, tempered into herrings and gradually toned into a cosmopolitan blast of fish. In one church, the exact counterpart of the church in the Rake, S. Progress, where the hero is being married to the horrible old lady, there was no speciality of atmosphere, until the organ shook a perfume of hides all over us from some adjacent warehouse. Be the scent what it would, however, there was no speciality in the people. There were never enough of them to represent any calling or neighborhood. They had all gone elsewhere overnight, and the few stragglers in the many churches languished there inexpressively. Among the uncommercial travels in which I have engaged, this year of Sunday travel occupies its own place, apart from all the rest. Whether I think of the church where the sails of the oyster boats in the river almost flapped against the windows, or of the church where the railroad made the bells hum as the train rushed by above the roof, I recall a curious experience. On summer Sundays, in the gentle rain or the bright sunshine, either deepening the idleness of the idle city, I have sat, in that singular silence which belongs to resting places usually astir, in scores of buildings at the heart of the world's metropolis, unknown to far greater numbers of people speaking the English tongue than the ancient edifices of the Eternal City or the pyramids of Egypt. The dark vestries and registries into which I have peeped, and the little hemmed-in churchyards that have echoed to my feet, have left impressions on my memory as distinct and quaint as any it has in that way received. In all those dusty registers that the worms are eating, there is not a line but made some hearts leap, or some tears flow, in their day. Still and dry now, still and dry? And the old tree at the window with no room for its branches has seen them all out. So with the tomb of the old master of the old company, on which it drips. His son restored it and died, his daughter restored it and died, and then he had been remembered long enough, and the tree took possession of him, and his name cracked out. There are few more striking indications of the changes of manners and customs that 200 or 300 years have brought about than these deserted churches. Many of them are handsome and costly structures. Several of them were designed by Wren. Many of them arose from the ashes of the Great Fire. Others of them outlived the plague and the fire too, to die a slow death in these later days. No one can be sure of the coming time, but it is not too much to say of it that it has no sign in its outsetting tides of the reflux to these churches of their congregations and uses. They remain like the tombs of the old citizens who lie beneath them and around them, monuments of another age. They are worth a Sunday exploration, now and then, for they yet echo, not unharmoniously, to the time when the city of London really was London, when the prentices and trained bands were of mark in the state, when even the Lord Mayor himself was a reality, not a fiction conventionally bepuffed on one day in the year by illustrious friends, who no less conventionally laugh at him on the remaining 364 days. Chapter 10. Shy Neighborhoods. So much of my traveling is done on foot that if I cherished betting propensities, I should probably be found registered in sporting newspapers under some such title as the Elastic Novice, challenging all 11 stone mankind to competition in walking. My last special feat was turning out of bed at 2, after a hard day, pedestrian and otherwise, and walking 30 miles into the country to breakfast. The road was so lonely in the night that I fell asleep to the monotonous sound of my own feet, doing their regular 4 miles an hour. Mile after mile I walked, without the slightest sense of exertion, dozing heavily and dreaming constantly. It was only when I made a stumble like a drunken man, or struck out into the road to avoid a horseman close upon me on the path, who had no existence, that I came to myself and looked about. The day broke mistily, it was autumn time, and I could not disembarrass myself of the idea that I had to climb those heights and banks of cloud, and that there was an alpine convent somewhere behind the sun, where I was going to breakfast. This sleepy notion was so much stronger than such substantial objects as villages and haystacks, that, after the sun was up and bright, and when I was sufficiently awake to have a sense of pleasure in the prospect, I still occasionally caught myself looking about for wooden arms to point the right track up the mountain, and wondering there was no snow yet. It is a curiosity of broken sleep that I made immense quantities of verses on that pedestrian occasion. Of course, I never make any when I am in my right senses, and that I spoke a certain language once pretty familiar to me, but which I have nearly forgotten from disuse, with fluency. Of both these phenomena I have such frequent experience in the state between sleeping and waking, that I sometimes argue with myself that I know I cannot be awake. For, if I were, I should not be half so ready. The readiness is not imaginary, because I often recall long strings of the verses and many turns of the fluent speech, after I am broad awake. Chapter 1000. Why walking is of two kinds. 1. Straight on end to a definite goal at a round pace. 1. Objectless, loitering, and purely vagabond. In the latter state, no gypsy on earth is a greater vagabond than myself. It is so natural to me and strong with me that I think I must be the descendant, at no great distance, of some irreclaimable tramp. One of the pleasantest things I have lately met with, in a vagabond course of shy metropolitan neighborhoods and small shops, is the fancy of a humble artist, as exemplified in two portraits representing Mr. Thomas Sayers, of Great Britain, and Mr. John Heenan, of the United States of America. These illustrious men are highly colored in fighting trim and fighting attitude. To suggest the pastoral and meditative nature of their peaceful calling, Mr. Heenan is represented on emerald sward, with primroses and other modest flowers springing up under the heels of his half-boots, while Mr. Sayers is impelled to the administration of his favorite blow, the auctioneer, by the silent eloquence of a village church. The humble homes of England, with their domestic virtues and honeysuckle porches, urge both heroes to go in and win, and the lark and other singing birds are observable in the upper air, ecstatically caroling their thanks to heaven for a fight. On the whole, the associations entwined with the pugilistic art by this artist are much in the manner of Izaak Walton. But it is with the lower animals of back streets and byways that my present purpose rests. For human notes, we may return to such neighborhoods when leisure and opportunity serve. Nothing in shy neighborhoods perplexes my mind more than the bad company birds keep. Foreign birds often get into good society, but British birds are inseparable from low associates. There's a whole street of them in St. Giles's, and I always find them in poor and immoral neighborhoods, convenient to the public house and the pawnbrokers. They seem to lead people into drinking, and even the man who makes their cages usually gets into a chronic state of black eye. Why is this? Also, they will do things for people in short-skirted velveteen coats with bone buttons, or in sleeved waistcoats and fur caps, which they cannot be persuaded by the respectable orders of society to undertake. In a dirty court in Spitalfields once, I found a goldfinch drawing his own water, and drawing as much of it as if he were in a consuming fever. That goldfinch lived at a bird shop, and offered in writing to barter himself against old clothes, empty bottles, or even kitchen stuff. Surely a low thing and a depraved taste in any finch? I bought that goldfinch for money. He was sent home and hung upon a nail over against my table. Lived outside a counterfeit dwelling house, supposed, as I argued, to be a dyer's. Otherwise it would have been impossible to account for his perch sticking out of the garret window. From the time of his appearance in my room, either he left off being thirsty, which was not in the bond, or he could not make up his mind to hear his little bucket drop back into his well when he let it go. A shock which in the best of times had made him tremble. He drew no water but by stealth and under the cloak of night. After an interval of futile and at length hopeless expectation, the merchant who had educated him was appealed to. The merchant was a bow-legged character, with a flat and cushiony nose like the last new strawberry. He wore a fur cap and shorts and was of the velveteen race, velvetini. He sent word that he would look round. He looked round, appeared in the doorway of the room, and slightly cocked up his evil eye at the goldfinch. Instantly a raging thirst beset that bird. When it was appeased, he still drew several unnecessary buckets of water, and finally leaped about his perch and sharpened his bill, as if he had been to the nearest wine vaults and got drunk. Chapter 500. Donkeys again. I know shy neighborhoods where the donkey goes in at the street door and appears to live upstairs, for I have examined the backyard from over the palings and have been unable to make him out. Gentility, nobility, royalty would appeal to that donkey in vain to do what he does for a costermonger. Feed him with oats at the highest price, put an infant prince and princess in a pair of panniers on his back, adjust his delicate trappings to a nicety, take him to the softest slopes at Windsor, and try what pace you can get out of him. Then, starve him, harness him anyhow to a truck with a flat tray on it, and see him bowl from Whitekapelle to Bayswater. There appears to be no particular private understanding between birds and donkeys in a state of nature. But in the shy neighborhood state, you shall see them always in the same hands, and always developing their very best energies for the very worst company. I have known a donkey, by sight, we were not on speaking terms, who lived over on the Surrey side of London Bridge, among the fastnesses of Jacob's Island and Dockhead. It was the habit of that animal, when his services were not in immediate requisition, to go out alone idling. I have met him a mile from his place of residence, loitering about the streets, and the expression of his countenance at such times was most degraded. He was attached to the establishment of an elderly lady who sold periwinkles, and he used to stand on Saturday nights with a cart full of those delicacies outside a gin shop, pricking up his ears when a customer came to the cart, and too evidently deriving satisfaction from the knowledge that they got bad measure. His mistress was sometimes overtaken by inebriety. The last time I ever saw him, about 5 years ago, he was in circumstances of difficulty, caused by this failing. Having been left alone with the cart of periwinkles and forgotten, he went off idling. He prowled among his usual low haunts for some time, gratifying his depraved tastes, until, not taking the cart into his calculations, he endeavored to turn up a narrow alley and became greatly involved. He was taken into custody by the police, and, the green yard of the district being near at hand, was backed into that place of durance. At that crisis I encountered him, the stubborn sense he evinced of being, not to compromise the expression, a blackguard I never saw exceeded in the human subject. A flaring candle in a paper shade, stuck in among his periwinkles, showed him, with his ragged harness broken and his cart extensively shattered, twitching his mouth and shaking his hanging head, a picture of disgrace and obduracy. I have seen boys being taken to station houses who were as like him as his own brother. The dogs of shy neighborhoods I observe to avoid play and to be conscious of poverty. They avoid work too, if they can, of course. That is in the nature of all animals. I have the pleasure to know a dog in a back street in the neighborhood of Walworth, who has greatly distinguished himself in the minor drama, and who takes his portrait with him when he makes an engagement, for the illustration of the playbill. His portrait, which is not at all like him, represents him in the act of dragging to the earth a recreant Indian who is supposed to have tomahawked or essayed to tomahawk a British officer. The design is pure poetry, for there is no such Indian in the piece, and no such incident. He is a dog of the Newfoundland breed, for whose honesty I would be bail to any amount, but whose intellectual qualities in association with dramatic fiction I cannot rate high. Indeed, he is too honest for the profession he has entered. Being at a town in Yorkshire last summer, and seeing him posted in the bill of the night, I attended the performance. His first scene was eminently successful, but as it occupied a second in its representation and 5 lines in the bill, it scarcely afforded ground for a cool and deliberate judgment of his powers. He had merely to bark, run on, and jump through an inn window after a comic fugitive. The next scene of importance to the fable was a little marred in its interest by his over-anxiety. Forasmuch as while his master, a belated soldier in a den of robbers on a tempestuous night, was feelingly lamenting the absence of his faithful dog, and laying great stress on the fact that he was 30 leagues away, the faithful dog was barking furiously in the prompter's box and clearly choking himself against his collar. But it was in his greatest scene of all that his honesty got the better of him. He had to enter a dense and trackless forest, on the trail of the murderer, and there to fly at the murderer when he found him resting at the foot of a tree, with his victim bound ready for slaughter. It was a hot night, and he came into the forest from an altogether unexpected direction, in the sweetest temper, at a very deliberate trot, not in the least excited. Trotted to the footlights with his tongue out, and there sat down, panting and amiably surveying the audience, with his tail beating on the boards like a Dutch clock. Meanwhile the murderer, impatient to receive his doom, was audibly calling to him, "Co-oom here," while the victim, struggling with his bonds, assailed him with the most injurious expressions. It happened through these means that when he was in course of time persuaded to trot up and rend the murderer limb from limb, he made it, for dramatic purposes, a little too obvious that he worked out that awful retribution by licking butter off his blood-stained hands. Chapter 1. In a shy street behind Longacre, 2 honest dogs live, who perform in Punch's shows. I may venture to say that I am on terms of intimacy with both, and that I never saw either guilty of the falsehood of failing to look down at the man inside the show, during the whole performance. The difficulty other dogs have in satisfying their minds about these dogs appears to be never overcome by time. The same dogs must encounter them over and over again, as they trudge along in their off minutes behind the legs of the show and beside the drum. But all dogs seem to suspect their frills and jackets, and to sniff at them as if they thought those articles of personal adornment an eruption. A something in the nature of mange, perhaps. From this Covent Garden window of mine, I noticed a country dog, only the other day, who had come up to Covent Garden Market under a cart, and had broken his cord, an end of which he still trailed along with him. He loitered about the corners of the 4 streets commanded by my window, and bad London dogs came up, and told him lies that he didn't believe. And worse London dogs came up, and made proposals to him to go and steal in the market, which his principles rejected, and the ways of the town confused him, and he crept aside and lay down in a doorway. He had scarcely got a wink of sleep when up comes Punch with Toby. He was darting to Toby for consolation and advice when he saw the frill and stopped in the middle of the street appalled. The show was pitched, Toby retired behind the drapery, the audience formed, the drum and pipes struck up. My country dog remained immovable, intently staring at these strange appearances, until Toby opened the drama by appearing on his ledge, and to him entered Punch, who put a tobacco pipe into Toby's mouth. At this spectacle, the country dog threw up his head, gave one terrible howl, and fled due west. We talk of men keeping dogs, but we might often talk more expressively of dogs keeping men. I know a bulldog in a shy corner of Hammersmith who keeps a man. He keeps him up a yard, and makes him go to public houses and lay wagers on him, and obliges him to lean against posts and look at him, and forces him to neglect work for him, and keeps him under rigid coercion. I once knew a fancy terrier who kept a gentleman who had been brought up at Oxford too. The dog kept the gentleman entirely for his glorification, and the gentleman never talked about anything but the terrier. This, however, was not in a shy neighborhood, and is a digression consequently. There are a great many dogs in shy neighborhoods who keep boys. I have my eye on a mongrel in Somestown who keeps 3 boys. He feigns that he can bring down sparrows and unburrow rats. He can do neither, and he takes the boys out on sporting pretenses into all sorts of suburban fields. He has likewise made them believe that he possesses some mysterious knowledge of the art of fishing, and they consider themselves incompletely equipped for the Hampstead ponds, with a pickle jar and wide-mouthed bottle, unless he is with them and barking tremendously. There is a dog residing in the borough of Southwark who keeps a blind man. He may be seen, most days, in Oxford Street, hailing the blind man away on expeditions wholly uncontemplated by, and unintelligible to, the man, wholly of the dog's conception and execution. Contrariwise, when the man has projects, the dog will sit down in a crowded thoroughfare and meditate. I saw him yesterday, wearing the money tray like an easy collar, instead of offering it to the public, taking the man against his will, on the invitation of a disreputable cur, apparently to visit a dog at Harrow. He was so intent on that direction. The north wall of Burlington House Gardens, between the Arcade and the Albany, offers a shy spot for appointments among blind men at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They sit very uncomfortably on a sloping stone there and compare notes. Their dogs may always be observed at the same time, openly disparaging the men they keep, to one another, and settling where they shall respectively take their men when they begin to move again. At a small butcher, in a shy neighborhood, there is no reason for suppressing the name. It is by Notting Hill and gives upon the district called the Potteries. I know a shaggy black and white dog who keeps a drover. He is a dog of an easy disposition, and too frequently allows this drover to get drunk. On these occasions, it is the dog's custom to sit outside the public house, keeping his eye on a few sheep and thinking. I have seen him with 6 sheep, plainly casting up in his mind how many he began with when he left the market, and at what places he has left the rest. I have seen him perplexed by not being able to account to himself for certain particular sheep. A light has gradually broken on him. He has remembered at what butchers he left them, and in a burst of grave satisfaction has caught a fly off his nose, and shown himself much relieved. If I could at any time have doubted the fact that it was he who kept the drover, and not the drover who kept him, it would have been abundantly proved by his way of taking undivided charge of the 6 sheep, when the drover came out besmeared with red ochre and beer, and gave him wrong directions, which he calmly disregarded. He has taken the sheep entirely into his own hands, has merely remarked with respectful firmness, that instruction would place them under an omnibus. You had better confine your attention to yourself, you will want it all. And has driven his charge away with an intelligence of ears and tail, and a knowledge of business that has left his lout of a man very, very far behind. As the dogs of shy neighborhoods usually betray a slinking consciousness of being in poor circumstances, for the most part manifested in an aspect of anxiety, an awkwardness in their play, and a misgiving that somebody is going to harness them to something, to pick up a living, so the cats of shy neighborhoods exhibit a strong tendency to relapse into barbarism. Not only are they made selfishly ferocious by ruminating on the surplus population around them, and on the densely crowded state of all the avenues to cats' meat, not only is there a moral and politico-economical haggardness in them, traceable to these reflections, but they evince a physical deterioration. Their linen is not clean and is wretchedly got up, their black turns rusty like old mourning, they wear very indifferent fur, and take to the shabbiest cotton velvet instead of silk velvet. I am on terms of recognition with several small streets of cats, about the obelisk in St. George's Fields, and also in the vicinity of Clerkenwell Green, and also in the back settlements of Drury Lane. In appearance, they are very like the women among whom they live. They seem to turn out of their unwholesome beds into the street without any preparation. They leave their young families to stagger about the gutters, unassisted, while they fruzily quarrel and swear and scratch and spit at street corners. In particular, I remark that when they are about to increase their families, an event of frequent recurrence, the resemblance is strongly expressed in a certain dusty dowdiness, down-at-heel self-neglect, and general giving up of things. I cannot honestly report that I have ever seen a feline matron of this class washing her face when in an interesting condition. Not to prolong these notes of uncommercial travel among the lower animals of shy neighborhoods, by dwelling at length upon the exasperated moodiness of the tomcats, and their resemblance in many respects to a man and a brother, I will come to a close with a word on the fowls of the same localities. That anything born of an egg and invested with wings should have got to the pass that it hops contentedly down a ladder into a cellar, and calls that going home, is a circumstance so amazing as to leave one nothing more in this connection to wonder at. Otherwise, I might wonder at the completeness with which these fowls have become separated from all the birds of the air, have taken to groveling in bricks and mortar and mud, have forgotten all about live trees, and make roosting places of shop boards, barrows, oyster tubs, bulkheads, and door scrapers. I wonder at nothing concerning them, and take them as they are. I accept as products of nature and things of course, a reduced bantam family of my acquaintance in the Hackney Road, who are incessantly at the pawnbrokers. I cannot say that they enjoy themselves, for they are of a melancholy temperament, but what enjoyment they are capable of, they derive from crowding together in the pawnbroker's side entry. Here, they are always to be found in a feeble flutter, as if they were newly come down in the world, and were afraid of being identified. I know a low fellow, originally of a good family from Dorking, who takes his whole establishment of wives, in single file, in at the door of the jug department of a disorderly tavern near the Haymarket, maneuvers them among the company's legs, emerges with them at the bottle entrance, and so passes his life. Seldom, in the season, going to bed before 2 in the morning. Over Waterloo Bridge, there is a shabby old speckled couple. They belong to the wooden French bedstead, washing stand, and towel horse-making trade, who are always trying to get in at the door of a chapel. Whether the old lady, under a delusion reminding one of Mrs. Southcott, has an idea of entrusting an egg to that particular denomination, or merely understands that she has no business in the building and is consequently frantic to enter it, I cannot determine. But she is constantly endeavoring to undermine the principal door, while her partner, who is infirm upon his legs, walks up and down, encouraging her and defying the universe. But the family I have been best acquainted with, since the removal from this trying sphere of a Chinese circle at Brentford, reside in the densest part of Bethnal Green. Their abstraction from the objects among which they live, or rather their conviction that those objects have all come into existence in express subservience to fowls, has so enchanted me that I have made them the subject of many journeys at divers hours. After careful observation of the 2 lords and the 10 ladies of whom this family consists, I have come to the conclusion that their opinions are represented by the leading lord and leading lady. The latter, as I judge, an aged personage, afflicted with a paucity of feather and visibility of quill, that gives her the appearance of a bundle of office pens. When a railway goods van that would crush an elephant comes round the corner, tearing over these fowls, they emerge unharmed from under the horses, perfectly satisfied that the whole rush was a passing property in the air, which may have left something to eat behind it. They look upon old shoes, wrecks of kettles and saucepans, and fragments of bonnets as a kind of meteoric discharge for fowls to peck at. Pegtops and hoops they account, I think, as a sort of hail, shuttlecocks as rain or dew. Gaslight comes quite as natural to them as any other light, and I have more than a suspicion that, in the minds of the 2 lords, the early public house at the corner has superseded the sun. I have established it as a certain fact that they always begin to crow when the public house shutters begin to be taken down, and that they salute the potboy, the instant he appears to perform that duty, as if he were Phoebus in person. Chapter 11. TRAMPS. The chance use of the word tramp in my last paper brought that numerous fraternity so vividly before my mind's eye that I had no sooner laid down my pen than a compulsion was upon me to take it up again, and make notes of the tramps whom I perceived on all the summer roads in all directions. Whenever a tramp sits down to rest by the wayside, he sits with his legs in a dry ditch, and whenever he goes to sleep, which is very often indeed, He goes to sleep on his back. Yonder, by the high road, glaring white in the bright sunshine, lies, on the dusty bit of turf under the bramble bush that fences the coppice from the highway, the tramp of the order savage, fast asleep. He lies on the broad of his back, with his face turned up to the sky, and one of his ragged arms loosely thrown across his face. His bundle, what can be the contents of that mysterious bundle, to make it worth his while to carry it about? Is thrown down beside him, and the waking woman with him sits with her legs in the ditch and her back to the road. She wears her bonnet rakishly perched on the front of her head, to shade her face from the sun in walking, and she ties her skirts round her in conventionally tight tramp fashion with a sort of apron. You can seldom catch sight of her, resting thus, without seeing her in a despondently defiant manner doing something to her hair or her bonnet, and glancing at you between her fingers. She does not often go to sleep herself in the daytime, but will sit for any length of time beside the man, and his slumberous propensities would not seem to be referable to the fatigue of carrying the bundle, for she carries it much oftener and further than he. When they are afoot, you will mostly find him slouching on ahead, in a gruff temper, while she lags heavily behind with the burden. He is given to personally correcting her, too, which phase of his character develops itself oftenest, on benches outside alehouse doors, and she appears to become strongly attached to him for these reasons. It may usually be noticed that when the poor creature has a bruised face, she is the most affectionate. He has no occupation whatever, this order of tramp, and has no object whatever in going anywhere. He will sometimes call himself a brickmaker or a sawyer, but only when he takes an imaginary flight. He generally represents himself in a vague way as looking out for a job of work, but he never did work, he never does, and he never will. It is a favorite fiction with him, however, as if he were the most industrious character on earth, that you never work. And as he goes past your garden and sees you looking at your flowers, you will overhear him growl with a strong sense of contrast. You are a lucky hiddle devil, you are. The slinking tramp is of the same hopeless order, and has the same injured conviction on him that you were born to whatever you possess, and never did anything to get it. But he is of a less audacious disposition. He will stop before your gate, and say to his female companion with an air of constitutional humility and propitiation, to edify anyone who may be within hearing behind a blind or a bush, "This is a sweet spot, ain't it? A lovely spot. And I wonder if they'd give two poor footsore travelers like me and you a drop of fresh water out of such a pretty genteel crib? We'd take it were he coined on 'em, wouldn't us? Were he coined, upon my word, us would." He has a quick sense of a dog in the vicinity, and will extend his modestly injured propitiation to the dog chained up in your yard, remarking, as he slinks at the yard gate, "Ah, you are a foine breed o' dog, too, and you ain't kept for nothink. I take it were he coined o' your master if he'd help a traveller, and his wife as envies no gentlefolk their good fortune. Why, a bit o' your broken wittles. He'd never know the want of it, nor more would you. Don't bark like that, poor persons has never done you no harm. The poor is downtrodden and broke enough without that. Oh, don't?" He generally heaves a prodigious sigh in moving away, and always looks up the lane and down the lane, and up the road and down the road, before going on. Both of these orders of tramp are of a very robust habit. Let the hardworking laborer at whose cottage door they prowl and beg have the ague never so badly, these tramps are sure to be in good health. There is another kind of tramp, whom you encounter this bright summer day, say, on a road with the sea breeze making its dust lively, and sails of ships in the blue distance beyond the slope of down. As you walk enjoyingly on, you descry in the perspective at the bottom of a steep hill up which your way lies, a figure that appears to be sitting airily on a gate, whistling in a cheerful and disengaged manner. As you approach nearer to it, you observe the figure to slide down from the gate, to desist from whistling, to uncock its hat, to become tender of foot, to depress its head and elevate its shoulders, and to present all the characteristics of profound despondency. Arriving at the bottom of the hill and coming close to the figure, you observe it to be the figure of a shabby young man. He is moving painfully forward, in the direction in which you are going, and his mind is so preoccupied with his misfortunes that he is not aware of your approach until you are close upon him at the hill foot. When he is aware of you, you discover him to be a remarkably well-behaved young man, and a remarkably well-spoken young man. You know him to be well-behaved by his respectful manner of touching his hat. You know him to be well-spoken by his smooth manner of expressing himself. He says in a flowing, confidential voice, and without punctuation, "I ask your pardon, sir, but if you would excuse the liberty of being so addressed upon the public way by one who is almost reduced to rags, though it has not always been so, and by no fault of his own, but through ill health in his family and many unmerited sufferings, it would be a great obligation, sir, to know the time." You give the well-spoken young man the time. The well-spoken young man, keeping well up with you, resumes. I am aware, sir, that it is a liberty to intrude a further question on a gentleman walking for his entertainment, but might I make so bold as ask the favor of the way to Dover, sir, and about the distance? You inform the well-spoken young man that the way to Dover is straight on, and the distance some 18 miles. The well-spoken young man becomes greatly agitated. In the condition to which I am reduced, says he, I could not hope to reach Dover before dark even if my shoes were in a state to take me there, or my feet were in a state to hold out over the flinty road, and were not on the bare ground of which any gentleman has the means to satisfy himself by looking, sir, may I take the liberty of speaking to you. As the well-spoken young man keeps so well up with you that you can't prevent his taking the liberty of speaking to you, he goes on, with fluency. Sir, it is not begging that is my intention, for I was brought up by the best of mothers, and begging is not my trade. I should not know, sir, how to follow it as a trade if such were my shameful wishes, for the best of mothers long taught otherwise, and in the best of homes, though now reduced to take the present liberty on the iway, sir, my business was the law stationering, and I was favorably known to the Solicitor General, the Attorney General, the majority of the judges, and the whole of the legal profession. But through ill health in my family, and the treachery of a friend for whom I became security, and he no other than my own wife's brother, the brother of my own wife, I was cast forth with my tender partner, and 3 young children, not to beg, for I will sooner die of deprivation, but to make my way to the seaport town of Dover, where I have a relative I in respect, not only that will assist me, but that would trust me with untold gold, sir, in appear times and hair. This calamity fell upon me, I made for my amusement, when I little thought that I should ever need it, excepting for my heir this. Here the well-spoken young man put his hand into his breast. This comb. Sir, I implore you in the name of charity to purchase a tortoiseshell comb, which is a genuine article at any price that your humanity may put upon it, and may the blessings of a oozeless family, awaiting with beating hearts the return of a husband and a father from Dover upon the cold stone seats of London Bridge, ever attend you, sir, may I take the liberty of speaking to you, I implore you to buy this comb. By this time, being a reasonably good walker, you will have been too much for the well-spoken young man, who will stop short and express his disgust and his want of breath in a long expectoration as you leave him behind. Towards the end of the same walk, on the same bright summer day, at the corner of the next little town or village, you may find another kind of tramp, embodied in the persons of a most exemplary couple whose only improvidence appears to have been that they spent the last of their little all on soap. They are a man and woman, spotless to behold, John Anderson, with the frost on his short smock frock instead of his pow, attended by Mrs. Anderson. John is over-ostentatious of the frost upon his raiment, and wears a curious, and you would say, an almost unnecessary demonstration of girdle of white linen wound about his waist, a girdle, snowy as Mrs. Anderson's apron. This cleanliness was the expiring effort of the respectable couple, and nothing then remained to Mr. Anderson but to get chalked upon his spade in snow-white copybook characters, hungry, and to sit down here. Yes, one thing more remained to Mr. Anderson, his character. Monarchs could not deprive him of his hard-earned character. Accordingly, as you come up with this spectacle of virtue in distress, Mrs. Anderson rises, and with a decent curtsy presents for your consideration a certificate from a doctor of divinity, the Reverend the Vicar of Upper Dodgington, who informs his Christian friends, and all whom it may concern, that the bearers, John Anderson and lawful wife, are persons to whom you cannot be too liberal. This benevolent pastor omitted no work of his hands to fit the good couple out, for with half an eye you can recognize his autograph on the spade. Another class of tramp is a man, the most valuable part of whose stock in trade is a highly perplexed demeanor. He is got up like a countryman, and you will often come upon the poor fellow, while he is endeavoring to decipher the inscription on a milestone, quite a fruitless endeavor, for he cannot read. He asks your pardon, he truly does. He is very slow of speech, this tramp, and he looks in a bewildered way all round the prospect while he talks to you. But all of us should do as we wold be done by, and he'll take it kind, if you'll put a power man in the right road for to jine his eldest son as has broke his leg bad in the masoning, and is in this here orspital as is wrote down by Squire Pouncerby's own hand, as wold not tell a lie fur no man. He then produces from under his dark frock, being always very slow and perplexed, a neat but worn old leathern purse, from which he takes a scrap of paper. On this scrap of paper is written by Squire Pouncerby of the Grove, "Please to direct the bearer, a poor but very worthy man, to the Sussex County Hospital, near Brighton, a matter of some difficulty at the moment, seeing that the request comes suddenly upon you in the depths of Hertfordshire. The more you endeavor to indicate where Brighton is, when you have with the greatest difficulty remembered, the less the devoted father can be made to comprehend, and the more obtusely he stares at the prospect. whereby, being reduced to extremity, you recommend the faithful parent to begin by going to St. Albans and present him with half a crown. It does him good, no doubt, but scarcely helps him forward, since you find him lying drunk that same evening in the wheelwright's soppit under the shed where the felled trees are, opposite the sign of the Three Jolly Hedgers. But the most vicious, by far, of all the idle tramps is the tramp who pretends to have been a gentleman. Educated, he writes, from the village beer-shop in pale ink of a ferruginous complexion, educated at Trin. Call, Cam. Nursed in the lap of affluence, once in my small way the patron of the muses, and see and see and see. Surely a sympathetic mind will not withhold a trifle, to help him on to the market town, where he thinks of giving a lecture to the frogs consumer natty. On things in general? This shameful creature lolling about hedge tap rooms in his ragged clothes, now so far from being black that they look as if they never can have been black, is more selfish and insolent than even the savage tramp. He would sponge on the poorest boy for a farthing, and spurn him when he had got it. He would interpose, if he could get anything by it, between the baby and the mother's breast, so much lower than the company he keeps. For his maudlin assumption of being higher, this pitiless rascal blights the summer road as he maunders on between the luxuriant hedges, where, to my thinking, even the wild convolvulus and rose and sweetbriar are the worse for his going by, and need time to recover from the taint of him in the air. The young fellows who trudge along barefoot, 5 or 6 together, their boots slung over their shoulders, their shabby bundles under their arms, their sticks newly cut from some roadside wood, are not eminently prepossessing, but are much less objectionable. There is a tramp fellowship among them. They pick one another up at resting stations and go on in companies. They always go at a fast swing, though they generally limp too, and there is invariably one of the company who has much ado to keep up with the rest. They generally talk about horses and any other means of locomotion than walking, or one of the company relates some recent experiences of the road, which are always disputes and difficulties. As for example, so as I'm a standing at the pump in the market, blessed if there don't come up a beetle, and he says, mustn't stand here, he says. Why not? I says. No beggars allowed in this town, he says. Who's a beggar? I says. You are, he says. Who ever see me beg, did you? I says. Then you're a tramp, he says. I'd rather be that than a beetle, I says. The company express great approval. Would you? He says to me. Yes, I would, I says to him. Well, he says, anyhow get out of this town. Why blow your little town? I says. Who wants to be in it? What does your dirty little town mean by common and sticking itself in the road to anywhere? Why don't you get a shovel and a barra and clear your town out, people's way? The company expressing the highest approval and laughing aloud, they all go down the hill. Then there are the tramp handicraft men. Are they not all over England in this midsummer time? Where does the lark sing, the corn grow, the mill turn, the river run, and they are not among the lights and shadows, tinkering, chair mending, umbrella mending, clock mending, knife grinding? Surely a pleasant thing, if we were in that condition of life, to grind our way through Kent, Sussex, and Surrey. For the worst 6 weeks or so, we should see the sparks we ground off, fiery bright against a background of green wheat and green leaves. A little later, and the ripe harvest would pale our sparks from red to yellow, until we got the dark, newly turned land for a background again, and they were red once more. By that time, we should have ground our way to the sea cliffs, and the whir of our wheel would be lost in the breaking of the waves. Our next variety in sparks would be derived from contrast with the gorgeous medley of colors in the autumn woods, and by the time we had ground our way round to the heathy lands between Reigate and Croydon, doing a prosperous stroke of business all along, we should show like a little firework in the light frosty air, and be the next best thing to the blacksmith's forge. Very agreeable, too, to go on a chair-mending tour. What judges we should be of rushes, and how knowingly, with a sheaf and a bottomless chair at our back, we should lounge on bridges, looking over at osier beds. Among all the innumerable occupations that cannot possibly be transacted without the assistance of lookers-on, chair-mending may take a station in the first rank. When we sat down with our backs against the barn or the public-house, and began to mend, what a sense of popularity would grow upon us. When all the children came to look at us, and the tailor, and the general dealer, and the farmer who had been giving a small order at the little saddler, and the groom from the great house, and the publican, and even the 2 skittle players, and here note that, howsoever busy all the rest of village humankind may be, there will always be 2 people with leisure to play at skittles. Wherever village skittles are, what encouragement would be on us to plait and weave? No one looks at us while we plait and weave these words. Clock mending again. Except for the slight inconvenience of carrying a clock under our arm, and the monotony of making the bell go, whenever we came to a human habitation, what a pleasant privilege to give a voice to the dumb cottage clock. and set it talking to the cottage family again. Likewise, we foresee great interest in going round by the park plantations, under the overhanging boughs, hares, rabbits, partridges, and pheasants, scudding like mad across and across the checkered ground before us, and so over the park ladder and through the wood until we came to the keeper's lodge. Then would the keeper be discoverable at his door, in a deep nest of leaves, smoking his pipe. Then, on our accosting him in the way of our trade, would he call to Mrs. Keeper respecting tea-o'd clock in the kitchen. Then would Mrs. Keeper ask us into the lodge, and on due examination, we should offer to make a good job of it for 18 pence. Which offer, being accepted, would set us tinkling and clinking among the chubby, awestruck little keepers for an hour and more. So completely to the family's satisfaction would we achieve our work, that the keeper would mention how that there was something wrong with the bell of the turret stable clock up at the hall, and that if we thought good of going up to the housekeeper on the chance of that job too, why he would take us. Then should we go, among the branching oaks and the deep fern, by silent ways of mystery known to the keeper, seeing the herd glancing here and there as we went along, until we came to the old hall, solemn and grand. Under the terrace flower garden, and round by the stables, would the keeper take us in, and as we passed we should observe how spacious and stately the stables, and how fine the painting of the horses, names over their stalls, and how solitary all, the family being in London. Then should we find ourselves presented to the housekeeper, sitting, in hushed state, at needlework, in a bay window looking out upon a mighty grim red brick quadrangle, guarded by stone lions disrespectfully throwing somersaults over the escutcheons of the noble family. Then, our services accepted, and we insinuated with a candle into the stable turret, we should find it to be a mere question of pendulum, but one that would hold us until dark. Then, should we fall to work, with a general impression of ghosts being about, and of pictures indoors that of a certainty came out of their frames and walked, if the family would only own it. Then, should we work and work, until the day gradually turned to dusk, and even until the dusk gradually turned to dark. Our task at length accomplished, we should be taken into an enormous servants' hall, and there regaled with beef and bread and powerful ale. Then, paid freely, we should be at liberty to go, and should be told by a pointing helper to keep round over yonder by the blasted ash, and so straight through the woods, till we should see the town lights right afore us. Then, feeling lonesome, should we desire upon the whole, that the ash had not been blasted, or that the helper had had the manners not to mention it. However, we should keep on, all right, till suddenly the stable bell would strike 10 in the dolefullest way, quite chilling our blood, though we had so lately taught him how to acquit himself. Then, as we went on, should we recall old stories, and dimly consider what it would be most advisable to do, in the event of a tall figure, all in white, with saucer eyes, coming up and saying, "I want you to come to a churchyard and mend a church clock. Follow me." Then, should we make a burst to get clear of the trees, and should soon find ourselves in the open, with the town lights bright ahead of us. So should we lie that night at the ancient sign of the Crispin and Crispennis, and rise early next morning to be betimes on tramp again. Bricklayers often tramp, in twos and threes, lying by night at their lodges, which are scattered all over the country. Bricklaying is another of the occupations that can by no means be transacted in rural parts, without the assistance of spectators, of as many as can be convened. In thinly peopled spots, I have known bricklayers on tramp, coming up with bricklayers at work, to be so sensible of the indispensability of lookers-on, that they themselves have sat up in that capacity, and have been unable to subside into the acceptance of a proffered share in the job, for 2 or 3 days together. Sometimes the navvy, on tramp, with an extra pair of half-boots over his shoulder, a bag, a bottle, and a can, will take a similar part in a job of excavation, and will look at it without engaging in it until all his money is gone. The current of my uncommercial pursuits caused me, only last summer, to want a little body of workmen for a certain spell of work in a pleasant part of the country, and I was at one time honored with the attendance of as many as 27, who were looking at 6. Who can be familiar with any rustic highway in summertime, without storing up knowledge of the many tramps who go from one oasis of town or village to another, to sell a stock in trade, apparently not worth a shilling when sold? Shrimps are a favorite commodity for this kind of speculation, and so are cakes of a soft and spongy character, coupled with Spanish nuts and brandy balls. The stock is carried on the head in a basket, and between the head and the basket are the trestles on which the stock is displayed at trading times. Fleet of foot, but a careworn class of tramp this, mostly, with a certain stiffness of neck, occasioned by much anxious balancing of baskets, and also with a long, Chinese sort of eye, which an overweighted forehead would seem to have squeezed into that form. On the hot, dusty roads near seaport towns and great rivers, behold the tramping soldier. And if you should happen never to have asked yourself whether his uniform is suited to his work, perhaps the poor fellow's appearance as he comes distressfully towards you, with his absurdly tight jacket unbuttoned, his neck gear in his hand, and his legs well chafed by his trousers of baize, may suggest the personal inquiry how you think you would like it. Much better the tramping sailor, although his cloth is somewhat too thick for land service. But why the tramping merchant mate should put on a black velvet waistcoat for a chalky country in the dog days is one of the great secrets of nature that will never be discovered. Chapter 1. Have my eye upon a piece of Kentish road, bordered on either side by a wood, and having on one hand, between the road dust and the trees, a skirting patch of grass. Wild flowers grow in abundance on this spot, and it lies high and airy, with a distant river stealing steadily away to the ocean, like a man's life. To gain the milestone here, which the moss, primroses, violets, bluebells, and wild roses would soon render illegible but for peering travelers pushing them aside with their sticks, you must come up a steep hill, come which way you may. So all the tramps with carts or caravans, the gypsy tramp, the show tramp, the cheapjack, find it impossible to resist the temptations of the place, and all turn the horse loose when they come to it and boil the pot. Bless the place, I love the ashes of the vagabond fires that have scorched its grass. What tramp children do I see here, attired in a handful of rags, making a gymnasium of the shafts of the cart, making a feather bed of the flints and brambles, making a toy of the hobbled old horse, who is not much more like a horse than any cheap toy would be. Here do I encounter the cart of mats and brooms and baskets, with all thoughts of business given to the evening wind, with the stew made and being served out, with Cheap Jack and Dear Jill striking soft music out of the plates that are rattled like warlike cymbals when put up for auction at fairs and markets, their minds so influenced, no doubt, by the melody of the nightingales as they begin to sing in the woods behind them, that if I were to propose to deal, they would sell me anything at cost price. On this hallowed ground has it been my happy privilege, let me whisper it, to behold the white-haired lady with the pink eyes, eating meat pie with the giant. While, by the hedge side, on the box of blankets which I knew contained the snakes, were set forth the cups and saucers and the teapot. It was on an evening in August that I chanced upon this ravishing spectacle, and I noticed that, whereas the giant reclined half concealed beneath the overhanging boughs and seemed indifferent to nature, the white hair of the gracious lady streamed free in the breath of evening, and her pink eyes found pleasure in the landscape. I heard only a single sentence of her uttering, yet it bespoke a talent for modest repartee. The ill-mannered giant, accursed be his evil race, had interrupted the lady in some remark, and, as I passed that enchanted corner of the wood, she gently reproved him with the words, "Now, Cobby, so short a name, ain't one fool enough to talk at a time." Within appropriate distance of this magic ground, though not so near it as that the song trolled from tap or bench at door can invade its woodland silence, is a little hostelry which no man possessed of a penny was ever known to pass in warm weather. Before its entrance are certain pleasant, trimmed limes. Likewise, a cool well with so musical a bucket handle that its fall upon the bucket rim will make a horse prick up his ears and neigh, upon the draughty road half a mile off. This is a house of great resort for haymaking tramps and harvest tramps, insomuch that as they sit within, drinking their mugs of beer, their relinquished scythes and reaping hooks glare out of the open windows, as if the whole establishment were a family war coach of ancient Britons. Later in the season, the whole countryside, for miles and miles, will swarm with hopping tramps. They come in families, men, women, and children, every family provided with a bundle of bedding, an iron pot, a number of babies, and too often with some poor sick creature quite unfit for the rough life, for whom they suppose the smell of the fresh hop to be a sovereign remedy. Many of these hoppers are Irish, but many come from London. They crowd all the roads, and camp under all the hedges and on all the scraps of common land, and live among and upon the hops until they are all picked. And the hop gardens, so beautiful through the summer, look as if they had been laid waste by an invading army. Then there is a vast exodus of tramps out of the country. And if you ride or drive round any turn of any road, at more than a foot pace, you will be bewildered to find that you have charged into the bosom of 50 families, and that there are splashing up all around you, in the utmost prodigality of confusion, bundles of bedding, babies, iron pots, and a good-humored multitude of both sexes and all ages, equally divided between perspiration and intoxication. Chapter 12. Chapter 500, ULLBORUGH Town. Chapter 1. T lately happened that I found myself rambling about the scenes among which my earliest days were passed, scenes from which I departed when I was a child, and which I did not revisit until I was a man. This is no uncommon chance, but one that befalls some of us any day. Perhaps it may not be quite uninteresting to compare notes with the reader respecting an experience so familiar and a journey so uncommercial. Chapter 1. Call My Boyhood's Home, and I feel like a tenor in an English opera when I mention it, Dullborough. Most of us come from Dullborough who come from a country town. As I left Dullborough in the days when there were no railroads in the land, I left it in a stagecoach. Through all the years that have since passed, have I ever lost the smell of the damp straw in which I was packed, like game, and forwarded carriage paid to the Cross Keys, Wood Street, Cheapside, London? There was no other inside passenger, and I consumed my sandwiches in solitude and dreariness, and it rained hard all the way, and I thought life sloppier than I had expected to find it. With this tender remembrance upon me, I was cavalierly shunted back into Dullborough the other day, by train. My ticket had been previously collected, like my taxes, and my shining new portmanteau had had a great plaster stuck upon it, and I had been defied by Act of Parliament to offer an objection to anything that was done to it, or me, under a penalty of not less than 40 shillings or more than £5, compoundable for a term of imprisonment. When I had sent my disfigured property on to the hotel, I began to look about me, and the first discovery I made was that the station had swallowed up the playing field. Chapter 1. Tea was gone. The two beautiful hawthorn trees, the hedge, the turf, and all those buttercups and daisies had given place to the stoniest of jolting roads. While, beyond the station, an ugly dark monster of a tunnel kept its jaws open, as if it had swallowed them and were ravenous for more destruction. The coach that had carried me away was melodiously called Timpson's Blue-Eyed Maid, and belonged to Timpson, at the coach office up street. The locomotive engine that had brought me back was called severely Number 97, and belonged to SCR, and was spitting ashes and hot water over the blighted ground. When I had been let out at the platform door, like a prisoner whom his turnkey grudgingly released, I looked in again over the low wall, at the scene of departed glories. Here, in the haymaking time, had I been delivered from the dungeons of Seringapatam, an immense pile of haycock, by my own countrymen, the victorious British boy next door and his two cousins, and had been recognized with ecstasy by my affianced one, Miss Green, who had come all the way from England, second house in the terrace, to ransom me and marry me. Here had I first heard in confidence, from one whose father was greatly connected, being under government, of the existence of a terrible banditti, called the Radicals, whose principles were, that the Prince Regent wore stays, and that nobody had a right to any salary, and that the army and navy ought to be put down. Horrors at which I trembled in my bed, after supplicating that the Radicals might be speedily taken and hanged. Here, too, had we, the small boys of Bowles's, had that cricket match against the small boys of Coles's, when Bowles and Coles had actually met upon the ground, and when, instead of instantly hitting out at one another with the utmost fury, as we had all hoped and expected, those sneaks had said, respectively, "I hope Mrs. Bowles is well," and "I hope Mrs. Coles and the baby are doing charmingly." Could it be that, after all this, and much more, the playing field was a station, and Number 97 expectorated boiling water and red-hot cinders on it, and the whole belonged by Act of Parliament to SER? As it could be, and was, I left the place with a heavy heart for a walk all over the town, and first of Timpson's up street. When I departed from Dullborough in the strawy arms of Timpson's Blue-Eyed Maid, Timpson's was a moderate-sized coach office. In fact, a little coach office, with an oval transparency in the window, which looked beautiful by night, representing one of Timpson's coaches in the act of passing a milestone on the London road. With great velocity, completely full inside and out, and all the passengers dressed in the first style of fashion, and enjoying themselves tremendously. I found no such place as Timpson's now, no such bricks and rafters, not to mention the name, no such edifice on the teeming earth. Pickford had come and knocked Timpson's down. Pickford had not only knocked Timpson's down, but had knocked 2 or 3 houses down on each side of Timpson's, and then had knocked the whole into one great establishment with a pair of big gates, in and out of which his Pickford's wagons are in these days always rattling, with their drivers sitting up so high that they look in at the second-floor windows of the old-fashioned houses in the High Street as they shake the town. I have not the honor of Pickford's acquaintance, but I felt that he had done me an injury, not to say committed an act of boy-slaughter, in running over my childhood in this rough manner. And if ever I meet Pickford driving one of his own monsters, and smoking a pipe the while, which is the custom of his men, he shall know by the expression of my eye, if it catches his, that there is something wrong between us. Chapter 1000. Moreover, I felt that Pickford had no right to come rushing into Dullborough and deprive the town of a public picture. He is not Napoleon Bonaparte. When he took down the transparent stagecoach, he ought to have given the town a transparent van. With a gloomy conviction that Pickford is wholly utilitarian and unimaginative, I proceeded on my way. Chapter 1. Tea is a mercy I have not a red and green lamp and a night bell at my door, for in my very young days I was taken to so many lyings. In that I wonder I escaped becoming a professional martyr to them in afterlife. I suppose I had a very sympathetic nurse, with a large circle of married acquaintance. However that was, as I continued my walk through Dullborough, I found many houses to be solely associated in my mind with this particular interest. At one little greengrocer's shop, down certain steps from the street, I remember to have waited on a lady who had had 4 children. I am afraid to write 5, though I fully believe it was 5 at a birth. This meritorious woman held quite a reception in her room on the morning when I was introduced there, and the sight of the house brought vividly to my mind how the 5 deceased young people lay, side by side, on a clean cloth on a chest of drawers, reminding me by a homely association, which I suspect their complexion to have assisted, of pigs' feet as they are usually displayed at a neat tripe shop. Hot candle was handed round on the occasion, and I further remembered as I stood contemplating the greengrocer, that a subscription was entered into among the company, which became extremely alarming to my consciousness of having pocket money on my person. This fact being known to my conductress, whoever she was, I was earnestly exhorted to contribute, but resolutely declined, therein disgusting the company, who gave me to understand that I must dismiss all expectations of going to heaven. How does it happen that, when all else is change wherever one goes, there yet seem, in every place, to be some few people who never alter? As the sight of the greengrocer's house recalled these trivial incidents of long ago, the identical greengrocer appeared on the steps, with his hands in his pockets, and leaning his shoulder against the doorpost, as my childish eyes had seen him many a time. Indeed, there was his old mark on the doorpost yet, as if his shadow had become a fixture. There, it was he himself. He might formerly have been an old-looking young man, or he might now be a young-looking old man, but there he was. In walking along the street, I had as yet looked in vain for a familiar face, or even a transmitted face. Here was the very greengrocer who had been weighing and handling baskets on the morning of the reception. As he brought with him a dawning remembrance that he had had no proprietary interest in those babies, I crossed the road, and accosted him on the subject. He was not in the least excited or gratified, or in any way roused by the accuracy of my recollection, but said, yes, somewhat out of the common. He didn't remember how many it was, as if half a dozen babes either way made no difference. Had happened to a Mrs. What's-her-name, as once lodged there, but he didn't call it to mind particular. Nettled by this phlegmatic conduct, I informed him that I had left the town when I was a child. He slowly returned, quite unsoftened, and not without a sarcastic kind of complacency. Had I? Ah, and did I find it had got on tolerably well without me? Such is the difference, I thought, when I had left him a few hundred yards behind, and was by so much in a better temper, between going away from a place and remaining in it. I had no right, I reflected, to be angry with the greengrocer for his want of interest. I was nothing to him, whereas he was the town, the cathedral, the bridge, the river, my childhood, and a large slice of my life to me. Of course the town had shrunk fearfully since I was a child there. I had entertained the impression that the High Street was at least as wide as Regent Street, London, or the Italian Boulevard at Paris. I found it little better than a lane. There was a public clock in it which I had supposed to be the finest clock in the world, whereas it now turned out to be as inexpressive, moon-faced, and weak a clock as ever I saw. It belonged to a town hall, where I had seen an Indian, who I now suppose wasn't an Indian, swallow a sword, which I now suppose he didn't. The edifice had appeared to me in those days so glorious a structure, that I had set it up in my mind as the model on which the genie of the lamp built the palace for Aladdin. A mean little brick heap, like a demented chapel, with a few yawning persons in leather gaiters, and in the last extremity for something to do, lounging at the door with their hands in their pockets, and calling themselves a corn exchange. The theatre was in existence, I found, on asking the fishmonger, who had a compact show of stock in his window, consisting of a sole and a quart of shrimps, and I resolved to comfort my mind by going to look at it. Richard III, in a very uncomfortable cloak, had first appeared to me there, and had made my heart leap with terror by backing up against the stage box in which I was posted, while struggling for life against the virtuous Richmond. It was within those walls that I had learnt, as from a page of English history, how that wicked king slept in wartime on a sofa much too short for him, and how fearfully his conscience troubled his boots. There, too, had I first seen the funny countryman, but countryman of noble principles in a flowered waistcoat, crunch up his little hat and throw it on the ground, and pull off his coat, saying, "Dom thee, squire, come on with thy fists then." At which the lovely young woman who kept company with him, and who went out gleaning, in a narrow white muslin apron with 5 beautiful bars of 5 different colored ribbons across it, was so frightened for his sake that she fainted away. Many wondrous secrets of nature had I come to the knowledge of in that sanctuary, of which not the least terrific were, that the witches in Macbeth bore an awful resemblance to the Thanes and other proper inhabitants of Scotland, and that the good King Duncan couldn't rest in his grave, but was constantly coming out of it and calling himself somebody else. To the theatre, therefore, I repaired for consolation, but I found very little, for it was in a bad and declining way. A dealer in wine and bottled beer had already squeezed his trade into the box office, and the theatrical money was taken, when it came, in a kind of meat safe in the passage. The dealer in wine and bottled beer must have insinuated himself under the stage too, for he announced that he had various descriptions of alcoholic drinks in the wood, and there was no possible stowage for the wood anywhere else. Evidently, he was by degrees eating the establishment away to the core, and would soon have sole possession of it. It was to let, and hopelessly so, for its old purposes, and there had been no entertainment within its walls for a long time except a panorama, and even that had been announced as pleasingly instructive, and I know too well the fatal meaning and the leaden import of those terrible expressions. No, there was no comfort in the theatre. It was mysteriously gone, like my own youth. Unlike my own youth, it might be coming back some day, but there was little promise of it. As the town was placarded with references to the Dullborough Mechanics Institution, I thought I would go and look at that establishment next. There had been no such thing in the town, in my young day, and it occurred to me that its extreme prosperity might have brought adversity upon the drama. I found the institution with some difficulty, and should scarcely have known that I had found it if I had judged from its external appearance only. But this was attributable to its never having been finished, and having no front. Consequently, it led a modest and retired existence up a stable-yard. It was, as I learnt on inquiry, a most flourishing institution, and of the highest benefit to the town. Two triumphs which I was glad to understand were not at all impaired by the seeming drawbacks that no mechanics belonged to it, and that it was steeped in debt to the chimney-pots. It had a large room, which was approached by an infirm step-ladder. The builder having declined to construct the intended staircase without a present payment in cash, which Dullborough, though profoundly appreciative of the institution, seemed unaccountably bashful about subscribing. The large room had cost, or would, when paid for, £500, and it had more mortar in it and more echoes than one might have expected to get for the money. It was fitted up with a platform and the usual lecturing tools, including a large black board of a menacing appearance. On referring to lists of the courses of lectures that had been given in this thriving hall, I fancied I detected a shyness in admitting that human nature, when at leisure, has any desire whatever to be relieved and diverted, and a furtive sliding in of any poor make-weight piece of amusement, shamefacedly and edgewise. Thus I observed that it was necessary for the members to be knocked on the head with gas, air, water, food, the solar system, the geological periods, criticism on Milton, the steam engine, John Bunyan, and arrow-headed inscriptions, before they might be tickled by those unaccountable choristers, the Negro singers in the court costume of the reign of George II. Likewise, that they must be stunned by a weighty inquiry whether there was internal evidence in Shakespeare's works, to prove that his uncle by the mother's side lived for some years at Stoke Newington, before they were brought to by a miscellaneous concert. But indeed, the masking of entertainment, and pretending it was something else, as people mask bedsteads when they are obliged to have them in sitting rooms, and make believe that they are bookcases, sofas, chests of drawers, anything rather than bedsteads, was manifest even in the pretense of dreariness that the unfortunate entertainers themselves felt obliged in decency to put forth when they came here. One very agreeable professional singer, who travelled with two professional ladies, knew better than to introduce either of those ladies to sing the ballad, Common, Through the Rye, without prefacing it himself, with some general remarks on wheat and clover. And even then, he dared not for his life call the song a song, but disguised it in the bill as an illustration. In the library, also, fitted with shelves for 3,000 books, and containing upwards of 170, presented copies mostly, seething their edges in damp plaster. There was such a painfully apologetic return of 62 offenders who had read travels, popular biography, and mere fiction descriptive of the aspirations of the hearts and souls of mere human creatures like themselves, and such an elaborate parade of two bright examples who had had down Euclid after the day's occupation and confinement, and who had had down metaphysics after ditto, and I who had had down theology after ditto, and who had worried grammar, political economy, botany, and logarithms all at once after ditto, that I suspected the boasted class to be one man who had been hired to do it. Emerging from the mechanics, institution, and continuing my walk about the town, I still noticed everywhere the prevalence, to an extraordinary degree, of this custom of putting the natural demand for amusement out of sight, as some untidy housekeepers put dust, and pretending that it was swept away. And yet it was ministered to, in a dull and abortive manner, by all who made this feint. Looking in at what is called in Dulborough, the serious bookseller, where, in my childhood, I had studied the faces of numbers of gentlemen depicted in rostrums with a gaslight on each side of them, and casting my eyes over the open pages of certain printed discourses there, I found a vast deal of aiming at jocosity and dramatic effect, even in them. Yes, verily, even on the part of one very wrathful expounder who bitterly anathematized a poor little circus. Similarly, in the reading provided for the young people enrolled in the lasso of love and other excellent unions, I found the writers generally under a distressing sense that they must start, at all events, like storytellers, and delude the young persons into the belief that they were going to be interesting. As I looked in at this window for 20 minutes by the clock, I am in a position to offer a friendly remonstrance, not bearing on this particular point, to the designers and engravers of the pictures in those publications. Have they considered the awful consequences likely to flow from their representations of virtue? Have they asked themselves the question whether the terrific prospect of acquiring that fearful chubbiness of head, unwieldiness of arm, feeble dislocation of leg, crispiness of hair, and enormity of shirt collar, which they represent as inseparable from goodness, may not tend to confirm sensitive waverers in evil? A most impressive example, if I had believed it, of what a dustman and a sailor may come to when they mend their ways was presented to me in this same shop window. When they were leaning, they were intimate friends, against a post, drunk and reckless, with surpassingly bad hats on, and their hair over their foreheads, they were rather picturesque, and looked as if they might be agreeable men if they would not be beasts. But when they had got over their bad propensities, and when, as a consequence, their heads had swelled alarmingly, their hair had got so curly that it lifted their blown-out cheeks up, their coat cuffs were so long that they never could do any work, and their eyes were so wide open that they never could do any sleep, they presented a spectacle calculated to plunge a timid nature into the depths of infamy. But the clock that had so degenerated since I saw it last admonished me that I had stayed here long enough, and I resumed my walk. Chapter 1 had not gone 50 paces along the street when I was suddenly brought up by the sight of a man who got out of a little phaeton at the doctor's door and went into the doctor's house. Immediately, the air was filled with the scent of trodden grass, and the perspective of years opened, and at the end of it was a little likeness of this man keeping a wicket, and I said, "God bless my soul, Joe Specs." Through many changes and much work, I had preserved a tenderness for the memory of Joe, forasmuch as we had made the acquaintance of Roderick Random together, and had believed him to be no ruffian, but an ingenuous and engaging hero. Scorning to ask the boy left in the phaeton whether it was really Joe, and scorning even to read the brass plate on the door, so sure was I rang the bell and informed the servant maid that a stranger sought audience of Mr. Specs. Into a room half surgery, half study, I was shown to await his coming, and I found it by a series of elaborate accidents bestrewn with testimonies to Joe. Portrait of Mr. Specs, bust of Mr. Specs, silver cup from grateful patient to Mr. Specs, presentation sermon from local clergyman, dedication poem from local poet, dinner card from local nobleman, tract on balance of power from local refugee, inscribed homage de elatura Specs. When my old schoolfellow came in, and I informed him with a smile that I was not a patient, he seemed rather at a loss to perceive any reason for smiling in connection with that fact, and inquired to what was he to attribute the honor? I asked him with another smile, could he remember me at all? He had not, he said, that pleasure. I was beginning to have but a poor opinion of Mr. Specs when he said reflectively, and yet there's a something too. Upon that I saw a boyish light in his eyes that looked well, and I asked him if he could inform me, as a stranger who desired to know and had not the means of reference at hand, what the name of the young lady was who married Mr. Random? Upon that he said Narcissa, and after staring for a moment called me by my name, shook me by the hand, and melted into a roar of laughter. "Why, of course you'll remember Lucy Green," he said after we had talked a little. "Of course," said I. "Whom do you think she married?" said he. "You?" I hazarded. "Me. said Specs, and you shall see her. So I saw her, and she was fat, and if all the hay in the world had been heaped upon her, it could scarcely have altered her face more than time had altered it from my remembrance of the face that had once looked down upon me into the fragrant dungeons of Seringapatam. But when her youngest child came in after dinner, for I dined with them, and we had no other company than Specs, junior, barrister at law, who went away as soon as the cloth was removed, to look after the young lady to whom he was going to be married next week. I saw again, in that little daughter, the little face of the hayfield unchanged, and it quite touched my foolish heart. We talked immensely, Specs and Mrs. Specs and I, and we spoke of our old selves as though our old selves were dead and gone. And indeed they were dead and gone as the playing field that had become a wilderness of rusty iron, and the property of Ser. Specs, however, illuminated Dulborough with the rays of interest that I wanted and should otherwise have missed in it, and linked its present to its past, with a highly agreeable chain. And in Specs's society, I had new occasion to observe what I had before noticed in similar communications among other men. All the schoolfellows and others of old, whom I inquired about, had either done superlatively well or superlatively ill, had either become uncertificated bankrupts, or been felonious and got themselves transported, or had made great hits in life and done wonders. And this is so commonly the case that I never can imagine what becomes of all the mediocre people of people's youth, especially considering that we find no lack of the species in our maturity. But I did not propound this difficulty to Specs, for no pause in the conversation gave me an occasion, nor could I discover one single flaw in the good doctor. When he reads this, he will receive in a friendly spirit the pleasantly meant record, except that he had forgotten his Roderick Random, and that he confounded Strap with Lieutenant Hatchway, who never knew Random, howsoever intimate with Pickle. When I went alone to the railway to catch my train at night, Specs had meant to go with me, but was inopportunely called out. I was in a more charitable mood with Dulborough than I had been all day. And yet in my heart I had loved it all day too. Ah, who was I that I should quarrel with the town for being changed to me, when I myself had come back, so changed, to it? All my early readings and early imaginations dated from this place, and I took them away so full of innocent construction and guileless belief, and I brought them back so worn and torn, so much the wiser and so much the worse. Chapter 13. Night WLKS. Some years ago, a temporary inability to sleep, referable to a distressing impression, caused me to walk about the streets all night, for a series of several nights. The disorder might have taken a long time to conquer, if it had been faintly experimented on in bed, but it was soon defeated by the brisk treatment of getting up directly after lying down, and going out, and coming home tired at sunrise. Chapter 1. In the course of those nights, I finished my education in a fair amateur experience of houselessness. My principal object being to get through the night, the pursuit of it brought me into sympathetic relations with people who have no other object every night in the year. The month was March, and the weather damp, cloudy, and cold. The sun not rising before 5:30, the night perspective looked sufficiently long at 12:30, which was about my time for confronting it. The restlessness of a great city, and the way in which it tumbles and tosses before it can get to sleep, formed one of the first entertainments offered to the contemplation of us houseless people. It lasted about 2 hours. We lost a great deal of companionship when the late public houses turned their lamps out, and when the potmen thrust the last brawling drunkards into the street. But stray vehicles and stray people were left us, after that. If we were very lucky, a policeman's rattle sprang and a fray turned up. But in general, surprisingly little of this diversion was provided. Except in the Haymarket, which is the worst-kept part of London, and about Kent Street in the Borough, and along a portion of the line of the Old Kent Road, the peace was seldom violently broken. But it was always the case that London, as if in imitation of individual citizens belonging to it, had expiring fits and starts of restlessness. After all seemed quiet, if one cab rattled by, half a dozen would surely follow. And houselessness even observed that intoxicated people appeared to be magnetically attracted towards each other, so that we knew when we saw one drunken object staggering against the shutters of a shop, that another drunken object would stagger up before 5 minutes were out, to fraternize or fight with it. When we made a divergence from the regular species of drunkard, the thin-armed, puff-faced, leaden-lipped gin-drinker, and encountered a rarer specimen of a more decent appearance. 50 to 1, but that specimen was dressed in soiled mourning. As the street experience in the night, so the street experience in the day. The common folk who come unexpectedly into a little property come unexpectedly into a deal of liquor. At length these flickering sparks would die away, worn out. The last veritable sparks of waking life trailed from some late pieman or hot potato man, and London would sink to rest. And then the yearning of the houseless mind would be for any sign of company, any lighted place, any movement, anything suggestive of anyone being up, nay, even so much as awake, for the houseless eye looked out for lights in windows. Walking the streets under the pattering rain, houselessness would walk and walk and walk, seeing nothing but the interminable tangle of streets, save at a corner, here and there, two policemen in conversation, or the sergeant or inspector looking after his men. Now and then in the night, but rarely, houselessness would become aware of a furtive head peering out of a doorway a few yards before him, and, coming up with the head, would find a man standing bolt upright to keep within the doorway's shadow, and evidently intent upon no particular service to society. Under a kind of fascination, and in a ghostly silence suitable to the time, houselessness and this gentleman would eye one another from head to foot, and so, without exchange of speech, part mutually suspicious. Drip, drip, drip from ledge and coping, splash from pipes and waterspouts, and by the houseless shadow would fall upon the stones that paved the way to Waterloo Bridge. It being in the houseless mind to have a halfpenny worth of excuse for saying good night to the toll-keeper, and catching a glimpse of his fire. A good fire and a good greatcoat and a good woolen neck-shawl were comfortable things to see in conjunction with the toll-keeper. Also his brisk wakefulness was excellent company when he rattled the change of halfpence down upon that metal table of his, like a man who defied the night, with all its sorrowful thoughts, and didn't care for the coming of dawn. There was need of encouragement on the threshold of the bridge, for the bridge was dreary. The chopped-up murdered man had not been lowered with a rope over the parapet when those nights were. He was alive, and slept then quietly enough most likely, and undisturbed by any dream of where he was to come. But the river had an awful look, the buildings on the banks were muffled in black shrouds, and the reflected lights seemed to originate deep in the water, as if the specters of suicides were holding them to show where they went down. The wild moon and clouds were as restless as an evil conscience in a tumbled bed, and the very shadow of the immensity of London seemed to lie oppressively upon the river. Between the bridge and the two great theatres, there was but the distance of a few hundred paces, so the theatres came next. Grim and black within, at night, those great dry wells, and lonesome to imagine, with the rows of faces faded out, the lights extinguished, and the seats all empty. One would think that nothing in them knew itself at such a time but Yorick's skull. In one of my night walks, as the church steeples were shaking the March winds and rain with the strokes of four, I passed the outer boundary of one of these great deserts and entered it. With a dim lantern in my hand, I groped my well-known way to the stage and looked over the orchestra, which was like a great grave dug for a time of pestilence, into the void beyond. A dismal cavern of an immense aspect, with the chandelier gone dead like everything else, and nothing visible through mist and fog and space, but tiers of winding sheets. The ground at my feet where, when last there, I had seen the peasantry of Naples dancing among the vines, reckless of the burning mountain which threatened to overwhelm them, was now in possession of a strong serpent of engine hose, watchfully lying in wait for the serpent fire, and ready to fly at it if it showed its forked tongue. A ghost of a watchman, carrying a faint corpse candle, haunted the distant upper gallery and flitted away. Retiring within the proscenium, and holding my light above my head towards the rolled-up curtain, green no more but black as ebony, my sight lost itself in a gloomy vault, showing faint indications in it of a shipwreck of canvas and cordage. Methought I felt much as a diver might at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 1. In those small hours when there was no movement in the streets, it afforded matter for reflection to take Newgate in the way, and, touching its rough stone, to think of the prisoners in their sleep, and then to glance in at the lodge over the spiked wicket, and see the fire and light of the watching turnkeys on the white wall. Not an inappropriate time either, to linger by that wicked little debtor's door, shutting tighter than any other door one ever saw, which has been death's door to so many. In the days of the uttering of forged £1 notes by people tempted up from the country, how many hundreds of wretched creatures of both sexes, many quite innocent, swung out of a pitiless and inconsistent world, with the tower of yonder Christian church of St. Sepulchre monstrously before their eyes. Is there any haunting of the bank parlor, by the remorseful souls of old directors, in the nights of these later days, I wonder, or is it as quiet as this degenerate Isildama of an Old Bailey? To walk on to the bank, lamenting the good old times and bemoaning the present evil period, would be an easy next step. So I would take it and would make my houseless circuit of the bank, and give a thought to the treasure within. likewise to the guard of soldiers passing the night there, and nodding over the fire. Next, I went to Billingsgate, in some hope of market people, but it proving as yet too early, crossed London Bridge, and got down by the waterside on the Surrey shore among the buildings of the great brewery. There was plenty going on at the brewery, and the reek and the smell of grains and the rattling of the plump dray horses at their mangers were capital company. Quite refreshed by having mingled with this good society, I made a new start with a new heart, setting the old King's Bench prison before me for my next object, and resolving, when I should come to the wall, to think of poor Horace Kinch and the dry rot in men. A very curious disease, the dry rot in men, and difficult to detect the beginning of. It had carried Horace Kinch inside the wall of the old King's Bench prison, and it had carried him out with his feet foremost. He was a likely man to look at in the prime of life, well-to-do, as clever as he needed to be, and popular among many friends. He was suitably married and had healthy and pretty children. But like some fair-looking houses or fair-looking ships, he took the dry rot. The first strong external revelation of the dry rot in men is a tendency to lurk and lounge, to be at street corners without intelligible reason, to be going anywhere when met, to be about many places rather than at any, to do nothing tangible but to have an intention of performing a variety of intangible duties tomorrow or the day after. When this manifestation of the disease is observed, the observer will usually connect it with a vague impression once formed or received that the patient was living a little too hard. He will scarcely have had leisure to turn it over in his mind and form the terrible suspicion, dry rot, when he will notice a change for the worse in the patient's appearance. A certain slovenliness and deterioration, which is not poverty, nor dirt, nor intoxication, nor ill health, but simply dry rot. To this succeeds a smell as of strong waters in the morning. To that, a looseness respecting money. To that, a stronger smell as of strong waters at all times. To that, a looseness respecting everything. To that, a trembling of the limbs, somnolency, misery, and crumbling to pieces. As it is in wood, so it is in men. Dry rot advances at a compound usury quite incalculable. A plank is found infected with it, and the whole structure is devoted. Thus it had been with the unhappy Horace Kinch, lately buried by a small subscription. Those who knew him had not nigh done saying, so well off, so comfortably established, with such hope before him, and yet it is feared with a slight touch of dry rot. When lo, the man was all dry rot and dust. From the dead wall associated on those houseless nights with this too common story, I chose next to wander by Bethlehem Hospital, partly because it lay on my road round to Westminster, partly because I had a night fancy in my head which could be best pursued within sight of its walls and dome. And the fancy was this: are not the sane and the insane equal at night as the sane lie a-dreaming? Are not all of us outside this hospital, who dream, more or less in the condition of those inside it, every night of our lives? Are we not nightly persuaded, as they daily are, that we associate preposterously with kings and queens, emperors and empresses, and notabilities of all sorts? Do we not nightly jumble events and personages and times and places, as these do daily? Are we not sometimes troubled by our own sleeping inconsistencies, and do we not vexedly try to account for them or excuse them, just as these do sometimes in respect of their waking delusions? Said an afflicted man to me, when I was last in a hospital like this, "Sir, I can frequently fly." I was half ashamed to reflect that so could I by night. Said a woman to me on the same occasion, "Queen Victoria frequently comes to dine with me, and Her Majesty and I dine off peaches and macaroni in our nightgowns, and His Royal Highness the Prince Consort does us the honor to make a third on horseback in a field marshal's uniform." Could I refrain from reddening with consciousness when I remembered the amazing royal parties I myself had given, at night, the unaccountable viands I had put on table, and my extraordinary manner of conducting myself on those distinguished occasions? I wonder that the great master who knew everything, when he called sleep the death of each day's life, did not call dreams the insanity of each day's sanity. By this time I had left the hospital behind me, and was again setting towards the river, and in a short breathing space I was on Westminster Bridge, regaling my houseless eyes with the external walls of the British Parliament, the perfection of a stupendous institution, I know, and the admiration of all surrounding nations and succeeding ages, I do not doubt, but perhaps a little the better now, and then for being pricked up to its work. Turning off into Old Palace Yard, the courts of law kept me company for a quarter of an hour, hinting in low whispers what numbers of people they were keeping awake, and how intensely wretched and horrible they were rendering the small hours to unfortunate suitors. Westminster Abbey was fine, gloomy society for another quarter of an hour, suggesting a wonderful procession of its dead among the dark arches and pillars, each century more amazed by the century following it than by all the centuries going before. And indeed, in those houseless night walks, which even included cemeteries where watchmen went round among the graves at stated times and moved the telltale handle of an index, which recorded that they had touched it at such an hour. It was a solemn consideration what enormous hosts of dead belonged to one old great city, and how, if they were raised while the living slept, there would not be the space of a pin's point in all the streets and ways for the living to come out into. Not only that, but the vast armies of dead would overflow the hills and valleys beyond the city, and would stretch away all round it, God knows how far. When a church clock strikes, on houseless ears in the dead of the night, it may be at first mistaken for company and hailed as such, but as the spreading circles of vibration, which you may perceive at such a time with great clearness, go opening out, for ever and ever afterwards widening perhaps, as the philosopher has suggested, in eternal space, the mistake is rectified and the sense of loneliness is profounder. Once, it was after leaving the abbey and turning my face north, I came to the great steps of St. Martin's Church as the clock was striking 3. Suddenly, a thing that in a moment more I should have trodden upon without seeing, rose up at my feet with a cry of loneliness and houselessness, struck out of it by the bell, the like of which I never heard. We then stood face to face looking at one another, frightened by one another. The creature was like a beetle-browed, hair-lipped youth of 20, and it had a loose bundle of rags on, which it held together with one of its hands. It shivered from head to foot, and its teeth chattered, and as it stared at me, persecutor, devil, ghost, whatever it thought me, it made with its whining mouth as if it were snapping at me like a worried dog. Intending to give this ugly object money, I put out my hand to stay it, for it recoiled as it whined and snapped, and laid my hand upon its shoulder. Instantly, it twisted out of its garment, like the young man in the New Testament, and left me standing alone with its rags in my hands. Chapter 100. Covent Garden Market, when it was market morning, was wonderful company. The great wagons of cabbages, with growers, men and boys lying asleep under them, and with sharp dogs from market garden neighborhoods looking after the whole, were as good as a party. But one of the worst night sights I know in London is to be found in the children who prowl about this place, who sleep in the baskets, fight for the offal, dart at any object they think they can lay their thieving hands on, dive under the carts and barrows, dodge the constables, and are perpetually making a blunt pattering on the pavement of the piazza with the rain of their naked feet. A painful and unnatural result comes of the comparison one is forced to institute between the growth of corruption, as displayed in the so much improved and cared for fruits of the earth, and the growth of corruption as displayed in these all uncared for except inasmuch as ever hunted savages. There was early coffee to be got about Covent Garden Market, and that was more company, warm company, too, which was better. Toast of a very substantial quality was likewise procurable, though the touzled-headed man who made it, in an inner chamber within the coffee-room, hadn't got his coat on yet, and was so heavy with sleep that in every interval of toast and coffee, he went off anew behind the partition into complicated crossroads of choke and snore, and lost his way directly into one of these establishments. Among the earliest, near Bow Street, there came one morning as I sat over my houseless cup, pondering where to go next, a man in a high and long snuff-colored coat and shoes, and to the best of my belief, nothing else but a hat, who took out of his hat large cold meat pudding, a meat pudding so large that it was a very tight fit, and brought the lining of the hat out with it. This mysterious man was known by his pudding, for on his entering, the man of sleep brought him a pint of hot tea, a small loaf, and a large knife and fork and plate. Left to himself in his box, he stood the pudding on the bare table, and, instead of cutting it, stabbed it overhand with the knife, like a mortal enemy, then took the knife out, wiped it on his sleeve, tore the pudding asunder with his fingers, and ate it all up. The remembrance of this man with the pudding remains with me as the remembrance of the most spectral person my houselessness encountered. Twice only was I in that establishment, and twice I saw him stalk in, as I should say, just out of bed, and presently going back to bed, take out his pudding, stab his pudding, wipe the dagger, and eat his pudding all up. He was a man whose figure promised cadaverousness, but who had an excessively red face, though shaped like a horse S. On the second occasion of my seeing him, he said huskily to the man of sleep, "Am I red tonight?" "You are," he uncompromisingly answered. "My mother," said the spectre, "was a red-faced woman that liked drink, and I looked at her hard when she laid in her coffin, and I took the complexion. Somehow, the pudding seemed an unwholesome pudding after that, and I put myself in its way no more. When there was no market, or when I wanted variety, a railway terminus with the morning mails coming in was remunerative company. But like most of the company to be had in this world, it lasted only a very short time. The station lamps would burst out ablaze, the porters would emerge from places of concealment, The cabs and trucks would rattle to their places, the post office carts were already in theirs, and finally the bell would strike up and the train would come banging in. But there were few passengers and little luggage, and everything scuttled away with the greatest expedition. The locomotive post offices, with their great nets, as if they had been dragging the country for bodies, would fly open as to their doors, and would disgorge a smell of lamp, an exhausted clerk, a guard in a red coat, and their bags of letters. The engine would blow and heave and perspire, like an engine wiping its forehead and saying what a run it had had. And within 10 minutes the lamps were out, and I was houseless and alone again. But now there were driven cattle on the high road near, wanting, as cattle always do, to turn into the midst of stone walls, and squeeze themselves through 6 inches width of iron railing, and getting their heads down also as cattle always do for tossing purchase at quite imaginary dogs, and giving themselves and every devoted creature associated with them a most extraordinary amount of unnecessary trouble. Now, too, the conscious gas began to grow pale with the knowledge that daylight was coming, and straggling workpeople were already in the streets. And, as waking life had become extinguished with the last pieman's sparks, so it began to be rekindled with the fires of the first street corner breakfast sellers. And so by faster and faster degrees, until the last degrees were very fast, the day came, and I was tired and could sleep. And it is not, as I used to think, going home at such times, the least wonderful thing in London, that in the real desert region of the night, the houseless wanderer is alone there. I knew well enough where to find vice and misfortune of all kinds if I had chosen, but they were put out of sight, and my houselessness had many miles upon miles of streets in which it could, and did, have its own solitary way. Chapter 14. Chapter 100, Hambers. Having occasion to transact some business with a solicitor who occupies a highly suicidal set of chambers in Gray's Inn, I afterwards took a turn in the large square of that stronghold of melancholy, reviewing, with congenial surroundings, my experiences of chambers. Chapter 1 began, as was natural, with the chambers I had just left. They were an upper set on a rotten staircase, with a mysterious bunk or bulkhead on the landing outside them, of a rather nautical and screw-collier-like appearance than otherwise, and painted in intense black. Many dusty years have passed since the appropriation of this Davy Jones's locker to any purpose, and during the whole period within the memory of living man, it has been hasped and padlocked. I cannot quite satisfy my mind whether it was originally meant for the reception of coals, or bodies, or as a place of temporary security for the plunder looted by laundresses. But I incline to the last opinion. It is about breast high, and usually serves as a bulk for defendants in reduced circumstances to lean against and ponder at, when they come on the hopeful errand of trying to make an arrangement without money. Under which auspicious circumstances, it mostly happens that the legal gentleman they want to see is much engaged, and they pervade the staircase for a considerable period. Against this opposing bulk in the absurdest manner, the tomb-like outer door of the solicitor's chambers, which is also of an intense black, stands in dark ambush, half open and half shut all day. The solicitor's apartments are 3 in number, consisting of a slice, a cell, and a wedge. The slice is assigned to the 2 clerks. The cell is occupied by the principal, and the wedge is devoted to stray papers, old game baskets from the country, a washing stand, and a model of a patent ship's caboose which was exhibited in Chancery at the commencement of the present century on an application for an injunction to restrain infringement. At about 9:30 on every weekday morning, the younger of the 2 clerks, who, I have reason to believe, leads the fashion at Pentonville in the articles of pipes and shirts, may be found knocking the dust out of his official doorkey on the bunk or locker before mentioned, and so, exceedingly subject to dust is his key, and so very retentive of that superfluity, that in exceptional summer weather, when a ray of sunlight has fallen on the locker in my presence, I have noticed its inexpressive countenance to be deeply marked by a kind of Brahma, erysipelas, or smallpox. This set of chambers, as I have gradually discovered, when I have had restless occasion to make inquiries or leave messages, after office hours, is under the charge of a lady named Sweeney, in figure extremely like an old family umbrella, whose dwelling confronts a dead wall in a court off Gray's Inn Lane, and who is usually fetched into the passage of that bower, when wanted, from some neighboring home of industry, which has the curious property of imparting an inflammatory appearance to her visage. Mrs. Sweeney is one of the race of professed laundresses, and is the compiler of a remarkable manuscript volume entitled Mrs. Sweeney's Book, from which much curious statistical information may be gathered respecting the high prices and small uses of soda, soap, sand, firewood, and other such articles. I have created a legend in my mind, and consequently I believe it with the utmost pertinacity, that the late Mr. Sweeney was a ticket porter under the Honorable Society of Gray's Inn, and that, in consideration of his long and valuable services, Mrs. Sweeney was appointed to her present post. For, though devoid of personal charms, I have observed this lady to exercise a fascination over the elderly ticker porter mind, particularly under the gateway, and in corners and entries, which I can only refer to her being one of the fraternity, yet not competing with it. All that need be said concerning this set of chambers is said when I have added that it is in a large double house in Gray's Inn Square, very much out of repair, and that the outer portal is ornamented in a hideous manner with certain stone remains, which have the appearance of the dismembered bust, torso, and limbs of a petrified bencher. Chapter 1. Indeed, I look upon Gray's Inn generally as one of the most depressing institutions in brick and mortar, known to the children of men. Can anything be more dreary than its arid square? Sahara desert of the law, with the ugly old tile-top tenements, the dirty windows, the bills to let, the doorposts inscribed like gravestones, the crazy gateway giving upon the filthy lane, the scowling, iron-barred prison-like passage into Verulam buildings, the moldy red-nosed ticket porters with little coffin plates, and why with aprons, the dry, hard, atomy-like appearance of the whole dust heap. When my uncommercial travels tend to this dismal spot, my comfort is its rickety state. Imagination gloats over the fullness of time when the staircases shall have quite tumbled down. They are daily wearing into an ill-savored powder, but have not quite tumbled down yet. When the last old prolix bencher all of the olden time shall have been got out of an upper window by means of a fire ladder, and carried off to the Holborn Union. When the last clerk shall have engrossed the last parchment behind the last splash on the last of the mud-stained windows, which, all through the miry year, are pilloried out of recognition in Gray's Inn Lane. Then shall a squalid little trench, with rank grass and a pump in it, lying between the coffee house and South Square, be wholly given up to cats and rats, and not as now have its empire divided between those animals and a few briefless bipeds, surely called to the bar by voices of deceiving spirits, seeing that they are wanted there by no mortal, who glance down, with eyes better glazed than their casements, from their dreary and lackluster rooms. Then shall the way westward, now lying under a short grim colonnade wherein summertime pounce flies from law stationering windows into the eyes of laymen, be choked with rubbish and happily become impassable. Then shall the gardens where turf, trees, and gravel wear a legal livery of black, run rank and pilgrims go to Gorhambury to see Bacon's effigy as he sat, and not come here, which in truth they seldom do, to see where he walked. Then, in a word, shall the old established vendor of periodicals sit alone in his little crib of a shop behind the Holborn gate, like that lumbering Marius among the ruins of Carthage, who has sat heavy on 1,000,000,000 of similes. At one period of my uncommercial career, I much frequented another set of chambers in Gray's Inn Square. They were what is familiarly called a top set, and all the eatables and drinkables introduced into them acquired a flavor of cockloft. I have known an unopened Strasbourg pâté fresh from Fortnum and Mason to draw in this cockloft tone through its crockery dish, and become penetrated with cockloft to the core of its inmost truffle in 3/4 of an hour. This, however, was not the most curious feature of those chambers. That consisted in the profound conviction entertained by my esteemed friend Parkle, their tenant, that they were clean. Whether it was an inborn hallucination, or whether it was imparted to him by Mrs. Miggot the laundress, I never could ascertain, but I believe he would have gone to the stake upon the question. Now, they were so dirty that I could take off the distinctest impression of my figure on any article of furniture by merely lounging upon it for a few moments, and it used to be a private amusement of mine to print myself off, if I may use the expression, all over the rooms. It was the first large circulation I had. At other times I have accidentally shaken a window curtain while in animated conversation with Parkle, and struggling insects which were certainly red, and were certainly not ladybirds, have dropped on the back of my hand. Yet Parkle lived in that top-set years, bound body and soul to the superstition that they were clean. He used to say, when congratulated upon them, "Well, they are not like chambers in one respect, you know? They are clean." Concurrently, he had an idea which he could never explain, that Mrs. Miggot was in some way connected with the church. When he was in particularly good spirits, he used to believe that a deceased uncle of hers had been a dean. When he was poorly and low, he believed that her brother had been a curate. I and Mrs. Miggot, she was a genteel woman, were on confidential terms, but I never knew her to commit herself to any distinct assertion on the subject. She merely claimed a proprietorship in the church, by looking when it was mentioned, as if the reference awakened the slumbering past and were personal. It may have been his amiable confidence in Mrs. Miggott's better days that inspired my friend with his delusion respecting the chambers, but he never wavered in his fidelity to it for a moment, though he wallowed in dirt 7 years. Two of the windows of these chambers looked down into the garden, and we have sat up there together many a summer evening, saying how pleasant it was and talking of many things. To my intimacy with that top set, I am indebted for three of my liveliest personal impressions of the loneliness of life in chambers. They shall follow here, in order, first, second, and third. First, my Gray's Inn friend on a time hurt one of his legs, and it became seriously inflamed. Not knowing of his indisposition, I was on my way to visit him as usual, one summer evening, when I was much surprised by meeting a lively leech in Field Court, Gray's Inn, seemingly on his way to the West End of London. As the leech was alone and was of course unable to explain his position, even if he had been inclined to do so, which he had not the appearance of being, I passed him and went on. Turning the corner of Gray's Inn Square, I was beyond expression amazed by meeting another leech, also entirely alone, and also proceeding in a westerly direction, though with less decision of purpose. Ruminating on this extraordinary circumstance, and endeavoring to remember whether I had ever read, in the Philosophical Transactions or any work on natural history, of a migration of leeches, I ascended to the top set, past the dreary series of closed outer doors of offices and an empty set or two, which intervened between that lofty region and the surface. Entering my friend's rooms, I found him stretched upon his back, like Prometheus bound, with a perfectly demented ticket porter in attendance on him instead of the vulture. Which helpless individual, who was feeble and frightened, and had my friend explained to me, in great choler, been endeavoring for some hours to apply leeches to his leg, and as yet had only got on 2 out of 20. To this unfortunate's distraction between a damp cloth on which he had placed the leeches to freshen them, and the wrathful adjurations of my friend to stick 'em on, sir, I referred the phenomenon I had encountered, the rather as two fine specimens were at that moment going out at the door, while a general insurrection of the rest was in progress on the table. After a while our united efforts prevailed, and, when the leeches came off and had recovered their spirits, we carefully tied them up in a decanter. But I never heard more of them than that they were all gone next morning, and that the out-of-door young man of Bickle, Bush and Bodger on the ground floor had been bitten and blooded by some creature not identified. They never took on Mrs. Migott, the laundress, but I have always preserved fresh the belief that she unconsciously carried several about her, until they gradually found openings in life. Second, on the same staircase with my friend Parkle, and on the same floor, there lived a man of law who pursued his business elsewhere, and used those chambers as his place of residence. For 3 or 4 years Parkle rather knew of him than knew him, but after that, for Englishmen, short pause of consideration, they began to speak. Parkle exchanged words with him in his private character only, and knew nothing of his business ways or means. He was a man a good deal about town, but always alone. We used to remark to one another that although we often encountered him in theaters, concert rooms, and similar public places, he was always alone. Yet he was not a gloomy man, and was of a decidedly conversational turn, insomuch that he would sometimes of an evening lounge with a cigar in his mouth, half in and half out of Parkle's rooms, and discuss the topics of the day by the hour. He used to hint on these occasions that he had 4 faults to find with life. Firstly, that it obliged a man to be always winding up his watch. Secondly, that London was too small. Thirdly, that it therefore wanted variety. Fourthly, that there was too much dust in it. There was so much dust in his own faded chambers, certainly, that they reminded me of a sepulchre, furnished in prophetic anticipation of the present time, which had newly been brought to light, after having remained buried a few thousand years. One dry, hot autumn evening at twilight, this man, being then 5 years turned of 50, looked in upon Parkle in his usual lounging way, with his cigar in his mouth as usual, and said, "I am going out of town." As he never went out of town, Parkle said, "Oh, indeed, at last?" "Yes," says he, "at last, for what is a man to do? London is so small, if you go west you come to Hounslow. If you go east you come to Bow. If you go south there's Brixton or Norwood. If you go north you can't get rid of Barnet. Then the monotony of all the streets, and of all the roads, and the dust. When he had said this, he wished Parkle a good evening, but came back again and said with his watch in his hand, "Oh, I really cannot go on winding up this watch over and over again. I wish you would take care of it." So Parkle laughed and consented, and the man went out of town. The man remained out of town so long that his letter box became choked, and no more letters could be got into it, and they began to be left at the lodge and to accumulate there. At last the head porter decided, on conference with the steward, to use his master key and look into the chambers, and give them the benefit of a whiff of air. Then it was found that he had hanged himself to his bedstead, and had left this written memorandum: "I should prefer to be cut down by my neighbor and friend, if he will allow me to call him so, H. Parkle-esque." This was an end of Parkle's occupancy of chambers. He went into lodgings immediately. Third, while Parkle lived in Gray's Inn, and I myself was uncommercially preparing for the bar, which is done, as everybody knows, by having a frayed old gown put on in a pantry by an old woman in a chronic state of St. Anthony's fire and dropsy, and so decorated, bolting a bad dinner in a party of 4, whereof each individual mistrusts the other 3. I say, while these things were, there was a certain elderly gentleman, who lived in a court of the Temple, and was a great judge and lover of port wine. Every day he dined at his club and drank his bottle or 2 of port wine, and every night came home to the Temple and went to bed in his lonely chambers. This had gone on many years without variation, when one night he had a fit on coming home, and fell and cut his head deep, but partly recovered and groped about in the dark to find the door. When he was afterwards discovered dead, it was clearly established by the marks of his hands about the room that he must have done so. Now, this chanced on the night of Christmas Eve, and over him lived a young fellow who had sisters and young country friends, and who gave them a little party that night, in the course of which they played at blindman's buff. They played that game, for their greater sport, by the light of the fire only. And once, when they were all quietly rustling and stealing about, and the blindman was trying to pick out the prettiest sister, for which I am far from blaming him, somebody cried, "Hark! The man below must be playing blindman's buff by himself tonight?" They listened, and they heard sounds of someone falling about and stumbling against furniture, and they all laughed at the conceit, and went on with their play, more light-hearted and merry than ever. Thus, those 2 so different games of life and death were played out together, blindfolded, in the 2 sets of chambers. Such are the occurrences, which, coming to my knowledge, imbued me long ago with a strong sense of the loneliness of chambers. There was a fantastic illustration to much the same purpose, implicitly believed by a strange sort of man now dead, whom I knew when I had not quite arrived at legal years of discretion, though I was already in the uncommercial line. This was a man who, though not more than 30, had seen the world in divers irreconcilable capacities, had been an officer in a South American regiment among other odd things, but had not achieved much in any way of life, and was in debt and in hiding. He occupied chambers of the dreariest nature in Leon Inn. His name, however, was not up on the door or door-post, but in lieu of it stood the name of a friend who had died in the chambers, and had given him the furniture. The story arose out of the furniture, and was to this effect: let the former holder of the chambers, whose name was still upon the door and door-post, be Mr. Testator. Chapter 1000. Our testator took a set of chambers in Leon Inn when he had but very scanty furniture for his bedroom, and none for his sitting room. He had lived some wintry months in this condition, and had found it very bare and cold. One night, past midnight, when he sat writing and still had writing to do that must be done before he went to bed, he found himself out of coals. He had coals downstairs, but had never been to his cellar. However, the cellar key was on his mantel-shelf, and if he went down and opened the cellar it fitted, he might fairly assume the coals in that cellar to be his. As to his laundress, she lived among the coal wagons and Thames watermen, for there were Thames watermen at that time, in some unknown rat-hole by the river, down lanes and alleys on the other side of the Strand. As to any other person to meet him or obstruct him, Leon Inn was dreaming, drunk, maudlin, moody, betting, brooding over bill discounting or renewing, asleep or awake, minding its own affairs. Mr. Testator took his coal scuttle in one hand, his candle and key in the other, and descended to the smallest underground dens of Leon Inn, where the late vehicles in the streets became thunderous, and all the water pipes in the neighborhood seemed to have Macbeth's amen sticking in their throats, and to be trying to get it out. After groping here and there among low doors to no purpose, Mr. Testator at length came to a door with a rusty padlock which his key fitted. Getting the door open with much trouble, and looking in, he found no coals but a confused pile of furniture. Alarmed by this intrusion on another man's property, he locked the door again, found his own cellar, filled his scuttle, and returned upstairs. But the furniture he had seen ran on casters across and across Mr. Testator's mind incessantly. When, in the chill hour of 5 in the morning, he got to bed, he particularly wanted a table to write at, and a table expressly made to be written at had been the piece of furniture in the foreground of the heap. When his laundress emerged from her burrow in the morning to make his kettle boil, he artfully led up to the subject of cellars and furniture. but the two ideas had evidently no connection in her mind. When she left him and he sat at his breakfast, thinking about the furniture, he recalled the rusty state of the padlock, and inferred that the furniture must have been stored in the cellars for a long time. Was perhaps forgotten, owner dead perhaps? After thinking it over a few days, in the course of which he could pump nothing out of Leon in about the furniture, he became desperate and resolved to borrow that table. He did so that night. He had not had the table long when he determined to borrow an easy chair. He had not had that long when he made up his mind to borrow a bookcase. Then a couch, then a carpet and rug. By that time he felt he was in furniture stepped in so far as that it could be no worse to borrow it all. Consequently, he borrowed it all and locked up the cellar for good. He had always locked it after every visit. He had carried up every separate article in the dead of the night, and, at the best, had felt as wicked as a resurrection man. Every article was blue and furry when brought into his rooms, and he had, in a murderous and guilty sort of way, to polish it up while London slept. Chapter 1000. Our testator lived in his furnished chambers 2 or 3 years or more, and gradually lulled himself into the opinion that the furniture was his own. This was his convenient state of mind when, late one night, a step came up the stairs, and a hand passed over his door feeling for his knocker, and then one deep and solemn rap was rapped that might have been a spring in Mr. Testator's easy chair to shoot him out of it. So promptly was it attended with that effect. With a candle in his hand, Mr. Testator went to the door and found there a very pale and very tall man, a man who stooped, a man with very high shoulders, a very narrow chest, and a very red nose, a shabby genteel man. He was wrapped in a long, threadbare black coat, fastened up the front with more pins than buttons, and under his arm he squeezed an umbrella without a handle, as if he were playing bagpipes. He said, "I ask your pardon, but can you tell me?" and stopped, his eyes resting on some object within the chambers. "Can I tell you what?" asked Mr. Testator, noting his stoppage with quick alarm. "I ask your pardon," said the stranger, "but this is not the inquiry I was going to make. Do I see in there any small article of property belonging to me?" Chapter 1000. Our testator was beginning to stammer that he was not aware when the visitor slipped past him into the chambers. There, in a goblin way which froze Mr. Testator to the marrow, he examined first the writing table and said, "Mine," then the easy chair and said, "Mine," then the bookcase and said, "Mine," then turned up a corner of the carpet and said, "Mine." In a word, inspected every item of furniture from the cellar in succession and said, "Mine." Towards the end of this investigation, Mr. Testator perceived that he was sodden with liquor, and that the liquor was gin. He was not unsteady with gin, either in his speech or carriage, but he was stiff with gin in both particulars. Chapter 1000. Our testator was in a dreadful state, for, according to his making out of the story, the possible consequences of what he had done in recklessness and hardihood flashed upon him in their fullness for the first time. When they had stood gazing at one another for a little while, he tremulously began. "Sir, I am conscious that the fullest explanation, compensation, and restitution are your due. They shall be yours. Allow me to entreat that, without temper, without even natural irritation on your part, we may have a little." "Drop of something to drink," interposed the stranger. "I am agreeable." Chapter 1000. Our testator had intended to say, "A little quiet conversation," but with great relief of mind adopted the amendment. He produced a decanter of gin, and was bustling about for hot water and sugar, when he found that his visitor had already drunk half of the decanter's contents. With hot water and sugar, the visitor drank the remainder before he had been an hour in the chambers by the chimes of the church of St. Mary in the Strand, and during the process he frequently whispered to himself, "Mine." The gin gone, and Mr. Testator wondering what was to follow it, the visitor rose and said, with increased stiffness, "At what hour of the morning, sir, will it be convenient?" Mr. Testator hazarded, "At 10?" "Sir," said the visitor, "at 10 to the moment I shall be here." He then contemplated Mr. Testator somewhat at leisure and said, "God bless you. How is your wife?" Mr. Testator, who never had a wife, replied with much feeling, "Deeply anxious, poor soul, but otherwise well." The visitor thereupon turned and went away, and fell twice in going downstairs. From that hour he was never heard of. Whether he was a ghost, or a spectral illusion of conscience, or a drunken man who had no business there, or the drunken rightful owner of the furniture with a transitory gleam of memory, whether he got safe home or had no time to get to, whether he died of liquor on the way or lived in liquor ever afterwards, he never was heard of more. This was the story, received with the furniture and held to be as substantial, by its second possessor in an upper set of chambers in grim Leon Inn. Chapter 1. T is to be remarked of chambers in general, that they must have been built for chambers, to have the right kind of loneliness. You may make a great dwelling house very lonely, by isolating suites of rooms and calling them chambers, but you cannot make the true kind of loneliness. In dwelling houses, there have been family festivals, children have grown in them, girls have bloomed into women in them, courtships and marriages have taken place in them. True chambers never were young, childish, maidenly, never had dolls in them, or rocking horses, or christenings, or betrothals, or little coffins. Let Gray's Inn identify the child who first touched hands and hearts with Robinson Crusoe, in any one of its many sets. And that child's little statue, in white marble with a golden inscription, shall be at its service, at my cost and charge, as a drinking fountain for the spirit, to freshen its thirsty square. Let Lincoln's produce from all its houses, a 20th of the procession derivable from any dwelling house 1/20th of its age, of fair young brides who married for love and hope, not settlements, and all the vice-chancellors shall thenceforward be kept in nosegays for nothing, on application to the writer hereof. It is not denied that on the terrace of the Adelphi, or in any of the streets of that subterranean stable-haunted spot, or about Bedford Row, or James Street of that ilk, a gruesome place, or anywhere among the neighborhoods that have done flowering and have run to seed, you may find chambers replete with the accommodations of solitude, closeness, and darkness, where you may be as low-spirited as in the genuine article, and might be as easily murdered, with the placid reputation of having merely gone down to the seaside. But the many waters of life did run musical in those dry channels once. Among the inns, never. The only popular legend known, in relation to any one of the dull family of inns, is a dark old Bailey whisper concerning Clement S., and importing how the black creature who holds the sundial there was a Negro who slew his master and built the dismal pile out of the contents of his strong box, for which architectural offense alone he ought to have been condemned to live in it. But what populace would waste fancy upon such a place, or on New Inn, Staple Inn, Barnard's Inn, or any of the shabby crew? The genuine laundress, too, is an institution not to be had in its entirety out of and away from the genuine chambers. Again, it is not denied that you may be robbed elsewhere. Elsewhere you may have, for money, dishonesty, drunkenness, dirt, laziness, and profound incapacity. But the veritable shining red-faced shameless laundress, the true Mrs. Sweeney in figure, color, texture, and smell, like the old damp family umbrella. The tip-top complicated abomination of stockings, spirits, bonnet, limpness, looseness, and larceny, is only to be drawn at the fountainhead. Mrs. Sweeney is beyond the reach of individual art. It requires the united efforts of several men to ensure that great result, and it is only developed in perfection under an honorable society and in an inn of court. Chapter 15. Nurse Stories. There are not many places that I find it more agreeable to revisit when I am in an idle mood than some places to which I have never been. For my acquaintance with those spots is of such long standing, and has ripened into an intimacy of so affectionate a nature, that I take a particular interest in assuring myself that they are unchanged. Chapter 1. Never was in Robinson Crusoe's island, yet I frequently returned there. The colony he established on it soon faded away, and it is uninhabited by any descendants of the grave and courteous Spaniards, or of Will Atkins and the other mutineers, and has relapsed into its original condition. Not a twig of its wicker houses remains, its goats have long run wild again, its screaming parrots would darken the sun with a cloud of many flaming colors if a gun were fired there. No face is ever reflected in the waters of the little creek which Friday swam across when pursued by his two brother cannibals, with sharpened stomachs. After comparing notes with other travelers who have similarly revisited the island and conscientiously inspected it, I have satisfied myself that it contains no vestige of Mr. Atkins's domesticity or theology, though his track on the memorable evening of his landing to set his captain ashore, when he was decoyed about and round about until it was dark, and his boat was stove, and his strength and spirits failed him, is yet plainly to be traced. So is the hilltop on which Robinson was struck dumb with joy when the reinstated captain pointed to the ship, riding within half a mile of the shore, that was to bear him away, in the 29th year of his seclusion in that lonely place. So is the sandy beach on which the memorable footstep was impressed, and where the savages hauled up their canoes when they came ashore for those dreadful public dinners, which led to a dancing worse than speech-making. So is the cave where the flaring eyes of the old goat made such a goblin appearance in the dark. So is the site of the hut where Robinson lived with the dog and the parrot and the cat, and where he endured those first agonies of solitude, which, strange to say, never involved any ghostly fancies. a circumstance so very remarkable that perhaps he left out something in writing his record. Round hundreds of such objects, hidden in the dense tropical foliage, the tropical sea breaks evermore, and over them the tropical sky, saving in the short rainy season, shines bright and cloudless. Neither was I ever belated among wolves, on the borders of France and Spain, nor did I ever, when night was closing in and the ground was covered with snow, draw up my little company among some felled trees which served as a breastwork, and there fire a train of gunpowder so dexterously that suddenly we had 3 or 4 score blazing wolves illuminating the darkness around us. Nevertheless, I occasionally go back to that dismal region and perform the feat again, when indeed to smell the singeing and the frying of the wolves of fire, and to see them setting one another alight as they rush and tumble, and to behold them rolling in the snow, vainly attempting to put themselves out, and to hear their howlings taken up by all the echoes as well as by all the unseen wolves within the woods, makes me tremble. Chapter 1 was never in the robber's cave where Gil Blas lived, but I often go back there and find the trapdoor just as heavy to raise as it used to be, while that wicked old disabled black lies everlastingly cursing in bed. I was never in Don Quixote's study, where he read his books of chivalry until he rose and hacked at imaginary giants, and then refreshed himself with great draughts of water, yet you couldn't move a book in it without my knowledge or with my consent. I was never, thank heaven, in company with the little old woman who hobbled out of the chest, and told the merchant of Buda to go in search of the talisman of Oromanes, yet I make it my business to know that she is well preserved and as intolerable as ever. I was never at the school where the boy Horatio Nelson got out of bed to steal the pears, not because he wanted any, but because every other boy was afraid. Yet I have several times been back to this academy to see him let down out of window with a sheet. So with Damascus and Baghdad and Brobingnag, which has the curious fate of being usually misspelled when written, and Lilliput and Laputa, and the Nile and Abyssinia and the Ganges and the North Pole and many hundreds of places. I was never at them, yet it is an affair of my life to keep them intact, and I am always going back to them. But when I was in Dulborough one day, revisiting the associations of my childhood as recorded in previous pages of these notes, my experience in this wise was made quite inconsiderable and of no account by the quantity of places and people, utterly impossible places and people, but none the less alarmingly real, that I found I had been introduced to by my nurse before I was 6 years old, and used to be forced to go back to at night without at all wanting to go. If we all knew our own minds, in a more enlarged sense than the popular acceptation of that phrase, I suspect we should find our nurses responsible for most of the dark corners we are forced to go back to, against our wills. The first diabolical character who intruded himself on my peaceful youth, as I called to mind that day at Dulborough, was a certain Captain Murderer. This wretch must have been an offshoot of the Bluebeard family, but I had no suspicion of the consanguinity in those times. His warning name would seem to have awakened no general prejudice against him, for he was admitted into the best society and possessed immense wealth. Captain Murderer's mission was matrimony, and the gratification of a cannibal appetite with tender brides. On his marriage morning, he always caused both sides of the way to church to be planted with curious flowers, and when his bride said, "Dear Captain Murderer, I ever saw flowers like these before. What are they called?" he answered, "They are called garnish for house lamb," and laughed at his ferocious practical joke in a horrid manner, disquieting the minds of the noble bridal company with a very sharp show of teeth, then displayed for the first time. He made love in a coach and 6, and married in a coach and 12, and all his horses were milk-white horses with one red spot on the back which he caused to be hidden by the harness. For the spot would come there, though every horse was milk-white when Captain Murderer bought him, and the spot was young bride's blood. To this terrific point, I am indebted for my first personal experience of a shudder and cold beads on the forehead. When Captain Murderer had made an end of feasting and revelry, and had dismissed the noble guests, and was alone with his wife on the day month after their marriage, it was his whimsical custom to produce a golden rolling pin and a silver pie-board. Now, there was this special feature in the captain's courtships, that he always asked if the young lady could make pie crust, and if she couldn't by nature or education, she was taught. Well, when the bride saw Captain Murderer produce the golden rolling pin and silver pie-board, she remembered this, and turned up her lace silk sleeves to make a pie. The captain brought out a silver pie dish of immense capacity, and the captain brought out flour and butter and eggs and all things needful, except the inside of the pie. Of materials for the staple of the pie itself, the captain brought out none. Then said the lovely bride, "Dear Captain Murderer, what pie is this to be?" He replied, "A meat pie." Then said the lovely bride, "Dear Captain Murder, I see no meat." The captain humorously retorted, "Look in the glass." She looked in the glass, but still she saw no meat, and then the captain roared with laughter, and suddenly frowning and drawing his sword, bade her roll out the crust. So she rolled out the crust, dropping large tears upon it all the time because he was so cross, and when she had lined the dish with crust and had cut the crust all ready to fit the top, the captain called out, "I see the meat in the glass." And the bride looked up at the glass just in time to see the captain cutting her head off, and he chopped her in pieces and peppered her and salted her and put her in the pie and sent it to the baker, and ate it all and picked the bones. Chapter 100. Apton Murderer went on in this way, prospering exceedingly, until he came to choose a bride from two twin sisters, and at first didn't know which to choose. For though one was fair and the other dark, they were both equally beautiful. But the fair twin loved him, and the dark twin hated him, so he chose the fair one. The dark twin would have prevented the marriage if she could, but she couldn't. However, on the night before it, much suspecting Captain Murderer, she stole out and climbed his garden wall, and looked in at his window through a chink in the shutter, and saw him having his teeth filed sharp. Next day she listened all day, and heard him make his joke about the house lamb. And that day month he had the paste rolled out, and cut the fair twin's head off, and chopped her in pieces, and peppered her, and salted her, and put her in the pie, and sent it to the baker, and ate it all and picked the bones. Now, the dark twin had had her suspicions much increased by the filing of the captain's teeth, and again by the house lamb joke. Putting all things together when he gave out that her sister was dead, she divined the truth and determined to be revenged. So she went up to Captain Murderer's house and knocked at the knocker and pulled at the bell, and when the captain came to the door said, "Dear Captain Murderer, marry me next, for I always loved you and was jealous of my sister." The captain took it as a compliment and made a polite answer, and the marriage was quickly arranged. On the night before it, the bride again climbed to his window, and again saw him having his teeth filed sharp. At this sight she laughed such a terrible laugh at the chink in the shutter, that the captain's blood curdled, and he said, "I hope nothing has disagreed with me." At that, she laughed again, a still more terrible laugh, and the shutter was opened and search made, but she was nimbly gone, and there was no one. Next day they went to church in a coach and 12 and were married. And that day month she rolled the pie crust out, and Captain Murderer cut her head off and chopped her in pieces and peppered her and salted her and put her in the pie and sent it to the baker, and ate it all and picked the bones. But before she began to roll out the paste she had taken a deadly poison of a most awful character, distilled from toads, eyes, and spiders' knees. And Captain Murder had hardly picked her last bone, when he began to swell, and to turn blue, and to be all over spots, and to scream. And he went on swelling and turning bluer, and being more all over spots and screaming, until he reached from floor to ceiling and from wall to wall. And then, at 1 o'clock in the morning, he blew up with a loud explosion. At the sound of it, all the milk-white horses in the stables broke their halters and went mad, and then they galloped over everybody in Captain Murder's house, beginning with the family blacksmith who had filed his teeth, until the whole were dead, and then they galloped away. Hundreds of times did I hear this legend of Captain Murderer, in my early youth, and added hundreds of times was there a mental compulsion upon me in bed, to peep in at his window as the dark twin peeped, and to revisit his horrible house, and look at him in his blue and spotty and screaming stage, as he reached from floor to ceiling and from wall to wall. The young woman who brought me acquainted with Captain Murderer had a fiendish enjoyment of my terrors, and used to begin, I remember, as a sort of introductory overture, by clawing the air with both hands and uttering a long, low, hollow groan. So acutely did I suffer from this ceremony, in combination with this infernal captain, that I sometimes used to plead I thought I was hardly strong enough and old enough to hear the story again just yet. But she never spared me one word of it, and indeed commanded the awful chalice to my lips as the only preservative known to science against the black cat, a weird and glaring-eyed supernatural Tom, who was reputed to prowl about the world by night, sucking the breath of infancy, and who was endowed with a special thirst, as I was given to understand, for mine. This female bard, may she have been repaid my debt of obligation to her in the matter of nightmares and perspirations, reappears in my memory as the daughter of a shipwright. Her name was Mercy, though she had none on me. There was something of a shipbuilding flavor in the following story. As it always recurs to me in a vague association with calomel pills, I believe it to have been reserved for dull nights when I was low with medicine. There was once a shipwright, and he wrought in a government yard, and his name was Chips. And his father's name before him was Chips, and his father's name before him was Chips, and they were all Chipses. And Chips the father had sold himself to the devil for an iron pot, and a bushel of 10-penny nails and half a ton of copper, and a rat that could speak. And Chips the grandfather had sold himself to the devil for an iron pot, and a bushel of 10-penny nails and half a ton of copper and a rat that could speak. And Chips the great-grandfather had disposed of himself in the same direction on the same terms, and the bargain had run in the family for a long, long time. So, one day, when young Chips was at work in the dock slip all alone, down in the dark hold of an old 74 that was hailed up for repairs, the devil presented himself and remarked, "A lemon has pips, and a yard has ships, and I'll have chips." I don't know why, but this fact of the devil's expressing himself in rhyme was peculiarly trying to me. Chips looked up when he heard the words, and there he saw the devil with saucer eyes that squinted on a terrible great scale, and that struck out sparks of blue fire continually. And whenever he winked his eyes, showers of blue sparks came out, and his eyelashes made a clattering like flints and steels striking lights. And hanging over one of his arms by the handle was an iron pot, and under that arm was a bushel of 10-penny nails, and under his other arm was half a ton of copper, and sitting on one of his shoulders was a rat that could speak. So the devil said again, "A lemon has pips, and a yard has ships, and I'll have chips." The invariable effect of this alarming tautology on the part of the evil spirit was to deprive me of my senses for some moments. So, Chips answered never a word but went on with his work. "What are you doing, Chips?" said the rat that could speak. "I am putting in new planks where you and your gang have eaten old away," said Chips. "But we'll eat them too," said the rat that could speak. "And we'll let in the water and drown the crew, and we'll eat them too." Chips, being only a shipwright and not a man-o'-war's man, said, "You are welcome to it." But he couldn't keep his eyes off the half a ton of copper or the bushel of 10-penny nails, for nails and copper are a shipwright's sweethearts, and shipwrights will run away with them whenever they can. So the devil said, "I see what you are looking at, Chips. You had better strike the bargain. You know the terms. Your father before you was well acquainted with them, and so were your grandfather and great-grandfather before him." Says Chips, "I like the copper and I like the nails, and I don't mind the pot, but I don't like the rat." Says the devil fiercely, "You can't have the metal without him, and he's a curiosity, I'm going." Chips, afraid of losing the half a ton of copper and the bushel of nails, then said, "Give us hold." So he got the copper and the nails and the pot and the rat that could speak, and the devil vanished. Chips sold the copper and he sold the nails and he would have sold the pot, but whenever he offered it for sale, the rat was in it and the dealers dropped it and would have nothing to say to the bargain. So Chips resolved to kill the rat. And, being at work in the yard one day with a great kettle of hot pitch on one side of him, and the iron pot with the rat in it on the other, he turned the scalding pitch into the pot and filled it full. Then he kept his eye upon it till it cooled and hardened, and then he let it stand for 20 days, and then he heated the pitch again and turned it back into the kettle, and then he sank the pot in water for 20 days more, and then he got the smelters to put it in the furnace for 20 days more, and then they gave it him out, red hot, and looking like red hot glass instead of iron. Yet there was the rat in it just the same as ever. And the moment it caught his eye, it said with a jeer, "A lemon has pips, and a yard has ships, and I'll have chips." For this refrain I had waited since its last appearance, with inexpressible horror, which now culminated. Chips now felt certain in his own mind that the rat would stick to him. The rat, answering his thought, said, "I will like pitch." Now, as the rat leaped out of the pot when it had spoken and made off, Chips began to hope that it wouldn't keep its word. But a terrible thing happened next day. For when dinner time came and the dock bell rang to strike work, he put his rule into the long pocket at the side of his trousers, and there he found a rat, not that rat, but another rat. And in his hat he found another, and in his pocket handkerchief another, and in the sleeves of his coat, when he pulled it on to go to dinner, two more. And from that time he found himself so frightfully intimate with all the rats in the yard that they climbed up his legs when he was at work and sat on his tools while he used them. And they could all speak to one another, and he understood what they said. And they got into his lodging, and into his bed, and into his teapot, and into his beer, and into his boots. And he was going to be married to a corn chandler's daughter. And when he gave her a workbox he had himself made for her, a rat jumped out of it. And when he put his arm round her waist, a rat clung about her. So the marriage was broken off, though the banns were already twice put up, which the parish clerk well remembers, for, as he handed the book to the clergyman for the second time of asking, a large fat rat ran over the leaf. By this time, a special cascade of rats was rolling down my back, and the whole of my small listening person was overrun with them. At intervals ever since, I have been morbidly afraid of my own pocket, lest my exploring hand should find a specimen or two of those vermin in it. You may believe that all this was very terrible to Chips, but even all this was not the worst. He knew besides what the rats were doing wherever they were, so sometimes he would cry aloud when he was at his club at night, "Oh, keep the rats out of the convicts' burying ground, don't let them do that." Or, "There's one of them at the cheese downstairs." Or, "There's two of them smelling at the baby in the garret." Or, other things of that sort. At last he was voted mad and lost his work in the yard and could get no other work. But King George wanted men, so before very long he got pressed for a sailor. And so he was taken off in a boat one evening to his ship, lying at Spithead, ready to sail. And so the first thing he made out in her as he got near her was the figurehead of the old 74, where he had seen the devil. She was called the Argonaut, and they rowed right under the bowsprit where the figurehead of the Argonaut, with a sheepskin in his hand and a blue gown on, was looking out to sea. And sitting staring on his forehead was the rat who could speak, and his exact words were these: "Chips ahoy, old boy, we've pretty well eat them too, and we'll drown the crew, and we'll eat them too." Here I always became exceedingly faint, and would have asked for water, but that I was speechless. The ship was bound for the Indies, and if you do know where that is, you ought to it, and angels will never love you. Here I felt myself an outcast from a future state. The ship set sail that very night, and she sailed and sailed and sailed. Chips's feelings were dreadful. Nothing ever equaled his terrors. No wonder. At last, one day he asked leave to speak to the admiral. The admiral give leave. Chips went down on his knees in the great state cabin. "Your honor, unless your honor, without a moment's loss of time, makes sail for the nearest shore. This is a doomed ship, and her name is the Coffin. Young man, your words are a madman's words. Your honor, no, they are nibbling us away. Your honor, them dreadful rats. Dust and hollowness where solid oak ought to be. Rats nibbling a grave for every man on board. Oh, does your honor love your lady and your pretty children? Yes, my man, to be sure. Then, for God's sake, make for the nearest shore, for at this present moment the rats are all stopping in their work, and are all looking straight towards you with bare teeth, and are all saying to one another that you shall never, 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 never see your lady and your children more. My poor fellow, you are a case for the doctor. Sentry, take care of this man." So he was bled and he was blistered, and he was this and that for 6 whole days and nights. So then he again asked leave to speak to the admiral. The admiral give leave. He went down on his knees in the great state cabin. "Now, admiral, you must die. You took no warning. You must die. The rats are never wrong in their calculations, and they make out that they'll be through at 12 tonight. So you must die, with me and all the rest." And so at 12 o'clock there was a great leak reported in the ship, and a torrent of water rushed in and nothing could stop it, and they all went down, every living soul. And what the rats, being water rats, left of Chips, at last floated to shore, and sitting on him was an immense overgrown rat, laughing, that dived when the corpse touched the beach and never came up. And there was a deal of seaweed on the remains. And if you get 13 bits of seaweed and dry them and burn them in the fire, they will go off like in these 13 words as plain can be. A lemon has pips, and a yard has ships, and I've got chips. The same female bard, descended, possibly, from those terrible old scalds who seem to have existed for the express purpose of addling the brains of mankind when they begin to investigate languages, made a standing pretense which greatly assisted in forcing me back to a number of hideous places that I would by all means have avoided. This pretense was that all her ghost stories had occurred to her own relations. Politeness towards a meritorious family, therefore, forbade my doubting them, and they acquired an air of authentication that impaired my digestive powers for life. There was a narrative concerning an unearthly animal foreboding death, which appeared in the open street to a parlor maid who went to fetch the beer for supper. First, as I now recall it, assuming the likeness of a black dog, and gradually rising on its hind legs and swelling into the semblance of some quadruped greatly surpassing a hippopotamus, which apparition, not because I deemed it in the least improbable, but because I felt it to be really too large to bear, I feebly endeavored to explain away. But, on Mercy's retorting with wounded dignity that the parlor maid was her own sister-in-law, I perceived there was no hope, and resigned myself to this zoological phenomenon as one of my many pursuers. There was another narrative describing the apparition of a young woman who came out of a glass case and haunted another young woman until the other young woman questioned it and elicited that its bones, Lord, to think of its being so particular about its bones, were buried under the glass case, whereas she required them to be interred, with every undertaking solemnity up to 24 £10, in another particular place. This narrative I considered. I had a personal interest in disproving, because we had glass cases at home, and how, otherwise, was I to be guaranteed from the intrusion of young women requiring me to bury them up to 24 £10, when I had only tuppence a week. But my remorseless nurse cut the ground from under my tender feet by informing me that she was the other young woman, and I couldn't say, "I don't believe you." It was not possible. Such are a few of the uncommercial journeys that I was forced to make, against my will, when I was very young and unreasoning. And really, as to the latter part of them, it is not so very long ago, now I come to think of it, that I was asked to undertake them once again, with a steady countenance. Chapter 16. Arcadian London. Being in a humor for complete solitude and uninterrupted meditation this autumn, I have taken a lodging for 6 weeks in the most unfrequented part of England. In a word, in London. The retreat into which I have withdrawn myself is Bond Street. From this lonely spot I make pilgrimages into the surrounding wilderness and traverse extensive tracts of the great desert. The first solemn feeling of isolation overcome, the first oppressive consciousness of profound retirement conquered, I enjoy that sense of freedom, and feel reviving within me that latent wildness of the original savage, which has been, upon the whole somewhat frequently, noticed by travelers. Chapter 1000. Why lodgings are at a hatter's, my own hatter S. After exhibiting no articles in his window for some weeks, but seaside wideawakes, shooting caps, and a choice of rough waterproof headgear for the moors and mountains, he has put upon the heads of his family as much of this stock as they could carry, and has taken them off to the Isle of Thanet. His young man alone remains, and remains alone in the shop. The young man has let out the fire at which the irons are heated, and, saving his strong sense of duty, I see no reason why he should take the shutters down. Happily for himself and for his country the young man is a volunteer. Most happily for himself, or I think he would become the prey of a settled melancholy. For, to live surrounded by human hats and alienated from human heads to fit them on, is surely a great endurance. But the young man, sustained by practicing his exercise, and by constantly furbishing up his regulation plume, it is unnecessary to observe that, as a hatter, he is in a cock's feather corps, is resigned and uncomplaining. On a Saturday, when he closes early and gets his knickerbockers on, he is even cheerful. I am gratefully particular in this reference to him, because he is my companion through many peaceful hours. Chapter 1000. Why Hatter has a desk up certain steps behind his counter, enclosed like the clerk's desk at church. I shut myself into this place of seclusion, after breakfast, and meditate. At such times, I observe the young man loading an imaginary rifle with the greatest precision and maintaining a most galling and destructive fire upon the national enemy. I thank him publicly for his companionship and his patriotism. The simple character of my life and the calm nature of the scenes by which I am surrounded occasion me to rise early. I go forth in my slippers and promenade the pavement. It is pastoral to feel the freshness of the air in the uninhabited town, and to appreciate the shepherdess character of the few milkwomen who purvey so little milk that it would be worth nobody's while to adulterate it, if anybody were left to undertake the task. On the crowded seashore, the great demand for milk, combined with the strong local temptation of chalk, would betray itself in the lowered quality of the article. In Arcadian London, I derive it from the cow. The Arcadian simplicity of the metropolis altogether, and the primitive ways into which it has fallen in this autumnal golden age, make it entirely new to me. Within a few hundred yards of my retreat is the house of a friend who maintains a most sumptuous butler. I never, until yesterday, saw that butler out of superfine black broadcloth. Until yesterday, I never saw him off duty, never saw him, he is the best of butlers, with the appearance of having any mind for anything but the glory of his master and his master's friends. Yesterday morning, walking in my slippers near the house of which he is the prop and ornament, a house now a waste of shutters, I encountered that butler, also in his slippers and in a shooting suit of one color, and in a low-crowned straw hat, smoking an early cigar. He felt that we had formerly met in another state of existence, and that we were translated into a new sphere. Wisely and well, he passed me without recognition. Under his arm he carried the morning paper, and shortly afterwards I saw him sitting on a rail in the pleasant open landscape of Regent Street, perusing it at his ease under the ripening sun. Chapter 1000. Why landlord having taken his whole establishment to be salted down, I am waited on by an elderly woman laboring under a chronic sniff, who, at the shadowy hour of 9:30 of every evening, gives admittance at the street door to a meager and mouldy old man whom I have never yet seen detached from a flat pint of beer in a pewter pot. The meager and mouldy old man is her husband, and the pair have a dejected consciousness that they are not justified in appearing on the surface of the earth. They come out of some hole when London empties itself, and go in again when it fills. I saw them arrive on the evening when I myself took possession, and they arrived with the flat pint of beer and their bed in a bundle. The old man is a weak old man, and appeared to me to get the bed down the kitchen stairs by tumbling down with and upon it. They make their bed in the lowest and remotest corner of the basement, and they smell of bed, and have no possession but bed. Unless it be, which I rather infer from an undercurrent of flavor in them, cheese. I know their name, through the chance of having called the wife's attention, at 9:30 on the second evening of our acquaintance, to the circumstance of there being some one at the house door. When she apologetically explained, "It's only Mr. Clem." What becomes of Mr. Clem all day, or when he goes out, or why, is a mystery I cannot penetrate. But at 9:30, he never fails to turn up on the doorstep with the flat pint of beer. And the pint of beer, flat as it is so much more important than himself, that it always seems to my fancy as if it had found him driveling in the street and had humanely brought him home. In making his way below, Mr. Clem never goes down the middle of the passage, like another Christian, but shuffles against the wall as if entreating me to take notice that he is occupying as little space as possible in the house. And whenever I come upon him face to face, he backs from me in fascinated confusion. The most extraordinary circumstance I have traced in connection with this aged couple is that there is a Miss Clem, their daughter, apparently 10 years older than either of them, who has also a bed and smells of it, and carries it about the earth at dusk, and hides it in deserted houses. I came into this piece of knowledge through Mrs. Clem's beseeching me to sanction the sheltering of Miss Clem under that roof for a single night. Between her tocken care of the upper part in Pall Mall, which the family of his back, and of ooze in Sir James's Street, which the family of Leaves Town Turmour, I gave my gracious consent, having nothing that I know of to do with it, and in the shadowy hours Miss Clem became perceptible on the doorstep, wrestling with a bed in a bundle. Where she made it up for the night I cannot positively state, but I think in a sink. I know that with the instinct of a reptile or an insect, she stowed it and herself away in deep obscurity. In the Clem family, I have noticed another remarkable gift of nature, and that is a power they possess of converting everything into flue. Such broken victuals as they take by stealth appear, whatever the nature of the viands, invariably to generate flue. And even the nightly pint of beer, instead of assimilating naturally, strikes me as breaking out in that form, equally on the shabby gown of Mrs. Clem and the threadbare coat of her husband. Chapter 1000. R.S. Clem has no idea of my name. As to Mr. Clem, he has no idea of anything, and only knows me as her good gentleman. Thus, if doubtful whether I am in my room or no, Mrs. Clem taps at the door and says, "Is my good gentleman here?" Or, if a messenger desiring to see me were consistent with my solitude, she would show him in with, "Here is my good gentleman." I find this to be a generic custom, for I meant to have observed before now that in its Arcadian time all my part of London is indistinctly pervaded by the Clem species. They creep about with beds and go to bed in miles of deserted houses. They hold no companionship except that sometimes, after dark, two of them will emerge from opposite houses and meet in the middle of the road as on neutral ground, or will peep from adjoining houses over an interposing barrier of area railings, and compare a few reserved mistrustful notes respecting their good ladies or good gentlemen. This I have discovered in the course of various solitary rambles I have taken northward from my retirement, along the awful perspectives of Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and similar frowning regions. Their effect would be scarcely distinguishable from that of the primeval forests, but for the Clem stragglers. These may be dimly observed when the heavy shadows fall, flitting to and fro, putting up the door chain, taking in the pint of beer, lowering like phantoms at the dark parlor windows, or secretly consorting underground with the dustbin and the water cistern. Chapter 1. In the Burlington Arcade, I observe, with peculiar pleasure, a primitive state of manners to have superseded the baneful influences of ultra-civilization. Nothing can surpass the innocence of the ladies' shoe shops, the artificial flower repositories, and the headdress depots. They are in strange hands at this time of year, hands of unaccustomed persons, who are imperfectly acquainted with the prices of the goods, and contemplate them with unsophisticated delight and wonder. The children of these virtuous people exchange familiarities in the arcade, and temper the asperity of the two tall beetles. Their youthful prattle blends in an unwonted manner with the harmonious shade of the scene, and the general effect is as of the voices of birds in a grove. In this happy restoration of the golden time, it has been my privilege even to see the bigger beetle's wife. She brought him his dinner in a basin, and he ate it in his armchair, and afterwards fell asleep like a satiated child. At Mr. Truefitt's, the excellent hairdresser, They are learning French to beguile the time, and even the few solitaries left on guard at Mr. Atkinson's, the perfumer's round the corner, generally the most inexorable gentleman in London, and the most scornful of 3 and 6pence, condescend a little as they drowsily bide or recall their turn for chasing the ebbing Neptune on the ribbed sea-sond. From Messrs. Hunt and Roskell the jewelers, all things are absent but the precious stones, and the gold and silver, and the soldierly pensioner at the door with his decorated breast. I might stand night and day for a month to come, in Savile Row, with my tongue out, yet not find a doctor to look at it for love or money. The dentist's instruments are rusting in their drawers, and their horrible cool parlors, where people pretend to read the everyday book and not to be afraid, are doing penance for their grimness in white sheets. The light weight of shrewd appearance, with one eye always shut up, as if he were eating a sharp gooseberry in all seasons, who usually stands at the gateway of the livery stables on very little legs under a very large waistcoat, has gone to Doncaster. Of such undesigning aspect is his guileless yard now, with its gravel and scarlet beans, and the yellow brake housed under a glass roof in a corner, that I almost believe I could not be taken in there if I tried. In the places of business of the great tailors, the cheval glasses are dim and dusty for lack of being looked into. Ranges of brown paper coat and waistcoat bodies look as funereal as if they were the hatchments of the customers with whose names they are inscribed. The measuring tapes hang idle on the wall. The order taker, left on the hopeless chance of someone looking in, yawns in the last extremity over the book of patterns, as if he were trying to read that entertaining library. The hotels in Brook Street have no one in them, and the staffs of servants stare disconsolately for next season out of all the windows. The very man who goes about like an erect turtle, between two boards recommendatory of the 16-shilling trousers, is aware of himself as a hollow mockery, and eats filberts while he leans his hinder shell against a wall. Among these tranquilizing objects, it is my delight to walk and meditate. Soothed by the repose around me, I wander insensibly to considerable distances and guide myself back by the stars. Thus, I enjoy the contrast of a few still partially inhabited and busy spots where all the lights are not fled, where all the garlands are not dead, whence all but I have not departed. Then, does it appear to me that in this age 3 things are clamorously required of man in the miscellaneous thoroughfares of the metropolis. Firstly, that he have his boots cleaned. Secondly, that he eat a penny ice. Thirdly, that he get himself photographed. Then do I speculate, what have those sea-worn artists been who stand at the photograph doors in Greek caps, sample in hand, and mysteriously salute the public, the female public with a pressing tenderness, to come in and be took? What did they do with their greasy blandishments before the era of cheap photography? Of what class were their previous victims, and how victimized? And how did they get, and how did they pay for, that large collection of likenesses, all purporting to have been taken inside, with the taking of none of which had that establishment any more to do than with the taking of Delhi? But these are small oases, and I am soon back again in metropolitan Arcadia. It is my impression that much of its serene and peaceful character is attributable to the absence of customary talk. How do I know but there may be subtle influences in talk, to vex the souls of men who don't hear it? How do I know but that talk, 5, 10, 20 miles off, may get into the air and disagree with me? If I rise from my bed, vaguely troubled and wearied and sick of my life, in the session of Parliament, who shall say that my noble friend, my right reverend friend, my right honorable friend, my honorable friend, my honorable and learned friend, or my honorable and gallant friend, may not be responsible for that effect upon my nervous system? Too much ozone in the air, I am informed and fully believe, though I have no idea what it is, would affect me in a marvelously disagreeable way. Why may not too much talk? I don't see or hear the ozone, I don't see or hear the talk. And there is so much talk, so much too much, such loud cry and such scant supply of wool, such a deal of fleecing and so little fleece. Hence, in the Arcadian season, I find it a delicious triumph to walk down to deserted Westminster and see the courts shut up, to walk a little further and see the 2 houses shut up, to stand in the Abbey yard like the New Zealander of the grand English history, concerning which unfortunate man, a whole rookery of mares' nests is generally being discovered, and gloat upon the ruins of talk. Returning to my primitive solitude and lying down to sleep, my grateful heart expands with the consciousness that there is no adjourned debate, no ministerial explanation, nobody to give notice of intention to ask the noble lord at the head of Her Majesty's government 5 and 20 bootless questions in one, no term time with legal argument, no nice Cyprius with eloquent appeal to British jury, that the air will tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, remain untroubled by this superabundant generating of talk. In a minor degree, it is a delicious triumph to me to go into the club and see the carpets up, and the boors and the other dust dispersed to the four winds. Again, New Zealander-like, I stand on the cold hearth and say in the solitude, here I watch Bore one, with voice always mysteriously low and head always mysteriously drooped, whispering political secrets into the ears of Adam's confiding children. Accursed be his memory for ever and a day. But I have all this time been coming to the point that the happy nature of my retirement is most sweetly expressed in its being the abode of love. It is, as it were, an inexpensive agate moan, nobody's speculation, everybody's profit. The one great result of the resumption of primitive habits and convertible terms, the not having much to do, is the abounding of love. The clem species are incapable of the softer emotions. Probably, in that low nomadic race, the softer emotions have all degenerated into flu. But, with this exception, all the sharers of my retreat make love. Chapter 1 have mentioned Savile Row. We all know the doctor's servant. We all know what a respectable man he is, what a hard, dry man, what a firm man, what a confidential man. How he lets us into the waiting room, like a man who knows minutely what is the matter with us, but from whom the rack should not wring the secret. In the prosaic season, he has distinctly the appearance of a man conscious of money in the savings bank, and taking his stand on his respectability with both feet. At that time, it is as impossible to associate him with relaxation or any human weakness as it is to meet his eye without feeling guilty of indisposition. In the blessed Arcadian time, how changed! I have seen him in a pepper and salt jacket and drab trousers with his arm round the waist of a bootmaker's housemaid, smiling in open day. I have seen him at the pump by the Albany, unsolicitedly pumping for two fair young creatures, whose figures as they bent over their cans were, if I may be allowed an original expression, a model for the sculptor. I have seen him trying the piano in the doctor's drawing room with his forefinger, and have heard him humming tunes in praise of lovely woman. I have seen him seated on a fire engine, and going, obviously in search of excitement, to a fire. I saw him, one moonlight evening when the peace and purity of our Arcadian West were at their height, palk with the lovely daughter of a cleaner of gloves, from the doorsteps of his own residence, across Savile Row, round by Clifford Street and Old Burlington Street, back to Burlington Gardens. Is this the golden age revived, or iron London? The dentist's servant, is that man no mystery to us, no type of invisible power? The tremendous individual knows, who else does, what is done with the extracted teeth. He knows what goes on in the little room where something is always being washed or filed. He knows what warm, spicy infusion is put into the comfortable tumbler from which we rinse our wounded mouth, with a gap in it that feels a foot wide. He knows whether the thing we spit into is a fixture communicating with the Thames, or could be cleared away for a dance. He sees the horrible parlor where there are no patients in it, and he could reveal, if he would, what becomes of the everyday book then. The conviction of my coward conscience when I see that man in a professional light is that he knows all the statistics of my teeth and gums, my double teeth, my single teeth, my stopped teeth, and my sound. In this Arcadian rest, I am fearless of him as of a harmless, powerless creature in a Scotch cap, who adores a young lady in a voluminous crinoline, at a neighboring billiard room, and whose passion would be uninfluenced if every one of her teeth were false. They may be. He takes them all on trust. Chapter 1 In secluded corners of the place of my seclusion, there are little shops withdrawn from public curiosity, and never two together, where servants' perquisites are bought. The cook may dispose of grease at these modest and convenient marts, the butler of bottles, the valet and lady's maid of clothes, most servants, indeed, of most things they may happen to lay hold of. I have been told that in sterner times loving correspondence, otherwise interdicted, may be maintained by letter through the agency of some of these useful establishments. In the Arcadian autumn, no such device is necessary. Everybody loves, and openly and blamelessly loves. My landlord's young man loves the whole of one side of the way of Old Bond Street, and is beloved several doors up New Bond Street besides. I never look out of window, but I see kissing of hands going on all around me. It is the morning custom to glide from shop to shop and exchange tender sentiments. It is the evening custom for couples to stand hand in hand at house doors, or roam, linked in that flowery manner, through the unpeopled streets. There is nothing else to do but love, and what there is to do is done. Chapter 1 In unison with this pursuit, a chaste simplicity obtains in the domestic habits of Arcadia. Its few scattered people dine early, live moderately, sup socially, and sleep soundly. It is rumored that the beadles of the arcade, from being the mortal enemies of boys, have signed with tears an address to Lord Shaftesbury, and subscribed to a ragged school. No wonder, For they might turn their heavy maces into crooks and tend sheep in the arcade, to the purling of the water carts as they give the thirsty streets much more to drink than they can carry. A happy golden age and a serene tranquility. Charming picture, but it will fade. The Iron Age will return, London will come back to town. If I show my tongue then in Savile Row for half a minute I shall be prescribed for. The doctor's man and the dentist's man will then pretend that these days of unprofessional innocence never existed. Where Mr. and Mrs. Clem and their bed will be at that time, passes human knowledge. But my Hatter hermitage will then know them no more, nor will it then know me. The desk at which I have written these meditations will retributively assist at the making out of my account, and the wheels of gorgeous carriages and the hoofs of high-stepping horses will crush the silence out of Bond Street, will grind Arcadia away, and give it to the elements in granite powder. Chapter 17. The Italian Prisoner. The rising of the Italian people from under their unutterable wrongs, and the tardy burst of day upon them, after the long, long night of oppression that has darkened their beautiful country, have naturally caused my mind to dwell often of late on my own small wanderings in Italy. Connected with them is a curious little drama, in which the character I myself sustained was so very subordinate that I may relate its story without any fear of being suspected of self-display. It is strictly a true story. Chapter 1. I'm newly arrived one summer evening, in a certain small town on the Mediterranean. I have had my dinner at the inn, and I and the mosquitoes are coming out into the streets together. It is far from Naples, but a bright, brown, plump little woman servant at the inn is a Neapolitan, and is so vivaciously expert in pantomimic action, that in the single moment of answering my request to have a pair of shoes cleaned which I have left upstairs, she plies imaginary brushes, and goes completely through the motions of polishing the shoes up, and laying them at my feet. I smile at the brisk little woman in perfect satisfaction with her briskness, and the brisk little woman, amiably pleased with me because I am pleased with her, claps her hands and laughs delightfully. We are in the inn yard. As the little woman's bright eyes sparkle on the cigarette I am smoking, I make bold to offer her one. She accepts it none the less merrily, because I touch a most charming little dimple in her fat cheek, with its light paper end. Glancing up at the many green lattices to assure herself that the mistress is not looking on, the little woman then puts her two little dimple arms akimbo, and stands on tiptoe to light her cigarette at mine. And now, dear little sir, says she, puffing out smoke in a most innocent and cherubic manner, keep quite straight on, take the first to the right, and probably you will see him standing at his door. Chapter 1. Gave a commission to him, and I have been inquiring about him. I have carried the commission about Italy several months. Before I left England, there came to me one night a certain generous and gentle English nobleman. He is dead in these days when I relate the story, and exiles have lost their best British friend with this request. Whenever you come to such a town, will you seek out one Giovanni Carlavero who keeps a little wine shop there, mention my name to him suddenly, and observe how it affects him? I accepted the trust, and am on my way to discharge it. The sirocco has been blowing all day, and it is a hot, unwholesome evening with no cool sea breeze. Mosquitoes and fireflies are lively enough, but most other creatures are faint. The coquettish airs of pretty young women in the tiniest and wickedest of dolls, straw hats, who lean out at opened lattice blinds, are almost the only airs stirring. Very ugly and haggard old women with distaffs, and with a gray toe upon them that looks as if they were spinning out their own hair. I suppose they were once pretty, too, but it is very difficult to believe so. Sit on the footway leaning against house walls. Everybody who has come for water to the fountain stays there and seems incapable of any such energetic idea as going home. Vespers are over, though not so long but that I can smell the heavy resinous incense as I pass the church. No man seems to be at work, save the coppersmith. In an Italian town he is always at work and always thumping in the deadliest manner. Chapter 1. Keep straight on and come in due time to the first on the right, a narrow dull street, where I see a well-favored man of good stature and military bearing, in a great cloak, standing at a door. Drawing nearer to this threshold, I see it is the threshold of a small wine shop, and I can just make out, in the dim light, the inscription that it is kept by Giovanni Carlavero. Chapter 1. Touch my hat to the figure in the cloak and pass in, and draw a stool to a little table. The lamp, just such another as they dig out of Pompeii, is lighted, but the place is empty. The figure in the cloak has followed me in and stands before me. The master. At your service, sir. Please to give me a glass of the wine of the country. He turns to a little counter to get it. As his striking face is pale, and his action is evidently that of an enfeebled man, I remark that I fear he has been ill. It is not much, he courteously and gravely answers, though bad while it lasts, the fever. As he sets the wine on the little table, to his manifest surprise, I lay my hand on the back of his, look him in the face, and say in a low voice, I am an Englishman, and you are acquainted with a friend of mine. Do you recollect? And I mentioned the name of my generous countryman. Chapter 1. Instantly, he utters a loud cry, bursts into tears, and falls on his knees at my feet, clasping my legs in both his arms and bowing his head to the ground. Some years ago, this man at my feet, whose overfraught heart is heaving as if it would burst from his breast, and whose tears are wet upon the dress I wear, was a galley slave in the north of Italy. He was a political offender, having been concerned in the then last rising, and was sentenced to imprisonment for life. That he would have died in his chains is certain, but for the circumstance that the Englishman happened to visit his prison. Chapter 1. T was one of the vile old prisons of Italy, and a part of it was below the waters of the harbor. The place of his confinement was an arched underground and underwater gallery, with a grill gate at the entrance, through which it received such light and air as it got. Its condition was insufferably foul, and a stranger could hardly breathe in it, or see in it with the aid of a torch. At the upper end of this dungeon, and consequently in the worst position, as being the furthest removed from light and air, the Englishman first beheld him, sitting on an iron bedstead to which he was chained by a heavy chain. His countenance impressed the Englishman as having nothing in common with the faces of the malefactors with whom he was associated, and he talked with him, and learnt how he came to be there. When the Englishman emerged from the dreadful den into the light of day, he asked his conductor, the governor of the jail, why Giovanni Carlavero was put into the worst place. Because he is particularly recommended, was the stringent answer. Recommended, that is to say, for death. Excuse me, particularly recommended, was again the answer. He has a bad tumor in his neck, no doubt occasioned by the hardship of his miserable life. If he continues to be neglected, and he remains where he is, it will kill him. Excuse me, I can do nothing. He is particularly recommended. The Englishman was staying in that town, and he went to his home there, but the figure of this man chained to the bedstead made it no home, and destroyed his rest and peace. He was an Englishman of an extraordinarily tender heart, and he could not bear the picture. He went back to the prison grate, went back again and again, and talked to the man and cheered him. He used his utmost influence to get the man unchained from the bedstead, were it only for ever so short a time in the day, and permitted to come to the grate. It took a long time, but the Englishman's station, personal character, and steadiness of purpose wore out opposition so far, and that grace was at last accorded. Through the bars, when he could thus get light upon the tumor, the Englishman lanced it, and it did well, and healed. His strong interest in the prisoner had greatly increased by this time, and he formed the desperate resolution that he would exert his utmost self-devotion and use his utmost efforts to get Carlavero pardoned. Chapter 1. If the prisoner had been a brigand and a murderer, if he had committed every non-political crime in the Newgate calendar and out of it, nothing would have been easier than for a man of any court or priestly influence to obtain his release. As it was, nothing could have been more difficult. Italian authorities and English authorities who had interest with them alike assured the Englishman that his object was hopeless. He met with nothing but evasion, refusal, and ridicule. His political prisoner became a joke in the place. It was especially observable that English circumlocution, and English society on its travels, were as humorous on the subject as circumlocution and society may be on any subject without loss of caste. But the Englishman possessed, and proved it well in his life, a courage very uncommon among us. He had not the least fear of being considered a bore in a good humane cause. So he went on persistently trying, and trying, and trying to get Giovanni Carlavero out. That prisoner had been rigorously rechained after the tumor operation, and it was not likely that his miserable life could last very long. One day, when all the town knew about the Englishman and his political prisoner, there came to the Englishman a certain sprightly Italian advocate of whom he had some knowledge, and he made this strange proposal. Give me £100 to obtain Carlavero's release. I think I can get him a pardon with that money, but I cannot tell you what I am going to do with the money, nor must you ever ask me the question if I succeed, nor must you ever ask me for an account of the money if I fail. The Englishman decided to hazard the £100. He did so, and heard not another word of the matter. For half a year and more, the advocate made no sign, and never once took on in any way to have the subject on his mind. The Englishman was then obliged to change his residence to another and more famous town in the north of Italy. He parted from the poor prisoner with a sorrowful heart, as from a doomed man for whom there was no release but death. The Englishman lived in his new place of abode another half year and more, and had no tidings of the wretched prisoner. At length, one day, he received from the advocate a cool, concise, mysterious note to this effect: "If you still wish to bestow that benefit upon the man in whom you were once interested, send me £50 more, and I think it can be insured." Now, the Englishman had long settled in his mind that the advocate was a heartless sharper, who had preyed upon his credulity and his interest in an unfortunate sufferer. So he sat down and wrote a dry answer, giving the advocate to understand that he was wiser now than he had been formerly, and that no more money was extractable from his pocket. He lived outside the city gates, some mile or two from the post office, and was accustomed to walk into the city with his letters and post them himself. On a lovely spring day, when the sky was exquisitely blue and the sea divinely beautiful, he took his usual walk, carrying this letter to the advocate in his pocket. As he went along, his gentle heart was much moved by the loveliness of the prospect, and by the thought of the slowly dying prisoner chained to the bedstead, for whom the universe had no delights. As he drew nearer and nearer to the city where he was to post the letter, he became very uneasy in his mind. He debated with himself, was it remotely possible, after all, that this sum of £50 could restore the fellow creature whom he pitied so much, and for whom he had striven so hard, to liberty? He was not a conventionally rich Englishman, very far from that, but he had a spare £50 at the banker's. He resolved to risk it. Without doubt, God has recompensed him for the resolution. He went to the banker's and got a bill for the amount, and enclosed it in a letter to the advocate that I wish I could have seen. He simply told the advocate that he was quite a poor man, and that he was sensible it might be a great weakness in him to part with so much money on the faith of so vague a communication, but that there it was, and that he prayed the advocate to make a good use of it. If he did otherwise, no good could ever come of it, and it would lie heavy on his soul one day. Within a week, the Englishman was sitting at his breakfast, when he heard some suppressed sounds of agitation on the staircase, and Giovanni Carlavero leaped into the room and fell upon his breast, a free man. Chapter 100. Conscious of having wronged the advocate in his own thoughts, the Englishman wrote him an earnest and grateful letter, avowing the fact, and entreating him to confide by what means, and through what agency he had succeeded so well. The advocate returned for answer through the post. There are many things, as you know, in this Italy of ours that are safest and best not even spoken of, far less written of. We may meet some day, and then I may tell you what you want to know, not here and now. But the two never did meet again. The advocate was dead when the Englishman gave me my trust, and how the man had been set free remained as great a mystery to the Englishman, and to the man himself, as it was to me. But I knew this. Here was the man, this sultry night, on his knees at my feet because I was the Englishman's friend. Here were his tears upon my dress. Here were his sobs choking his utterance. Here were his kisses on my hands because they had touched the hands that had worked out his release. He had no need to tell me it would be happiness to him to die for his benefactor. I doubt if I ever saw real, sterling, fervent gratitude of soul, before or since. He was much watched and suspected, he said, and had had enough to do to keep himself out of trouble. This, and his not having prospered in his worldly affairs, had led to his having failed in his usual communications to the Englishman for, as I now remember the period, some 2 or 3 years. But his prospects were brighter, and his wife, who had been very ill, had recovered, and his fever had left him, and he had bought a little vineyard, and would I carry to his benefactor the first of its wine? I told him with enthusiasm, and not a drop of it should be spilled or lost. He had cautiously closed the door before speaking of himself, and had talked with such excess of emotion, and in a provincial Italian, so difficult to understand, that I had more than once been obliged to stop him, and beg him to have compassion on me and be slower and calmer. By degrees he became so, and tranquilly walked back with me to the hotel. There, I sat down before I went to bed and wrote a faithful account of him to the Englishman, which I concluded by saying that I would bring the wine home, against any difficulties, every drop. Early next morning, when I came out at the hotel door to pursue my journey, I found my friend waiting with one of those immense bottles in which the Italian peasants store their wine, a bottle holding some half-dozen gallons, bound round with basketwork for greater safety on. The journey, I see him now, in the bright sunshine, tears of gratitude in his eyes, proudly inviting my attention to this corpulent bottle. At the street corner hard by, two high-flavored, able-bodied monks, pretending to talk together but keeping their four evil eyes upon us. How the bottle had been got there did not appear, but the difficulty of getting it into the ramshackle Vettorino carriage in which I was departing was so great, and it took up so much room when it was got in, that I elected to sit outside. The last I saw of Giovanni Carlavero was his running through the town by the side of the jingling wheels, clasping my hand as I stretched it down from the box, charging me with 1,000 last loving and dutiful messages to his dear patron, and finally looking in at the bottle as it reposed inside, with an admiration of its honorable way of traveling that was beyond measure delightful. And now, what disquiet of mind this dearly beloved and highly treasured bottle began to cost me, no man knows. It was my precious charge through a long tour, and for hundreds of miles, I never had it off my mind by day or by night. Over bad roads, and they were many, I clung to it with affectionate desperation. Up mountains, I looked in at it and saw it helplessly tilting over on its back with terror. At innumerable indoors when the weather was bad, I was obliged to be put into my vehicle before the bottle could be got in, and was obliged to have the bottle lifted out before human aid could come near me. The imp of the same name, except that his associations were all evil, and these associations were all good, would have been a less troublesome traveling companion. I might have served Mr. Cruikshank as a subject for a new illustration of the miseries of the bottle. The National Temperance Society might have made a powerful tract of me. The suspicions that attached to this innocent bottle greatly aggravated my difficulties. It was like the apple pie in the child's book. Parma pouted at it, Modena mocked it, Tuscany tackled it, Naples nibbled it, Rome refused it, Austria accused it, soldiers suspected it, Jesuits jobbed it. I composed a neat oration, developing my inoffensive intentions in connection with this bottle, and delivered it in an infinity of guardhouses, at a multitude of town gates, and on every drawbridge, angle, and rampart, of a complete system of fortifications. 50 times a day, I got down to harangue an infuriated soldiery about the bottle. Through the filthy degradation of the abject and vile Roman states, I had as much difficulty in working my way with the bottle as if it had bottled up a complete system of heretical theology. In the Neapolitan country, where everybody was a spy, a soldier, a priest, or a Lazarone, the shameless beggars of all four denominations incessantly pounced on the bottle and made it a pretext for extorting money from me. Quires, do I say? Reams of forms illegibly printed on whitey brown paper were filled up about the bottle, and it was the subject of more stamping and sanding than I had ever seen before. In consequence of which haze of sand, perhaps, it was always irregular, and always latent with dismal penalties of going back or not going forward, which were only to be abated by the silver crossing of a base hand, poked shirtless out of a ragged uniform sleeve. Under all discouragements, however, I stuck to my bottle, and held firm to my resolution that every drop of its contents should reach the bottle's destination. The latter refinement cost me a separate heap of troubles on its own separate account. What corkscrews did I see the military power bring out against that bottle? What gimlets, spikes, divining rods, gauges, and unknown tests and instruments? At some places, they persisted in declaring that the wine must not be passed without being opened and tasted. I, pleading to the contrary, used then to argue the question seated on the bottle, lest they should open it in spite of me. In the southern parts of Italy, more violent shrieking, face-making, and gesticulating, greater vehemence of speech and countenance and action, went on about that bottle than would attend 50 murders in a northern latitude. It raised important functionaries out of their beds, in the dead of night. I have known half a dozen military lanterns to disperse themselves at all points of a great sleeping piazza, each lantern summoning some official creature to get up, put on his cocked hat instantly, and come and stop the bottle. It was characteristic that while this innocent bottle had such immense difficulty in getting from little town to town, Signor Mazzini and the Fiery Cross were traversing Italy from end to end. Still, I stuck to my bottle, like any fine old English gentleman all of the olden time. The more the bottle was interfered with, the stauncher I became, if possible, in my first determination that my countrymen should have it delivered to him intact, as the man whom he had so nobly restored to life and liberty had delivered it to me. If ever I had been obstinate in my days, and I may have been, say, once or twice, I was obstinate about the bottle. But I made it a rule always to keep a pocket full of small coin at its service, and never to be out of temper in its cause. Thus, I and the bottle made our way. Once we had a breakdown, rather a bad breakdown, on a steep high place with the sea below us, on a tempestuous evening when it blew great guns. We were driving 4 wild horses abreast, southern fashion, and there was some little difficulty in stopping them. I was outside and not thrown off, but no words can describe my feelings when I saw the bottle, traveling inside, as usual, burst the door open and roll obesely out into the road. A blessed bottle with a charmed existence, he took no hurt, and we repaired damage and went on triumphant. 1,000 representations were made to me that the bottle must be left at this place, or that, and called for again. I never yielded to one of them, and never parted from the bottle on any pretense, consideration, threat, or entreaty. I had no faith in any official receipt for the bottle, and nothing would induce me to accept one. These unmanageable politics at last brought me and the bottle, still triumphant, to Genoa. There, I took a tender and reluctant leave of him for a few weeks, and consigned him to a trusty English captain, to be conveyed to the port of London by sea. While the bottle was on his voyage to England, I read the shipping intelligence as anxiously as if I had been an underwriter. There was some stormy weather after I myself had got to England by way of Switzerland and France, and my mind greatly misgave me that the bottle might be wrecked. At last, to my great joy, I received notice of his safe arrival, and immediately went down to St. Catherine's docks, and found him in a state of honorable captivity in the custom house. The wine was mere vinegar when I set it down before the generous Englishman. Probably it had been something like vinegar when I took it up from Giovanni Carlavero, but not a drop of it was spilled or gone, and the Englishman told me, with much emotion in his face and voice, that he had never tasted wine that seemed to him so sweet and sound. And long afterwards the bottle graced his table. And the last time I saw him in this world that misses him, he took me aside in a crowd to say, with his amiable smile, "We were talking of you only today at dinner, and I wished you had been there, for I had some claret up in Carlavero's bottle." Chapter 18. The Calais Night Mail. Chapter 1. Tea is an unsettled question with me, whether I shall leave Calais something handsome in my will, or whether I shall leave it my malediction. I hate it so much, and yet I am always so very glad to see it, that I am in a state of constant indecision on this subject. When I first made acquaintance with Calais, it was as a maundering young wretch in a clammy perspiration and dripping saline particles, who was conscious of no extremities but the one great extremity, seasickness, who was a mere bilious torso, with a mislaid headache somewhere in its stomach, who had been put into a horrible swing in Dover harbor and had tumbled giddily out of it on the French coast, or the Isle of Man, or anywhere. Times have changed, and now I enter Calais self-reliant and rational. I know where it is beforehand, I keep a lookout for it. I recognize its landmarks when I see any of them, I am acquainted with its ways, and I know, and I can bear its worst behavior. Chapter 1000. A lignant Calais, low-lying alligator, evading the eyesight and discouraging hope, dodging flat streak, now on this bow, now on that, now anywhere, now everywhere, now nowhere. In vain Cape Grinez, coming frankly forth into the sea, exhorts the failing to be stout of heart and stomach. Sneaking Calais, prone behind its bar, invites emetically to despair. Even when it can no longer quite conceal itself in its muddy dock, it has an evil way of falling off, has Calais, which is more hopeless than its invisibility. The pier is all but on the bowsprit, and you think you are there? Roll, roar, wash. Calais has retired miles inland, and Dover has burst out to look for it. It has a last dip and slide in its character, has Calais, to be especially commended to the infernal gods. Thrice accursed be that garrison town, when it dives under the boat's keel, and comes up a league or two to the right, with the packet shivering and spluttering and staring about for it. Not but what I have my animosities towards Dover. I particularly detest Dover for the self-complacency with which it goes to bed. It always goes to bed, when I am going to Calais, with a more brilliant display of lamp and candle than any other town. Mr. and Mrs. Birmingham, host and hostess of the Lord Warden Hotel, are my much esteemed friends, but they are too conceited about the comforts of that establishment when the night mail is starting. I know it is a good house to stay at, and I don't want the fact insisted upon in all its warm, bright windows at such an hour. I know the Warden is a stationary edifice that never rolls or pitches, and I object to its big outline seeming to insist upon that circumstance, and, as it were, to come over me with it, when I am reeling on the deck of the boat. Beshrew the Warden likewise for obstructing that corner, and making the wind so angry as it rushes round. Shall I not know that it blows quite soon enough, without the officious Warden's interference? As I wait here on board the night packet, for the southeastern train to come down with the mail, Dover appears to me to be illuminated for some intensely aggravating festivity in my personal dishonor. All its noises smack of taunting praises of the land, and dispraises of the gloomy sea, and of me for going on it. The drums upon the heights have gone to bed, or I know they would rattle taunts against me for having my unsteady footing on this slippery deck. The many gas eyes of the marine parade twinkle in an offensive manner, as if with derision. The distant dogs of Dover bark at me in my misshapen wrappers, as if I were Richard III. A screech, a bell, and two red eyes come gliding down the Admiralty Pier, with a smoothness of motion, rendered more smooth by the heaving of the boat. The sea makes noises against the pier, as if several hippopotami were lapping at it, and were prevented by circumstances over which they had no control from drinking peaceably. We, the boat, become violently agitated, rumble, hum, scream, roar, and establish an immense family washing day at each paddle box. Bright patches break out in the train as the doors of the post office vans are opened, and instantly stooping figures with sacks upon their backs begin to be beheld among the piles, descending as it would seem in ghostly procession to Davy Jones's locker. The passengers come on board, a few shadowy Frenchmen, with hat boxes shaped like the stoppers of gigantic case bottles, a few shadowy Germans in immense fur coats and boots, a few shadowy Englishmen prepared for the worst and pretending not to expect it. I cannot disguise from my uncommercial mind the miserable fact that we are a body of outcasts, that the attendants on us are as scant in number as may serve to get rid of us with the least possible delay, that there are no night loungers interested in us, that the unwilling lamps shiver and shudder at us, that the sole object is to commit us to the deep and abandon us. Lo, the two red eyes glaring in increasing distance, and then the very train itself has gone to bed before we are off. What is the moral support derived by some seagoing amateurs from an umbrella? Why do certain voyagers across the channel always put up that article, and hold it up with a grim and fierce tenacity? A fellow creature near me, whom I only know to be a fellow creature because of his umbrella, without which he might be a dark bit of cliff, pier, or bulk bead, clutches that instrument with a desperate grasp that will not relax until he lands at Calais. Is there any analogy in certain constitutions between keeping an umbrella up and keeping the spirits up? A hawser thrown on board with a flop replies, "Stand by. Stand by below, half a turn ahead, half speed, port, port, steady, steady, go on, go on." A stout wooden wedge driven in at my right temple and out at my left, a floating deposit of lukewarm oil in my throat, and a compression of the bridge of my nose in a blunt pair of pincers. These are the personal sensations by which I know we are off, and by which I shall continue to know it until I am on the soil of France. My symptoms have scarcely established themselves comfortably, when two or three skating shadows that have been trying to walk or stand get flung together, and other two or three shadows in tarpaulins slide with them into corners and cover them up. Then the South Foreland lights begin to hiccup at us in a way that bodes no good. Chapter 1. T is at about this period that my detestation of Calais knows no bounds. Inwardly I resolve afresh that I never will forgive that hated town. I have done so before many times, but that is past. Let me register a vow. Implacable animosity to Calais ever, that was an awkward sea, and the funnel seems of my opinion, for it gives a complaining roar. The wind blows stiffly from the northeast, the sea runs high, we ship a deal of water, the night is dark and cold, and the shapeless passengers lie about in melancholy bundles, as if they were sorted out for the laundress. But for my own uncommercial part, I cannot pretend that I am much inconvenienced by any of these things. A general howling, whistling, flopping, gurgling, and scooping I am aware of, and a general knocking about of nature. But the impressions I receive are very vague. In a sweet faint temper, something like the smell of damaged oranges, I think I should feel languidly benevolent if I had time. I have not time, because I am under a curious compulsion to occupy myself with the Irish melodies. Rich and rare were the gems she wore, is the particular melody to which I find myself devoted. I sing it to myself in the most charming manner and with the greatest expression. Now and then I raise my head. I am sitting on the hardest of wet seats, in the most uncomfortable of wet attitudes, but I don't mind it, and notice that I am a whirling shuttlecock between a fiery battledore of a lighthouse on the French coast and a fiery battledore of a lighthouse on the English coast. But I don't notice it particularly, except to feel envenomed in my hatred of Calais. Then I go on again. Rich and rare were the gems she wore, and a bright gold ring on her wand she bore, but oh, her beauty was far beyond. I am particularly proud of my execution here, when I become aware of another awkward shock from the sea, and another protest from the funnel, and a fellow creature at the paddle box more audibly indisposed than I think he need be. Her sparkling gems or snow-white wand, but oh, her beauty was far beyond. Another awkward one here, and the fellow creature with the umbrella down and picked up. Her sparkling gems or her port. Port, steady, steady. Snow-white fellow creature at the paddle box very selfishly audible. Bump, roar, wash, white wand. as my execution of the Irish melodies partakes of my imperfect perceptions of what is going on around me. So what is going on around me becomes something else than what it is. The stokers open the furnace doors below to feed the fires, and I am again on the box of the old Exeter Telegraph fast coach. And that is the light of the forever extinguished coach lamps, and the gleam on the hatches and paddle boxes is their gleam on cottages and haystacks, and the monotonous noise of the engines is the steady jingle of the splendid team. Anon, the intermittent funnel roar of protest at every violent roll becomes the regular blast of a high-pressure engine, and I recognize the exceedingly explosive steamer in which I ascended the Mississippi when the American Civil War was not, and when only its causes were. A fragment of mast on which the light of a lantern falls, an end of rope, and a jerking block or so, become suggestive of Franconi's circus at Paris, where I shall be this very night mayhap. For it must be morning now, and they dance to the self-same time and tune as the trained steed, Black Raven. What may be the speciality of these waves as they come rushing on? I cannot desert the pressing demands made upon me by the gems she wore, to inquire, but they are charged with something about Robinson Crusoe, and I think it was in Yarmouth Roads that he first went a seafaring and was near foundering. What a terrific sound that word had for me when I was a boy. In his first gale of wind. Still, through all this, I must ask her, who was she, I wonder? For the 50th time, and without ever stopping, does she not fear to stray, so lone and lovely through this bleak way, and are Erin's sons so good or so cold, as not to be tempted by more fellow creatures at the paddle box or gold? Sir Knight, I feel not the least alarm, no son of Erin will offer me harm, for though they love fellow creature with umbrella down again and golden store, Sir Knight, they what a tremendous one love honor and virtue more. For though they love stewards with a bull's eye bright, they'll trouble you for your ticket, Sir Rough Passage tonight. Chapter 1. Freely admit it to be a miserable piece of human weakness and inconsistency. But I no sooner become conscious of those last words from the steward than I begin to soften towards Calais. Whereas I have been vindictively wishing that those Calais burghers who came out of their town by a short cut into the history of England, with those fatal ropes round their necks by which they have since been towed into so many cartoons, had all been hanged on the spot, I now begin to regard them as highly respectable and virtuous tradesmen. Looking about me, I see the light of Cape Grynes well astern of the boat on the davits to leeward, and the light of Calais harbor undeniably at its old tricks, but still ahead and shining. Sentiments of forgiveness of Calais, not to say of attachment to Calais, begin to expand my bosom. I have weak notions that I will stay there a day or two on my way back. A faded and recumbent stranger pausing in a profound reverie over the rim of a basin asks me what kind of place Calais is. I tell him, heaven forgive me. A very agreeable place indeed, rather hilly than otherwise. So strangely goes the time, and on the whole so quickly, though still I seem to have been on board a week, that I am bumped, rolled, gurgled, washed and pitched into Calais harbor before her maiden smile has finally lighted her through the green isle, when blessed forever is she who relied on entering Calais at the top of the tide. For we have not to land tonight down among those slimy timbers, covered with green hair as if it were the mermaid's favorite combing place, where one crawls to the surface of the jetty, like a stranded shrimp, but we go steaming up the harbor to the railway station quay. And as we go, the sea washes in and out among piles and planks, with dead heavy beats and in quite a furious manner, whereof we are proud, and the lamps shake in the wind, and the bells of Calais striking one seem to send their vibrations struggling against troubled air, as we have come struggling against troubled water. And now, in the sudden relief and wiping of faces, everybody on board seems to have had a prodigious double tooth out, and to be this very instant free of the dentist's hands. And now we all know for the first time how wet and cold we are, and how salt we are, and now I love Calais with my heart of hearts. Hotel de Sin, but in this one case it is not a vocal cry. It is but a bright luster in the eyes of the cheery representative of that best of inns. Hotel Muris, Hotel de France, Hotel de Calais, the Royal Hotel Sir Engage Ooze. You going to Paris, sir? Your baggage register frou, sir. Bless ye my touters, bless ye my commissionaires, bless ye, my hungry-eyed mysteries in caps of a military form, who are always here, day or night, fair weather or foul, seeking inscrutable jobs which I never see you get. Bless ye my custom-house officers in green and grey. Permit me to grasp the welcome hands that descend into my traveling bag, one on each side, and meet at the bottom to give my change of linen a peculiar shake-up, as if it were a measure of chaff or grain. I have nothing to declare, Monsieur le Douanier, except that when I cease to breathe, Calais will be found written on my heart. No article liable to local duty have I with me, Monsieur l'officier de l'octroi, unless the overflowing of a breast devoted to your charming town should be in that wise chargeable. Ah, see at the gangway by the twinkling lantern, my dearest brother and friend, he once of the passport office, he who collects the names. May he be forever changeless in his buttoned black surtout, with his notebook in his hand, and his tall black hat surmounting his round, smiling, patient face. Let us embrace, my dearest brother. I am yours a tout jamais for the whole of ever. Chapter 100. A lay up and doing at the railway station, and Calais down and dreaming in its bed. Calais with something of an ancient and fish-like smell about it, and Calais blown and sea-washed pure. Calais represented at the buffet by savory roast fowls, hot coffee, cognac, and Bordeaux, and Calais represented everywhere by flitting persons, with a monomania for changing money, though I never shall be able to understand in my present state of existence how they live by it, but I suppose I should, if I understood the currency question. Calais en gros, and Calais en détail, forgive one who has deeply wronged you. I was not fully aware of it on the other side, but I meant Dover. Chapter 501. NG ding to the carriages, gentlemen the travellers. Ascend then, gentlemen the travellers, for Hazebrouck, Lille, Douai, Bruxelles, Arras, Amiens, and Paris. I, humble representative of the uncommercial interest, ascend with the rest. The train is light tonight, and I share my compartment with but two fellow travellers. One, a compatriot in an obsolete cravat, who thinks it a quite unaccountable thing that they don't keep London time on a French railway, and who is made angry by my modestly suggesting the possibility of Paris time being more in their way. The other, a young priest with a very small bird in a very small cage, who feeds the small bird with a quill, and then puts him up in the network above his head, where he advances twittering to his front wires, and seems to address me in an electioneering manner. The compatriot, who crossed in the boat, and whom I judged to be some person of distinction, as he was shut up, like a stately species of rabbit, in a private hutch on deck, and the young priest, who joined us at Calais, are soon asleep, and then the bird and I have it all to ourselves. A stormy night still, a night that sweeps the wires of the electric telegraph with a wild and fitful hand. A night so very stormy, with the added storm of the train progress through it, that when the guard comes clambering round to mark the tickets while we are at full speed, a really horrible performance in an express train, though he holds on to the open window by his elbows in the most deliberate manner, he stands in such a whirlwind that I grip him fast by the collar, and feel it next to manslaughter to let him go. Still, when he is gone, the small, small bird remains at his front wires feebly twittering to me, twittering and twittering, until, leaning back in my place and looking at him in drowsy fascination, I find that he seems to jog my memory as we rush along. Uncommercial travels, thus the small, small bird, have lain in their idle, thriftless way through all this range of swamp and dike, as through many other odd places. And about here, as you very well know, are the queer old stone farmhouses, approached by drawbridges, and the windmills that you get at by boats. Here are the lands where the women hoe and dig, paddling canoe-wise from field to field, and here are the cabarets and other peasant houses, where the stone dovecotes in the littered yards are as strong as warders, towers in old castles. Here are the long, monotonous miles of canal, with the great Dutch-built barges garishly painted, and the towing girls, sometimes harnessed by the forehead, sometimes by the girdle and the shoulders, not a pleasant sight to see. Scattered through this country are mighty works of Vauban, whom you know about, and regiments of such corporals as you heard of once upon a time, and many a blue-eyed bibel. Through these flat districts, in the shining summer days, walk those long, grotesque files of young novices in enormous shovel hats, whom you remember blackening the ground checkered by the avenues of leafy trees. And now that Hazebrouck slumbers certain kilometers ahead, recall the summer evening when your dusty feet strolling up from the station tended haphazard to fare there, where the oldest inhabitants were circling round and round a barrel organ on hobby horses, with the greatest gravity, and where the principal show in the fair was a religious Richardson's. Literally, on its own announcement in great letters, Theatre Religia, in which improving temple, the dramatic representation was of all the interesting events in the life of our Lord, from the manger to the tomb. The principal female character, without any reservation or exception, being at the moment of your arrival, engaged in trimming the external moderators as it was growing dusk, while the next principal female character took the money, and the young St. John disported himself upside down on the platform. Chapter 50. Ooking up at this point to confirm the small, small bird in every particular he has mentioned, I find he has ceased to twitter and has put his head under his wing. Therefore, in my different way, I follow the good example. Chapter 19. Some recollections of mortality. Chapter 1. had parted from the small bird at somewhere about 4 o'clock in the morning, when he had got out at Arras, and had been received by two shovel hats in waiting at the station, who presented an appropriately ornithological and crow-like appearance. My compatriot and I had gone on to Paris, my compatriot enlightening me occasionally with a long list of the enormous grievances of French railway traveling, every one of which, as I am a sinner, was perfectly new to me, though I have as much experience of French railways as most uncommercials. I had left him at the terminus, through his conviction, against all explanation and remonstrance, that his baggage ticket was his passenger ticket, insisting in a very high temper to the functionary on duty that in his own personal identity he was 4 packages weighing so many kilograms, as if he had been Kasim Baba. I had bathed and breakfasted, and was strolling on the bright quays. The subject of my meditations was the question whether it is positively in the essence and nature of things, as a certain school of Britons would seem to think it, that a capital must be ensnared and enslaved before it can be made beautiful. When I lifted up my eyes and found that my feet, straying like my mind, had brought me to Notre Dame. That is to say, Notre Dame was before me, but there was a large open space between us. A very little while gone, I had left that space covered with buildings densely crowded, and now it was cleared for some new wonder in the way of public street, place, garden, fountain, or all four. Only the obscene little morgue, slinking on the brink of the river and soon to come down, was left there, looking mortally ashamed of itself and supremely wicked. I had but glanced at this old acquaintance, when I beheld an airy procession coming round in front of Notre Dame, past the great hospital. It had something of a Masaniello look, with fluttering striped curtains in the midst of it, and it came dancing round the cathedral in the liveliest manner. Chapter 1 was speculating on a marriage in blouse life, or a christening, or some other domestic festivity which I would see out, when I found, from the talk of a quick rush of blouses past me, that it was a body coming to the morgue. Having never before chanced upon this initiation, I constituted myself a blouse likewise, and ran into the morgue with the rest. It was a very muddy day, and we took in a quantity of mire with us, and the procession coming in upon our heels brought a quantity more. The procession was in the highest spirits, and consisted of idlers who had come with the curtained litter from its starting place, and of all the reinforcements it had picked up by the way. It set the litter down in the midst of the morgue, and then 2 custodians proclaimed aloud that we were all invited to go out. This invitation was rendered the more pressing, if not the more flattering, by our being shoved out, and the folding gates being barred upon us. Those who have never seen the morgue may see it perfectly, by presenting to themselves on indifferently paved coach-house accessible from the street by a pair of folding gates. On the left of the coach-house, occupying its width, any large London tailor's or linen-draper's plate-glass window reaching to the ground. Within the window, on 2 rows of inclined plane, what the coach-house has to show. Hanging above, like irregular stalactites from the roof of a cave, a quantity of clothes, the clothes of the dead and buried shows of the coach-house. We had been excited in the highest degree by seeing the custodians pull off their coats and tuck up their shirt sleeves as the procession came along. It looked so interestingly like business. Shut out in the muddy street, we now became quite ravenous to know all about it. Was it river, pistol, knife, love, gambling, robbery, hatred, how many stabs, how many bullets, fresh or decomposed, suicide or murder? All wedged together and all staring at one another with our heads thrust forward, we propounded these inquiries and 100 more such. Imperceptibly, it came to be known that Monsieur the tall and sallow mason yonder was acquainted with the facts. Would Monsieur the tall and sallow mason, surged at by a new wave of us, have the goodness to impart? It was but a poor old man, passing along the street under one of the new buildings, on whom a stone had fallen and who had tumbled dead. His age? Another wave surged up against the tall and sallow mason, and our wave swept on and broke, and he was any age from 65 to 90. An old man was not much. Moreover, we could have wished he had been killed by human agency, his own or somebody else's, the latter preferable, but our comfort was that he had nothing about him to lead to his identification, and that his people must seek him here. Perhaps they were waiting dinner for him even now? We liked that. Such of us as had pocket handkerchiefs took a slow, intense, protracted wipe at our noses, and then crammed our handkerchiefs into the breast of our blouses. Others of us who had no handkerchiefs administered a similar relief to our overwrought minds, by means of prolonged smears or wipes of our mouths on our sleeves. One man with a gloomy malformation of brow, a homicidal worker in Whitelead, to judge from his blue tone of color, and a certain flavor of paralysis pervading him, got his coat collar between his teeth and bit at it with an appetite. Several decent women arrived upon the outskirts of the crowd, and prepared to launch themselves into the dismal coach house when opportunity should come. Among them, a pretty young mother, pretending to bite the forefinger of her baby boy, kept it between her rosy lips that it might be handy for guiding to point at the show. Meantime, all faces were turned towards the building, and we men waited with a fixed and stern resolution, for the most part with folded arms. Surely, it was the only public French sight these uncommercial eyes had seen, at which the expectant people did not form en queue. But there was no such order of arrangement here. Nothing but a general determination to make a rush for it, and a disposition to object to some boys who had mounted on the two stone posts by the hinges of the gates, with the design of swooping in when the hinges should turn. Now they turned and we rushed, great pressure and a scream or two from the front, then a laugh or two, some expressions of disappointment, and a slackening of the pressure and subsidence of the struggle. Old man not there. But what would you have? The custodian reasonably argues as he looks out at his little door. Patience, patience. We make his toilette, gentlemen. He will be exposed presently. It is necessary to proceed according to rule. His toilette is not made all at a blow. He will be exposed in good time, gentlemen, in good time. And so retires, smoking, with a wave of his sleeveless arm towards the window, importing, entertain yourselves in the meanwhile with the other curiosities. Fortunately, the museum is not empty today. Who would have thought of public fickleness even at the morgue? But there it was on that occasion. Three lately popular articles that had been attracting greatly when the litter was first descried coming dancing round the corner by the great cathedral were so completely deposed now that nobody save two little girls, one showing them to a doll, would look at them. Yet the chief of the three, the article in the front row, had received jagged injury of the left temple, and the other two in the back row, the drowned two lying side by side with their heads very slightly turned towards each other, seemed to be comparing notes about it. Indeed, those two of the back row were so furtive of appearance, and so, in their puffed way, assassinatingly knowing as to the one of the front, that it was hard to think the three had never come together in their lives, and were only chance companions after death. Whether or no this was the general, as it was the uncommercial, fancy, it is not to be disputed that the group had drawn exceedingly within 10 minutes. Yet now, the inconstant public turned its back upon them, and even leaned its elbows carelessly against the bar outside the window and shook off the mud from its shoes, and also lent and borrowed fire for pipes. Chapter 100. A Stodian re-enters from his door. Again once, gentlemen, you are invited, no further invitation necessary. Ready dash into the street, toilette finished, old man coming out. This time, the interest was grown too hot to admit of toleration of the boys on the stone posts. The homicidal white-lead worker made a pounce upon one boy who was hoisting himself up, and brought him to earth amidst general commendation. Closely stowed as we were, we yet formed into groups of conversation, without separation from the mass to discuss the old man. Rivals of the tall and sallow mason sprang into being, and here again was popular inconstancy. These rivals attracted audiences, and were greedily listened to. And whereas they had derived their information solely from the tall and sallow, officious members of the crowd now sought to enlighten him on their authority. Changed by this social experience into an iron-visaged and inveterate misanthrope, the mason glared at mankind, and evidently cherished in his breast the wish that the whole of the present company could change places with the deceased old man. And now listeners became inattentive, and people made a start forward at a slight sound, and an unholy fire kindled in the public eye, and those next the gates beat at them impatiently, as if they were of the cannibal species and hungry. Again the hinges creaked, and we rushed. Disorderly pressure for some time ensued before the uncommercial unit got figured into the front row of the sum. It was strange to see so much heat and uproar seething about one poor spare, white-haired old man, quiet forevermore. He was calm of feature and undisfigured, as he lay on his back, having been struck upon the hinder part of his head and thrown forward, and something like a tear or two had started from the closed eyes and lay wet upon the face. The uncommercial interest, sated at a glance, directed itself upon the striving crowd on either side and behind, wondering whether one might have guessed, from the expression of those faces merely, what kind of sight they were looking at. The differences of expression were not many. There was a little pity, but not much, and that mostly with a selfish touch in it, as who would say, "Shall I, poor I, look like that when the time comes?" There was more of a secretly brooding contemplation and curiosity, as "that man I don't like and have the grudge against. Would such be his appearance if someone, not to mention names, by any chance gave him a knock?" There was a wolfish stare at the object in which homicidal white-lead worker shone conspicuous, and there was a much more general, purposeless, vacant staring at it, like looking at waxwork without a catalogue and not knowing what to make of it. But all these expressions concurred in possessing the one underlying expression of looking at something that could not return a look. The uncommercial notice had established this as very remarkable, when a new pressure all at once coming up from the street pinioned him ignominiously and hurried him into the arms, now sleeved again, of the custodian smoking at his door and answering questions, between puffs, with a certain placid meritorious air of not being proud, though high in office. And mentioning pride, it may be observed, by the way, that one could not well help investing the original sole occupant of the front row with an air depreciatory of the legitimate attraction of the poor old man, while the two in the second row seemed to exult at this superseded popularity. Pacing presently round the garden of the tower of Saint Jacques de la Boucherie, and presently again in front of the Hotel de Ville, I called to mind a certain desolate open-air morgue that I happened to light upon in London, one day in the hard winter of 1861, and which seemed as strange to me, at the time of seeing it, as if I had found it in China. Towards that hour of a winter's afternoon, when the lamplighters are beginning to light the lamps in the streets a little before they are wanted, because the darkness thickens fast and soon, I was walking in from the country on the northern side of the Regent's Park, hard frozen and deserted, when I saw an empty hansom cab drive up to the lodge at Gloucester Gate, and the driver with great agitation call to the man there, who quickly reached a long pole from a tree, and, deftly collared by the driver, jumped to the step of his little seat, and so the hansom rattled out at the gate, galloping over the iron-bound road. I followed running, though not so fast but that when I came to the right-hand canal bridge, near the crosspath to Chalk Farm, the hansom was stationary, the horse was smoking hot, the long pole was idle on the ground, and the driver and the park-keeper were looking over the bridge parapet. Looking over too, I saw, lying on the towing path with her face turned up towards us, a woman dead a day or two, and under 30, as I guessed, poorly dressed in black. The feet were lightly crossed at the ankles, and the dark hair, all pushed back from the face, as though that had been the last action of her desperate hands, streamed over the ground. Dabbled all about her was the water and the broken ice that had dropped from her dress and had splashed as she was got out. The policeman who had just got her out, and the passing costermonger who had helped him, were standing near the body, the latter with that stare at it which I have likened to being at a waxwork exhibition without a catalogue. The former, looking over his stock, with professional stiffness and coolness, in the direction in which the bearers he had sent for were expected. So dreadfully forlorn, so dreadfully sad, so dreadfully mysterious, this spectacle of our dear sister here departed. A barge came up, breaking the floating ice and the silence, and a woman steered it. The man with the horse that towed it cared so little for the body that the stumbling hoofs had been among the hair, and the tow rope had caught and turned the head, before our cry of horror took him to the bridle. At which sound the steering woman looked up at us on the bridge, with contempt unutterable, and then looking down at the body with a similar expression, as if it were made in another likeness from herself, had been informed with other passions, had been lost by other chances, had had another nature dragged down to perdition, steered a spurning streak of mud at it, and passed on. A better experience, but also of the morgue kind, in which chance happily made me useful in a slight degree, arose to my remembrance as I took my way by the Boulevard de Sébastopol to the brighter scenes of Paris. The thing happened, say 25 years ago. I was a modest young uncommercial then, and timid and inexperienced. Many suns and winds have browned me in the line, but those were my pale days, having newly taken the lease of a house in a certain distinguished metropolitan parish. A house which then appeared to me to be a frightfully first-class family mansion, involving awful responsibilities. I became the prey of a beetle. I think the beetle must have seen me going in or coming out, and must have observed that I tottered under the weight of my grandeur. Or he may have been in hiding under straw when I bought my first horse, in the desirable stableyard attached to the first-class family mansion, and when the vendor remarked to me, in an original manner, on bringing him for approval, taking his cloth off and smacking him, "There, sir, there's a 'orse." And when I said gallantly, "How much do you want for him?" And when the vendor said, "No more than 60 guineas from you," and when I said smartly, "Why not more than 60 from me?" And when he said crushingly, "Because upon my soul and body he'd be considered cheap at 70, by one who understood the subject, but you don't." I say, the beetle may have been in hiding under straw when this disgrace befell me, or he may have noted that I was too raw and young an atlas to carry the first-class family mansion in a knowing manner. Be this as it may, the beetle did what melancholy did to the youth in Gray's elegy. He marked me for his own. And the way in which the beetle did it was this. He summoned me as a juryman on his coroner's inquests. Chapter 1. And my first feverish alarm I repaired, for safety and for succor, like those sagacious northern shepherds who, having had no previous reason whatever to believe in young Norval, very prudently did not originate the hazardous idea of believing in him to a deep householder. This profound man informed me that the beadle counted on my buying him off, on my bribing him not to summon me, and that if I would attend an inquest with a cheerful countenance and profess alacrity in that branch of my country's service, the beadle would be disheartened and would give up the game. Chapter 1 roused my energies, and the next time the wily beadle summoned me, I went. The beadle was the blankest beadle I have ever looked on when I answered to my name, and his discomfiture gave me courage to go through with it. We were empaneled to inquire concerning the death of a very little mite of a child. It was the old miserable story. Whether the mother had committed the minor offense of concealing the birth, or whether she had committed the major offense of killing the child, was the question on which we were wanted. We must commit her on one of the two issues. The inquest came off in the parish workhouse, and I have yet a lively impression that I was unanimously received by my brother jurymen as a brother of the utmost conceivable insignificance. Also, that before we began, a broker who had lately cheated me fearfully in the matter of a pair of card tables was for the utmost rigor of the law. I remember that we sat in a sort of boardroom, on such very large square horsehair chairs that I wondered what race of Patagonians they were made for. And further, that an undertaker gave me his card when we were in the full moral freshness of having just been sworn, as an inhabitant that was newly come into the parish, and was likely to have a young family. The case was then stated to us by the coroner, and then we went downstairs, led by the plodding beadle, to view the body. From that day to this, the poor little figure, on which that sounding legal appellation was bestowed, has lain in the same place and with the same surroundings, to my thinking, in a kind of crypt devoted to the warehousing of the parochial coffins, and in the midst of a perfect panorama of coffins of all sizes, it was stretched on a box. The mother had put it in her box, this box, almost as soon as it was born, and it had been presently found there. It had been opened and neatly sewn up, and regarded from that point of view, it looked like a stuffed creature. It rested on a clean white cloth, with a surgical instrument or so at hand, and regarded from that point of view, it looked as if the cloth were laid, and the giant were coming to dinner. There was nothing repellent about the poor piece of innocence, and it demanded a mere form of looking at. So we looked at an old pauper who was going about among the coffins with a foot rule, as if he were a case of self-measurement, and we looked at one another, and we said the place was well whitewashed anyhow. And then our conversational powers as a British jury flagged, and the foreman said, "All right, gentlemen. Back again, Mr. Beadle." The miserable young creature who had given birth to this child within a very few days, and who had cleaned the cold, wet doorsteps immediately afterwards, was brought before us when we resumed our horsehair chairs, and was present during the proceedings. She had a horsehair chair herself, being very weak and ill, and I remember how she turned to the unsympathetic nurse who attended her, and who might have been the figurehead of a paupership, and how she hid her face and sobs and tears upon that wooden shoulder. I remember, too, how hard her mistress was upon her. She was a servant of all work, and with what a cruel pertinacity that piece of virtue spun her thread of evidence double, by intertwisting it with the sternest thread of construction. Smitten hard by the terrible low wail from the utterly friendless orphan girl, which never ceased during the whole inquiry, I took heart to ask this witness a question or two, which hopefully admitted of an answer that might give a favorable turn to the case. She made the turn as little favorable as it could be, but it did some good, and the coroner, who was nobly patient and humane, he was the late Mr. Wackley, cast a look of strong encouragement in my direction. Then we had the doctor who had made the examination, and the usual tests as to whether the child was born alive. But he was a timid, muddle-headed doctor, and got confused and contradictory, and wouldn't say this, and couldn't answer for that, and the immaculate broker was too much for him, and our side slid back again. However, I tried again, and the coroner backed me again, for which I ever afterwards felt grateful to him as I do now to his memory, and we got another favorable turn, out of some other witness, some member of the family with a strong prepossession against the sinner, and I think we had the doctor back again, and I know that the coroner summed up for our side, and that I and my British brothers turned round to discuss our verdict, and get ourselves into great difficulties with our large chairs and the broker. At that stage of the case I tried hard again, being convinced that I had cause for it, and at last we found for the minor offense of only concealing the birth, and the poor desolate creature, who had been taken out during our deliberation, being brought in again to be told of the verdict, then dropped upon her knees before us, with protestations that we were right, protestations among the most affecting that I have ever heard in my life, and was carried away insensible. In private conversation after this was all over, the coroner showed me his reasons as a trained surgeon, for perceiving it to be impossible that the child could, under the most favorable circumstances, have drawn many breaths, in the very doubtful case of its having ever breathed at all. This, owing to the discovery of some foreign matter in the windpipe, quite irreconcilable with many moments of life. When the agonized girl had made those final protestations, I had seen her face, and it was in unison with her distracted, heartbroken voice, and it was very moving. It certainly did not impress me by any beauty that it had, and if I ever see it again in another world, I shall only know it by the help of some new sense or intelligence. But it came to me in my sleep that night, and I selfishly dismissed it in the most efficient way I could think of. I caused some extra care to be taken of her in the prison, and counsel to be retained for her defense when she was tried at the Old Bailey, and her sentence was lenient, and her history and conduct proved that it was right. In doing the little I did for her, I remember to have had the kind help of some gentle-hearted functionary to whom I addressed myself, but what functionary I have long forgotten, who I suppose was officially present at the inquest. Chapter 1. Regard this as a very notable uncommercial experience, because this good came of a beetle. And to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, it is the only good that ever did come of a beetle since the first beetle put on his cocked hat. Chapter 20. Birthday Celebrations. Chapter 1. Tea came into my mind that I would recall in these notes a few of the many hostelries I have rested at in the course of my journeys, and, indeed, I had taken up my pen for the purpose, when I was baffled by an accidental circumstance. It was the having to leave off to wish the owner of a certain bright face that looked in at my door many happy returns of the day. Thereupon a new thought came into my mind, driving its predecessor out, and I began to recall, instead of inns, the birthdays that I have put up at, on my way to this present sheet of paper. Chapter 1. Can very well remember being taken out to visit some peach-faced creature in a blue sash, and shoes to correspond, whose life I suppose to consist entirely of birthdays. Upon seed cake, sweet wine, and shining presents, that glorified young person seemed to me to be exclusively reared. At so early a stage of my travels did I assist at the anniversary of her nativity, and become enamored of her, that I had not yet acquired the recondite knowledge that a birthday is the common property of all who are born, but supposed it to be a special gift bestowed by the favoring heavens on that one distinguished infant. There was no other company, and we sat in a shady bower, under a table, as my better or worse knowledge leads me to believe, and were regaled with saccharine substances and liquids until it was time to part. A bitter powder was administered to me next morning, and I was wretched. On the whole, a pretty accurate foreshadowing of my more mature experiences in such wise. Then came the time when, inseparable from one's own birthday, was a certain sense of merit, a consciousness of well-earned distinction. When I regarded my birthday as a graceful achievement of my own, a monument of my perseverance, independence, and good sense, redounding greatly to my honor. This was at about the period when Olympia Squires became involved in the anniversary. Olympia was most beautiful, of course, and I loved her to that degree that I used to be obliged to get out of my little bed in the night, expressly to exclaim to solitude, "Oh, Olympia Squires." Visions of Olympia, clothed entirely in sage green, from which I infer a defectively educated taste on the part of her respected parents, who were necessarily unacquainted with the South Kensington Museum, still arise before me. Truth is sacred, and the visions are crowned by a shining white beaver bonnet, impossibly suggestive of a little feminine postboy. My memory presents a birthday when Olympia and I were taken by an unfeeling relative, some cruel uncle, or the like, to a slow torture called an orrery. The terrible instrument was set up at the local theater, and I had expressed a profane wish in the morning that it was a play, for which a serious aunt had probed my conscience deep, and my pocket deeper, by reclaiming a bestowed half-crown. It was a venerable and a shabby orrery, at least 1,000 stars and 25 comets behind the age. Nevertheless, it was awful. When the low-spirited gentleman with a wand said, "Ladies and gentlemen," meaning particularly Olympia and me, "the lights are about to be put out, but there is not the slightest cause for alarm," it was very alarming. Then the planets and stars began. Sometimes they wouldn't come on, sometimes they wouldn't go off, sometimes they had holes in them, and mostly they didn't seem to be good likenesses. All this time, the gentleman with the wand was going on in the dark, tapping away at the heavenly bodies between whiles, like a wearisome woodpecker, about a sphere revolving on its own axis 897,000 millions of times, or miles, in 263,524 millions of something else's, until I thought if this was a birthday, it were better never to have been born. Olympia also became much depressed, and we both slumbered and woke cross, and still the gentleman was going on in the dark. Whether up in the stars or down on the stage, it would have been hard to make out if it had been worth trying, ciphering away about planes of orbits to such an infamous extent that Olympia, stung to madness, actually kicked me. A pretty birthday spectacle, when the lights were turned up again, and all the schools in the town, including the National, who had come in for nothing, and served them right, for they were always throwing stones, were discovered with exhausted countenances, screwing their knuckles into their eyes, or clutching their heads of hair. A pretty birthday speech when Dr. Sleek of the City Free bobbed up his powdered head in the stage box, and said that before this assembly dispersed, he really must beg to express his entire approval of a lecture as improving, as informing, as devoid of anything that could call a blush into the cheek of youth, as any it had ever been. His lot to hear delivered. A pretty birthday altogether, when astronomy couldn't leave poor small Olympia Squires and me alone, but must put an end to our loves. For we never got over it. The threadbare orrery outwore our mutual tenderness. The man with the wand was too much for the boy with the bow. When shall I disconnect the combined smells of oranges, brown paper, and straw from those other birthdays at school? When the coming hamper casts its shadow before, and when a week of social harmony, shall I add of admiring and affectionate popularity, led up to that institution? What noble sentiments were expressed to me in the days before the hamper? What vows of friendship were sworn to me? What exceedingly old knives were given me? What generous avowals of having been in the wrong emanated from else obstinate spirits once enrolled among my enemies? The birthday of the potted game and guava jelly is still made special to me by the noble conduct of Bully Globson. Letters from home had mysteriously inquired whether I should be much surprised and disappointed if among the treasures in the coming hamper I discovered potted game and guava jelly from the Western Indies. I had mentioned those hints in confidence to a few friends, and had promised to give away, as I now see reason to believe, a handsome covey of partridges potted, and about 100 weight of guava jelly. It was now that Globson, bully no more, sought me out in the playground. He was a big fat boy, with a big fat head and a big fat fist, and at the beginning of that half had raised such a bump on my forehead that I couldn't get my hat of state on to go to church. He said that after an interval of cool reflection, 4 months, he now felt this blow to have been an error of judgment, and that he wished to apologize for the same. Not only that, but holding down his big head between his two big hands in order that I might reach it conveniently, he requested me, as an act of justice which would appease his awakened conscience, to raise a retributive bump upon it, in the presence of witnesses. This handsome proposal I modestly declined, and he then embraced me, and we walked away conversing. We conversed respecting the West India Islands, and, in the pursuit of knowledge, he asked me with much interest whether in the course of my reading I had met with any reliable description of the mode of manufacturing guava jelly, or whether I had ever happened to taste that conserve, which he had been given to understand was of rare excellence. 17, 18, 19, 20, and then with the waning months came an ever-augmenting sense of the dignity of 21. Heaven knows I had nothing to come into, save the bare birthday, and yet I esteemed it as a great possession. I now and then paved the way to my state of dignity, by beginning a proposition with the casual words, "Say that a man of 21," or by the incidental assumption of a fact that could not sanely be disputed, as, for when a fellow comes to be a man of 21. I gave a party on the occasion. She was there. It is unnecessary to name her more particularly. She was older than I, and had pervaded every chink and crevice of my mind for 3 or 4 years. I had held volumes of imaginary conversations with her mother on the subject of our union, and I had written letters more in number than Horace Walpole to that discreet woman, soliciting her daughter's hand in marriage. I had never had the remotest intention of sending any of those letters, but to write them, and after a few days tear them up, had been a sublime occupation. Sometimes I had begun, "Honored Madam, I think that a lady gifted with those powers of observation which I know you to possess, and endowed with those womanly sympathies with the young and ardent which it were more than heresy to doubt, can scarcely have failed to discover that I love your adorable daughter, deeply, devotedly." In less buoyant states of mind I had begun. Bear with me, dear madam, bear with a daring wretch who is about to make a surprising confession to you, wholly unanticipated by yourself, and which he beseeches you to commit to the flames as soon as you have become aware to what a towering height his mad ambition soars. At other times, periods of profound mental depression, when she had gone out to balls where I was not, the draft took the affecting form of a paper to be left on my table after my departure to the confines of the globe. As thus, for Mrs. On whenever, these lines when the hand that traces them shall be far away. I could not bear the daily torture of hopelessly loving the dear one whom I will not name. Broiling on the coast of Africa, or congealing on the shores of Greenland, I am far, far better there than here. In this sentiment, my cooler judgment perceives that the family of the beloved object would have most completely concurred. If I ever emerge from obscurity, and my name is ever heralded by fame, it will be for her dear sake. If I ever amass gold, it will be to pour it at her feet. Should I, on the other hand, become the prey of ravens? I doubt if I ever quite made up my mind what was to be done in that affecting case. I tried, then it is better so. But not feeling convinced that it would be better so, I vacillated between leaving all else blank, which looked expressive and bleak, or winding up with farewell. This fictitious correspondence of mine is to blame for the foregoing digression. I was about to pursue the statement that on my 21st birthday I gave a party, and she was there. It was a beautiful party. There was not a single animate or inanimate object connected with it, except the company and myself, that I had ever seen before. Everything was hired, and the mercenaries in attendance were profound strangers to me. Behind a door, in the crummy part of the night when wine glasses were to be found in unexpected spots, I spoke out to her. What passed, I cannot as a man of honor reveal. She was all angelical gentleness, but a word was mentioned. A short and dreadful word of 3 letters, beginning with a B, which, as I remarked at the moment, scorched my brain. She went away soon afterwards, and when the hollow throng, though to be sure it was no fault of theirs, dispersed, I issued forth with a dissipated scorner, and as I mentioned expressly to him, sought oblivion. It was found with a dreadful headache in it, but it didn't last. For in the shaming light of next day's noon, I raised my heavy head in bed, looking back to the birthdays behind me and tracking the circle by which I had got round, after all, to the bitter powder and the wretchedness again. This reactionary powder, taken so largely by the human race, I am inclined to regard it as the universal medicine once sought for in laboratories, is capable of being made up in another form for birthday use. Anybody's long-lost brother will do ill to turn up on a birthday. If I had a long-lost brother, I should know beforehand that he would prove a tremendous fraternal failure if he appointed to rush into my arms on my birthday. The first magic lantern I ever saw was secretly and elaborately planned to be the great effect of a very juvenile birthday, but it wouldn't act, and its images were dim. My experience of adult birthday magic lanterns may possibly have been unfortunate, but has certainly been similar. I have an illustrative birthday in my eye, a birthday of my friend Flipfield, whose birthdays had long been remarkable as social successes. There had been nothing set or formal about them. Flipfield having been accustomed merely to say, 2 or 3 days before, "Don't forget to come and dine, old boy, according to custom." I don't know what he said to the ladies he invited, but I may safely assume it not to have been old girl. Those were delightful gatherings, and were enjoyed by all participators. In an evil hour, a long-lost brother of Flipfield's came to light in foreign parts. Where he had been hidden, or what he had been doing, I don't know, for Flipfield vaguely informed me that he had turned up on the banks of the Ganges, speaking of him as if he had been washed ashore. The long-lost was coming home, and Flipfield made an unfortunate calculation, based on the well-known regularity of the P&O steamers, that matters might be so contrived as that the long-lost should appear in the nick of time on his Flipfield's birthday. Delicacy commanded that I should repress the gloomy anticipations with which my soul became fraught when I heard of this plan. The fatal day arrived, and we assembled in force. Mrs. Flipfield Sr. formed an interesting feature in the group, with a blue-veined miniature of the late Mr. Flipfield round her neck, in an oval resembling a tart from the pasture cook S. His hair powdered, and the bright buttons on his coat, evidently very like. She was accompanied by Miss Flipfield, the eldest of her numerous family, who held her pocket handkerchief to her bosom in a majestic manner, and spoke to all of us. None of us had ever seen her before, in pious and condoning tones of all the quarrels that had taken place in the family from her infancy, which must have been a long time ago down to that hour. The long-lost did not appear. Dinner, half an hour later than usual, was announced, and still no long-lost. We sat down to table. The knife and fork of the long-lost made a vacuum in nature, and when the champagne came round for the first time, Flipfield gave him up for the day and had them removed. It was then that the long-lost gained the height of his popularity with the company. For my own part, I felt convinced that I loved him dearly. Flipfield's dinners are perfect, and he is the easiest and best of entertainers. Dinner went on brilliantly, and the more the long-lost didn't come, the more comfortable we grew, and the more highly we thought of him. Flipfield's own man, who has a regard for me, was in the act of struggling with an ignorant stipendiary, to wrest from him the wooden leg of a guinea fowl which he was pressing on my acceptance, and to substitute a slice of the breast, when a ringing at the doorbell suspended the strife. I looked round me and perceived the sudden pallor which I knew my own visage revealed, reflected in the faces of the company. Flipfield hurriedly excused himself, went out, was absent for about a minute or two, and then re-entered with the long-lost. Chapter 1 begged to say distinctly that if the stranger had brought Mont Blanc with him, or had come attended by a retinue of eternal snows, he could not have chilled the circle to the marrow in a more efficient manner. Embodied failure sat enthroned upon the long-lost's brow, and pervaded him to his long-lost boots. In vain Mrs. Flipfield Sr., opening her arms, exclaimed, "My Tom," and pressed his nose against the counterfeit presentment of his other parent. In vain Miss Flipfield, in the first transports of this reunion, showed him a dint upon her maidenly cheek, and asked him if he remembered when he did that with the bellows. We, the bystanders, were overcome, but overcome by the palpable, undisguisable, utter, and total breakdown of the long-lost. Nothing he could have done would have set him right with us but his instant return to the Ganges. In the very same moments it became established that the feeling was reciprocal, and that the long-lost detested us. When a friend of the family, not myself, upon my honor, wishing to set things going again, asked him, while he partook of soup, asked him with an amiability of intention beyond all praise, but with a weakness of execution open to defeat, what kind of river he considered the Ganges, the long-lost, scowling at the friend of the family over his spoon, as one of an abhorrent race, replied, "Why, a river of water, I suppose," and spooned his soup into himself with a malignancy of hand and eye that blighted the amiable questioner. Not an opinion could be elicited from the long-lost, in unison with the sentiments of any individual present. He contradicted Flipfield dead before he had eaten his salmon. He had no idea, or affected to have no idea, that it was his brother's birthday, and on the communication of that interesting fact to him, merely wanted to make him out 4 years older than he was. He was an antipathetical being, with a peculiar power and gift of treading on everybody's tenderest place. They talk in America of a man's platform. I should describe the platform of the long-lost as a platform composed of other people's corns, on which he had stumped his way, with all his might and main, to his present position. It is needless to add that Flipfield's great birthday went by the board, and that he was a wreck when I pretended at parting to wish him many happy returns of it. There is another class of birthdays at which I have so frequently assisted, that I may assume such birthdays to be pretty well known to the human race. My friend Mayday's birthday is an example. The guests have no knowledge of one another, except on that one day in the year, and are annually terrified for a week by the prospect of meeting one another again. There is a fiction among us that we have uncommon reasons for being particularly lively and spirited on the occasion, whereas deep despondency is no phrase for the expression of our feelings. But the wonderful feature of the case is that we are in tacit accordance to avoid the subject, to keep it as far off as long as possible, and to talk about anything else rather than the joyful event. I may even go so far as to assert that there is a dumb compact among us that we will pretend that it is not Mayday's birthday. A mysterious and gloomy being, who is said to have gone to school with Mayday, and who is so lank and lean that he seriously impugns the dietary of the establishment at which they were jointly educated, always leads us, as I may say, to the block, by laying his grisly hand on a decanter and begging us to fill our glasses. The devices and pretenses that I have seen put in practice to defer the fatal moment, and to interpose between this man and his purpose, are innumerable. I have known desperate guests, when they saw the grisly hand approaching the decanter, wildly to begin, without any antecedent whatsoever, "That reminds me," and to plunge into long stories. When at last the hand and the decanter come together, a shudder, a palpable perceptible shudder, goes round the table. We receive the reminder that it is Mayday's birthday, as if it were the anniversary of some profound disgrace he had undergone, and we sought to comfort him. And when we have drunk Mayday's health and wished him many happy returns, we are seized for some moments with a ghastly blitheness, an unnatural levity, as if we were in the first flushed reaction of having undergone a surgical operation. Birthdays of this species have a public as well as a private phase. My boyhood's home, Dulborough, presents a case in point. An immortal somebody was wanted in Dulborough, to dimple for a day the stagnant face of the waters. He was rather wanted by Dulborough generally, and much wanted by the principal hotel keeper. The county history was looked up for a locally immortal somebody, but the registered Dullborough worthies were all nobodies. In this state of things, it is hardly necessary to record that Dullborough did what every man does when he wants to write a book or deliver a lecture, and is provided with all the materials except a subject. It fell back upon Shakespeare. No sooner was it resolved to celebrate Shakespeare's birthday in Dullborough than the popularity of the immortal bard became surprising. You might have supposed the first edition of his works to have been published last week, and enthusiastic Dullborough to have got half through them. I doubt, by the way, whether it had ever done half that, but that is a private opinion. A young gentleman with a sonnet, the retention of which for 2 years had enfeebled his mind and undermined his knees, got the sonnet into the Dullborough warden, and gained flesh. Portraits of Shakespeare broke out in the bookshop windows, and our principal artist painted a large original portrait in oils for the decoration of the dining room. It was not in the least like any of the other portraits, and was exceedingly admired, the head being much swollen. At the institution, the debating society discussed the new question: was there sufficient ground for supposing that the immortal Shakespeare ever stole deer? This was indignantly decided by an overwhelming majority in the negative. Indeed, there was but one vote on the poaching side, and that was the vote of the orator who had undertaken to advocate it, and who became quite an obnoxious character, particularly to the Dullborough roughs, who were about as well informed on the matter as most other people. Distinguished speakers were invited down, and very nearly came, but not quite. Subscriptions were opened, and committees sat, and it would have been far from a popular measure in the height of the excitement to have told Dullborough that it wasn't Stratford-upon-Avon. Yet, after all these preparations, when the great festivity took place, and the portrait, elevated aloft, surveyed the company as if it were in danger of springing a mine of intellect and blowing itself up, it did undoubtedly happen, according to the inscrutable mysteries of things, that nobody could be induced, not to say to touch, upon Shakespeare, but to come within a mile of him, until the crack speaker of Dullborough rose to propose the immortal memory, which he did with the perplexing and astonishing result that before he had repeated the great name half a dozen times, or had been upon his legs as many minutes, he was assailed with a general shout of question. Chapter 21. The short timers. Within so many yards of this Covent Garden lodging of mine, as within so many yards of Westminster Abbey, St. Paul's Cathedral, the Houses of Parliament, the prisons, the courts of justice, all the institutions that govern the land I can find, must find, whether I will or no, in the open. Streets, shameful instances of neglect of children, intolerable toleration of the engenderment of paupers, idlers, thieves, races of wretched and destructive cripples both in body and mind, a misery to themselves, a misery to the community, a disgrace to civilization, and an outrage on Christianity. I know it to be a fact as easy of demonstration as any sum in any of the elementary rules of arithmetic, that if the state would begin its work and duty at the beginning, and would with the strong hand take those children out of the streets, while they are yet children, and wisely train them, it would make them a part of England's glory, not its shame, of England's strength, not its weakness, would raise good soldiers and sailors, and good citizens, and many great men, out of the seeds of its criminal population. Yet I go on bearing with the enormity as if it were nothing, and I go on reading the parliamentary debates as if they were something, and I concern myself far more about one railway bridge across a public thoroughfare than about a dozen generations of scrofula, ignorance, wickedness, prostitution, poverty, and felony. I can slip out at my door, in the small hours after any midnight, and, in one circuit of the purlieus of Covent Garden Market, can behold a state of infancy and youth, as vile as if a Bourbon sat upon the English throne. A great police force looking on with authority to do no more than worry and hunt the dreadful vermin into corners, and there leave them. Within the length of a few streets I can find a workhouse, mismanaged with that dull, short-sighted obstinacy that its greatest opportunities as to the children it receives are lost, and yet not a farthing saved to anyone. But the wheel goes round and round and round, and because it goes round, so I am told by the politest authorities, it goes well. Thus I reflected, one day in the Whitsun week last past, as I floated down the Thames among the bridges, looking, not inappropriately, at the drags that were hanging up at certain dirty stairs to hook the drowned out, and at the numerous conveniences provided to facilitate their tumbling in. My object in that uncommercial journey called up another train of thought, and it ran as follows. When I was at school, one of 70 boys, I wonder by what secret understanding our attention began to wander when we had pored over our books for some hours. I wonder by what ingenuity we brought on that confused state of mind when sense became nonsense, when figures wouldn't work, when dead languages wouldn't construe, when live languages wouldn't be spoken, when memory wouldn't come, when dullness and vacancy wouldn't go. I cannot remember that we ever conspired to be sleepy after dinner, or that we ever particularly wanted to be stupid, and to have flushed faces and hot beating heads, or to find blank hopelessness and obscurity this afternoon in what would become perfectly clear and bright in the freshness of tomorrow morning. We suffered for these things, and they made us miserable enough. Neither do I remember that we ever bound ourselves by any secret oath or other solemn obligation to find the seats getting too hard to be sat upon after a certain time, or to have intolerable twitches in our legs, rendering us aggressive and malicious with those members, or to be troubled with a similar uneasiness in our elbows, attended with fistic consequences to our neighbors, or to carry 2 pounds of lead in the chest, 4 pounds in the head, and several active blue bottles in each ear. Yet, for certain, we suffered under those distresses, and were always charged at for laboring under them, as if we had brought them on of our own deliberate act and deed. As to the mental portion of them being my own fault in my own case, I should like to ask any well-trained and experienced teacher, not to say psychologist. And as to the physical portion, I should like to ask Professor Owen. Chapter 1. T happened that I had a small bundle of papers with me on what is called the half-time system in schools. Referring to one of those papers, I found that the indefatigable Mr. Chadwick had been beforehand with me and had already asked Professor Owen, who had handsomely replied that I was not to blame, but that, being troubled with a skeleton, and having been constituted according to certain natural laws, I and my skeleton were unfortunately bound by those laws even in school, and had comported ourselves accordingly. Much comforted by the good professor's being on my side, I read on to discover whether the indefatigable Mr. Chadwick had taken up the mental part of my afflictions. I found that he had, and that he had gained on my behalf Sir Benjamin Brodie, Sir David Wilkie, Sir Walter Scott, and the common sense of mankind. For which I beg Mr. Chadwick, if this should meet his eye, to accept my warm acknowledgments. Up to that time I had retained a misgiving that the 70 unfortunates of whom I was one must have been, without knowing it, leagued together by the spirit of evil in a sort of perpetual Guy Fawkes plot, to grope about in vaults with dark lanterns after a certain period of continuous study. But now the misgiving vanished, and I floated on with a quieted mind to see the half-time system in action. For that was the purpose of my journey, both by steamboat on the Thames and by very dirty railway on the shore. To which last institution I beg to recommend the legal use of coke as engine fuel, rather than the illegal use of coal. The recommendation is quite disinterested, for I was most liberally supplied with small coal on the journey, for which no charge was made. I had not only my eyes, nose, and ears filled, but my hat, and all my pockets, and my pocketbook, and my watch. The VDSCRC, or Very Dirty and Small Coal Railway Company, delivered me close to my destination, and I soon found the half-time system established in spacious premises and freely placed at my convenience and disposal. What would I see first of the half-time system? I chose military drill. Attention! Instantly 100 boys stood forth in the paved yard as one boy, bright, quick, eager, steady, watchful for the look of command, instant and ready for the word. Not only was there complete precision, complete accord to the eye and to the ear, but an alertness in the doing of the thing which deprived it, curiously, of its monotonous or mechanical character. There was perfect uniformity, and yet an individual spirit and emulation. No spectator could doubt that the boys liked it. With non-commissioned officers varying from a yard to a yard and a half high, the result could not possibly have been attained otherwise. They marched and countermarched and formed in line and square and company and single file and double file, and performed a variety of evolutions, all most admirably, in respect of an air of enjoyable understanding of what they were about, which seems to be forbidden to English soldiers. The boys might have been small French troops. When they were dismissed and the broadsword exercise, limited to a much smaller number, succeeded, the boys who had no part in that new drill either looked on attentively or disported themselves in a gymnasium hard by. The steadiness of the broadsword boys on their short legs, and the firmness with which they sustained the different positions, was truly remarkable. The broadsword exercise over, suddenly there was great excitement and a rush. Naval drill. Chapter 1. In the corner of the ground stood a decked mimic ship, with real masts, yards, and sails, mainmast 70 feet high. At the word of command from the skipper of this ship, a mahogany-faced old salt with the indispensable quid in his cheek, the true nautical roll, and all wonderfully complete, the rigging was covered with a swarm of boys. One, the first to spring into the shrouds, outstripping all the others and resting on the truck of the main topmast in no time. And now we stood out to sea in a most amazing manner. The skipper himself, the whole crew, the uncommercial, and all hands present, implicitly believing that there was not a moment to lose, that the wind had that instant chopped round and sprung up fair, and that we were away on a voyage round the world. Get all sail upon her, with a will, my lads, lay out upon the mainyard there. Look alive at the weather earring. Cheery, my boys, let go the sheet now, stand by at the braces, you, with a will aloft there. Belay starboard watch, Fifer, come aft, Fifer, and give him a tune. Forthwith springs up Fifer, fife in hand, smallest boy ever seen, big lump on temple, having lately fallen down on a paving stone, gives him a tune with all his might and main. Who roar, Fifer, with a will, my lads, tip him a livelier one, Fifer, Fifer tips him a livelier one, and excitement increases. Shake him out, my lads, well done, there you have her. Pretty, pretty, every rag upon her she can carry, wind right astarn, and ship cutting through the water 15 knots an hour. At this favorable moment of her voyage, I gave the alarm, a man overboard, on the gravel, but he was immediately recovered, none the worse. Presently, I observed the skipper overboard, but forbore to mention it, as he seemed in no wise disconcerted by the accident. Indeed, I soon came to regard the skipper as an amphibious creature, for he was so perpetually plunging overboard to look up at the hands aloft, that he was oftener in the bosom of the ocean than on deck. His pride in his crew on those occasions was delightful, and the conventional unintelligibility of his orders in the ears of uncommercial landlubbers and loblolly boys, though they were always intelligible to the crew, was hardly less pleasant. But we couldn't expect to go on in this way forever. Dirty weather came on, and then worse weather, and when we least expected it, we got into tremendous difficulties. Screw loose in the chart, perhaps. Something certainly wrong somewhere. But here we were with breakers ahead, my lads, driving head-on slap on a lee shore. The skipper broached this terrific announcement in such great agitation that the small fifer, not fifing now, but standing looking on near the wheel with his fife under his arm, seemed for the moment quite unbuoyed, though he speedily recovered his presence of mind. In the trying circumstances that ensued, the skipper and the crew proved worthy of one another. The skipper got dreadfully hoarse, but otherwise was master of the situation. The man at the wheel did wonders. All hands, except the fifer, were turned up to wear ship, and I observed the fifer, when we were at our greatest extremity, to refer to some document in his waistcoat pocket, which I conceived to be his will. I think she struck. I was not myself conscious of any collision, but I saw the skipper so very often washed overboard and back again that I could only impute it to the beating of the ship. I am not enough of a seaman to describe the maneuvers by which we were saved, but they made the skipper very hot, French polishing his mahogany face, and the crew very nimble, and succeeded to a marvel. For within a few minutes of the first alarm, we had wore ship and got her off, and were all a tauto, which I felt very grateful for. Not that I knew what it was, but that I perceived that we had not been all a tauto lately. Land now appeared on our weather bow, and we shaped our course for it, having the wind abeam, and frequently changing the man at the helm, in order that every man might have his spell. We worked into harbor under prosperous circumstances, and furled our sails, and squared our yards, and made all shipshape and handsome, and so our voyage ended. When I complimented the skipper at parting on his exertions and those of his gallant crew, he informed me that the latter were provided for the worst, all hands being taught to swim and dive, and he added that the able seaman at the main topmast truck especially could dive as deep as he could go high. The next adventure that befell me in my visit to the short-timers was the sudden apparition of a military band. I had been inspecting the hammocks of the crew of the good ship, when I saw with astonishment that several musical instruments, brazen and of great size, appeared to have suddenly developed 2 legs each, and to be trotting about a yard. And my astonishment was heightened when I observed a large drum that had previously been leaning helpless against a wall, taking up a stout position on 4 legs. Approaching this drum and looking over it, I found 2 boys behind it. It was too much for one. And then I found that each of the brazen instruments had brought out a boy, and was going to discourse sweet sounds. The boys, not omitting the fifer, now playing a new instrument, were dressed in neat uniform, and stood up in a circle at their music stands, like any other military band. They played a march or two, and then we had cheer boys, cheer, and then we had Yankee Doodle, and we finished, as in loyal duty bound, with God Save the Queen. The band's proficiency was perfectly wonderful, and it was not at all wonderful that the whole body corporate of short-timers listened with faces of the liveliest interest and pleasure. What happened next among the short-timers, as if the band had blown me into a great classroom out of their brazen tubes? In a great classroom I found myself now, with the whole choral force of short-timers singing the praises of a summer's day to the harmonium, and my small but highly respected friend, the fifer blazing away vocally, as if he had been saving up his wind for the last 12 months. Also the whole crew of the good ship, nameless, swarming up and down the scale as if they had never swarmed up and down the rigging. This done, we threw our whole power into God bless the Prince of Wales, and blessed His Royal Highness to such an extent that, for my own uncommercial part, I gasped again when it was over. The moment this was done, we formed, with surpassing freshness, into hollow squares, and fell to work at oral lessons as if we never did, and had never thought of doing anything else. Chapter 50. Let a veil be drawn over the self-committals, into which the uncommercial traveller would have been betrayed, but for a discreet reticence, coupled with an air of absolute wisdom on the part of that artful personage. Take the square of 5, multiply it by 15, divide it by 3, deduct 8 from it, add 4 dozen to it, give me the result in pence, and tell me how many eggs I could get for it at 3 farthings apiece. The problem is hardly stated when a dozen small boys pour out answers. Some wide, some very nearly right, some worked as far as they go with such accuracy, as it wants to show what link of the chain has been dropped in the hurry. For the moment, none are quite right. But behold a laboring spirit beating the buttons on its corporeal waistcoat, in a process of internal calculation, and knitting an accidental bump on its corporeal forehead, in a concentration of mental arithmetic. It is my honorable friend, if he will allow me to call him so, the fifer, with right arm eagerly extended in token of being inspired with an answer, and with right leg foremost, the fifer solves the mystery, then recalls both arm and leg, and with bump and ambush awaits the next poser. Take the square of 3, multiply it by 7, divide it by 4, add 50 to it, take 13 from it, multiply it by 2, double it, give me the result in pence, and say how many halfpence. Wise as the serpent is the 4 feet of performer on the nearest approach to that instrument, whose right arm instantly appears and quenches this arithmetical fire. Tell me something about Great Britain, tell me something about its principal productions, tell me something about its ports, tell me something about its seas and rivers, tell me something about coal, iron, cotton, timber, tin, and turpentine. The hollow square bristles with extended right arms, but ever faithful to fact is the fifer, ever wise as the serpent is the performer on that instrument, ever prominently buoyant and brilliant are all members of the band. I observe the player of the cymbals to dash at a sounding answer now, and then rather than not cut in at all, but I take that to be in the way of his instrument. All these questions, and many such, are put on the spur of the moment, and by one who has never examined these boys. The uncommercial, invited to add another, falteringly demands how many birthdays a man born on the 29th of February will have had on completing his 50th year. A general perception of trap and pitfall instantly arises, and the fifer is seen to retire behind the corduroys of his next neighbors, as perceiving special necessity for collecting himself and communing with his mind. Meanwhile, the wisdom of the serpent suggests that the man will have had only one birthday in all that time, for how can any man have more than one, seeing that he is born once and dies once? The blushing uncommercial stands corrected, and amends the formula. Pondering ensues, 2 or 3 wrong answers are offered, and Symbols strikes up 6, but doesn't know why. Then modestly emerging from his academic grove of corduroys appears the fifer, right arm extended, right leg foremost, bump irradiated. 12 and 2 over. The feminine short-timers passed a similar examination, and very creditably too. Would have done better perhaps, with a little more geniality on the part of their pupil teacher. For a cold eye, my young friend, and a hard, abrupt manner, are not by any means the powerful engines that your innocence supposes them to be. Both girls and boys wrote excellently, from copy and dictation. Both could cook. Both could mend their own clothes. Both could clean up everything about them in an orderly and skillful way, the girls having womanly household knowledge superadded. Order and method began in the songs of the infant school which I visited likewise, and they were even in their dwarf degree to be found in the nursery, where the uncommercial walking stick was carried off with acclamations, and where the doctor, a medical gentleman of 2, who took his degree on the night when he was found at an apothecary's door, did the honors of the establishment with great urbanity and gaiety. These have long been excellent schools, long before the days of the short time. I first saw them 12 or 15 years ago, but since the introduction of the short time system, it has been proved here that 18 hours a week of book learning are more profitable than 36, and that the pupils are far quicker and brighter than of yore. The good influences of music on the whole body of children have likewise been surprisingly proved. Obviously, another of the immense advantages of the short time system to the cause of good education is the great diminution of its cost, and of the period of time over which it extends. The last is a most important consideration, as poor parents are always impatient to profit by their children's labor. Chapter 1. T will be objected. Firstly, that this is all very well, but special local advantages and special selection of children must be necessary to such success. Secondly, that this is all very well, but must be very expensive. Thirdly, that this is all very well, but we have no proof of the results, sir, no proof. On the first head of local advantages and special selection, would Limehouse Hole be picked out for the site of a children's paradise? Or would the legitimate and illegitimate pauper children of the longshore population of such a riverside district be regarded as unusually favorable specimens to work with? Yet these schools are at Limehouse, and are the pauper schools of the Stepney Pauper Union. On the second head of expense, would sixpence a week be considered a very large cost for the education of each pupil, including all salaries of teachers and rations of teachers? But supposing the cost were not sixpence a week, not fivepence? It is FOURPNC halfpenny. On the third head of no proof, sir, no proof. Is there any proof in the facts that pupil teachers more in number, and more highly qualified, have been produced here under the short time system than under the long time system? That the short timers, in a writing competition, beat the long timers of a first-class national school? That the sailor boys are in such demand for merchant ships, that whereas, before they were trained, 10L premium used to be given with each boy, too often to some greedy brute of a drunken skipper, who disappeared before the term of apprenticeship was out. If the ill-used boy, captains of the best character now take these boys more than willingly, with no premium at all, that they are also much esteemed in the Royal Navy, which they prefer, because everything is so neat and clean and orderly? Or is there any proof in naval captains' writing, "Your little fellows are all that I can desire"? Or is there any proof in such testimony as this? The owner of a vessel called at the school, and said that as his ship was going down channel on her last voyage, with one of the boys from the school on board, the pilot said, "It would be as well if the Royal were lowered. I wish it were down." Without waiting for any orders and unobserved by the pilot, the lad whom they had taken on board from the school instantly mounted the mast and lowered the Royal, and at the next glance of the pilot to the masthead, he perceived that the sail had been let down. He exclaimed, "Who's done that job?" The owner, who was on board, said, "That was the little fellow whom I put on board 2 days ago." The pilot immediately said, "Why, where could he have been brought up? The boy had never seen the sea or been on a real ship before. Or, is there any proof in these boys being in greater demand for regimental bands than the Union can meet? Or, in 98 of them having gone into regimental bands in 3 years? Or, in 12 of them being in the band of one regiment? Or, in the colonel of that regiment writing, 'We want 6 more boys, they are excellent lads'? Or, in one of the boys having risen to be band corporal in the same regiment? Or, in employers of all kinds chorusing, 'Give us drilled boys, for they are prompt, obedient, and punctual'? Other proofs I have myself beheld with these uncommercial eyes, though I do not regard myself as having a right to relate in what social positions they have seen respected men and women who were once pauper children of the Stepney Union. Chapter 1. And to what admirable soldiers others of these boys have the capabilities for being turned, I need not point out. Many of them are always ambitious of military service. And once upon a time when an old boy came back to see the old place, a cavalry soldier all complete with his spurs on, such a yearning broke out to get into cavalry regiments, and wear those sublime appendages, that it was one of the greatest excitements ever known in the school. The girls make excellent domestic servants, and at certain periods come back, a score or two at a time, to see the old building, and to take tea with the old teachers, and to hear the old band, and to see the old ship with her masts towering up above the neighboring roofs and chimneys. As to the physical health of these schools, it is so exceptionally remarkable, simply because the sanitary regulations are as good as the other educational arrangements, that when Mr. Tufnell, the inspector, first stated it in a report, he was supposed, in spite of his high character, to have been betrayed into some extraordinary mistake or exaggeration. In the moral health of these schools, where corporal punishment is unknown, truthfulness stands high. When the ship was first erected, the boys were forbidden to go aloft, until the nets, which are now always there, were stretched as a precaution against accidents. Certain boys, in their eagerness, disobeyed the injunction, got out of window in the early daylight, and climbed to the masthead. One boy unfortunately fell and was killed. There was no clue to the others, but all the boys were assembled, and the chairman of the board addressed them. "I promise nothing. You see what a dreadful thing has happened. You know what a grave offense it is that has led to such a consequence. I cannot say what will be done with the offenders, but boys, you have been trained here above all things to respect the truth. I want the truth. Who are the delinquents? Instantly, the whole number of boys concerned separated from the rest and stood out. Now, the head and heart of that gentleman, it is needless to say, a good head and a good heart, have been deeply interested in these schools for many years, and are so still. And the establishment is very fortunate in a most admirable master. And moreover, the schools of the Stepney Union cannot have got to be what they are, without the Stepney Board of Guardians having been earnest and humane men strongly imbued with a sense of their responsibility. But what one set of men can do in this wise, another set of men can do. And this is a noble example to all other bodies and unions, and a noble example to the state. Followed and enlarged upon by its enforcement on bad parents, it would clear London streets of the most terrible objects they smite the sight with, myriads of little children who awfully reverse our Saviour's words, and are not of the kingdom of heaven, but of the kingdom of hell. Chapter 150. Ere the public streets of such shame, and the public conscience of such reproach? Ah, almost prophetic, surely, the child's jingle. When will that be? Say the bells of Stepney. Chapter 22. Bound for the Great Salt Lake. Behold me on my way to an emigrant ship, on a hot morning early in June. My road lies through that part of London generally known to the initiated as Down by the Docks. Down by the Docks is home to a good many people, to too many, if I may judge from the overflow of local population in the streets. But my nose insinuates that the number to whom it is sweet home might be easily counted. Down by the Docks is a region I would choose as my point of embarkation aboard ship if I were an emigrant. It would present my intention to me in such a sensible light, it would show me so many things to be run away from. Chapter 500. Owned by the docks, they eat the largest oysters and scatter the roughest oyster shells, known to the descendants of St. George and the Dragon. Down by the docks, they consume the slimiest of shellfish, which seem to have been scraped off the copper bottoms of ships. Down by the docks, the vegetables at greengrocers' doors acquire a saline and a scaly look, as if they had been crossed with fish and seaweed. Down by the docks, they board seamen at the eating houses, the public houses, the slop shops, the coffee shops, the tally shops, all kinds of shops mentionable and unmentionable, board them, as it were in the piratical sense, making them bleed terribly and giving no quarter. Down by the docks, the seamen roam in mid-street and midday, their pockets inside out and their heads no better. Down by the docks, the daughters of wave-ruling Britannia also rove, clad in silken attire, with uncovered tresses streaming in the breeze, bandana kerchiefs floating from their shoulders, and crinoline not wanting. Down by the docks, you may hear the incomparable Joe Jackson sing the standard of England, with a hornpipe, any night, or any day may see at the waxwork, for a penny and no waiting, him as killed the policeman at Acton and suffered for it. Down by the docks, you may buy polonies, saveloys, and sausage preparations various, if you are not particular what they are made of besides seasoning. Down by the docks, the children of Israel creep into any gloomy cribs and entries they can hire, and hang slops there. Pewter watches, sou'wester hats, waterproof overalls, first-rate articuleth th Jack. Down by the docks, such dealers exhibiting on a frame a complete nautical suit without the refinement of a waxen visage in the hat, present the imaginary wearer as drooping at the yardarm, with his seafaring and earthfaring troubles over. Down by the docks, the placards in the shops apostrophize the customer, knowing him familiarly beforehand, as, "Look here, Jack, here's your sort, my lad. Try our sea-going mixed at 2 and 9. The right kit for the British tar. Ship ahoy, splice the main brace, brother. Come, cheer up, my lads. We've the best liquors here, and you'll find something new in our wonderful beer." Down by the docks, the pawnbroker lends money on Union Jack pocket handkerchiefs, on watches with little ships pitching fore and aft on the dial, on telescopes, nautical instruments in cases, and such like. Down by the docks, the apothecary sets up in business on the wretchedest scale, chiefly on lint and plaster for the strapping of wounds, and with no bright bottles, and with no little drawers. Down by the docks, the shabby undertaker's shop will bury you for next to nothing, after the Malay or Chinaman has stabbed you for nothing at all. So you can hardly hope to make a cheaper end. Down by the docks, anybody drunk will quarrel with anybody drunk or sober, and everybody else will have a hand in it. And on the shortest notice you may revolve in a whirlpool of red shirts, shaggy beards, wild heads of hair, bare tattooed arms, Britannia's daughters, malice, mud, maundering, and madness. Down by the docks, scraping fiddles go in the public houses all day long, and, shrill above their din and all the din, rises the screeching of innumerable parrots brought from foreign parts, who appear to be very much astonished by what they find on these native shores of ours. Possibly the parrots don't know, possibly they do, that down by the docks is the road to the Pacific Ocean, with its lovely islands, where the savage girls plait flowers, and the savage boys carve coconut shells, and the grim blind idols muse in their shady groves to exactly the same purpose as the priests and chiefs. And possibly the parrots don't know, possibly they do, that the noble savage is a wearisome impostor wherever he is, and has 500,000 volumes of indifferent rhyme, and no reason to answer for. Shadwell Church, pleasant whispers of there being a fresher air down the river than down by the docks, go pursuing one another, playfully, in and out of the openings in its spire. Gigantic in the basin just beyond the church, looms my emigrant ship, her name the Amazon. Her figurehead is not disfigured as those beauteous founders of the race of strong-minded women are fabled to have been, for the convenience of drawing the bow, but I sympathize with the carver. A flattering carver who made it his care to carve busts as they ought to be, not as they were. Chapter 1000. Why Emigrant Ship Lies Broadside On to the Wharf. Two great gangways made of spars and planks connect her with the wharf, and up and down these gangways, perpetually crowding to and fro and in and out, like ants, are the emigrants who are going to sail in my emigrant ship. Some with cabbages, some with loaves of bread, some with cheese and butter, some with milk and beer, some with boxes, beds, and bundles, some with babies. Nearly all with children. Nearly all with brand new tin cans for their daily allowance of water, uncomfortably suggestive of a tin flavor in the drink. To and fro, up and down, aboard and ashore, swarming here and there and everywhere my emigrants. And still as the dock gate swings upon its hinges, cabs appear and carts appear, and vans appear, bringing more of my emigrants with more cabbages, more loaves, more cheese and butter, more milk and beer, more boxes, beds and bundles, more tin cans, and on those shipping investments accumulated compound interest of children. Chapter 1. Go aboard my emigrant ship. I go first to the great cabin, and find it in the usual condition of a cabin at that pass. Perspiring landsmen, with loose papers, and with pens and inkstands, pervade it, and the general appearance of things is as if the late Mr. Amazon's funeral had just come home from the cemetery, and the disconsolate Mrs. Amazon's trustees found the affairs in great disorder, and were looking high and low for the will. I go out on the poop deck for air, and surveying the emigrants on the deck below. Indeed, they are crowded all about me. Up there, too, find more pens and inkstands in action, and more papers, an interminable complication respecting accounts with individuals for tin cans and what not. But nobody is in an ill temper, nobody is the worse for drink, nobody swears an oath or uses a coarse word, nobody appears depressed, nobody is weeping, and down upon the deck in every corner where it is possible to find a few square feet to kneel, crouch, or lie in, people, in every unsuitable attitude for writing, are writing letters. Now, I have seen emigrant ships before this day in June, and these people are so strikingly different from all other people in like circumstances whom I have ever seen, that I wonder aloud, what would a stranger suppose these emigrants to be? The vigilant, bright face of the weather-browned captain of the Amazon is at my shoulder, and he says, "What, indeed, the most of these came aboard yesterday evening. They came from various parts of England in small parties that had never seen one another before. Yet they had not been a couple of hours on board, when they established their own police, made their own regulations, and set their own watches at all the hatchways. Before 9 o'clock, the ship was as orderly and as quiet as a man-o'-war." Chapter 1. Looked about me again, and saw the letter writing going on with the most curious composure, perfectly abstracted in the midst of the crowd, while great casks were swinging aloft and being lowered into the hold, while hot agents were hurrying up and down, adjusting the interminable accounts, while 200 strangers were searching everywhere for 200 other strangers and were asking questions about them of 200 more, while the children played up and down all the steps, and in and out among all the people's legs, and were beheld, to the general dismay, toppling over all the dangerous places. The letter writers wrote on calmly. On the starboard side of the ship, a grizzled man dictated a long letter to another grizzled man in an immense fur cap, which letter was of so profound a quality that it became necessary for the amanuensis at intervals to take off his fur cap in both his hands, for the ventilation of his brain, and stare at him who dictated, as a man of many mysteries who was worth looking at. On the larboard side, a woman had covered a belaying pin with a white cloth to make a neat desk of it, and was sitting on a little box, writing with the deliberation of a bookkeeper. Down, upon her breast on the planks of the deck at this woman's feet, with her head diving in under a beam of the bulwarks on that side, as an eligible place of refuge for her sheet of paper, a neat and pretty girl wrote for a good hour. She fainted at last, only rising to the surface occasionally for a dip of ink. Alongside the boat, close to me on the poop deck, another girl, a fresh, well-grown country girl, was writing another letter on the bare deck. Later in the day, when this self-same boat was filled with a choir who sang glees and catches for a long time, one of the singers, a girl, sang her part mechanically all the while, and wrote a letter in the bottom of the boat while doing so. A stranger would be puzzled to guess the right name for these people, Mr. Uncommercial, says the captain. Indeed he would. If you hadn't known, could you ever have supposed? How could I? I should have said they were in their degree, the pick and flower of England. So should I, says the captain. How many are they? 800 in round numbers. Chapter 1 went between decks, where the families with children swarmed in the dark, where unavoidable confusion had been caused by the last arrivals, and where the confusion was increased by the little preparations for dinner that were going on in each group. A few women here and there had got lost and were laughing at it and asking their way to their own people or out on deck again. A few of the poor children were crying, but otherwise the universal cheerfulness was amazing. We shall shake down by tomorrow. We shall come all right in a day or so. We shall have more light at sea. Such phrases I heard everywhere as I groped my way among chests and barrels and beams and unstowed cargo and ring bolts and emigrants, down to the lower deck, and thence up to the light of day again, and to my former station. Surely, an extraordinary people in their power of self-abstraction. All the former letter writers were still writing calmly, and many more letter writers had broken out in my absence. A boy with a bag of books in his hand and a slate under his arm emerged from below, concentrated himself in my neighborhood, espying a convenient skylight for his purpose, and went to work at a sum as if he were stone deaf. A father and mother and several young children, on the main deck below me, had formed a family circle close to the foot of the crowded, restless gangway, where the children made a nest for themselves in a coil of rope, and the father and mother, she suckling the youngest, discussed family affairs as peaceably as if they were in perfect retirement. I think the most noticeable characteristic in the 800 as a mass was their exemption from hurry. 800 what? Geese, villain? 800 Mormons. I, Uncommercial Traveller for the firm of Human Interest Brothers, had come aboard this emigrant ship to see what 800 Latter-day Saints were like, and I found them, to the rout and overthrow of all my expectations, like what I now describe with scrupulous exactness. The Mormon agent who had been active in getting them together, and in making the contract with my friends, the owners of the ship, to take them as far as New York on their way to the Great Salt Lake, was pointed out to me. A compactly made handsome man in black, rather short, with rich brown hair and beard and clear bright eyes. From his speech I should set him down as American. Probably a man who had knocked about the world pretty much. A man with a frank open manner and unshrinking look, withal a man of great quickness. I believe he was wholly ignorant of my uncommercial individuality, and consequently of my immense uncommercial importance. Uncommercial, these are a very fine set of people you have brought together here. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent. Yes, sir, they are a very fine set of people. Uncommercial, looking about. Indeed, I think it would be difficult to find 800 people together anywhere else, and find so much beauty and so much strength and capacity for work among them. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent not looking about but looking steadily at Uncommercial. I think so. We sent out about 1,000 more yesterday from Liverpool. Uncommercial, you are not going with these emigrants. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, no sir, I remain. Uncommercial, but you have been in the Mormon territory. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, yes, I left Utah about 3 years ago. Uncommercial, it is surprising to me that these people are all so cheery, and make so little of the immense distance before them. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, well, you see, many of them have friends out at Utah, and many of them look forward to meeting friends on the way. Uncommercial, on the way. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, this way tease. This ship lands them in New York City. Then they go on by rail right away beyond St. Louis, to that part of the banks of the Missouri where they strike the plains. There, wagons from the settlement meet 'em to bear 'em company on their journey, cross 1,200 miles about. Industrious people who come out to the settlement soon get wagons of their own, and so the friends of some of these will come down in their own wagons to meet 'em. They look forward to that greatly. Uncommercial, on their long journey across the desert, do you arm them? Chapter 1000, Orman Agent. Mostly you would find they have arms of some kind or another already with them. such as had not arms we should arm across the plains, for the general protection and defense. Uncommercial, will these wagons bring down any produce to the Missouri? Chapter 1000, Orman Agent. Well, since the war broke out, we've taken to growing cotton, and they'll likely bring down cotton to be exchanged for machinery. We want machinery. Also, we have taken to growing indigo, which is a fine commodity for profit. It has been found that the climate on the further side of the Great Salt Lake suits well for raising indigo. Uncommercial. I am told that these people now on board are principally from the south of England. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, and from Wales, that's true. Uncommercial, do you get many Scotch? Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, not many. Uncommercial, Highlanders for instance. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, no, not Highlanders. They ain't interested enough in universal brotherhood and peace and goodwill. Uncommercial, the old fighting blood is strong in them. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, well yes, and besides they've no faith. Uncommercial, who has been burning to get at the prophet Joe Smith, and seems to discover an opening. Faith in. Chapter 1000, Orman Agent, far too many for uncommercial, well, in anything. Similarly on the same head, the uncommercial underwent discomfiture from a Wiltshire laborer. A simple, fresh-colored farm laborer of 1830, who at one time stood beside him looking on at new arrivals, and with whom he held this dialogue. Uncommercial, would you mind my asking you what part of the country you come from? Wiltshire, not a bit, Theer. Exultingly, I've worked all my life o' Salisbury Plain, right under the shadow o' Stonehenge. You mightn't think it, but I have. Uncommercial, and a pleasant country too. Wiltshire, ah, 'tis a pleasant country. Uncommercial, have you any family on board? Wiltshire, 2 children, boy and gal. I am a widower, I am, and I'm going out alonger my boy and gal. That's my gal, and she's a fine gal o' 16, pointing out the girl who is riding by the boat. I'll go and fetch my boy, I'd like to show you my boy. Here Wiltshire disappears, and presently comes back with a big, shy boy of 12, in a superabundance of boots, who is not at all glad to be presented. He is a fine boy too, and a boy fur to work. Boy having undutifully bolted, Wiltshire drops him. Uncommercial, it must cost you a great deal of money to go so far, 3 strong. Wiltshire, a power of money. Theer, 8 shillin' a week, 8 shillin' a week, 8 shillin' a week, put by out of the week's wages for ever so long. Uncommercial, I wonder how you did it. Wiltshire, recognizing in this a kindred spirit. See Theer now, I wonder how I done it, but what with a bit o' subscription here, and what with a bit o' help Theer it were done at last, though I don't hardly know how. Then it were unfortunate for us, you see, as we got kep in Bristol so long, nigh a fortnight it were, on accounts of a mistake why Brother Halliday. Swallered up money, it did, when we might have come straight on. Uncommercial, delicately approaching Joe Smith. You are of the Mormon religion, of course. Wiltshire, confidently. Oh yes, I'm a Mormon. Then reflectively. I'm a Mormon. Then, looking round the ship, feigns to descry a particular friend in an empty spot, and evades the uncommercial forevermore. After a noontide pause for dinner, during which my emigrants were nearly all between decks, and the Amazon looked deserted, a general muster took place. The muster was for the ceremony of passing the government inspector and the doctor. Those authorities held their temporary state amidships, by a cask or two, and knowing that the whole 800 emigrants must come face to face with them, I took my station behind the two. They knew nothing whatever of me, I believe, and my testimony to the unpretending gentleness and good nature with which they discharged their duty may be of the greater worth. There was not the slightest flavor of the circumlocution office about their proceedings. The emigrants were now all on deck. They were densely crowded aft and swarmed upon the poop deck like bees. 2 or 3 Mormon agents stood ready to hand them on to the inspector, and to hand them forward when they had passed. By what successful means, a special aptitude for organization had been infused into these people, I am, of course, unable to report. But I know that, even now, there was no disorder, hurry, or difficulty. All being ready, the first group are handed on. That member of the party who is entrusted with the passenger ticket for the whole has been warned by one of the agents to have it ready, and here it is in his hand. In every instance through the whole 800, without an exception, this paper is always ready. Chapter 1, Inspector reading the ticket. Jessie Jobson, Sophronia Jobson, Jessie Jobson again, Matilda Jobson, William Jobson, Jane Jobson, Matilda Jobson again, Brigham Jobson, Leonardo Jobson, and Orson Jobson. Are you all here? Glancing at the party over his spectacles. Jessie Jobson number 2, all here, sir. This group is composed of an old grandfather and grandmother, their married son and his wife, and their family of children. Orson Jobson is a little child asleep in his mother's arms. The doctor, with a kind word or so, lifts up the corner of the mother's shawl, looks at the child's face, and touches the little clenched hand. If we were all as well as Orson Jobson, doctoring would be a poor profession. Chapter 1 Inspector. Quite right, Jessie Jobson. Take your ticket, Jessie, and pass on. And away they go. Mormon agent, skillful and quiet, hands them on. Mormon agent, skillful and quiet, hands next party up. Chapter 1 Inspector, reading ticket again. Susanna Cleverly and William Cleverly, brother and sister A. Sister, young woman of business, hustling slow brother. Yes, sir. Chapter 1 Inspector. Very good, Susanna Cleverly. Take your ticket, Susanna, and take care of it. And away they go. Chapter 1 Inspector, taking ticket again. Samson Dibble and Dorothy Dibble, surveying a very old couple over his spectacles with some surprise. Your husband quite blind, Mrs. Dibble. Chapter 1000 R.S. Dibble, yes, sir, he be stone blind. Chapter 1000 R. Dibble addressing the mast. Yes, sir, I be stone blind. Chapter 1 Inspector. That's a bad job. Take your ticket, Mrs. Dibble, and don't lose it and pass on. Chapter 500. Octor taps Mr. Dibble on the eyebrow with his forefinger, and away they go. Chapter 1 Inspector taking ticket again. Anastasia Weedle. Anastasia, a pretty girl, in a bright Garibaldi, this morning elected by universal suffrage the beauty of the ship. That is me, sir. Chapter 1 Inspector, going alone, Anastasia. Anastasia, shaking her curls. I am with Mrs. Jobson, sir, but I've got separated for the moment. Chapter 1 Inspector. Oh, you are with the Jobsons? Quite right. That'll do, Miss Weedle, don't lose your ticket. Away she goes and joins the Jobsons who are waiting for her, and stoops and kisses Brigham Jobson, who appears to be considered too young for the purpose, by several Mormons rising 20 who are looking on. Before her extensive skirts have departed from the casks, a decent widow stands there with 4 children, and so the roll goes. The faces of some of the Welsh people, among whom there were many old persons, were certainly the least intelligent. Some of these emigrants would have bungled sorely, but for the directing hand that was always ready. The intelligence here was unquestionably of a low order, and the heads were of a poor type. Generally, the case was the reverse. There were many worn faces bearing traces of patient poverty and hard work, and there was great steadiness of purpose and much undemonstrative self-respect among this class. A few young men were going singly. Several girls were going, 2 or 3 together. These latter I found it very difficult to refer back, in my mind, to their relinquished homes and pursuits. Perhaps they were more like country milliners, and pupil teachers rather tawdrily dressed than any other classes of young women. I noticed, among many little ornaments worn, more than one photograph brooch of the Princess of Wales, and also of the late Prince Consort. Some single women of from 30 to 40, whom one might suppose to be embroiderers or straw bonnet makers, were obviously going out in quest of husbands, as finer ladies go to India. That they had any distinct notions of a plurality of husbands or wives, I do not believe. To suppose the family groups of whom the majority of emigrants were composed, polygamically possessed, would be to suppose an absurdity, manifest to anyone who saw the fathers and mothers. Chapter 1 should say, I had no means of ascertaining the fact that most familiar kinds of handicraft trades were represented here. Farm laborers, shepherds, and the like had their full share of representation, but I doubt if they preponderated. It was interesting to see how the leading spirit in the family circle never failed to show itself, even in the simple process of answering to the names as they were called and checking off the owners of the names. Sometimes it was the father, much oftener the mother, sometimes a quick little girl second or third in order of seniority. It seemed to occur for the first time to some heavy fathers, what large families they had. And their eyes rolled about, during the calling of the list, as if they half misdoubted some other family to have been smuggled into their own. Among all the fine, handsome children, I observed but 2 with marks upon their necks that were probably scrofulous. Out of the whole number of emigrants, but 1 old woman was temporarily set aside by the doctor, on suspicion of fever, but even she afterwards obtained a clean bill of health. When all had passed, and the afternoon began to wear on, a black box became visible on deck, which box was in charge of certain personages also in black, of whom only one had the conventional air of an itinerant preacher. This box contained a supply of hymn books, neatly printed and got up, published at Liverpool, and also in London at the Latter-day Saints Book Depot, 30 Florence Street. Some copies were handsomely bound, the plainer were the more in request, and many were bought. The title ran, Sacred Hymns and Spiritual Songs for the Church of Jesus Church of Latter-day Saints. The preface, dated Manchester, 1840, ran thus: The saints in this country have been very desirous for a hymn book adapted to their faith and worship, that they might sing the truth with an understanding heart, and express their praise, joy, and gratitude in songs adapted to the new and everlasting covenant. In accordance with their wishes, we have selected the following volume, which we hope will prove acceptable until a greater variety can be added. With sentiments of high consideration and esteem, we subscribe ourselves your brethren in the new and everlasting covenant, Brigham Young, Parley P. Pratt, John Taylor. From this book, by no means explanatory to myself of the new and everlasting covenant, and not at all making my heart an understanding one on the subject of that mystery, a hymn was sung, which did not attract any great amount of attention, and was supported by a rather select circle. But the choir in the boat was very popular and pleasant, and there was to have been a band, only the cornet was late in coming on board. In the course of the afternoon, a mother appeared from shore in search of her daughter, who had run away with the Mormons. She received every assistance from the inspector, but her daughter was not found to be on board. The saints did not seem to me particularly interested in finding her. Towards 5 o'clock, the galley became full of tea kettles, and an agreeable fragrance of tea pervaded the ship. There was no scrambling or jostling for the hot water, no ill humor, no quarreling. As the Amazon was to sail with the next tide, and as it would not be high water before 2 o'clock in the morning, I left her with her tea in full action, and her idle steam tug lying by, deputing steam and smoke for the time being to the tea kettles. Chapter 1. Afterwards learned that a dispatch was sent home by the captain, before he struck out into the wide Atlantic, highly extolling the behavior of these emigrants, and the perfect order and propriety of all their social arrangements. What is in store for the poor people on the shores of the Great Salt Lake? What happy delusions they are laboring under now? On what miserable blindness their eyes may be opened then? I do not pretend to say, but I went on board their ship to bear testimony against them if they deserved it, as I fully believed they would. To my great astonishment, they did not deserve it, and my predispositions and tendencies must not affect me as an honest witness. I went over the Amazon's side, feeling it impossible to deny that, so far, some remarkable influence had produced a remarkable result, which better-known influences have often missed. Chapter 23. The City of the Absent. When I think I deserve particularly well of myself, and have earned the right to enjoy a little treat, I stroll from Covent Garden into the City of London, after business hours there, on a Saturday, or better yet, on a Sunday, and roam about its deserted nooks and corners. It is necessary to the full enjoyment of these journeys that they should be made in summertime, for then the retired spots that I love to haunt are at their idlest and dullest. A gentle fall of rain is not objectionable, and a warm mist sets off my favorite retreats to decided advantage. Among these, city churchyards hold a high place. Such strange churchyards hide in the City of London. Churchyards sometimes so entirely detached from churches, always so pressed upon by houses, so small, so rank, so silent, so forgotten, except by the few people who ever look down into them from their smoky windows. As I stand peeping in through the iron gates and rails, I can peel the rusty metal off, like bark from an old tree. The illegible tombstones are all lopsided, the grave mounds lost their shape in the rains of 100 years ago, the Lombardy poplar or plane tree that was once a drysalter's daughter and several common councilmen, has withered like those worthies, and its departed leaves are dust beneath it. Contagion of slow ruin overhangs the place. The discolored tiled roofs of the environing buildings stand so awry that they can hardly be proof against any stress of weather. Old crazy stacks of chimneys seem to look down as they overhang, dubiously calculating how far they will have to fall. In an angle of the walls, what was once the tool house of the gravedigger rots away, encrusted with toadstools. Pipes and spouts for carrying off the rain from the encompassing gables, broken or feloniously cut for old lead long ago, now let the rain drip and splash as it list upon the weedy earth. Sometimes there is a rusty pump somewhere near, and as I look in at the rails and meditate, I hear it working under an unknown hand with a creaking protest. as though the departed in the churchyard urged, "Let us lie here in peace, don't suck us up and drink us." One of my best beloved churchyards, I call the churchyard of St. Ghastly Grim. Touching what men in general call it, I have no information. It lies at the heart of the city, and the Blackwall Railway shrieks at it daily. It is a small, small churchyard, with a ferocious, strong, spiked iron gate like a jail. This gate is ornamented with skulls and crossbones, larger than the life, wrought in stone. But it likewise came into the mind of Saint Ghastly Grim that to stick iron spikes atop of the stone skulls, as though they were impaled, would be a pleasant device. Therefore the skulls grin aloft horribly, thrust through and through with iron spears. Hence, there is a traction of repulsion for me in Saint Ghastly Grim, and having often contemplated it in the daylight and the dark, I once felt drawn towards it in a thunderstorm at midnight. "Why not?" I said in self-excuse. "I have been to see the Colosseum by the light of the moon. Is it worse to go to see St. Ghastly Grim by the light of the lightning?" I repaired to the saint in a hackney cab and found the skulls most effective, having the air of a public execution, and seeming, as the lightning flashed, to wink and grin with the pain of the spikes. Having no other person to whom to impart my satisfaction, I communicated it to the driver. So far from being responsive, he surveyed me. He was naturally a bottle-nosed, red-faced man, with a blanched countenance. And as he drove me back, he ever and again glanced in over his shoulder through the little front window of his carriage, as mistrusting that I was a fare originally from a grave in the churchyard of St. Ghastly Grim, who might have flitted home again without paying. Sometimes the queer hall of some queer company gives upon a churchyard such as this, and, when the livery dine, you may hear them, if you are looking in through the iron rails, which you never are when I am toasting their own worshipful prosperity. Sometimes a wholesale house of business, requiring much room for stowage, will occupy one or two or even all three sides of the enclosing space, and the backs of bales of goods will lumber up the windows, as if they were holding some crowded trade meeting of themselves within. Sometimes the commanding windows are all blank and show no more sign of life than the graves below. Not so much, for they tell of what once upon a time was life undoubtedly. Such was the surrounding of one city churchyard that I saw last summer, on a volunteering Saturday evening towards 8 of the clock, when with astonishment I beheld an old man and an old woman in it, making hay. Yes, of all occupations in this world, making hay. It was a very confined patch of churchyard lying between Gracechurch Street and the Tower, capable of yielding, say, an apronful of hay. By what means the old man and woman had got into it, with an almost toothless haymaking rake, I could not fathom. No open window was within view. No window at all was within view, sufficiently near the ground to have enabled their old legs to descend from it. The rusty churchyard gate was locked, the mouldy church was locked. Gravely among the graves, they made hay, all alone by themselves. They looked like Time and his wife. There was but the one rake between them, and they both had hold of it in a pastorally loving manner, and there was hay on the old woman's black bonnet, as if the old man had recently been playful. The old man was quite an obsolete old man, in knee breeches and coarse grey stockings, and the old woman wore mittens like unto his stockings in texture and in color. They took no heed of me as I looked on, unable to account for them. The old woman was much too bright for a pew opener, the old man much too meek for a beadle. On an old tombstone in the foreground between me and them were two cherubim, but for those celestial embellishments being represented as having no possible use for knee breeches, stockings, or mittens, I should have compared them with the haymakers and sought a likeness. I coughed and awoke the echoes, but the haymakers never looked at me. They used the rake with a measured action, drawing the scanty crop towards them, and so I was fain to leave them under 3 yards and a half of darkening sky, gravely making hay among the graves, all alone by themselves. Perhaps they were specters, and I wanted a medium. Chapter 1. In another city churchyard of similar cramped dimensions, I saw, that self-same summer, 2 comfortable charity children. They were making love, tremendous proof of the vigor of that immortal article, for they were in the graceful uniform under which English charity delights to hide herself. And they were overgrown, and their legs, his legs at least, for I am modestly incompetent to speak of hers, were as much in the wrong as mere passive. Weakness of character can render legs. Oh, it was a leaden churchyard, but no doubt a golden ground to those young persons. I first saw them on a Saturday evening, and perceiving from their occupation that Saturday evening was their trysting time, I returned that evening sennight and renewed the contemplation of them. They came there to shake the bits of matting which were spread in the church aisles, and they afterwards rolled them up, he rolling his end, she rolling hers, until they met, and over the two once divided now united rolls, sweet emblem, gave and received a chaste salute. It was so refreshing to find one of my faded churchyards blooming into flower thus that I returned a second time, and a third, and ultimately this befell. They had left the church door open, in their dusting and arranging. Walking in to look at the church, I became aware, by the dim light, of him in the pulpit, of her in the reading desk, of him looking down, of her looking up, exchanging tender discourse. Immediately both dived, and became as it were non-existent on this sphere. With an assumption of innocence, I turned to leave the sacred edifice, when an obese form stood in the portal, puffily demanding Joseph, or, in default of Joseph, Celia. Taking this monster by the sleeve, and luring him forth on pretense of showing him whom he sought, I gave time for the emergence of Joseph and Celia, who presently came towards us in the churchyard, bending under dusty matting, a picture of thriving and unconscious industry. It would be superfluous to hint that I have ever since deemed this the proudest passage in my life. But such instances, or any tokens of vitality, are rare indeed in my city churchyards. A few sparrows occasionally try to raise a lively chirrup in their solitary tree, perhaps, as taking a different view of worms from that entertained by humanity. But they are flat and hoarse of voice, like the clerk, the organ, the bell, the clergyman, and all the rest of the churchworks when they are wound up for Sunday. Caged larks, thrushes, or blackbirds, hanging in neighboring courts, pour forth their strains passionately, as scenting the tree, trying to break out and see leaves again before they die, but their song is willow, willow, of a churchyard cast. So little light lives inside the churches of my churchyards, when the two are coexistent, that it is often only by an accident, and after long acquaintance, that I discover there having stained glass in some odd window. The westering sun slants into the churchyard by some unwanted entry. A few prismatic tears drop on an old tombstone, and a window that I thought was only dirty is for the moment all bejeweled. Then the light passes and the colors die. Though even then, if there be room enough for me to fall back so far as that I can gaze up to the top of the church tower, I see the rusty vane new burnished, and seeming to look out with a joyful flash over the sea of smoke at the distant shore of country. Blinking old men who are let out of workhouses by the hour have a tendency to sit on bits of coping stone in these churchyards, leaning with both hands on their sticks and asthmatically gasping. The more depressed class of beggars, too, bring hither broken meats and munch. I am on nodding terms with a meditative turncock, who lingers in one of them, and whom I suspect of a turn for poetry. The rather, as he looks out of temper when he gives the fire plug a disparaging wrench with that large tuning fork of his which would wear out the shoulder of his coat, but for a precautionary piece of inlaid leather. Fire ladders, which I am satisfied nobody knows anything about, and the keys of which were lost in ancient times, molder away in the larger churchyards, under eaves like wooden eyebrows. And so removed are those corners from the haunts of men and boys, that once on a 5th of November I found a guy, trusted to take care of himself there, while his proprietors had gone to dinner. Of the expression of his face I cannot report, because it was turned to the wall, but his shrugged shoulders and his 10 extended fingers appeared to denote that he had moralized in his little straw chair on the mystery of mortality, until he gave it up as a bad job. You do not come upon these churchyards violently. There are shapes of transition in the neighborhood. An antiquated news shop or barber's shop, apparently bereft of customers in the earlier days of George III, would warn me to look out for one, if any discoveries in this respect were left for me to make. A very quiet court, in combination with an unaccountable dyers and scourers, would prepare me for a churchyard. An exceedingly retiring public house, with a bagatelle board shadily visible in a sawdusty parlor shaped like an omnibus, and with a shelf of punch bowls in the bar, would apprise me that I stood near consecrated ground. A dairy, exhibiting in its modest window one very little milk, can and 3 eggs, would suggest to me the certainty of finding the poultry hard by, pecking at my forefathers. I first inferred the vicinity of St. Ghastly Grim from a certain air of extra repose and gloom pervading a vast stack of warehouses. From the hush of these places, it is congenial to pass into the hushed resorts of business. Down the lanes I like to see the carts and wagons huddled together in repose, the cranes idle, and the warehouses shut. Pausing in the alleys behind the closed banks of mighty Lombard Street, it gives one as good as a rich feeling to think of the broad counters with a rim along the edge, made for telling money out on, the scales for weighing precious metals, the ponderous ledgers, and, above all, the bright copper shovels for shoveling gold. When I draw money, it never seems so much money as when it is shoveled at me out of a bright copper shovel. I like to say, in gold, and to see £7 musically pouring out of the shovel, like 70. The bank appearing to remark to me, I italicize appearing, if you want more of this yellow earth, we keep it in barrows at your service. To think of the banker's clerk with his deft finger turning the crisp edges of the 100-pound notes he has taken in a fat roll out of a drawer is again to hear the rustling of that delicious South Cash wind. How will you have it? I once heard this usual question asked at a bank counter of an elderly female, habited in mourning and steeped in simplicity, who answered, open-eyed, crook-fingered, laughing with expectation. Anyhow, calling these things to mind as I stroll among the banks, I wonder whether the other solitary Sunday man I pass has designs upon the banks. For the interest and mystery of the matter, I almost hope he may have, and that his confederate may be at this moment taking impressions of the keys of the iron closets in wax, and that a delightful robbery may be in course of transaction. About College Hill, Mark Lane, and so on towards the Tower, and dockward, the deserted wine merchants' cellars are fine subjects for consideration. But the deserted money sellers of the bankers, and their plate sellers, and their jewel sellers, what subterranean regions of the wonderful lamp are these? And again, possibly some shoeless boy in rags passed through this street yesterday, for whom it is reserved to be a banker in the fullness of time, and to be surpassing rich. Such reverses have been since the days of Whittington, and were long before. I want to know whether the boy has any foreglittering of that glittering fortune now, when he treads these stones, hungry. Much as I also want to know whether the next man to be hanged at Newgate yonder had any suspicion upon him that he was moving steadily towards that fate, when he talked so much about the last man who paid the same great debt at the same small debtor's door. Where are all the people who on busy working days pervade these scenes? The locomotive banker's clerk, who carries a black portfolio chained to him by a chain of steel, where is he? Does he go to bed with his chain on, to church with his chain on, or does he lay it by? And if he lays it by, what becomes of his portfolio when he is unchained for a holiday? The waste paper baskets of these closed counting houses would let me into many hints of business matters, if I had the exploration of them. And what secrets of the heart should I discover on the pads of the young clerks? The sheets of cartridge paper and blotting paper interposed between their writing and their desks. Pads are taken into confidence on the tenderest occasions, and oftentimes when I have made a business visit, and have sent in my name from the outer office, have I had it forced on my discursive notice that the officiating young gentleman has over and over again inscribed Amelia, in ink of various dates, on corners of his pad. Indeed, the pad may be regarded as the legitimate modern successor of the old forestry, whereon these young knights, having no attainable forest nearer than Epping, engraved the names of their mistresses. After all, it is a more satisfactory process than carving, and can be oftener repeated. So these courts in their Sunday rest are courts of love omnipotent, I rejoice to bethink myself, dry as they look. And here is Garraway's, bolted and shuttered hard and fast. It is possible to imagine the man who cuts the sandwiches, on his back in a hayfield. It is possible to imagine his desk, like the desk of a clerk at church, without him. But imagination is unable to pursue the men who wait at Garraway's all the week for the men who never come. When they are forcibly put out of Garraway, on Saturday night, which they must be, for they never would go out of their own accord, where do they vanish until Monday morning? On the first Sunday that I ever strayed here, I expected to find them hovering about these lanes, like restless ghosts, and trying to peep into Garraway, through chinks in the shutters, if not endeavoring to turn the lock of the door with false keys, picks, and screwdrivers. But the wonder is that they go clean away. And now I think of it, the wonder is that every working day purveyor of these scenes goes clean away. The man who sells the dogs, collars, and the little toy coal scuttles feels under as great an obligation to go afar off, as Glynn and Co. or Smith, Payne and Smith. There is an old monastery crypt under Garraway's. I have been in it among the port wine, and perhaps Garraway, taking pity on the mouldy men who wait in its public room all their lives, gives them cool house room down there over Sundays. But the catacombs of Paris would not be large enough to hold the rest of the missing. This characteristic of London City greatly helps its being the quaint place it is in the weekly pause of business, and greatly helps my Sunday sensation in it of being the last man. In my solitude, the ticket porters being all gone with the rest, I venture to breathe to the quiet bricks and stones my confidential wonderment why a ticket porter, who never does any work with his hands, is bound to wear a white apron, and why a great ecclesiastical dignitary, who never does any work with his hands either, is equally bound to wear a black one. Chapter 24. An old stagecoaching house. Before the waitress had shut the door, I had forgotten how many stagecoaches she said used to change horses in the town every day. But it was of little moment. Any high number would do as well as another. It had been a great stagecoaching town in the great stagecoaching times, and the ruthless railways had killed and buried it. The sign of the house was the dolphin's head. Why only head, I don't know, for the dolphin's effigy at full length and upside down, as a dolphin is always bound to be when artistically treated, though I suppose he is sometimes right side upward in his natural condition, graced the signboard. The signboard chafed its rusty hooks outside the bow window of my room, and was a shabby work. No visitor could have denied that the dolphin was dying by inches, but he showed no bright colors. He had once served another master. There was a newer streak of paint below him, displaying with inconsistent freshness the legend, by J. Mellows. Chapter 1000. Why door opened again, and J. Mellows's representative came back. I had asked her what I could have for dinner, and she now returned with the counter question, what would I like? As the dolphin stood possessed of nothing that I do like, I was fain to yield to the suggestion of a duck, which I don't like. J. Mellows's representative was a mournful young woman with eye susceptible of guidance, and one uncontrollable eye, which latter, seeming to wander in quest of stagecoaches, deepened the melancholy in which the dolphin was steeped. This young woman had but shut the door on retiring again, when I bethought me of adding to my order the words, with nice vegetables. Looking out at the door to give them emphatic utterance, I found her already in a state of pensive catalepsy in the deserted gallery, picking her teeth with a pin. At the railway station, 7 miles off, I had been the subject of wonder when I ordered a fly in which to come here, and when I gave the direction to the dolphin's head, I had observed an ominous stare on the countenance of the strong young man in velveteen, who was the platform servant of the company. He had also called to my driver at parting, "All right, don't hang yourself when you get there, Gorge," in a sarcastic tone, for which I had entertained some transitory thoughts of reporting him to the general manager. Chapter 1. Had no business in the town. I never have any business in any town, but I had been caught by the fancy that I would come and look at it in its degeneracy. My purpose was fitly inaugurated by the dolphin's head, which everywhere expressed past coachfulness and present coachlessness. Colored prints of coaches, starting, arriving, changing horses, coaches in the sunshine, coaches in the snow, coaches in the wind, coaches in the mist and rain, coaches on the king's birthday, coaches in all circumstances compatible with their triumph and victory, but never in the act of breaking down or overturning, pervaded the house. Of these works of art, some, framed and not glazed, had holes in them. The varnish of others had become so brown and cracked that they looked like overdone pie crust. The designs of others were almost obliterated by the flies of many summers. Broken glasses, damaged frames, lopsided hanging, and consignment of incurable cripples to places of refuge in dark corners attested the desolation of the rest. The old room on the ground floor, where the passengers of the Highflyer used to dine, had nothing in it but a wretched show of twigs and flower pots in the broad window to hide the nakedness of the land, and in a corner, little Mellows's perambulator, with even its parasol head turned despondently to the wall. The other room, where post-horse company used to wait while relays were getting ready down the yard, still held its ground, but was as airless as I conceive a hearse to be, insomuch that Mr. Pitt, hanging high against the partition, with spots on him like port wine, though it is mysterious how port wine ever got squirted up there, had good reason for perking his nose and sniffing. The stopperless cruets on the spindle-shank sideboard were in a miserably dejected state, the anchovy sauce having turned blue some years ago, and the cayenne pepper, with a scoop in it like a small model of a wooden leg, having turned solid. The old fraudulent candles, which were always being paid for and never used, were burnt out at last. But their tall stilts of candlesticks still lingered, and still outraged the human intellect by pretending to be silver. The moldy old unreformed borough member, with his right hand buttoned up in the breast of his coat, and his back characteristically turned on bales of petitions from his constituents, was there too. And the poker, which never had been among the fire irons, lest post-horse company should overstir the fire, was not there as of old. Pursuing my researches in the dolphin's head, I found it sorely shrunken. When J. Mellows came into possession, he had walled off half the bar, which was now a tobacco shop with its own entrance in the yard. The once glorious yard where the postboys, whip in hand and always buttoning their waistcoats at the last moment, used to come running forth to mount and away. A scientific shoeing, smith and veterinary surgeon had further encroached upon the yard, and a grimly satirical jobber, who announced himself as having to let a neat one-horse fly and a one-horse cart, had established his business himself and his family in a part of the extensive stables. Another part was lopped clean off from the dolphin's head, and now comprised a chapel, a wheelwright, and a young men's mutual improvement and discussion society, in a loft, the whole forming a back lane. No audacious hand had plucked down the vane from the central cupola of the stables, but it had grown rusty and stuck at end nil. While the score or two of pigeons that remained true to their ancestral traditions and the place had collected in a row on the roof ridge of the only outhouse retained by the Dolphin, where all the inside pigeons tried to push the outside pigeon off. This I accepted as emblematical of the struggle for post and place in railway times. Sauntering forth into the town, by way of the covered and pillared entrance to the Dolphin's yard, once redolent of soup and stable litter, now redolent of musty disuse, I paced the street. It was a hot day, and the little sunblinds of the shops were all drawn down, and the more enterprising tradesmen had caused their prentices to trickle water on the pavement appurtening to their frontage. It looked as if they had been shedding tears for the stagecoaches and drying their ineffectual pocket handkerchiefs. Such weakness would have been excusable, for business was, as one dejected porkman who kept a shop which refused to reciprocate the compliment by keeping him, informed me, bitter bad. Most of the harness makers and corn dealers were gone the way of the coaches, but it was a pleasant recognition of the eternal procession of children down that old original steep incline, the Valley of the Shadow, that those tradesmen were mostly succeeded by vendors of sweetmeats and cheap toys. The opposition house to the Dolphin, once famous as the New White Hart, had long collapsed. In a fit of abject depression, it had cast whitewash on its windows and boarded up its front door and reduced itself to a side entrance. But even that had proved a world too wide for the literary institution which had been its last phase. For the institution had collapsed too, and of the ambitious letters of its inscription on the White Hart's front, all had fallen off but these. Chapter 50, Why Inns Tea. Suggestive of lamentably insolvent. As to the neighboring marketplace, it seemed to have wholly relinquished marketing, to the dealer in crockery whose pots and pans straggled half across it, and to the cheap jack who sat with folded arms on the shafts of his cart, superciliously gazing around, his velveteen waistcoat, evidently harboring grave doubts whether it was worth his while to stay a night in such a place. The church bells began to ring as I left this spot, but they by no means improved the case, for they said, in a petulant way, and speaking with some difficulty in their irritation, what's become of the coachees? Nor would they, I found on listening, ever vary their emphasis, save in respect of growing more sharp and vexed, but invariably went on, what's become of the coachies? Always beginning the inquiry with an unpolite abruptness. Perhaps from their elevation they saw the railway, and it aggravated them. Chapter 100. Oming upon a coachmaker's workshop, I began to look about me with a revived spirit, thinking that perchance I might behold there some remains of the old times of the town's greatness. There was only one man at work, a dry man, grizzled and far advanced in years, but tall and upright, who, becoming aware of me looking on, straightened his back, pushed up his spectacles against his brown paper cap, and appeared inclined to defy me. To whom I pacifically said, "Good day, sir." "What?" said he. "Good day, sir." He seemed to consider about that and not to agree with me. "Was you a-looking for anything?" he then asked in a pointed manner. I was wondering whether there happened to be any fragment of an old stagecoach here. "Is that all?" "That's all." "No, there ain't." Chapter 1. Tea was now my turn to say, "Oh," and I said it. Not another word did the dry and grizzled man say, but bent to his work again. In the coach-making days, the coach painters had tried their brushes on a post beside him, and quite a calendar of departed glories was to be read upon it, in blue and yellow and red and green, some inches thick. Presently he looked up again. "You seem to have a deal of time on your hands," was his querulous remark. Chapter 1 admitted the fact. "I think it's a pity you was not brought up to something," said he. Chapter 1 said I thought so too. Appearing to be informed with an idea, he laid down his plane, for it was a plane he was at work with, pushed up his spectacles again, and came to the door. "Would a po'shay do for you?" he asked. "I am not sure that I understand what you mean." "Would a po'shay," said the coachmaker, standing close before me and folding his arms in the manner of a cross-examining counsel, "would a po'shay meet the views you have expressed? Yes or no?" "Yes." "Then you keep straight along down there till you see one. You'll see one if you go fur enough." With that, he turned me by the shoulder in the direction I was to take, and went in and resumed his work against a background of leaves and grapes. For, although he was a soured man and a discontented, his workshop was that agreeable mixture of town and country, street and garden, which is often to be seen in a small English town. Chapter 1. went the way he had turned me, and I came to the beer shop with the sign of the first and last, and was out of the town on the old London road. I came to the turnpike, and I found it, in its silent way, eloquent respecting the change that had fallen on the road. The turnpike house was all overgrown with ivy, and the turnpike keeper, unable to get a living out of the tolls, plied the trade of a cobbler. Not only that, but his wife sold ginger beer, and, in the very window of a spile through which the toll-takers of old times used with awe to behold the grand London coaches coming on at a gallop, exhibited for sale little barber's poles of sweetstuff in a sticky lantern. The political economy of the master of the turnpike thus expressed itself. "How goes turnpike business, master?" said I to him, as he sat in his little porch repairing a shoe. "It don't go at all, master," said he to me. "It stopped." "That's bad," said I. "Bad?" he repeated, and he pointed to one of his sunburnt, dusty children who was climbing the turnpike gate, and said, extending his open right hand in remonstrance with universal nature, "5 on 'em." "But how to improve turnpike business?" said I. "There's a way, master," said he, with the air of one who had thought deeply on the subject. "I should like to know it." "Lay a toll on everything as comes through. Lay a toll on walkers. Lay another toll on everything as don't come through. Lay a toll on them as stops at home. Would the last remedy be fair?" "Fair? Them as stops at home could come through if they liked, couldn't they?" "And say they could." "Toll 'em, if they don't come through, it's their lookout. Anyways, toll 'em." Finding it was as impossible to argue with this financial genius as if he had been Chancellor of the Exchequer, and consequently the right man in the right place, I passed on meekly. Chapter 1000. Why mine now began to misgive me that the disappointed coachmaker had sent me on a wild goose errand, and that there was no post-chaise in those parts. But coming within view of certain allotment gardens by the roadside, I retracted the suspicion, and confessed that I had done him an injustice. For there I saw, surely, the poorest superannuated post-chaise left on earth. Chapter 1. T was a post-chaise taken off its axletry and wheels, and plumped down on the clayey soil among a ragged growth of vegetables. It was a post-chaise not even set straight upon the ground, but tilted over, as if it had fallen out of a balloon. It was a post-chaise that had been a long time in those decayed circumstances, and against which scarlet beans were trained. It was a post-chaise patched and mended with old tea trays, or with scraps of iron that looked like them, and boarded up as to the windows, but having a knocker on the off-side door. Whether it was a post-chaise used as tool-house, summer-house, or dwelling-house, I could not discover, for there was nobody at home at the post-chaise when I knocked, but it was certainly used for something, and locked up. In the wonder of this discovery, I walked round and round the post-chaise many times, and sat down by the post-chaise, waiting for further elucidation. None came. At last I made my way back to the old London road by the further end of the allotment gardens, and consequently at a point beyond that from which I had diverged. I had to scramble through a hedge and down a steep bank, and I nearly came down atop of a little spare man who sat breaking stones by the roadside. He stayed his hammer, and said, regarding me mysteriously through his dark goggles of wire, "Are you aware, sir, that you've been trespassing?" "I turned out of the way," said I in explanation, "to look at that odd post-chaise. Do you happen to know anything about it?" "I know it was many a year upon the road," said he. "So I supposed, do you know to whom it belongs?" The stonebreaker bent his brows and goggles over his heap of stones, as if he were considering whether he should answer the question or not. Then, raising his barred eyes to my features as before, he said, "To me." Being quite unprepared for the reply, I received it with a sufficiently awkward, "Indeed, dear me." Presently I added, "Do you?" I was going to say, "Live there," but it seemed so absurd a question that I substituted, "Live near here." The stonebreaker, who had not broken a fragment since we began to converse, then did as follows. He raised himself by poising his finger on his hammer, and took his coat, on which he had been seated, over his arm. He then backed to an easier part of the bank than that by which I had come down, keeping his dark goggles silently upon me all the time, and then shouldered his hammer, suddenly turned, ascended, and was gone. His face was so small, and his goggles were so large, that he left me wholly uninformed as to his countenance. But he left me a profound impression that the curved legs I had seen from behind as he vanished were the legs of an old postboy. It was not until then that I noticed he had been working by a grass-grown milestone, which looked like a tombstone erected over the grave of the London road. Chapter 1000. Why dinner hour being close at hand, I had no leisure to pursue the goggles or the subject then, but made my way back to the Dolphin's Head. In the gateway I found J. Mellows, looking at nothing, and apparently experiencing that it failed to raise his spirits. "I don't care for the town," said J. Mellows, when I complimented him on the sanitary advantages it may or may not possess. "I wish I had never seen the town." "You don't belong to it, Mr. Mellows." "Belong to it," repeated Mellows. "If I didn't belong to a better style of town than this, I'd take and drown myself in a pail." It then occurred to me that Mellows, having so little to do, was habitually thrown back on his internal resources, by which I mean the Dolphin's cellar. "What we want," said Mellows, pulling off his hat and making as if he emptied it of the last load of disgust that had exuded from his brain, before he put it on again for another load. "What we want is a branch. The petition for the branch bill is in the coffee room. Would you put your name to it? Every little helps." Chapter 1. Found the document in question stretched out flat on the coffee room table by the aid of certain weights from the kitchen, and I gave it the additional weight of my uncommercial signature. To the best of my belief, I bound myself to the modest statement that universal traffic, happiness, prosperity, and civilization, together with unbounded national triumph in competition with the foreigner, would infallibly flow from the branch. Having achieved this constitutional feat, I asked Mr. Mellows if he could grace my dinner with a pint of good wine. Mr. Mellows thus replied: "If I couldn't give you a pint of good wine, I'd take and drown myself in a pail. But I was deceived when I bought this business, and the stock was higgledy-piggledy, and I haven't yet tasted my way quite through it with a view to sorting it. Therefore, if you order one kind and get another, change till it comes right." "For what?" said Mellows, unloading his hat as before. "What would you or any gentleman do, if you ordered one kind of wine and was required to drink another? Why, you'd, and naturally and properly, having the feelings of a gentleman, you'd take and drown yourself in a pail." Chapter 25. The boiled beef of New England. The shabbiness of our English capital, as compared with Paris, Bordeaux, Frankfurt, Milan, Geneva, almost any important town on the continent of Europe, I find very striking after an absence of any duration in foreign parts. London is shabby in contrast with Edinburgh, with Aberdeen, with Exeter, with Liverpool, with a bright little town like Bury St. Edmunds. London is shabby in contrast with New York, with Boston, with Philadelphia. In detail, one would say it can rarely fail to be a disappointing piece of shabbiness to a stranger from any of those places. There is nothing shabbier than Drury Lane, in Rome itself. The meanness of Regent Street, set against the great line of boulevards in Paris, is as striking as the abortive ugliness of Trafalgar Square, set against the gallant beauty of the Place de la Concorde. London is shabby by daylight and shabbier by gaslight. No Englishman knows what gaslight is until he sees the Rue de Rivoli and the Palais Royal after dark. The mass of London people are shabby. The absence of distinctive dress has, no doubt, something to do with it. The porters of the vintners' company, the draymen, and the butchers are about the only people who wear distinctive dresses, and even these do not wear them on holidays. We have nothing which, for cheapness, cleanliness, convenience, or picturesqueness, can compare with the belted blouse. As to our women, next Easter or Whitsuntide, look at the bonnets at the British Museum or the National Gallery, and think of the pretty white French cap, the Spanish mantilla, or the Genoese mazzero. Probably there are not more second-hand clothes sold in London than in Paris, and yet the mass of the London population have a second-hand look, which is not to be detected on the mass of the Parisian population. I think this is mainly because a Parisian workman does not in the least trouble himself about what is worn by a Parisian idler, but dresses in the way of his own class, and for his own comfort. In London, on the contrary, the fashions descend, and you never fully know how inconvenient or ridiculous a fashion is until you see it in its last descent. It was but the other day, on a racecourse, that I observed 4 people in a barouche deriving great entertainment from the contemplation of 4 people on foot. The 4 people on foot were 2 young men and 2 young women. The 4 people in the barouche were 2 young men and 2 young women. The 4 young women were dressed in exactly the same style. The 4 young men were dressed in exactly the same style. Yet the 2 couples on wheels were as much amused by the 2 couples on foot as if they were quite unconscious of having themselves set those fashions, or of being at that very moment engaged in the display of them. Chapter 1. Is it only in the matter of clothes that fashion descends here in London, and consequently in England, and thence shabbiness arises? Let us think a little and be just. The Black Country, round about Birmingham, is a very black country. But is it quite as black as it has been lately painted? An appalling accident happened at the People's Park near Birmingham, this last July, when it was crowded with people from the Black Country. An appalling accident consequent on a shamefully dangerous exhibition. Did the shamefully dangerous exhibition originate in the moral blackness of the Black Country, and in the Black people's peculiar love of the excitement attendant on great personal hazard, which they looked on at, but in which they did not participate? Light is much wanted in the Black Country. Oh, we are all agreed on that. But we must not quite forget the crowds of gentlefolks who set the shamefully dangerous fashion, either. We must not quite forget the enterprising directors of an institution vaunting mighty educational pretenses, who made the low sensation as strong as they possibly could make it, by hanging the Blondin rope as high as they possibly could hang it. All this must not be eclipsed in the blackness of the Black Country. The reserved seats high up by the rope, the cleared space below it, so that no one should be smashed but the performer, the pretense of slipping and falling off, the baskets for the feet and the sack for the head, the photographs everywhere, and the virtuous indignation nowhere. All this must not be wholly swallowed up in the blackness of the jet black country. Whatsoever fashion is set in England is certain to descend. This is a text for a perpetual sermon on care in setting fashions. When you find a fashion low down, look back for the time, it will never be far off, when it was the fashion high up. This is the text for a perpetual sermon on social justice. From imitations of Ethiopian serenaders to imitations of princes' coats and waistcoats, you will find the original model in St. James's Parish. When the serenaders become tiresome, trace them beyond the Black Country. When the coats and waistcoats become insupportable, refer them to their source in the upper toady regions. Gentlemen's clubs were once maintained for purposes of savage party warfare. Working men's clubs of the same day assumed the same character. Gentlemen's clubs became places of quiet, inoffensive recreation. Working men's clubs began to follow suit. If working men have seemed rather slow to appreciate advantages of combination which have saved the pockets of gentlemen and enhanced their comforts, it is because working men could scarcely, for want of capital, originate such combinations without help, and because help has not been separable from that great impertinence, patronage. The instinctive revolt of his spirit against patronage is a quality much to be respected in the English working man. It is the base of his best qualities. Nor is it surprising that he should be unduly suspicious of patronage, and sometimes resentful of it even where it is not, seeing what a flood of washy talk has been let loose on his devoted head, or with what complacent condescension the same devoted head has been smoothed and patted. It is a proof to me of his self-control that he never strikes out pugilistically, right and left, when addressed as one of my friends, or my assembled friends, that he does not become inappeasable and run amuck like a Malay whenever he sees a biped in broadcloth getting on a platform to talk to him, that any pretense of improving his mind does not instantly drive him out of his mind and cause him to toss his obliging patron like a mad bull. For, how often have I heard the unfortunate working man lectured, as if he were a little charity child, humid as to his nasal development, strictly literal as to his catechism, and called by Providence to walk all his days in a station in life, represented on festive occasions by a mug of warm milk and water and a bun. What pop guns of jokes have these ears tingled to hear let off at him? What asinine sentiments, what impotent conclusions, what spelling book moralities, what adaptations of the orator's insufferable tediousness to the assumed level of his understanding. If his sledgehammers, his spades and pickaxes, his saws and chisels, his paint pots and brushes, his forges, furnaces, and engines, the horses that he drove at his work and the machines that drove him at his work, were all toys in one little paper box, and he the baby who played with them, he could not have been discoursed to more impertinently and absurdly than I have heard him discoursed to times innumerable. Consequently, not being a fool or a fawner, he has come to acknowledge his patronage by virtually saying, "Let me alone. If you understand me no better than that, sir and madam, let me alone. You mean very well, I dare say, but I don't like it, and I won't come here again to have any more of it." Whatever is done for the comfort and advancement of the working man must be so far done by himself as that it is maintained by himself. And there must be in it no touch of condescension, no shadow of patronage. In the great working districts, this truth is studied and understood. When the American Civil War rendered it necessary, first in Glasgow and afterwards in Manchester, that the working people should be shown how to avail themselves of the advantages derivable from system, and from the combination of numbers, in the purchase and the cooking of their food, this truth was above all things borne in mind. The quick consequence was that suspicion and reluctance were vanquished, and that the effort resulted in an astonishing and a complete success. Such thoughts passed through my mind on a July morning of this summer, as I walked towards Commercial Street, not Uncommercial Street, Whitechapel. The Glasgow and Manchester system had been lately set a-going there, by certain gentlemen who felt an interest in its diffusion, and I had been attracted by the following handbill printed on rose-colored paper. Self-supporting. Chapter 100, OOKING Depot. For the working classes. Chapter 100, Commercial Street, Whitechapel, where accommodation is provided for dining comfortably. 300 persons at a time. Open fro AM to PM. Prices. All articles of the best quality. Chapter 100, Up of tea or coffee. 1 penny. Bread and butter. 1 penny. Bread and cheese. 1 penny. Slice of bread 1/2 penny or 1 penny. Boiled egg. 1 penny. Ginger beer. 1 penny. The above articles always ready. Besides the above may be had, fro to 3 o'clock. Bowl of Scotch broth. 1 penny. Bowl of soup. 1 penny. Plate of potatoes. 1 penny. Plate of minced beef. 2d. Plate of cold beef. 2d. Plate of cold ham. 2d. Plate of plum pudding or rice. 1 penny. As the economy of cooking depends greatly upon the simplicity of the arrangements, with which a great number of persons can be served at one time, the upper room of this establishment will be especially set apart for a public dinner every day. Fro 2 o'clock. Chapter 100, consisting of the following dishes. Bowl of broth or soup. Plate of cold beef or ham. Plate of potatoes. Plum pudding or rice. Fixed charge for a half-d. The daily papers provided. N.B. This establishment is conducted on the strictest business principles, with the full intention of making it self-supporting, so that everyone may frequent it with a feeling of perfect independence. The assistance of all frequenting the depot is confidently expected in checking anything interfering with the comfort, quiet, and regularity of the establishment. Please do not destroy this handbill, but hand it to some other person whom it may interest. The self-supporting cooking depot, not a very good name, and one would rather give it an English one, had hired a newly built warehouse that it found to let. Therefore, it was not established in premises specially designed for the purpose. But at a small cost they were exceedingly well adapted to the purpose, being light, well ventilated, clean, and cheerful. They consisted of 3 large rooms. That on the basement story was the kitchen. That on the ground floor was the general dining room. That on the floor above was the upper room referred to in the handbill, where the public dinner at 4d halfpenny a head was provided every day. The cooking was done, with much economy of space and fuel, by American cooking stoves, and by young women not previously brought up as cooks. The walls and pillars of the 2 dining rooms were agreeably brightened with ornamental colors. The tables were capable of accommodating 6 or 8 persons each. The attendants were all young women, becomingly and neatly dressed, and dressed alike. I think the whole staff was female, with the exception of the steward or manager. Chapter 1000, Why first inquiries were directed to the wages of the staff. Because, if any establishment claiming to be self-supporting, live upon the spoliation of anybody or anything, or eke out a feeble existence by poor mouths and beggarly resources, as too many so-called mechanics, institutions do, I make bold to express my uncommercial opinion that it has no business to live, and had better die. It was made clear to me by the account books, that every person employed was properly paid. My next inquiries were directed to the quality of the provisions purchased, and to the terms on which they were bought. It was made equally clear to me that the quality was the very best, and that all bills were paid weekly. My next inquiries were directed to the balance sheet for the last 2 weeks, only the 3rd and 4th of the establishment's career. It was made equally clear to me that after everything bought was paid for, and after each week was charged with its full share of wages, rent and taxes, depreciation of plant in use, and interest on capital at the rate of 4%. Per annum, the last week had yielded a profit of, in round numbers, £1.10, and the previous week a profit of £6.10. By this time, I felt that I had a healthy appetite for the dinners. Chapter 1. Tea had just struck 12, and a quick succession of faces had already begun to appear at a little window in the wall of the partitioned space where I sat looking over the books. Within this little window, like a pay box at a theater, a neat and brisk young woman presided to take money and issue tickets. Everyone coming in must take a ticket. Either the fourpence halfpenny ticket for the upper room, the most popular ticket, I think, or a penny ticket for a bowl of soup, or as many penny tickets as he or she choose to buy. For 3 penny tickets, one had quite a wide range of choice. A plate of cold boiled beef and potatoes, or a plate of cold ham and potatoes, or a plate of hot minced beef and potatoes, or a bowl of soup, bread and cheese, and a plate of plum pudding. Touching what they should have, some customers on taking their seats fell into a reverie, became mildly distracted, postponed decision, and said in bewilderment they would think of it. One old man I noticed when I sat among the tables in the lower room, who was startled by the bill of fare, and sat contemplating it as if it were something of a ghostly nature. The decision of the boys was as rapid as their execution, and always included pudding. There were several women among the diners and several clerks and shopmen. There were carpenters and painters from the neighboring buildings under repair, and there were nautical men, and there were, as one diner observed to me, some of most sorts. Some were solitary, some came two together, some dined in parties of 3 or 4 or 6. The latter talked together, but assuredly no one was louder than at my club in Pall Mall. One young fellow whistled in rather a shrill manner while he waited for his dinner, but I was gratified to observe that he did so in evident defiance of my uncommercial individuality. Quite agreeing with him, on consideration, that I had no business to be there, unless I dined like the rest, I went in, as the phrase is, for fourpence halfpenny. The room of the fourpence halfpenny banquet had, like the lower room, a counter in it, on which were ranged a great number of cold portions ready for distribution. Behind this counter, the fragrant soup was steaming in deep cans, and the best cooked of potatoes were fished out of similar receptacles. Nothing to eat was touched with his hand. Every waitress had her own tables to attend to. As soon as she saw a new customer seat himself at one of her tables, she took from the counter all his dinner, his soup, potatoes, meat, and pudding, piled it up dexterously in her 2 hands, set it before him, and took his ticket. This serving of the whole dinner at once had been found greatly to simplify the business of attendance, and was also popular with the customers, who were thus enabled to vary the meal by varying the routine of dishes, beginning with soup today, putting soup in the middle tomorrow, putting soup at the end the day after, tomorrow, and ringing similar changes on meat and pudding. The rapidity with which every newcomer got served was remarkable, and the dexterity with which the waitresses, quite new to the art a month before, discharged their duty, was as agreeable to see as the neat smartness with which they wore their dress and had dressed their hair. Chapter 1. I seldom saw better waiting, so I certainly never ate better meat, potatoes, or pudding. And the soup was an honest and stout soup, with rice and barley in it, and little matters for the teeth to touch, as had been observed to me by my friend below stairs already quoted. The dinner service, too, was neither conspicuously hideous for high art nor for low art, but was of a pleasant and pure appearance. Concerning the viands and their cookery, one last remark. I dined at my club in Pall Mall aforesaid, a few days afterwards, for exactly 12 times the money, and not half as well. The company thickened after 1 o'clock struck, and changed pretty quickly. Although experience of the place had been so recently attainable, and although there was still considerable curiosity out in the street and about the entrance, the general tone was as good as could be, and the customers fell easily into the ways of the place. It was clear to me, however, that they were there to have what they paid for, and to be on an independent footing. To the best of my judgment, they might be patronized out of the building in a month. With judicious visiting, and by dint of being questioned, read to, and talked at, they might even be got rid of for the next quarter of a century in half the time. This disinterested and wise movement is fraught with so many wholesome changes in the lives of the working people, and with so much good in the way of overcoming that suspicion, which our own unconscious impertinence has engendered, that it is scarcely gracious to criticize details as yet. The rather, because it is indisputable that the managers of the Whitecapel establishment most thoroughly feel that they are upon their honor with the customers, as to the minutest points of administration. But, although the American stoves cannot roast, they can surely boil one kind of meat as well as another, and need not always circumscribe their boiling talents within the limits of ham and beef. The most enthusiastic admirer of those substantials would probably not object to occasional inconstancy in respect of pork and mutton, or, especially in cold weather, to a little innocent trifling with Irish stews, meat pies, and toads in holes. Another drawback on the Whitecapel establishment is the absence of beer. Regarded merely as a question of policy, it is very impolitic, as having a tendency to send the working men to the public house, where gin is reported to be sold. But there is a much higher ground on which this absence of beer is objectionable. It expresses distrust of the working man. It is a fragment of that old mantle of patronage, in which so many estimable thugs, so darkly wandering up and down the moral world, are sworn to muffle him. Good beer is a good thing for him, he says, and he likes it. The depot could give it him good, and he now gets it bad. Why does the depot not give it him good? Because he would get drunk. Why does the depot not let him have a pint with his dinner, which would not make him drunk? Because he might have had another pint or another 2 pints before he came. Now, this distrust is an affront, is exceedingly inconsistent with the confidence the managers express in their handbills, and is a timid stopping short upon the straight highway. It is unjust and unreasonable also. It is unjust because it punishes the sober man for the vice of the drunken man. It is unreasonable because anyone at all experienced in such things knows that the drunken workman does not get drunk where he goes to eat and drink, but where he goes to drink, expressly to drink. To suppose that the working man cannot state this question to himself quite as plainly as I state it here, is to suppose that he is a baby, and is again to tell him in the old wearisome, condescending, patronizing way that he must be goody-pooty, and do as he is toldy-poldy, and not be a manny-panny or a voter-poter, but fold his handy-pandies and be a childy-pildy. Chapter 1, found from the accounts of the Whitecapel self-supporting cooking depot, that every article sold in it, even at the prices I have quoted, yields a certain small profit. Individual speculators are of course already in the field, and are of course already appropriating the name. The classes for whose benefit the real depots are designed will distinguish between the two kinds of enterprise. Chapter 26. Chapter 100, HATHAM Dockyard. There are some small out-of-the-way landing places on the Thames and the Medway, where I do much of my summer idling. Running water is favorable to daydreams, and a strong tidal river is the best of running water for mine. I like to watch the great ships standing out to sea or coming home richly laden, the active little steam tugs confidently puffing with them to and from the sea horizon, the fleet of barges that seem to have plucked their brown and russet sails from the ripe trees in the landscape, the heavy old colliers, light in ballast, floundering down before the tide, the light screw barks and schooners imperiously holding a straight course while the others patiently tack and go about, the yachts with their tiny hulls and great white sheets of canvas, the little sailing boats bobbing to and fro on their errands of pleasure or business, and, as it is the nature of little people to do, making a prodigious fuss about their small affairs. Watching these objects, I still am under no obligation to think about them, or even so much as to see them, unless it perfectly suits my humor. As little am I obliged to hear the plash and flop of the tide, the ripple at my feet, the clinking windlass afar off, or the humming steamship paddles further away yet. These, with the creaking little jetty on which I sit, and the gaunt high-water marks and low-water marks in the mud, and the broken causeway, and the broken bank, and the broken stakes and piles leaning forward as if they were vain of their personal appearance, and looking for their reflection in the water, will melt into any train of fancy. Equally adaptable to any purpose or to none, are the posturing sheep and kine upon the marshes, the gulls that wheel and dip around me, the crows, well out of gunshot, going home from the rich harvest fields, the heron that has been out a-fishing and looks as melancholy, up there in the sky as if it hadn't agreed with him. Everything within the range of the senses will, by the aid of the running water, lend itself to everything beyond that range, and work into a drowsy whole, not unlike a kind of tune, but for which there is no exact definition. One of these landing places is near an old fort. I can see the Nor light from it with my pocket glass, from which fort mysteriously emerges a boy, to whom I am much indebted for additions to my scanty stock of knowledge. He is a young boy, with an intelligent face burnt to a dust color by the summer sun, and with crisp hair of the same hue. He is a boy in whom I have perceived nothing incompatible with habits of studious inquiry and meditation, unless an evanescent black eye, I was delicate of inquiring how occasioned, should be so considered. To him am I indebted for ability to identify a custom-house boat at any distance, and for acquaintance with all the forms and ceremonies observed by a homeward-bound Indiaman coming up the river, when the custom house officers go aboard her. But for him, I might never have heard of the dumb ague, respecting which malady I am now learned. Had I never sat at his feet, I might have finished my mortal career and never known that, when I see a white horse on a barge's sail, that barge is a lime barge. For precious secrets in reference to beer, am I likewise beholden to him, involving warning against the beer of a certain establishment, by reason of its having turned sour through failure in point of demand. Though my young sage is not of opinion that similar deterioration has befallen the ale. He has also enlightened me touching the mushrooms of the marshes, and has gently reproved my ignorance in having supposed them to be impregnated with salt. His manner of imparting information is thoughtful and appropriate to the scene. As he reclines beside me, he pitches into the river a little stone or piece of grit, and then delivers himself oracularly, as though he spoke out of the center of the spreading circle that it makes in the water. He never improves my mind without observing this formula. With the wise boy, whom I know by no other name than the spirit of the fort, I recently consorted on a breezy day when the river leaped about us and was full of life. I had seen the sheaved corn carrying in the golden fields as I came down to the river, and the rosy farmer, watching his laboring men in the saddle on his cob, had told me how he had reaped his 260 acres of long-strawed corn last week, and how better week's work he had never done in all his days. Peace and abundance were on the countryside in beautiful forms and beautiful colors, and the harvest seemed even to be sailing out to grace the never-reaped sea in the yellow-laden barges that mellowed the distance. Chapter 1. T was on this occasion that the spirit of the fort, directing his remarks to a certain floating iron battery lately lying in that reach of the river, enriched my mind with his opinions on naval architecture, and informed me that he would like to be an engineer. I found him up to everything that is done in the contracting line by Messrs. Pito and Brassy, cunning in the article of concrete, mellow in the matter of iron, great on the subject of gunnery. When he spoke of pile driving and sluice making, he left me not a leg to stand on, and I can never sufficiently acknowledge his forbearance with me in my disabled state. While he thus discoursed, he several times directed his eyes to one distant quarter of the landscape, and spoke with vague, mysterious awe of the yard. Pondering his lessons after we had parted, I bethought me that the yard was one of our large public dockyards, and that it lay hidden among the crops down in the dip behind the windmills, as if it modestly kept itself out of view in peaceful times, and sought to trouble no man. Taken with this modesty on the part of the yard, I resolved to improve the yard's acquaintance. Chapter 1000. Why good opinion of the yard's retiring character was not dashed by nearer approach. It resounded with the noise of hammers beating upon iron, and the great sheds or slips under which the mighty men of war are built loomed businesslike when contemplated from the opposite side of the river. For all that, however, the yard made no display, but kept itself snug under hillsides of cornfields, hop gardens, and orchards, its great chimneys smoking with a quiet, almost a lazy, air like giants smoking tobacco, and the great shears moored off it, looking meekly and inoffensively out of proportion, like the giraffe of the machinery creation. The store of cannon on the neighboring gun wharf had an innocent toy-like appearance, and the one red-coated sentry on duty over them was a mere toy figure, with a clockwork movement. As the hot sunlight sparkled on him, he might have passed for the identical little man who had the little gun, and whose bullets they were made of lead. Chapter 100. Crossing the river and landing at the stairs, where a drift of chips and weed had been trying to land before me and had not succeeded, but had got into a corner instead, I found the very street posts to be cannon, and the architectural ornaments to be shells. And so I came to the yard, which was shut up tight and strong with great folded gates, like an enormous patent safe. These gates devouring me, I became digested into the yard, and it had at first a clean-swept holiday air, as if it had given over work until next war time. Though indeed a quantity of hemp for rope was tumbling out of storehouses, even there, which would hardly be lying like so much hay on the white stones if the yard were as placid as it pretended. Chapter 501. NG, clash, dong, bang, boom, rattle, clash, bang, clink, bang, dong, bang, clatter, bang, bang, bang. What on earth is this? This is, or soon will be, the Achilles iron armor-plated ship. 1,200 men are working at her now. 1,200 men working on stages over her sides, over her bows, over her stern, under her keel, between her decks, down in her hold, within her and without, crawling and creeping into the finest curves of her lines wherever it is possible for men to twist. 1,200 hammerers, measurers, caulkers, armorers, forgers, smiths, shipwrights, 1,200 dingers, clashers, dongers, rattlers, clinkers, bangers, bangers, bangers. Yet all this stupendous uproar around the rising Achilles is as nothing to the reverberations with which the perfected Achilles shall resound upon the dreadful day when the full work is in hand, for which this is but note of preparation. The day when the scuppers that are now fitting like great, dry, thirsty conduit pipes shall run red. All these busy figures between decks, dimly seen bending at their work in smoke and fire, are as nothing to the figures that shall do work here of another kind in smoke and fire that day. These steam-worked engines alongside, helping the ship by traveling to and fro, and wafting tons of iron plates about, as though they were so many leaves of trees, would be rent limb from limb if they stood by her for a minute then. To think that this Achilles, monstrous compound of iron tank and oaken chest, can ever swim or roll, to think that any force of wind and wave could ever break her, to think that wherever I see a glowing red-hot iron point thrust out of her side from within, as I do now there and there and there, and two watching men on a stage without, with bared arms and sledgehammers, strike at it fiercely, and repeat their blows until it is black and flat, I see a rivet being driven home, of which there are many in every iron plate, and thousands upon thousands in the ship. To think that the difficulty I experience in appreciating the ship's size when I am on board arises from her being a series of iron tanks and oaken chests, so that internally she is ever finishing and ever beginning, and half of her might be smashed, and yet the remaining half suffice and be sound. Then, to go over the side again and down, among the ooze and wet to the bottom of the dock, in the depths of the subterranean forest of dog shores and stays that hold her up, and to see the immense mass bulging out against the upper light, and tapering down towards me, is, with great pains and much clambering, to arrive at an impossibility of realizing that this is a ship at all, and to become possessed by the fancy that it is an enormous immovable edifice set up in an ancient amphitheater, say, that at Verona, and almost filling it. Yet what would even these things be, without the tributary workshops and the mechanical powers for piercing the iron plates, 4.5 inches thick, for rivets, shaping them under hydraulic pressure to the finest tapering turns of the ship's lines, and paring them away, with knives shaped like the beaks of strong and cruel birds, to the nicest requirements of the design. These machines of tremendous force, so easily directed by one attentive face and presiding hand, seem to me to have in them something of the retiring character of the yard. Obedient monster, pleased to bite this mass of iron through and through, at equal distances, where these regular chalk marks are all round. Monster looks at its work and lifting its ponderous head replies, I don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. The solid metal wriggles out, hot from the monster's crunching tooth, and it is done. Dutiful monster, observe this other mass of iron. It is required to be pared away, according to this delicately lessening and arbitrary line, which please to look at. Monster, who has been in a reverie, brings down its blunt head, and much in the manner of Dr. Johnson, closely looks along the line, very closely, being somewhat nearsighted. I don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. Monster takes another nearsighted look, takes aim, and the tortured piece writhes off and falls, a hot, tight-twisted snake among the ashes. The making of the rivets is merely a pretty round game, played by a man and a boy, who put red-hot barley sugar in a Pope Joan board, and immediately rivets fall out of window. But the tone of the great machines is the tone of the great yard and the great country. We don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. How such a prodigious mass as the Achilles can ever be held by such comparatively little anchors as those intended for her, and lying near her here, is a mystery of seamanship which I will refer to the wise boy. For my own part, I should as soon have thought of tethering an elephant to a tent peg, or the larger hippopotamus in the zoological gardens to my shirt pin. Yonder in the river, alongside a hulk, lie two of the ship's hollow iron masts. They are large enough for the eye, I find, and so are all her other appliances. I wonder why only her anchors look small. Chapter 1. Have no present time to think about it, for I am going to see the workshops where they make all the oars used in the British Navy. A pretty large pile of building, I opine, and a pretty long job. As to the building, I am soon disappointed, because the work is all done in one loft. And as to a long job, what is this? Two rather large mangles with a swarm of butterflies hovering over them? What can there be in the mangles that attracts butterflies? Chapter 500. Rowing nearer, I discern that these are not mangles, but intricate machines, set with knives and saws and planes, which cut smooth and straight here, and slantwise there, and now cut such a depth, and now miscutting altogether, according to the predestined requirements of the pieces of wood that are pushed on below them. Each of which pieces is to be an oar, and is roughly adapted to that purpose before it takes its final leave of far-off forests and sails for England. Likewise, I discern that the butterflies are not true butterflies, but wooden shavings which, being spurted up from the wood by the violence of the machinery, and kept in rapid and not equal movement by the impulse of its rotation on the air, flutter and play, and rise and fall, and conduct themselves as like butterflies as heart could wish. Suddenly the noise and motion cease, and the butterflies drop dead. An oar has been made since I came in, wanting the shaped handle. As quickly as I can follow it with my eye and thought, the same oar is carried to a turning lathe. A whirl and a nick, handle made, oar finished. The exquisite beauty and efficiency of this machinery need no illustration, but happen to have a pointed illustration today. A pair of oars of unusual size chance to be wanted for a special purpose, and they have to be made by hand. Side by side with the subtle and facile machine, and side by side with the fast-growing pile of oars on the floor, a man shapes out these special oars with an axe, attended by no butterflies, and chipping and dinting, by comparison as leisurely as if he were a laboring pagan getting them ready against his decease at 10, to take with him as a present to Karen for his boat. The man, aged about 30, plies his task. The machine would make a regulation oar, while the man wipes his forehead. The man might be buried in a mound made of the strips of thin, broad, wooden ribbon torn from the wood whirled into oars as the minutes fall from the clock, before he had done a forenoon's work with his axe. Passing from this wonderful sight to the ships again, for my heart, as to the yard, is where the ships are, I notice certain unfinished wooden walls left seasoning on the stocks, pending the solution of the merits of the wood and iron question, and having an air of biding their time with surly confidence. The names of these worthies are set up beside them, together with their capacity in guns, a custom highly conducive to ease and satisfaction in social intercourse, if it could be adapted to mankind. By a plank more gracefully pendulous than substantial, I make bold to go aboard a transport ship, iron screw just sent in from the contractor's yard to be inspected and passed. She is a very gratifying experience, in the simplicity and humanity of her arrangements for troops, in her provision for light and air and cleanliness, and in her care for women and children. It occurs to me, as I explore her, that I would require a handsome sum of money to go aboard her, at midnight by the dockyard bell, and stay aboard alone till morning. For surely she must be haunted by a crowd of ghosts of obstinate old martinets, mournfully flapping their cherubic epaulets over the changed times. Though still we may learn from the astounding ways and means in our yards now, more highly than ever to respect the forefathers who got to sea, and fought the sea, and held the sea without them. This remembrance putting me in the best of tempers with an old hulk, very green as to her copper, and generally dim and patched, I pull off my hat to her, which salutation a callow and downy-faced young officer of engineers, going by at the moment, perceiving, appropriates, and to which he is most heartily welcome, I am sure. Having been torn to pieces, in imagination, by the steam circular saws, perpendicular saws, horizontal saws, and saws of eccentric action, I come to the sauntering part of my expedition, and consequently to the core of my uncommercial pursuits. Everywhere, as I saunter up and down the yard, I meet with tokens of its quiet and retiring character. There is a gravity upon its red brick offices and houses, a staid pretense of having nothing worth mentioning to do, an avoidance of display, which I never saw out of England. The white stones of the pavement present no other trace of Achilles and his 1,200 banging men, not one of whom strikes an attitude, than a few occasional echoes. But for a whisper in the air suggestive of sawdust and shavings, the oar-making and the saws of many movements might be miles away. Down below here is the great reservoir of water where timber is steeped in various temperatures, as a part of its seasoning process. Above it, on a tramroad supported by pillars, is a Chinese enchanter's car, which fishes the logs up, when sufficiently steeped, and rolls smoothly away with them to stack them. When I was a child, the yard being then familiar to me, I used to think that I should like to play at Chinese enchanter, and to have that apparatus placed at my disposal for the purpose by a beneficent country. I still think that I should rather like to try the effect of writing a book in it. Its retirement is complete, and to go gliding to and fro among the stacks of timber would be a convenient kind of traveling in foreign countries, among the forests of North America, the sodden Honduras swamps, the dark pine woods, the Norwegian frosts, and the tropical heats, rainy seasons, and thunderstorms. The costly store of timber is stacked and stowed away in sequestered places, with the pervading avoidance of flourish or effect. It makes as little of itself as possible, and calls to no one, "Come and look at me." And yet it is picked out from the trees of the world, picked out for length, picked out for breadth, picked out for straightness, picked out for crookedness, chosen with an eye to every need of ship and boat. Strangely twisted pieces lie about, precious in the sight of shipwrights. Sauntering through these groves, I come upon an open glade where workmen are examining some timber recently delivered. Quite a pastoral scene, with a background of river and windmill, and no more like war than the American states are at present like in Union. Sauntering among the rope-making, I am spun into a state of blissful indolence, wherein my rope of life seems to be so untwisted by the process as that I can see back to very early days indeed, when my bad dreams, they were frightful, though my more mature understanding has never made out why, were of an interminable sort of rope-making, with long minute filaments for strands, which, when they were spun home together close to my eyes, occasioned screaming. Next, I walk among the quiet lofts of stores, of sails, spars, rigging, ships, boats, determined to believe that somebody in authority wears a girdle and bends beneath the weight of a massive bunch of keys, and that, when such a thing is wanted, he comes telling his keys like Bluebeard and opens such a door. Impassive as the long lofts look, let the electric battery send down the word, and the shutters and doors shall fly open, and such a fleet of armed ships, under steam and under sail, shall burst forth as will charge the old Medway, where the merry Stuart let the Dutch come, while his not-so-merry sailors starved in the streets with something worth looking at to carry to the sea. Thus I idle round to the Medway again, where it is now flood tide, and I find the river evincing a strong solicitude to force a way into the dry dock, where Achilles is waited on by the 1,200 bangers, with intent to bear the whole away before they are ready. To the last, the yard puts a quiet face upon it, for I make my way to the gates through a little quiet grove of trees, shading the quaintest of Dutch landing places, where the leaf-speckled shadow of a shipwright just passing away at the further end might be the shadow of Russian Peter himself. So, the doors of the great patent safe at last close upon me, and I take boat again. Somehow, thinking as the oars dip of Braggart Pistol and his brood, and of the quiet monsters of the yard with their, we don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. Scrunch. Chapter 27. Chapter 1. And the French Flemish Country. It is neither a bold nor a diversified country, said I to myself, this country which is 3/4 Flemish and 1/4 French, yet it has its attractions too. Though great lines of railway traverse it, the trains leave it behind, and go puffing off to Paris and the south, to Belgium and Germany, to the northern sea-coast of France, and to England, and merely smoke it a little in passing. Then I don't know it, and that is a good reason for being here. And I can't pronounce half the long queer names I see inscribed over the shops, and that is another good reason for being here, since I surely ought to learn how. In short, I was here, and I wanted an excuse for not going away from here, and I made it to my satisfaction and stayed here. What part in my decision was borne by Monsieur P. Salcy is of no moment, though I own to encountering that gentleman's name on a red bill on the wall before I made up my mind. Monsieur P. Salcy, par permission de M. Lemaire, had established his theatre in the whitewashed Hotel de Ville, on the steps of which illustrious edifice I stood, and Monsieur P. Salcy, privileged director of such theatre, situate in the first theatrical arrondissement of the Department of the North, invited French-Flemish mankind to come and partake of the intellectual banquet provided by his family of dramatic artists, 15 subjects in number. La famille P. Salcy, composée d'artistes dramatiques, au nombre de 15 sujets. Neither a bold nor a diversified country, I say again, and withal an untidy country, but pleasant enough to ride in, when the paved roads over the flats and through the hollows are not too deep in black mud. A country so sparely inhabited, that I wonder where the peasants who till and sow and reap the ground can possibly dwell, and also by what invisible balloons they are conveyed from their distant homes into the fields at sunrise and back again at sunset. The occasional few poor cottages and farms in this region surely cannot afford shelter to the numbers necessary to the cultivation, albeit the work is done so very deliberately, that on one long harvest day I have seen, in 12 miles, about twice as many men and women, all told, reaping and binding. Yet have I seen more cattle, more sheep, more pigs, and all in better case, than where there is purer French spoken and also better ricks, round swelling peg-top ricks, well thatched, not a shapeless brown heap, like the toast of a giant's toast and water, pinned to the earth with one of the skewers out of his kitchen. A good custom they have about here, likewise, of prolonging the sloping tiled roof of farm or cottage, so that it overhangs 3 or 4 feet, carrying off the wet, and making a good drying place wherein to hang up herbs or implements or whatnot. A better custom than the popular one of keeping the refuse heap and puddle close before the house door, which, although I paint my dwelling never so brightly blue, and it cannot be too blue for me hereabouts, will bring fever inside my door. Wonderful poultry of the French Flemish country, why take the trouble to be poultry? Why not stop short at eggs in the rising generation, and die out and have done with it? Parents of chickens have I seen this day, followed by their wretched young families, scratching nothing out of the mud with an air, tottering about on legs so scraggy and weak, that the valiant word drumsticks becomes a mockery when applied to them, and the crow of the lord and master has been a mere dejected case of croup. Carts have I seen, and other agricultural instruments, unwieldy, dislocated, monstrous. Poplar trees by the thousand fringe the fields and fringe the end of the flat landscape, so that I feel, looking straight on before me, as if, when I pass the extremest fringe on the low horizon, I shall tumble over into space. Little whitewashed black holes of chapels, with barred doors and Flemish inscriptions, abound at roadside corners, and often they are garnished with a sheaf of wooden crosses, like children's swords. Or, in their default, some hollow old tree with a saint roosting in it is similarly decorated, or a pole with a very diminutive saint enshrined aloft in a sort of sacred pigeon house. Not that we are deficient in such decoration in the town here, for, over at the church yonder, outside the building, is a scenic representation of the crucifixion, built up with old bricks and stones, and made out with painted canvas and wooden figures, the whole surmounting the dusty skull of some holy personage, perhaps, shut up behind a little ashy iron grate, as if it were originally put there to be cooked, and the fire had long gone out. A windmilly country this, though the windmills are so damp and rickety that they nearly knock themselves off their legs at every turn of their sails, and creak in loud complaint. A weaving country too, for in the wayside cottages the loom goes wearily. Rattle and click, and looking in I see the poor weaving peasant, man or woman, bending at the work, while the child, working too, turns a little handwheel put upon the ground to suit its height. An unconscionable monster, the loom in a small dwelling, asserting himself ungenerously as the breadwinner, straddling over the children's straw beds, cramping the family in space and air, and making himself generally objectionable and tyrannical. He is tributary, too, to ugly mills and factories and bleaching grounds, rising out of the sluiced fields in an abrupt, bare way, disdaining, like himself, to be ornamental or accommodating. Surrounded by these things, here I stood on the steps of the Hotel de Ville, persuaded to remain by the P. Salcy family, 15 dramatic subjects strong. There was a fare besides, the double persuasion being irresistible, and my sponge being left behind at the last hotel, I made the tour of the little town to buy another. In the small sunny shops, mercers, opticians, and druggist grocers, with here and there an emporium of religious images, the gravest of old spectacled Flemish husbands and wives sat contemplating one another across bare counters, while the wasps, who seemed to have taken military possession of the town, and to have placed it under wasp martial law, executed warlike maneuvers in the windows. Other shops the wasps had entirely to themselves, and nobody cared and nobody came when I beat with a 5-franc piece upon the board of custom. What I sought was no more to be found than if I had sought a nugget of Californian gold. So I went, spongeless, to pass the evening with the family P. Salcy. The members of the family P. Salcy were so fat and so like one another, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, uncles, and aunts, that I think the local audience were much confused about the plot of the piece under representation, and to the last expected that everybody must turn out to be the long-lost relative of everybody else. The theater was established on the top story of the Hotel de Ville and was approached by a long bare staircase, whereon, in an airy situation, one of the P. Salcy family, a stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, took the money. This occasioned the greatest excitement of the evening. For, no sooner did the curtain rise on the introductory vaudeville and reveal in the person of the young lover, singing a very short song with his eyebrows, apparently the very same identical stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, than everybody rushed out to the paying place, to ascertain whether he could possibly have put on that dress coat, that clear complexion, and those arched black vocal eyebrows, in so short a space of time. It then became manifest that this was another stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, to whom, before the spectators had recovered their presence of mind, entered a third stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, exactly like him. These two subjects, making with the money-taker 3 of the announced 15, fell into conversation touching a charming young widow, who, presently appearing, proved to be a stout lady altogether irrepressible by any means. Quite a parallel case to the American Negro, fourth of the 15 subjects, and sister of the fifth who presided over the check department. In good time, the whole of the 15 subjects were dramatically presented, and we had the inevitable ma mere, and also the inevitable malediction done peer, and likewise the inevitable marquis, and also the inevitable provincial young man, weak-minded but faithful, who followed Julie to Paris, and cried and laughed and choked all at once. The story was wrought out with the help of a virtuous spinning wheel in the beginning, a vicious set of diamonds in the middle, and a rheumatic blessing, which arrived by post, from Maumere towards the end. The whole resulting in a small sword in the body of one of the stout gentlemen imperfectly repressed by a belt, 50,000 francs per annum, and a decoration to the other stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, and an assurance from everybody to the provincial young man that if he were not supremely happy, which he seemed to have no reason whatever for being, he ought to be. This afforded him a final opportunity of crying and laughing and choking all at once, and sent the audience home sentimentally delighted. Audience more attentive or better behaved there could not possibly be, though the places of second rank in the theatre of the family P. Salcy were sixpence each in English money, and the places of first rank a shilling. How the 15 subjects ever got so fat upon it, the kind heavens know. What gorgeous china figures of knights and ladies, gilded till they gleamed again, I might have bought at the fair for the garniture of my home, if I had been a French Flemish peasant, and had had the money. What shining coffee cups and saucers I might have won at the turntables, if I had had the luck. Ravishing perfumery also, and sweetmeats I might have speculated in, or I might have fired for prizes at a multitude of little dolls in niches, and might have hit the doll of dolls and won francs in fame. Or, being a French Flemish youth, I might have been drawn in a handcart by my compeers, to tilt for municipal rewards at the water quinton, which, unless I sent my lance clean through the ring, emptied a full bucket over me, to fend off which the competitors wore grotesque old scarecrow hats. Or, being French Flemish man or woman, boy or girl, I might have circled all night on my hobby horse in a stately cavalcade of hobby horses four abreast, interspersed with triumphal cars, going round and round and round and round, we the goodly company singing a ceaseless chorus to the music of the barrel organ, drum, and cymbals. On the whole, not more monotonous than the ring in Hyde Park, London, and much merrier. For when do the circling company sing chorus, there, to the barrel organ, when do the ladies embrace their horses round the neck with both arms, when do the gentlemen fan the ladies with the tails of their gallant steeds, on all these revolving delights, and on their own especial lamps and Chinese lanterns revolving with them, the thoughtful weaver face brightens, and the Hôtel de Ville sheds an illuminated line of gaslight, while above it, the Eagle of France, gas-outlined and apparently afflicted with the prevailing infirmities that have lighted on the poultry, is in a very undecided state of policy, and as a bird molting. Flags flutter all around. Such is the prevailing gaiety that the keeper of the prison sits on the stone, steps outside the prison door, to have a look at the world that is not locked up, while that agreeable retreat, the wine shop opposite to the prison in the prison alley, its sign La Tranquillité, because of its charming situation, resounds with the voices of the shepherds and shepherdesses who resort there this festive night. And it reminds me that only this afternoon, I saw a shepherd in trouble, tending this way, over the jagged stones of a neighboring street. A magnificent sight it was, to behold him in his blouse, a feeble little jog-trot rustic, swept along by the wind of two immense gendarmes, in cocked hats for which the street was hardly wide enough, each carrying a bundle of stolen property that would not have held his shoulder knot, and clanking a saber that dwarfed the prisoner. Messieurs et mesdames, I present to you at this fair, as a mark of my confidence in the people of this so-renowned town, and as an act of homage to their good sense and fine taste, the ventriloquist, the ventriloquist. Further, messieurs et mesdames, I present to you the face-maker, the physiognomist, the great changer of countenances, who transforms the features that heaven has bestowed upon him into an endless succession of surprising and extraordinary visages, comprehending, messieurs et mesdames, all the contortions, energetic and expressive, of which the human face is capable, and all the passions of the human heart, as love, jealousy, revenge, hatred, avarice, despair. Hi, hi, ho, ho, Lulu, come in. To this effect, with an occasional smite upon a sonorous kind of tambourine, bestowed with a will, as if it represented the people who won't come in, holds forth a man of lofty and severe demeanor, a man in stately uniform, gloomy with the knowledge he possesses of the inner secrets of the booth. Come in, come in. Your opportunity presents itself tonight. Tomorrow it will be gone forever. Tomorrow morning by the express train, the railroad will reclaim the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Algeria will reclaim the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Yes, For the honor of their country, they have accepted propositions of a magnitude incredible to appear in Algeria. See them for the last time before their departure. We go to commence on the instant. Hi, hi, ho, ho, Lulu, come in. Take the money that now ascends, madame, but after that no more, for we commence. Come in. Nevertheless, the eyes both of the gloomy speaker and of Madame, receiving sous in a muslin bower, survey the crowd pretty sharply after the ascending money has ascended, to detect any lingering sous at the turning point. Come in, come in. Is there any more money, Madame, on the point of ascending? If so, we wait for it. If not, we commence. The orator looks back over his shoulder to say it, lashing the spectators with the conviction that he beholds through the folds of the drapery into which he is about to plunge the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Several sous burst out of pockets and ascend. Come up then, messieurs, exclaims Madame in a shrill voice and beckoning with a bejeweled finger. Come up, this presses. Monsieur has commanded that they commence. Monsieur dives into his interior, and the last half-dozen of us follow. His interior is comparatively severe, his exterior also. A true temple of art needs nothing but seats, drapery, a small table with two moderator lamps hanging over it, and an ornamental looking-glass let into the wall. Monsieur in uniform gets behind the table and surveys us with disdain, his forehead becoming diabolically intellectual under the moderators. Messieurs et mesdames, I present to you the ventriloquist. He will commence with the celebrated experience of the bee in the window. The bee, apparently the veritable bee of nature, will hover in the window and about the room. He will be with difficulty caught in the hand of Monsieur the ventriloquist. He will escape. He will again hover. At length he will be recaptured by Monsieur the ventriloquist and will be with difficulty put into a bottle. Achieve then, Monsieur. Here the proprietor is replaced behind the table by the ventriloquist, who is thin and sallow and of a weakly aspect. While the bee is in progress, Monsieur the proprietor sits apart on a stool, immersed in dark and remote thought. The moment the bee is bottled, he stalks forward, eyes us gloomily as we applaud, and then announces, sternly waving his hand, the magnificent experience of the child with the whooping cough. The child disposed of, he starts up as before. The superb and extraordinary experience of the dialogue between Monsieur Tatamber in his dining room and his domestic, Jerome, in the cellar, concluding with the songsters of the grove and the concert of domestic farmyard animals. All this done, and well done, Monsieur the ventriloquist withdraws, and Monsieur the face-maker bursts in, as if his retiring room were a mile long instead of a yard. A corpulent little man in a large white waistcoat, with a comic countenance and with a wig in his hand, irreverent disposition to laugh, instantly checked by the tremendous gravity of the face-maker, who intimates in his bow that if we expect that sort of thing we are mistaken. A very little shaving glass with a leg behind it is handed in and placed on the table before the face-maker. Messieurs et mesdames, with no other assistance than this mirror and this wig, I shall have the honor of showing you 1,000 characters. As a preparation, the face-maker with both hands gouges himself and turns his mouth inside out. He then becomes frightfully grave again and says to the proprietor, I am ready. Proprietor stalks forth from baleful reverie and announces the young conscript. Facemaker claps his wig on, hind side before, looks in the glass, and appears above it as a conscript so very imbecile, and squinting so extremely hard that I should think the state would never get any good of him. Thunders of applause. Facemaker dips behind the looking-glass, brings his own hair forward, is himself again, is awfully grave. A distinguished inhabitant of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Facemaker dips, rises, is supposed to be aged, blear-eyed, toothless, slightly palsied, supernaturally polite, evidently of noble birth. The oldest member of the Corps of Invalids on the fête day of his master. Facemaker dips, rises, wears the wig on one side, has become the feeblest military bore in existence, and, it is clear, would lie frightfully about his past achievements if he were not confined to pantomime. The miser, facemaker dips, rises, clutches a bag, and every hair of the wig is on end to express that he lives in continual dread of thieves. The genius of France, facemaker dips, rises, wig pushed back and smoothed flat, little cocked hat, artfully concealed till now, put atop of it, facemaker's white waistcoat much advanced, facemaker's left hand in bosom of white waistcoat, facemaker's right hand behind his back. Thunders. This is the first of 3 positions of the genius of France. In the second position, the facemaker takes snuff. In the third, rolls up his fight hand and surveys illimitable armies through that pocket glass. The facemaker then, by putting out his tongue and wearing the wig know-how in particular, becomes the village idiot. The most remarkable feature in the whole of his ingenious performance is that whatever he does to disguise himself has the effect of rendering him rather more like himself than he was at first. There were peep shows in this fair, and I had the pleasure of recognizing several fields of glory, with which I became well acquainted a year or two ago as Crimean battles, now doing duty as Mexican victories. The change was neatly effected by some extra smoking of the Russians, and by permitting the camp followers free range in the foreground to despoil the enemy of their uniforms. As no British troops had ever happened to be within sight when the artist took his original sketches, it followed fortunately that none were in the way now. The fair wound up with a ball. Respecting the particular night of the week on which the ball took place, I declined to commit myself, merely mentioning that it was held in a stableyard so very close to the railway that it was a mercy the locomotive did not set fire to it. In Scotland, I suppose, it would have done so. There, in a tent prettily decorated with looking-glasses and a myriad of toy flags, the people danced all night. It was not an expensive recreation, the price of a double ticket for a cavalier and lady being 1 and 3 in English money, and even of that small sum 5 was reclaimable for consummation, which word I venture to translate into refreshments, of no greater strength, at the strongest, than ordinary wine made hot, with sugar and lemon in it. It was a ball of great good humor and of great enjoyment, though very many of the dancers must have been as poor as the 15 subjects of the P. Salcy family. Chapter 1. In short, not having taken my own pet national pint pot with me to this fair, I was very well satisfied with the measure of simple enjoyment that it poured into the dull French-Flemish country life. How dull that is, I had an opportunity of considering, when the fair was over, when the tricolored flags were withdrawn from the windows of the houses on the place where the fair was held, when the windows were close shut, apparently until next fair time, when the Hotel de Ville had cut off its gas and put away its eagle, when the two paviors, whom I take to form the entire paving population of the town, were ramming down the stones which had been pulled up for the erection of decorative poles, when the jailer had slammed his gate and sulkily locked himself in with his charges. But then, as I paced the ring which marked the track of the departed hobby horses on the marketplace, pondering in my mind how long some hobby horses do leave their tracks in public ways, and how difficult they are to erase, my eyes were greeted with a goodly sight. I beheld 4 male personages thoughtfully pacing the place together, in the sunlight, evidently not belonging to the town, and having upon them a certain loose cosmopolitan air of not belonging to any town. One was clad in a suit of white canvas, another in a cap and blouse, the third in an old military frock, the fourth in a shapeless dress that looked as if it had been made out of old umbrellas. All wore dust-colored shoes. My heart beat high, for in those 4 male personages, although complexionless and eyebrowless, I beheld 4 subjects of the family P. Salcy, blue-bearded though they were, and bereft of the youthful smoothness of cheek which is imparted by what is termed in Albion a white-a-capelle shave, and which is, in fact, whitening, judiciously applied to the jaws with the palm of the hand. I recognized them. As I stood admiring, there emerged from the yard of a lowly cabaret the excellent Mamir, with the words, "The soup is served," words which so elated the subject in the canvas suit that when they all ran in to partake, he went last, dancing with his hands stuck angularly into the pockets of his canvas trousers, after the Pierrot manner. Glancing down the yard, the last I saw of him was that he looked in through a window at the soup, no doubt on one leg. Full of this pleasure, I shortly afterwards departed from the town, little dreaming of an addition to my good fortune. But more was in reserve. I went by a train which was heavy with third-class carriages, full of young fellows, well guarded, who had drawn unlucky numbers in the last conscription, and were on their way to a famous French garrison town where much of the raw military material is worked up into soldiery. At the station they had been sitting about, in their threadbare homespun blue garments, with their poor little bundles under their arms, covered with dust and clay, and the various soils of France. Sad enough at heart, most of them, but putting a good face upon it, and, slapping their breasts and singing choruses on the smallest provocation, the gayest spirits shouldering half-loaves of black bread speared upon their walking sticks. As we went along, they were audible at every station, chorusing wildly out of tune, and feigning the highest hilarity. After a while, however, they began to leave off singing, and to laugh naturally, while at intervals there mingled with their laughter the barking of a dog. Now I had to alight short of their destination, and, as that stoppage of the train was attended with a quantity of horn blowing, bell ringing, and proclamation of what messieurs les voyageurs were to do, and were not to do, in order to reach their respective destinations, I had ample leisure to go forward on the platform to take a parting look at my recruits, whose heads were all out at window, and who were laughing like delighted children. Then I perceived that a large poodle with a pink nose, who had been their traveling companion and the cause of their mirth, stood on his hind legs, presenting arms on the extreme verge of the platform, ready to salute them as the train went off. This poodle wore a military shako, it is unnecessary to add, very much on one side over one eye, a little military coat, and the regulation white gaiters. He was armed with a little musket and a little sword bayonet, and he stood presenting arms in perfect attitude, with his unobscured eye on his master or superior officer who stood by him. So admirable was his discipline that when the train moved and he was greeted with the parting cheers of the recruits, and also with a shower of centimes, several of which struck his shako and had a tendency to discompose him, he remained staunch on his post until the train was gone. He then resigned his arms to his officer, took off his shako by rubbing his paw over it, dropped on four legs, bringing his uniform coat into the absurdest relations with the overarching skies, and ran about the platform in his white gaiters, waging his tail to an exceeding great extent. It struck me that there was more waggery than this in the poodle, and that he knew that the recruits would neither get through their exercises, nor get rid of their uniforms, as easily as he. Revolving which in my thoughts, and seeking in my pockets some small money to bestow upon him, I casually directed my eyes to the face of superior officer, and in him beheld the face maker. Though it was not the way to Algeria, but quite the reverse, the military poodle's colonel was the face maker in a dark blouse, with a small bundle dangling over his shoulder at the end of an umbrella, and taking a pipe from his breast to smoke as he and the poodle went their mysterious way. Chapter 28. Chapter 1000. Edicne men of Civilisaton. Chapter 1000. Why voyages in paper boats among savages often yield me matter for reflection at home. It is curious to trace the savage in the civilized man, and to detect the hold of some savage customs on conditions of society, rather boastful of being high above them. Chapter 1. Wonder is the medicine man of the North American Indians, never to be got rid of, out of the North American country. He comes into my wigwam on all manner of occasions, and with the absurdest medicine. I always find it extremely difficult, and I often find it simply impossible, to keep him out of my wigwam. For his legal medicine, he sticks upon his head the hair of quadrupeds, and plasters the same with fat and dirty white powder, and talks a gibberish quite unknown to the men and squaws of his tribe. For his religious medicine, he puts on puffy white sleeves, little black aprons, large black waistcoats of a peculiar cut, collarless coats with medicine buttonholes, medicine stockings and gaiters and shoes, and tops the whole with a highly grotesque medicinal hat. In one respect, to be sure, I am quite free from him. On occasions when the medicine men in general, together with a large number of the miscellaneous inhabitants of his village, both male and female, are presented to the principal chief. His native medicine is a comical mixture of old odds and ends, hired of traders, and new things in antiquated shapes and pieces, of red cloth, of which he is particularly fond, and white and red and blue paint for the face. The irrationality of this particular medicine culminates in a mock battle rush, from which many of the squaws are borne out, much dilapidated. I need not observe how unlike this is to a drawing room at St. James's Palace. The African magician, I find it very difficult to exclude from my wigwam too. This creature takes cases of death and mourning under his supervision, and will frequently impoverish a whole family by his preposterous enchantments. He is a great eater and drinker, and always conceals a rejoicing stomach under a grieving exterior. His charms consist of an infinite quantity of worthless scraps, for which he charges very high. He impresses on the poor bereaved natives that the more of his followers they pay to exhibit such scraps on their persons for an hour or two, though they never saw the deceased in their lives, and are put in high spirits by his decease, the more honorably and piously they grieve for the dead. The poor people submitting themselves to this conjurer, an expensive procession is formed, in which bits of stick, feathers of birds, and a quantity of other unmeaning objects besmeared with black paint, are carried in a certain ghastly order of which no one understands the meaning, if it ever had any, to the brink of the grave, and are then brought back again. Chapter 1. In the Tonga Islands everything is supposed to have a soul, so that when a hatchet is irreparably broken, they say, his immortal part has departed. He is gone to the happy hunting plains. This belief leads to the logical sequence that when a man is buried, some of his eating and drinking vessels, and some of his warlike implements, must be broken and buried with him. Superstitious and wrong, but surely a more respectable superstition than the hire of antic scraps for a show that has no meaning based on any sincere belief. Chapter 50. Let me halt on my uncommercial road, to throw a passing glance on some funeral solemnities that I have seen where North American Indians, African magicians, and Tonga Islanders are supposed not to be. Once I dwelt in an Italian city, where there dwelt with me for a while an Englishman of an amiable nature, great enthusiasm, and no discretion. This friend discovered a desolate stranger, mourning over the unexpected death of one very dear to him, in a solitary cottage among the vineyards of an outlying village. The circumstances of the bereavement were unusually distressing, and the survivor, new to the peasants in the country, sorely needed help being alone with the remains. With some difficulty, but with the strong influence of a purpose at once gentle, disinterested, and determined, my friend, Mr. Kindheart, obtained access to the mourner and undertook to arrange the burial. There was a small Protestant cemetery near the city walls, and as Mr. Kindheart came back to me, he turned into it and chose the spot. He was always highly flushed when rendering a service unaided, and I knew that to make him happy I must keep aloof from his ministration. But when at dinner he warmed with the good action of the day, and conceived the brilliant idea of comforting the mourner with an English funeral, I ventured to intimate that I thought that institution, which was not absolutely sublime at home, might prove a failure in Italian hands. However, Mr. Kindheart was so enraptured with his conception that he presently wrote down into the town, requesting the attendance with tomorrow's earliest light of a certain little upholsterer. This upholsterer was famous for speaking the unintelligible local dialect, his own, in a far more unintelligible manner than any other man alive. When from my bath next morning, I overheard Mr. Kindheart and the upholsterer in conference on the top of an echoing staircase, and when I overheard Mr. Kindheart rendering English undertaking phrases into very choice Italian, and the upholsterer replying in the unknown tongues, and when I furthermore remembered that the local funerals had no resemblance to English funerals, I became in my secret bosom apprehensive. But Mr. Kindheart informed me at breakfast that measures had been taken to ensure a signal success. As the funeral was to take place at sunset, and as I knew to which of the city gates it must tend, I went out at that gate as the sun descended and walked along the dusty, dusty road. I had not walked far when I encountered this procession. Chapter 1. Tea matters little now. Coaches of all colors are alike to poor Kindheart, and he rests far north of the little cemetery with the cypress trees, by the city walls where the Mediterranean is so beautiful. Chapter 1000. Why first funeral, a fair representative funeral after its kind, was that of the husband of a married servant, once my nurse. She married for money. Sally Flanders, after a year or two of matrimony, became the relict of Flanders, a small master builder, and either she or Flanders had done me the honor to express a desire that I should follow. I may have been 7 or 8 years old. Young enough, certainly, to feel rather alarmed by the expression, as not knowing where the invitation was held to terminate, and how far I was expected to follow the deceased Flanders. Consent being given by the heads of houses, I was jobbed up into what was pronounced at home decent mourning, comprehending somebody else's shirt, unless my memory deceives me, and was admonished that if, when the funeral was in action, I put my hands in my pockets, or took my eyes out of my pocket handkerchief, I was personally lost, and my family disgraced. On the eventful day, having tried to get myself into a disastrous frame of mind, and having formed a very poor opinion of myself because I couldn't cry, I repaired to Sally S. Sally was an excellent creature, and had been a good wife to old Flanders, but the moment I saw her I knew that she was not in her own real natural state. She formed a sort of coat of arms, grouped with a smelling bottle, a handkerchief, an orange, a bottle of vinegar, Flanders's sister, her own sister, Flanders's brother's wife, and 2 neighboring gossips, all in mourning, and all ready to hold her whenever she fainted. At sight of poor little me she became much agitated, agitating me much more, and having exclaimed, "Oh, here's dear Master Uncommercial," became hysterical, and swooned as if I had been the death of her. An affecting scene followed, during which I was handed about and poked at her by various people, as if I were the bottle of salts. Reviving a little, she embraced me, said, "You knew him well, dear Master Uncommercial, and he knew you?" And fainted again, which, as the rest of the coat of arms soothingly said, done her credit. Now, I knew that she needn't have fainted unless she liked, and that she wouldn't have fainted unless it had been expected of her, quite as well as I know it at this day. It made me feel uncomfortable and hypocritical besides. I was not sure but that it might be manners in me to faint next, and I resolved to keep my eye on Flanders's uncle, and if I saw any signs of his going in that direction, to go too, politely. But Flanders's uncle, who was a weak little old retail grocer, had only one idea, which was that we all wanted tea, and he handed us cups of tea all round, incessantly, whether we refused or not. There was a young nephew of Flanders's present, to whom Flanders, it was rumored, had left 19 guineas. He drank all the tea that was offered him, this nephew, amounting, I should say, to several quarts, and ate as much plum cake as he could possibly come by. But he felt it to be decent mourning that he should now and then stop in the midst of a lump of cake, and appear to forget that his mouth was full in the contemplation of his uncle's memory. I felt all this to be the fault of the undertaker, who was handing us gloves on a tea tray as if they were muffins, and tying us into cloaks. Mine had to be pinned up all round. It was so long for me, because I knew that he was making game. So, when we got out into the streets, and I constantly disarranged the procession by tumbling on the people before me, because my handkerchief blinded my eyes, and tripping up the people behind me because my cloak was so long, I felt that we were all making game. I was truly sorry for Flanders, but I knew that it was no reason why we should be trying, the women with their heads in hoods like coal scuttles with the black side outward, to keep step with a man in a scarf, carrying a thing like a morning spyglass, which he was going to open presently and sweep the horizon with. I knew that we should not all have been speaking in one particular keynote struck by the undertaker, if we had not been making game. Even in our faces, we were every one of us as like the undertaker as if we had been his own family, and I perceived that this could not have happened unless we had been making game. When we returned to Sally, it was all of a piece. The continued impossibility of getting on without plum cake. The ceremonious apparition of a pair of decanters containing port and sherry and cork. Sally's sister at the tea table, clinking the best crockery and shaking her head mournfully every time she looked down into the teapot, as if it were the tomb, the coat of arms again, and Sally as before. Lastly, the words of consolation administered to Sally when it was considered right that she should come round nicely, which were that the deceased had had as comfortably a funeral as comfortable could be. Other funerals have I seen with grown-up eyes since that day, of which the burden has been the same childish burden, making game. Real affliction, real grief and solemnity have been outraged, and the funeral has been performed. The waste for which the funeral customs of many tribes of savages are conspicuous has attended these civilized obsequies, and once and twice have I wished in my soul that if the waste must be, they would let the undertaker bury the money, and let me bury the friend. Chapter 1. In France, upon the whole, these ceremonies are more sensibly regulated, because they are upon the whole less expensively regulated. I cannot say that I have ever been much edified by the custom of tying a bib and apron on the front of the house of mourning, or that I would myself particularly care to be driven to my grave in a nodding and bobbing car, like an infirm four-post bedstead, by an inky fellow creature in a cocked hat. But it may be that I am constitutionally insensible to the virtues of a cocked hat. In provincial France, the solemnities are sufficiently hideous, but are few and cheap. The friends and townsmen of the departed, in their own dresses and not masquerading under the auspices of the African conjurer, surround the handbier and often carry it. It is not considered indispensable to stifle the bearers, or even to elevate the burden on their shoulders. Consequently, it is easily taken up and easily set down, and is carried through the streets without the distressing floundering and shuffling that we see at home. A dirty priest or two, and a dirtier acolyte or two, do not lend any especial grace to the proceedings, and I regard with personal animosity the bassoon, which is blown at intervals by the big-legged priest. It is always a big-legged priest who blows the bassoon, when his fellows combine in a lugubrious stalwart drawl. But there is far less of the conjurer and the medicine man in the business than under like circumstances here. The grim coaches that we reserve expressly for such shows are non-existent. If the cemetery be far out of the town, the coaches that are hired for other purposes of life are hired for this purpose. And although the honest vehicles make no pretense of being overcome, I have never noticed that the people in them were the worse for it. In Italy, the hooded members of confraternities who attend on funerals are dismal and ugly to look upon, but the services they render are at least voluntarily rendered, and impoverish no one, and cost nothing. Why should high civilization and low savagery ever come together on the point of making them a wantonly wasteful and contemptible set of forms? Once I lost a friend by death, who had been troubled in his time by the medicine man and the conjurer, and upon whose limited resources there were abundant claims. The conjurer assured me that I must positively follow, and both he and the medicine man entertained no doubt that I must go in a black carriage, and must wear fittings. I objected to fittings as having nothing to do with my friendship, and I objected to the black carriage as being in more senses than one a job. So, it came into my mind to try what would happen if I quietly walked, in my own way, from my own house to my friend's burial place, and stood beside his open grave in my own dress and person, reverently listening to the best of services. It satisfied my mind, I found, quite as well as if I had been disguised in a hired hatband and scarf both trailing to my very heels, and as if I had cost the orphan children, in their greatest need, 10 guineas. Chapter 100. And anyone who ever beheld the stupendous absurdities attendant on a message from the Lords in the House of Commons turn upon the medicine man of the poor Indians. Has he any medicine in that dried skin pouch of his, so supremely ludicrous as the two masters in Chancery holding up their black petticoats and butting their ridiculous wigs at Mr. Speaker? Yet there are authorities innumerable to tell me, as there are authorities innumerable among the Indians to tell them, that the nonsense is indispensable, and that its abrogation would involve most awful consequences. What would any rational creature who had never heard of judicial and forensic fittings think of the Court of Common Pleas on the first day of term? Or with what an awakened sense of humor would Livingstone's account of a similar scene be perused, if the fur and red cloth and goats, hair and horsehair and powdered chalk and black patches on the top of the head, were all at Talamungongo instead of Westminster? That model missionary and good brave man found at least one tribe of blacks with a very strong sense of the ridiculous, insomuch that although an amiable and docile people, they never could see the missionaries dispose of their legs in the attitude of kneeling, or hear them begin a hymn in chorus, without bursting into roars of irrepressible laughter. It is much to be hoped that no member of this facetious tribe may ever find his way to England and get committed for contempt of court. Chapter 1. In the Tonga Island already mentioned, there are a set of personages called Mataboos, or some such name, who are the masters of all the public ceremonies, and who know the exact place in which every chief must sit down when a solemn public meeting takes place. A meeting which bears a family resemblance to our own public dinner, in respect of its being a main part of the proceedings that every gentleman present is required to drink something nasty. These Mataboos are a privileged order, so important is their avocation, and they make the most of their high functions. A long way out of the Tonga Islands, indeed, rather near the British Islands, was there no calling in of the Mataboos the other day to settle an earth-convulsing question of precedence? And was there no weighty opinion delivered on the part of the Mataboos which, being interpreted to that unlucky tribe of blacks with the sense of the ridiculous, would infallibly set the whole population screaming with laughter? Chapter 1000. Why sense of justice demands the admission, however, that this is not quite a one-sided question. If we submit ourselves meekly to the medicine man and the conjurer, and are not exalted by it, the savages may retort upon us that we act more unwisely than they in other matters, wherein we fail to imitate them. It is a widely diffused custom among savage tribes, when they meet to discuss any affair of public importance, to sit up all night making a horrible noise, dancing, blowing shells, and in cases where they are familiar with firearms, flying out into open places and letting off guns. It is questionable whether our legislative assemblies might not take a hint from this. A shell is not a melodious wind instrument, and it is monotonous, but it is as musical as, and not more monotonous than, my honorable friend's own trumpet, or the trumpet that he blows so hard for the minister. The uselessness of arguing with any supporter of a government or of an opposition is well known. Try dancing. It is a better exercise and has the unspeakable recommendation that it couldn't be reported. The honorable and savage member who has a loaded gun and has grown impatient of debate plunges out of doors, fires in the air, and returns calm and silent to the palaver. Let the honorable and civilized member similarly charged with a speech dart into the cloisters of Westminster Abbey in the silence of night, let his speech off, and come back harmless. It is not at first sight a very rational custom to paint a broad blue stripe across one's nose and both cheeks, and a broad red stripe from the forehead to the chin, to attach a few pounds of wood to one's underlip, to stick fish bones in one's ears and a brass curtain ring in one's nose, and to rub one's body all over with rancid oil, as a preliminary to entering on business. But this is a question of taste and ceremony, and so is the Windsor uniform. The manner of entering on the business itself is another question. A council of 600 savage gentlemen entirely independent of tailors, sitting on their hams in a ring, smoking, and occasionally grunting, seem to me, according to the experience I have gathered in my voyages and travels, somehow to do what they come together for. Whereas that is not at all the general experience of a council of 600 civilized gentlemen, very dependent on tailors, and sitting on mechanical contrivances. It is better that an assembly should do its utmost to envelop itself in smoke than that it should direct its endeavors to enveloping the public in smoke, and I would rather it buried 100 hatchets than buried one subject demanding attention. Chapter 29. Titbulls Almshouses. By the side of most railways out of London, one may see almshouses and retreats, generally with a wing or a centre wanting, and ambitious of being much bigger than they are, some of which are newly founded institutions, and some old establishments transplanted. There is a tendency in these pieces of architecture to shoot upward unexpectedly, like Jack's beanstalk, and to be ornate in spires of chapels and lanterns of halls, which might lead to the embellishment of the air with many castles of questionable beauty, but for the restraining consideration of expense. However, the manners, being always of a sanguine temperament, comfort themselves with plans and elevations of loomings in the future, and are influenced in the present by philanthropy towards the railway passengers. For, the question how prosperous and promising the buildings can be made to look in their eyes usually supersedes the lesser question how they can be turned to the best account for the inmates. Why none of the people who reside in these places ever look out of window, or take an airing in the piece of ground, which is going to be a garden by and by, is one of the wonders I have added to my always lengthening list of the wonders of the world. I have got it into my mind that they live in a state of chronic injury and resentment, and on that account refuse to decorate the building with a human interest. As I have known legatees deeply injured by a bequest of £500 because it was not 5,000, and as I was once acquainted with a pensioner on the public to the extent of 200 a year, who perpetually anathematized his country because he was not in the receipt of 4, having no claim whatever to 6 pence. So perhaps it usually happens, within certain limits, that to get a little help is to get a notion of being defrauded of more. How do they pass their lives in this beautiful and peaceful place? Was the subject of my speculation with a visitor who once accompanied me to a charming rustic retreat for old men and women, a quaint ancient foundation in a pleasant English country, behind a picturesque church, and among rich old convent gardens. There were but some dozen or so of houses, and we agreed that we would talk with the inhabitants, as they sat in their groined rooms between the light of their fires and the light shining in at their latticed windows, and would find out. They passed their lives in considering themselves mulcted of certain ounces of tea by a deaf old steward who lived among them in the quadrangle. There was no reason to suppose that any such ounces of tea had ever been in existence, or that the old steward so much as knew what was the matter. He passed his life in considering himself periodically defrauded of a birch broom by the beadle. But it is neither to old almshouses in the country, nor to new almshouses by the railroad, that these present uncommercial notes relate. They refer back to journeys made among those commonplace, smoky-fronted London almshouses, with a little paved courtyard in front enclosed by iron railings, which have got snowed up, as it were, by bricks and mortar, which were once in a suburb but are now in the densely populated town, gaps in the busy life around them, parentheses in the close and blotted texts of the streets. Sometimes these almshouses belong to a company or society. Sometimes they were established by individuals and are maintained out of private funds bequeathed in perpetuity long ago. My favorite among them is Titbull, which establishment is a picture of many. Of Titbull, I know no more than that he deceased in 1723, that his Christian name was Sampson, and his social designation Esquire, and that he founded these almshouses as dwellings for 9 poor women and 6 poor men by his will and testament. I should not know even this much, but for its being inscribed on a grim stone, very difficult to read, let into the front of the center house of Titbull's almshouses, and which stone is ornamented atop with a piece of sculptured drapery resembling the effigy of Titbull's bath towel. Titbull's almshouses are in the east of London, in a great highway, in a poor, busy, and thronged neighborhood. Old iron and fried fish, cough drops and artificial flowers, boiled pig's feet and household furniture that looks as if it were polished up with lip salve, umbrellas full of vocal literature, and saucers full of shellfish in a green juice which I hope is natural to them when their health is good. Garnish the paved sideways as you go to Titbull S. I take the ground to have risen in those parts since Titbull's time, and you drop into his domain by 3 stone steps. So did I first drop into it, very nearly striking my brows against Titbull's pump, which stands with its back to the thoroughfare just inside the gate, and has a conceited air of reviewing Titbull's pensioners. And a worse one, said a virulent old man with a pitcher, there isn't nowhere. A harder one to work, nor a grudgeoner one to yield, there isn't nowhere. This old man wore a long coat, such as we see Hogarth's chairman represented with, and it was of that peculiar green pea hue without the green, which seems to come of poverty. It had also that peculiar smell of cupboard which seems to come of poverty. The pump is rusty, perhaps, said I. Not it, said the old man, regarding it with undiluted virulence in his watery eye. It never were fit to be termed a pump. That's what's the matter with it. Whose fault is that? Said I. The old man, who had a working mouth which seemed to be trying to masticate his anger, and to find that it was too hard and there was too much of it, replied, "Them gentlemen." "What gentlemen?" "Maybe you're one of 'em," said the old man suspiciously. "The trustees." "I wouldn't trust 'em myself," said the virulent old man. "If you mean the gentlemen who administer this place, no, I am not one of them, nor have I ever so much as heard of them." "I wish I never heard of them," gasped the old man. "At my time of life, with the rheumatics drawing water from that thing?" Not to be deluded into calling it a pump, the old man gave it another virulent look, took up his pitcher, and carried it into a corner dwelling house, shutting the door after him. Chapter 50. Ooking around and seeing that each little house was a house of 2 little rooms, and seeing that the little oblong courtyard in front was like a graveyard for the inhabitants, saving that no word was engraven on its flat, dry stones, and seeing that the currents of life and noise ran to and fro outside, having no more to do with the place than if it were a sort of low-water mark on a lively beach. I say, seeing this and nothing else, I was going out at the gate when one of the doors opened. "Was you looking for anything, sir?" asked a tidy, well-favored woman. "Really, no, I couldn't say I was." "Not wanting anyone, sir?" "No, at least Pray, what is the name of the elderly gentleman who lives in the corner there?" The tidy woman stepped out to be sure of the door I indicated, and she and the pump and I stood all 3 in a row with our backs to the thoroughfare. "Oh, his name is Mr. Battens," said the tidy woman, dropping her voice. "I have just been talking with him." "Indeed," said the tidy woman. "Ho, I wonder Mr. Battens talked. Is he usually so silent?" "Well, Mr. Battens is the oldest here, that is to say, the oldest of the old gentlemen, in point of residence." She had a way of passing her hands over and under one another as she spoke, that was not only tidy but propitiatory, so I asked her if I might look at her little sitting room. She willingly replied yes, and we went into it together, she leaving the door open, with an eye as I understood to the social proprieties. The door opening at once into the room without any intervening entry, even scandal must have been silenced by the precaution. Chapter 1. Tea was a gloomy little chamber, but clean, and with a mug of wallflower in the window. On the chimney-piece were 2 peacock's feathers, a carved ship, a few shells, and a black profile with 1 eyelash. Whether this portrait purported to be male or female passed my comprehension, until my hostess informed me that it was her only son, and quite a speaking one. "He is alive, I hope?" "No, sir," said the widow, "he were cast away in China." This was said with a modest sense of its reflecting a certain geographical distinction on his mother. "If the old gentlemen here are not given to talking," said I hope the old ladies are, not that you are one." She shook her head. "You see they get so cross." "How is that?" "Well, whether the gentlemen really do deprive us of any little matters which ought to be ours by rights, I cannot say for certain, but the opinion of the old ones is they do. And Mr. Battens, he do even go so far as to doubt whether credit is due to the founder. For Mr. Battens he do say, anyhow he got his name up by it, and he done it cheap." "I am afraid the pump has soured Mr. Battens." "It may be so," returned the tidy widow, "but the handle does go very hard. Still, what I say to myself is, the gentleman may not pocket the difference between a good pump and a bad one, and I would wish to think well of them. And the dwellings," said my hostess, glancing round her room, "perhaps they were convenient dwellings in the founder's time, considered as his time, and therefore he should not be blamed. But Mrs. Saggers is very hard upon them." "Mrs. Saggers is the oldest here." "The oldest but one, Mrs. Quinch being the oldest, and have totally lost her head." "And you?" "I am the youngest in residence, and consequently am not looked up to. But when Mrs. Quinch makes a happy release, there will be one below me. Nor is it to be expected that Mrs. Saggers will prove herself immortal." "True, nor Mr. Battens." "Regarding the old gentlemen," said my widow slightingly, "they count among themselves, they do not count among us. Mr. Battens is that exceptional that he have written to the gentleman many times and have worked the case against them. Therefore he have took a higher ground. But we do not, as a rule, greatly reckon the old gentleman. Pursuing the subject, I found it to be traditionally settled among the poor ladies that the poor gentlemen, whatever their ages, were all very old indeed, and in a state of dotage. I also discovered that the juniors and newcomers preserved, for a time, a waning disposition to believe in Titbull and his trustees, but that as they gained social standing they lost this faith, and disparaged Titbull and all his works. Chapter 999. Proving my acquaintance subsequently with this respected lady, whose name was Mrs. Mitts, and occasionally dropping in upon her with a little offering of sound family hyson in my pocket, I gradually became familiar with the inner politics and ways of Titbull's almshouses. But I never could find out who the trustees were, or where they were, it being one of the fixed ideas of the place that those authorities must be vaguely and mysteriously mentioned as the gentleman only. The secretary of the gentleman was once pointed out to me, evidently engaged in championing the obnoxious Pump against the attacks of the discontented Mr. Battens, but I am not in a condition to report further of him than that he had the sprightly bearing of a lawyer's clerk. I had it from Mrs. Mitts's lips in a very confidential moment, that Mr. Battens was once had up before the gentleman to stand or fall by his accusations, and that an old shoe was thrown after him on his departure from the building on this dread errand. Not ineffectually, for, the interview resulting in a plumber, was considered to have encircled the temples of Mr. Battens with the wreath of victory. Chapter 1. N. Titbull's Almshouses. The local society is not regarded as good society. A gentleman or lady receiving visitors from without, or going out to tea, counts, as it were, accordingly, but visitings or tea drinkings interchanged among Titbullians do not score. Such interchanges, however, are rare, in consequence of internal dissensions occasioned by Mrs. Saggers's pail, which household article has split Titbull into almost as many parties as there are dwellings in that precinct. The extremely complicated nature of the conflicting articles of belief on the subject prevents my stating them here with my usual perspicuity, but I think they have all branched off from the root and trunk question: has Mrs. Saggers any right to stand her pail outside her dwelling? The question has been much refined upon, but roughly stated may be stated in those terms. There are two old men in Titbull's almshouses who, I have been given to understand, knew each other in the world beyond its pump and iron railings, when they were both in trade. They make the best of their reverses, and are looked upon with great contempt. They are little, stooping, blear-eyed old men of cheerful countenance, and they hobble up and down the courtyard wagging their chins and talking together quite gaily. This has given offense, and has, moreover, raised the question whether they are justified in passing any other windows than their own. Mr. Battens, however, permitting them to pass his windows, on the disdainful ground that their imbecility almost amounts to irresponsibility, they are allowed to take their walk in peace. They live next door to one another, and take it by turns to read the newspaper aloud, that is to say, the newest newspaper they can get, and they play cribbage at night. On warm and sunny days they have been known to go so far as to bring out two chairs and sit by the iron railings, looking forth. But this low conduct, being much remarked upon throughout Titbull, they were deterred by an outraged public opinion from repeating it. There is a rumor, but it may be malicious, that they hold the memory of Titbull in some weak sort of veneration, and that they once set off together on a pilgrimage to the parish churchyard to find his tomb. To this, perhaps, might be traced a general suspicion that they are spies of the gentleman, to which they were supposed to have given color in my own presence on the occasion of the weak attempt at justification of the pump by the gentleman's clerk, when they emerged bareheaded from the doors of their dwellings, as if their dwellings and themselves constituted an old-fashioned weather-glass of double action with two figures of old ladies inside, and deferentially bowed to him at intervals until he took his departure. They are understood to be perfectly friendless and relationless. Unquestionably, the two poor fellows make the very best of their lives in Titbull's almshouses, and unquestionably they are, as before mentioned, the subjects of unmitigated contempt there. On Saturday nights, when there is a greater stir than usual outside, and when itinerant vendors of miscellaneous wares even take their stations and light up their smoky lamps before the iron railings, Titbull's becomes flurried. Mrs. Saggers has her celebrated palpitations of the heart, for the most part, on Saturday nights. But Titbull's is unfit to strive with the uproar of the streets in any of its phases. It is religiously believed at Titbull that people push more than they used, and likewise that the foremost object of the population of England and Wales is to get you down and trample on you. Even of railroads they know at Titbull little more than the shriek, which Mrs. Sagers says goes through her and ought to be taken up by government, and the penny postage may even yet be unknown there, for I have never seen a letter delivered to any inhabitant. But there is a tall, straight, sallow lady resident in number 7, Tipple S., who never speaks to anybody, who is surrounded by a superstitious halo of lost wealth, who does her household work in housemaid's gloves, and who is secretly much deferred to, though openly cavilled at. And it has obscurely leaked out that this old lady has a son, grandson, nephew, or other relative, who is a contractor, and who would think it nothing of a job to knock down Tipple S., pack it off into Cornwall, and knock it together again. An immense sensation was made by a gypsy party calling in a spring van to take this old lady up to go for a day's pleasure into Epping Forest, and notes were compared as to which of the company was the son, grandson, nephew, or other relative, the contractor. A thick-set personage with a white hat and a cigar in his mouth was the favorite, though as Tipples had no other reason to believe that the contractor was there at all than that this man was supposed to eye the chimney stacks as if he would like to knock them down and cart them off. The general mind was much unsettled in arriving at a conclusion. As a way out of this difficulty, it concentrated itself on the acknowledged beauty of the party, every stitch in whose dress was verbally unripped by the old ladies then and there, and whose goings-on with another and a thinner personage in a white hat might have suffused the pump, where they were principally discussed with blushes for months afterwards. Herein Titbull S. was to Tipples true, for it has a constitutional dislike of all strangers. As concerning innovations and improvements, it is always of opinion that what it doesn't want itself, nobody ought to want. But I think I have met with this opinion outside Titbull S. Of the humble treasures of furniture brought into Titbull's by the inmates when they established themselves in that place of contemplation for the rest of their days, by far the greater and more valuable part belongs to the ladies. I may claim the honor of having either crossed the threshold or looked in at the door of every one of the 9 ladies, and I have noticed that they are all particular in the article of bedsteads, and maintain favorite and long-established bedsteads and bedding as a regular part of their rest. Generally, an antiquated chest of drawers is among their cherished possessions. A tea tray always is. I know of at least 2 rooms in which a little tea kettle of genuine burnished copper vies with the cat in winking at the fire, and one old lady has a tea urn set forth in state on the top of her chest of drawers, which urn is used as her library, and contains 4 duodecimo volumes, and a black-bordered newspaper giving an account of the funeral of Her Royal Highness the Princess Charlotte. Among the poor old gentlemen there are no such niceties. Their furniture has the air of being contributed, like some obsolete literary miscellany, by several hands. Their few chairs never match, old patchwork coverlets linger among them, and they have an untidy habit of keeping their wardrobes in hat boxes. When I recall one old gentleman who is rather choice in his shoe brushes and blacking bottle, I have summed up the domestic elegances of that side of the building. On the occurrence of a death in Titbull S., it is invariably agreed among the survivors, and it is the only subject on which they do agree, that the departed did something to bring it on. Judging by Titbull S., I should say the human race need never die if they took care. But they don't take care, and they do die, and when they die in Titbull's they are buried at the cost of the foundation. Some provision has been made for the purpose, in virtue of which I record this on the strength of having seen the funeral of Mrs. Quinch. A lively neighboring undertaker dresses up 4 of the old men, and 4 of the old women, hustles them into a procession of 4 couples, and leads off with a large black bow at the back of his hat, looking over his shoulder at them airily from time to time to see that no member of the party has got lost or has tumbled down, as if they were a company of dim old dolls. Resignation of a dwelling is a very rare occurrence in Titbull S. A story does obtain there, how an old lady's son once drew a prize of £30,000 in the lottery, and presently drove to the gate in his own carriage, with French horns playing up behind, and whisked his mother away, and left 10 guineas for a feast. But I have been unable to substantiate it by any evidence, and regard it as an almshouse fairy tale. It is curious that the only proved case of resignation happened within my knowledge. Chapter 1. Tea happened on this wise. There is a sharp competition among the ladies respecting the gentility of their visitors, and I have so often observed visitors to be dressed as for a holiday occasion, that I suppose the ladies to have besought them to make all possible display when they come. In these circumstances, much excitement was one day occasioned by Mrs. Mitts receiving a visit from a Greenwich pensioner. He was a pensioner of a bluff and warlike appearance, with an empty coat sleeve, and he was got up with unusual care. His coat buttons were extremely bright, He wore his empty coat sleeve in a graceful festoon, and he had a walking stick in his hand that must have cost money. When, with the head of his walking stick, he knocked at Mrs. Mitz's door, there are no knockers in Titbull's. Mrs. Mitz was overheard by a next-door neighbor to utter a cry of surprise expressing much agitation, and the same neighbor did afterwards solemnly affirm that, when he was admitted into Mrs. Mitz's room, she heard a smack. Heard a smack which was not a blow. There was an air about this Greenwich pensioner when he took his departure, which imbued all Titbull's with the conviction that he was coming again. He was eagerly looked for, and Mrs. Mitz was closely watched. In the meantime, if anything could have placed the unfortunate 6 old gentlemen at a greater disadvantage than that at which they chronically stood, it would have been the apparition of this Greenwich pensioner. They were well shrunken already, but they shrunk to nothing in comparison with the pensioner. Even the poor old gentlemen themselves seemed conscious of their inferiority, and to know submissively that they could never hope to hold their own against the pensioner with his warlike and maritime experience in the past, and his tobacco money in the present, his checkered career of blue water, black gunpowder, and red bloodshed for England, home, and beauty. Before 3 weeks were out, the pensioner reappeared. Again he knocked at Mrs. Mitz's door with the handle of his stick, and again was he admitted. But not again did he depart alone, for Mrs. Mitz, in a bonnet identified as having been re-embellished, went out walking with him, and stayed out till the 10 o'clock beer, Greenwich time. There was now a truce, even as to the troubled waters of Mrs. Saggers's pail. Nothing was spoken of among the ladies, but the conduct of Mrs. Mitz, and its blighting influence on the reputation of Titbull's. It was agreed that Mr. Battens ought to take it up, and Mr. Battens was communicated with on the subject. That unsatisfactory individual replied that he didn't see his way yet, and it was unanimously voted by the ladies that aggravation was in his nature. How it came to pass, with some appearance of inconsistency, that Mrs. Mitz was cut by all the ladies and the pensioner admired by all the ladies, matters not. Before another week was out, Titbull's was startled by another phenomenon. At 10 o'clock in the forenoon appeared a cab, containing not only the Greenwich pensioner with one arm, but, to boot, a Chelsea pensioner with one leg. Both dismounting to assist Mrs. Mitz into the cab, the Greenwich pensioner bore her company inside, and the Chelsea pensioner mounted the box by the driver, his wooden leg sticking out after the manner of a bowsprit, as if in jocular homage to his friend's seagoing career. Thus the equipage drove away. No Mrs. Mitz returned that night. Titbull's almshouses. What Mr. Battens might have done in the matter of taking it up, goaded by the infuriated state of public feeling next morning, was anticipated by another phenomenon. A truck, propelled by the Greenwich pensioner and the Chelsea pensioner, each placidly smoking a pipe and pushing his warrior breast against the handle. The display on the part of the Greenwich pensioner of his marriage lines, and his announcement that himself and friend had looked in for the furniture of Mrs. G. pensioner, late Mitz, by no means reconciled the ladies to the conduct of their sister. On the contrary, it is said that they appeared more than ever exasperated. Nevertheless, my stray visits to Titbull's since the date of this occurrence have confirmed me in an impression that it was a wholesome fillip. The 9 ladies are smarter, both in mind and dress, than they used to be, though it must be admitted that they despise the 6 gentlemen to the last extent. They have a much greater interest in the external thoroughfare, too, than they had when I first knew Titbull's. And whenever I chance to be leaning my back against the pump or the iron railings, and to be talking to one of the junior ladies, and to see that a flush has passed over her face, I immediately know without looking round that a Greenwich pensioner has gone past. Chapter 30. The Ruffian. Chapter 1 entertains so strong an objection to the euphonious softening of ruffian into rough, which has lately become popular, that I restore the right word to the heading of this paper. The rather, as my object is to dwell upon the fact that the ruffian is tolerated among us to an extent that goes beyond all unruffianly endurance. I take the liberty to believe that if the ruffian besets my life, a professional ruffian at large in the open streets of a great city, notoriously having no other calling than that of ruffian, and of disquieting and despoiling me as I go peacefully about my lawful business, interfering with no one, then the government under which I have the great constitutional privilege, supreme honor and happiness, and all the rest of it, to exist, breaks down in the discharge of any government's most simple elementary duty. What did I read in the London daily papers, in the early days of this last September? That the police had, at length succeeded in capturing two of the notorious gang that have so long invested the Waterloo Road. Is it possible? What a wonderful police. Here is a straight, broad, public thoroughfare of immense resort, half a mile long, gas-lighted by night, with a great gas-lighted railway station in it, extra the street lamps, full of shops, traversed by two popular cross thoroughfares of considerable traffic, itself the main road to the south of London. And the admirable police have, after long infestment of this dark and lonely spot by a gang of ruffians, actually got hold of two of them. Why, can it be doubted that any man of fair London knowledge and common resolution, armed with the powers of the law, could have captured the whole confederacy in a week? Chapter 1. T is to the saving up of the ruffian class by the magistracy and police, to the conventional preserving of them, as if they were partridges, that their number and audacity must be in great part referred. Why is a notorious thief and ruffian ever left at large? He never turns his liberty to any account but violence and plunder. He never did a day's work out of jail. He never will do a day's work out of jail. As a proved notorious thief, he is always consignable to prison for 3 months. When he comes out, he is surely as notorious a thief as he was when he went in. Then send him back again. Just heaven, cries the Society for the Protection of Remonstrant Ruffians. This is equivalent to a sentence of perpetual imprisonment. Precisely for that reason, it has my advocacy. I demand to have the ruffian kept out of my way, and out of the way of all decent people. I demand to have the ruffian employed, perforce, in hewing wood and drawing water somewhere for the general service, instead of hewing at Her Majesty's subjects and drawing their watches out of their pockets. If this be termed an unreasonable demand, then the tax-gatherer's demand on me must be far more unreasonable, and cannot be otherwise than extortionate and unjust. Chapter 1. T will be seen that I treat of the thief and ruffian as one. I do so because I know the two characters to be one, in the vast majority of cases, just as well as the police know it. As to the magistracy, with a few exceptions, they know nothing about it but what the police choose to tell them. There are disorderly classes of men who are not thieves, as railway navigators, brickmakers, woodsawyers, costermongers. These classes are often disorderly and troublesome, but it is mostly among themselves, and at any rate they have their industrious avocations, they work early and late and work hard. The generic ruffian, honorable member for what is tenderly called the rough element, is either a thief or the companion of thieves. When he infamously molests women coming out of chapel on Sunday evenings, for which I would have his back scarified often and deep, it is not only for the gratification of his pleasant instincts, but that there may be a confusion raised by which either he or his friends may profit, in the commission of highway robberies or in picking pockets. When he gets a police constable down and kicks him helpless for life, it is because that constable once did his duty in bringing him to justice. When he rushes into the bar of a public house and scoops an eye out of one of the company there, or bites his ear off, it is because the man he maims gave evidence against him. When he and a line of comrades extending across the footway, say of that solitary mountain spur of the Abruzzi, the Waterloo Road, advance towards me skylarking among themselves, my purse or shirt-pin is in predestined peril from his playfulness. Always a ruffian, always a thief. Always a thief, always a ruffian. Now, when I, who am not paid to know these things, know them daily on the evidence of my senses and experience, when I know that the ruffian never jostles a lady in the streets, or knocks a hat off, but in order that the thief may profit, is it surprising that I should require from those who are paid to know these things, prevention of them? Chapter 50. Look at this group at a street corner. Number 1 is a shirking fellow of 25, in an ill-favored and ill-savored suit, his trousers of corduroy, his coat of some indiscernible groundwork for the deposition of grease, his neckerchief like an eel, his complexion like dirty dough, his mangy fur cap pulled low upon his beetle brows to hide the prison cut of his hair. His hands are in his pockets. He puts them there when they are idle, as naturally as in other people's pockets when they are busy, for he knows that they are not roughened by work, and that they tell a tale. Hence, whenever he takes one out to draw a sleeve across his nose, which is often, for he has weak eyes and a constitutional cold in his head, he restores it to its pocket immediately afterwards. Number 2 is a burly brute of 35 in a tall stiff hat, is a composite as to his clothes of betting man and fighting man, is whiskered, has a staring pin in his breast along with his right hand, has insolent and cruel eyes, large shoulders, strong legs booted and tipped for kicking. Number 3 is 40 years of age, is short, thick-set, strong and bow-legged, wears knee cords and white stockings, a very long-sleeved waistcoat, a very large neckerchief doubled or trebled round his throat, and a crumpled white hat crowns his ghastly parchment face. This fellow looks like an executed postboy of other days, cut down from the gallows too soon, and restored and preserved by express diabolical agency. Numbers 5, 6, and 7 are hulking, idle, slouching young men, patched and shabby, too short in the sleeves and too tight in the legs, slimily clothed, foul-spoken, repulsive wretches inside and out. In all the party there obtains a certain twitching character of mouth and furtiveness of eye, that hint how the coward is lurking under the bully. The hint is quite correct, for they are a slinking, sneaking set, far more prone to lie down on their backs and kick out, when in difficulty, than to make a stand for it. This may account for the street mud on the backs of numbers 5, 6, and 7, being much fresher than the stale splashes on their legs. These engaging gentry a police constable stands contemplating. His station, with a reserve of assistants, is very near at hand. They cannot pretend to any trade, not even to be porters or messengers. It would be idle if they did, for he knows them, and they know that he knows them, to be nothing but professed thieves and ruffians. He knows where they resort, knows by what slang names they call one another, knows how often they have been in prison and how long and for what. All this is known at his station, too, and is or ought to be known at Scotland Yard, too. But does he know, or does his station know, or does Scotland Yard know, or does anybody know, why these fellows should be here at liberty, when, as reputed thieves to whom a whole division of police could swear, they might all be under lock and key at hard labor? Not he. Truly he would be a wise man if he did. He only knows that these are members of the notorious gang, which, according to the newspaper police office reports of this last past September, have so long infested the awful solitudes of the Waterloo Road, and out of which almost impregnable fastnesses the police have at length dragged to the unspeakable admiration of all good civilians. The consequences of this contemplative habit on the part of the executive, a habit to be looked for in a hermit, but not in a police system, are familiar to us all. The ruffian becomes one of the established orders of the body politic. Under the playful name of rough, as if he were merely a practical joker, his movements and successes are recorded on public occasions. Whether he mustered in large numbers or small, whether he was in good spirits or depressed, whether he turned his generous exertions to very prosperous account, or fortune was against him, whether he was in a sanguinary mood, or robbed with amiable horseplay and a gracious consideration for life and limb, all this is chronicled as if he were an institution. Is there any city in Europe, out of England, in which these terms are held with the pests of society? Or in which, at this day, such violent robberies from the person are constantly committed as in London? The preparatory schools of ruffianism are similarly born with. The young ruffians of London, not thieves yet, but training for scholarships and fellowships in the criminal court universities, molest quiet people and their property, to an extent that is hardly credible. The throwing of stones in the streets has become a dangerous and destructive offense, which surely could have got to no greater height, though we had had no police, but our own riding whips and walking sticks. The police to which I myself appeal on these occasions. The throwing of stones at the windows of railway carriages in motion, an act of wanton wickedness with the very archfiend's hand in it, had become a crying evil when the railway companies forced it on police notice. Constabular contemplation had until then been the order of the day. Within these 12 months, there arose among the young gentlemen of London aspiring to ruffianism, and cultivating that much encouraged social art, a facetious cry of "I'll have this," accompanied with a clutch at some article of a passing lady's dress. I have known a lady's veil to be thus humorously torn from her face and carried off in the open streets at noon, and I have had the honor of myself giving chase, on Westminster Bridge, to another young ruffian, who, in full daylight early on a summer evening, had nearly thrown a modest young woman into a swoon of indignation and confusion, by his shameful manner of attacking her with this cry, as she harmlessly passed along before me. Mr. Carlyle, some time since, awakened a little pleasantry by writing of his own experience of the ruffian of the streets. I have seen the ruffian act in exact accordance with Mr. Carlyle's description, innumerable times, and I never saw him checked. The blaring use of the very worst language possible, in our public thoroughfares, especially in those set apart for recreation, is another disgrace to us, and another result of constabular contemplation, the like of which I have never heard in any other country to which my uncommercial travels have extended. Years ago, when I had a near interest in certain children who were sent with their nurses, for air and exercise, into the Regent's Park, I found this evil to be so abhorrent and horrible there, that I called public attention to it, and also to its contemplative reception by the police. Looking afterwards into the newest Police Act, and finding that the offense was punishable under it, I resolved, when striking occasion should arise, to try my hand as prosecutor. The occasion arose soon enough, and I ran the following gauntlet. The utter of the base coin in question was a girl of 17 or 18, who, with a suitable attendance of blackguards, youths and boys, was flaunting along the streets, returning from an Irish funeral in a progress interspersed with singing and dancing. She had turned round to me and expressed herself in the most audible manner, to the great delight of that select circle. I attended the party on the opposite side of the way for a mile further, and then encountered a police constable. The party had made themselves merry at my expense until now, but seeing me speak to the constable, its male members instantly took to their heels, leaving the girl alone. I asked the constable did he know my name? Yes, he did. Take that girl into custody, on my charge for using bad language in the streets. He had never heard of such a charge. I had. Would he take my word that he should get into no trouble? Yes, sir, he would do that. So he took the girl, and I went home for my police act. With this potent instrument in my pocket, I literally as well as figuratively returned to the charge, and presented myself at the police station of the district. There I found on duty a very intelligent inspector. They are all intelligent men, who likewise had never heard of such a charge. I showed him my clause, and we went over it together twice or thrice. It was plain, and I engaged to wait upon the suburban magistrate tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Chapter 1. In the morning I put my police act in my pocket again, and waited on the suburban magistrate. I was not quite so courteously received by him as I should have been by the Lord Chancellor or the Lord Chief Justice, but that was a question of good breeding on the suburban magistrate's part, and I had my clause ready with its leaf turned down, which was enough for me. Chapter 100. Conference took place between the magistrate and clerk respecting the charge. During conference I was evidently regarded as a much more objectionable person than the prisoner, one giving trouble by coming there voluntarily, which the prisoner could not be accused of doing. The prisoner had been got up, since I last had the pleasure of seeing her, with a great effect of white apron and straw bonnet. She reminded me of an elder sister of Red Riding Hood, and I seemed to remind the sympathizing chimney sweep by whom she was attended, of the wolf. The magistrate was doubtful, Mr. Uncommercial Traveller, whether this charge could be entertained. It was not known. Mr. Uncommercial Traveller replied that he wished it were better known, and that, if he could afford the leisure, he would use his endeavors to make it so. There was no question about it, however, he contended. Here was the clause. The clause was handed in, and more conference resulted, after which I was asked the extraordinary question, Mr. Uncommercial, do you really wish this girl to be sent to prison? To which I grimly answered, staring, if I didn't, why should I take the trouble to come here? Finally, I was sworn and gave my agreeable evidence in detail, and White Riding Hood was fined 10 shillings under the clause, or sent to prison for so many days. Why, Lord bless you, sir, said the police officer, who showed me out with a great enjoyment of the jest of her having been got up so effectively, and caused so much hesitation. If she goes to prison, that will be nothing new to her. She comes from Charles Street, Drury Lane. The police, all things considered, are an excellent force, and I have borne my small testimony to their merits. Constabular contemplation is the result of a bad system. A system which is administered, not invented, by the man in constable's uniform, employed at 20 shillings a week. He has his orders and would be marked for discouragement if he overstepped them. That the system is bad, there needs no lengthened argument to prove, because the fact is self-evident. If it were anything else, the results that have attended it could not possibly have come to pass. Who will say that under a good system, our streets could have got into their present state? The objection to the whole police system, as concerning the ruffian, may be stated, and its failure exemplified, as follows. It is well known that on all great occasions, when they come together in numbers, the mass of the English people are their own trustworthy police. It is well known that wheresoever there is collected together any fair general representation of the people, a respect for law and order, and a determination to discountenance lawlessness and disorder, may be relied upon. As to one another, the people are a very good police, and yet are quite willing in their good nature that the stipendiary police should have the credit of the people's moderation. But we are all of us powerless against the ruffian, because we submit to the law, and it is his only trade, by superior force and by violence, to defy it. Moreover, we are constantly admonished from high places, like so many Sunday school children out for a holiday of buns and milk and water, that we are not to take the law into our own hands, but are to hand our defense over to it. It is clear that the common enemy to be punished and exterminated first of all is the ruffian. It is clear that he is, of all others, the offender for whose repressal we maintain a costly system of police. Him, therefore, we expressly present to the police to deal with, conscious that on the whole, we can and do deal reasonably well with one another. Him the police deal with so inefficiently and absurdly that he flourishes and multiplies, and with all his evil deeds upon his head as notoriously as his hat is, pervades the streets with no more let or hindrance than ourselves. Chapter 31. Aboard ship. Chapter 1000. Why journeys as uncommercial traveller for the firm of Human Interest Brothers have not slackened since I last reported of them, but have kept me continually on the move. I remain in the same idle employment. I never solicit an order, I never get any commission, I am the rolling stone that gathers no moss, unless any should by chance be found among these samples. Some half a year ago I found myself in my idlest, dreamiest, and least accountable condition altogether, on board ship, in the harbor of the city of New York in the United States of America. Of all the good ships afloat, mine was the good steamship Russia, capped, Cook, Cunard Line, bound for Liverpool. What more could I wish for? Chapter 1 had nothing to wish for but a prosperous passage. My salad days, when I was green of visage and seasick, being gone with better things, and no worse, no coming event cast its shadow before. Chapter 1 might but a few moments previously have imitated Sterne and said, "And yet methinks, Eugenius," laying my forefinger wistfully on his coat sleeve, thus, "And yet methinks, Eugenius, 'tis but sorry work to part with thee for what fresh fields, my dear Eugenius, can be fresher than thou art, and in what pastures new shall I find Eliza, or call her Eugenius, if thou wilt, Annie?" I say I might have done this, but Eugenius was gone, and I hadn't done it. Chapter 1 was resting on a skylight on the hurricane deck, watching the working of the ship very slowly about, that she might head for England. It was high noon on a most brilliant day in April, and the beautiful bay was glorious and glowing. Full many a time, on shore there, had I seen the snow come down, 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 itself like down, until it lay deep in all the ways of men, and particularly, as it seemed, in my way, for I had not gone dryshod many hours for months. Within 2 or 3 days last past, had I watched the feathery fall setting in with the ardor of a new idea, instead of dragging at the skirts of a worn-out winter, and permitting glimpses of a fresh young spring. But a bright sun and a clear sky had melted the snow in the great crucible of nature, and it had been poured out again that morning over sea and land, transformed into myriads of gold and silver sparkles. The ship was fragrant with flowers. Something of the old Mexican passion for flowers may have gradually passed into North America, where flowers are luxuriously grown and tastefully combined in the richest profusion. But be that as it may, such gorgeous farewells in flowers had come on board, that the small officer's cabin on deck, which I tenanted, bloomed over into the adjacent scuppers and banks of other flowers that it couldn't hold, made a garden of the unoccupied tables in the passengers' saloon. These delicious scents of the shore, mingling with the fresh airs of the sea, made the atmosphere a dreamy and enchanting one. And so, with the watch aloft setting all the sails, and with the screw below revolving at a mighty rate, and occasionally giving the ship an angry shake for resisting, I fell into my idlest ways and lost myself. As, for instance, whether it was I lying there, or some other entity even more mysterious, was a matter I was far too lazy to look into. What did it signify to me if it were I, or to the more mysterious entity if it were he? Equally as to the remembrances that drowsily floated by me, or by him, why ask when or where the things happened? Was it not enough that they befell at some time, somewhere? There was that assisting at the church service on board another steamship, one Sunday in a stiff breeze, perhaps on the passage out. No matter. Pleasant to hear the ship's bells go as like church bells as they could, pleasant to see the watch off duty mustered and come in. Best hats, best guernseys, washed hands and faces, smoothed heads. But then arose a set of circumstances so rampantly comical that no check which the gravest intentions could put upon them would hold them in hand. Thus the scene: some 70 passengers assembled at the saloon tables, prayer books on tables, ship rolling heavily. Pause, no minister. Rumor has related that a modest young clergyman on board has responded to the captain's request that he will officiate. Pause again, and very heavy rolling. Chapter 150. Oast double doors suddenly burst open, and 2 strong stewards skate in, supporting minister between them. General appearance as of somebody picked up drunk and incapable, and under conveyance to station house. Stoppage, pause, and particularly heavy rolling. Stewards watch their opportunity and balance themselves, but cannot balance minister, who, struggling with a drooping head and a backward tendency, seems determined to return below, while they are as determined that he shall be got to the reading desk in mid-saloon. Desk portable, sliding away down a long table, and aiming itself at the breasts of various members of the congregation. Here the double doors, which have been carefully closed by other stewards, fly open again, and worldly passenger tumbles in, seemingly with pale ale designs. Who, seeking friend, says Joe, perceiving incongruity, says, "Hullo, beg your pardon," and tumbles out again. All this time the congregation have been breaking up into sects, as the manner of congregations often is, each sect sliding away by itself, and all pounding the weakest sect which slid first into the corner. Utmost point of descent soon attained in every corner, and violent rolling. Stewards at length make a dash. Conduct minister to the mast in the center of the saloon, which he embraces with both arms, skate out, and leave him in that condition to arrange affairs with flock. There was another Sunday, when an officer of the ship read the service. It was quiet and impressive, until we fell upon the dangerous and perfectly unnecessary experiment of striking up a hymn. After it was given out, we all rose, but everybody left it to somebody else to begin. Silence resulting, the officer, no singer himself, rather reproachfully gave us the first line again, upon which a rosy pippin of an old gentleman, remarkable throughout the passage for his cheerful politeness, gave a little stamp with his boot, as if he were leading off a country dance, and blithely warbled us into a show of joining. At the end of the first verse we became, through these tactics, so much refreshed and encouraged, that none of us, howsoever unmelodious, would submit to be left out of the second verse. While as to the third, we lifted up our voices in a sacred howl that left it doubtful whether we were the more boastful of the sentiments we united in professing, or of professing them with a most discordant defiance of time and tune. Lord bless us, thought I, when the fresh remembrance of these things made me laugh heartily alone in the dead water-gurgling waste of the night, what time I was wedged into my berth by a wooden bar, or I must have rolled out of it. What errand was I then upon, and to what Abyssinian point had public events then marched? No matter as to me. And as to them, if the wonderful popular rage for a plaything, utterly confounding in its inscrutable unreason, I had not then lighted on a poor young savage boy, and a poor old screw of a horse, and hauled the first off by the hair of his princely head to inspect the British volunteers, and hauled the second off by the hair of his equine tail to the Crystal Palace, why so much the better for all of us outside Bedlam. So, sticking to the ship, I was at the trouble of asking myself would I like to show the grog distribution in the fiddle at noon to the Grand United Amalgamated Total Abstinence Society? Yes, I think I should. I think it would do them good to smell the rum under the circumstances. Over the grog, mixed in a bucket, presides the boatswain's mate, small tin can in hand. Enter the crew, the guilty consumers, the grown-up brood of giant despair, in contradistinction to the band of youthful angel hope. Some in boots, some in leggings, some in tarpaulin overalls, some in frocks, some in peacoats, a very few in jackets, most with sou'wester hats, all with something rough and rugged round the throat, all dripping salt water where they stand, all pelted by weather, besmeared with grease, and blackened by the sooty rigging. Each man's knife in its sheath in his girdle, loosened for dinner, as the first man, with a knowingly kindled eye, watches the filling of the poisoned chalice, truly but a very small tin mug, to be prosaic, and, tossing back his head, tosses the contents into himself, and passes the empty chalice and passes on. So the second man, with an anticipatory wipe of his mouth on sleeve or handkerchief, bides his turn, and drinks and hands and passes on, in whom, and in each as his turn approaches, beams a knowingly kindled eye, a brighter temper, and a suddenly awakened tendency to be jocose with some shipmate. Nor do I even observe that the man in charge of the ship's lamps, who in right of his office has a double allowance of poisoned chalices, seems thereby vastly degraded, even though he empties the chalices into himself, one after the other, much as if he were delivering their contents at some absorbent establishment in which he had no personal interest. But vastly comforted, I note them all to be, on deck presently, even to the circulation of redder blood in their cold blue knuckles. And when I look up at them lying out on the yards, and holding on for life among the beating sails, I cannot for my life see the justice of visiting on them, or on me, the drunken crimes of any number of criminals arraigned at the heaviest of assizes. Abetting myself in my idle humor, I closed my eyes, and recalled life on board of one of those mail packets, as I lay, part of that day, in the Bay of New York. Oh, the regular life began, mine always did, for I never got to sleep afterwards, with the rigging of the pump while it was yet dark, and washing down of decks. Any enormous giant at a prodigious hydropathic establishment, conscientiously undergoing the water cure in all its departments, and extremely particular about cleaning his teeth, would make those noises. Swash, splash, scrub, rub, toothbrush, bubble, swash, splash, bubble, toothbrush, splash, splash, bubble, rub. Then the day would break, and, descending from my berth by a graceful ladder composed of half-opened drawers beneath it, I would reopen my outer deadlight and my inner sliding window, closed by a watchman during the water cure, and would look out at the long rolling, lead-colored, white-topped waves over which the dawn, on a cold winter morning, cast a level, lonely glance, and through which the ship fought her melancholy way at a terrific rate. And now, lying down again, awaiting the season for broiled ham and tea, I would be compelled to listen to the voice of conscience, the screw. Chapter 1. Tea might be, in some cases, no more than the voice of stomach, but I called it in my fancy by the higher name, because it seemed to me that we were all of us, all day long, endeavoring to stifle the voice. Because it was under everybody's pillow, everybody's plate, everybody's camp stool, everybody's book, everybody's occupation. Because we pretended not to hear it, especially at meal times, evening whist, and morning conversation on deck. But it was always among us in an under-monotone, not to be drowned in pea soup, not to be shuffled with cards, not to be diverted by books, not to be knitted into any pattern, not to be walked away from. It was smoked in the weediest cigar and drunk in the strongest cocktail. It was conveyed on deck at noon with limp ladies who lay there in their wrappers until the stars shone. It waited at table with the stewards. Nobody could put it out with the lights. It was considered, as on shore, ill-bred to acknowledge the voice of conscience. It was not polite to mention it. One squally day an amiable gentleman in love gave much offense to a surrounding circle, including the object of his attachment, by saying of it, after it had goaded him over 2 easy chairs and a skylight, "Screw." Sometimes it would appear subdued. In fleeting moments, when bubbles of champagne pervaded the nose, or when there was hot pot in the bill of fare, or when an old dish we had had regularly every day was described in that official document by a new name, under such excitements, one would almost believe it hushed. The ceremony of washing plates on deck, performed after every meal by a circle as of ringers of crockery triple bob majors for a prize, would keep it down. Hauling the reel, taking the sun at noon, posting the 24 hours, run, altering the ship's time by the meridian, casting the waste food overboard, and attracting the eager gulls that followed in our wake. These events would suppress it for a while, but the instant any break or pause took place in any such diversion, the voice would be at it again, importuning us to the last extent. A newly married young pair, who walked the deck affectionately some 20 miles per day, would, in the full flush of their exercise, suddenly become stricken by it and stand trembling, but otherwise immovable, under its reproaches. When this terrible monitor was most severe with us was when the time approached for our retiring to our dens for the night, when the lighted candles in the saloon grew fewer and fewer, when the deserted glasses with spoons in them grew more and more numerous, when waifs of toasted cheese and strays of sardines, fried in batter, slid languidly to and fro in the table racks, when the man who always read had shut up his book and blown out his candle, when the man who always talked had ceased from troubling, when the man who was always medically reported as going to have delirium tremens had put it off till tomorrow, when the man who every night devoted himself to a midnight smoke on deck 2 hours in length, and who every night was in bed within 10 minutes afterwards, was buttoning himself up in his third coat for his hardy vigil. For then, as we fell off one by one, and, entering our several hutches, came into a peculiar atmosphere of bilgewater and Windsor soap, the voice would shake us to the center. Woe to us when we sat down on our sofa, watching the swinging candle forever trying and retraying to stand upon his head, or our coat upon its peg, imitating us as we appeared in our gymnastic days by sustaining itself horizontally from the wall, in emulation of the lighter and more facile towels. Then would the voice especially claim us for its prey, and rend us all to pieces. Chapter 51. GHTS out, we in our berths, and the wind rising, the voice grows angrier and deeper. Under the mattress and under the pillow, under the sofa and under the washing stand, under the ship and under the sea, seeming to rise from the foundations under the earth with every scoop of the great Atlantic. And oh, why scoop so? Always the voice. Vain to deny its existence in the night season. Impossible to be hard of hearing. Screw, screw, screw. Sometimes it lifts out of the water, and revolves with a whir like a ferocious firework, except that it never expends itself but is always ready to go off again. Sometimes it seems to be in anguish and shivers. Sometimes it seems to be terrified by its last plunge and has a fit which causes it to struggle, quiver, and for an instant stop. And now the ship sets in rolling, as only ships so fiercely screwed through time and space, day and night, fair weather and foul, can roll. Chapter 999. She ever take a roll before like that last? Did she ever take a roll before like this worse one that is coming now? Here is the partition at my ear down in the deep on the lee side. Are we ever coming up again together? I think not. The partition and I are so long about it that I really do believe we have overdone it this time. Heavens, what a scoop! What a deep scoop, what a hollow scoop, what a long scoop. Will it ever end, and can we bear the heavy mass of water we have taken on board, and which has let loose all the table furniture in the officer's mess, and has beaten open the door of the little passage between the purser and me, and is swashing about, even there and even here. The purser snores reassuringly, and the ship's bells striking. I hear the cheerful all's well of the watch musically given back the length of the deck, as the lately diving partition, now high in air, tries, unsoftened by what we have gone through together, to force me out of bed and berth. All's well, comforting to know, though surely all might be better. Put aside the rolling and the rush of water, and think of darting through such darkness with such velocity. Think of any other similar object coming in the opposite direction. Whether there may be an attraction in two such moving bodies out at sea, which may help accident to bring them into collision? Thoughts, too, arise, the voice never silent all the while, but marvelously suggestive of the gulf below, of the strange, unfruitful mountain ranges and deep valleys over which we are passing, of monstrous fish midway, of the ship suddenly altering her course on her own account, and with a wild plunge settling down, and making that voyage with a crew of dead discoverers. Now, too, one recalls an almost universal tendency on the part of passengers to stumble, at some time or other in the day, on the topic of a certain large steamer making the same run, which was lost at sea and never heard of more. Everybody has seemed under a spell, compelling approach to the threshold of the grim subject, stoppage, discomfiture, and pretense of never having been near it. The boatswain's whistle sounds. A change in the wind, hoarse orders issuing, and the watch very busy. Sails come crashing home overhead, ropes that seem all not ditto. Every man engaged appears to have 20 feet, with 20 times the average amount of stamping power in each. Gradually the noise slackens, the hoarse cries die away, the boatswain's whistle softens into the soothing and contented notes, which rather reluctantly admit that the job is done for the time, and the voice sets in again. Thus come unintelligible dreams of uphill and down, and swinging and swaying, until consciousness revives of atmospherical Windsor soap and bilge water, and the voice announces that the giant has come for the water cure again. Such were my fanciful reminiscences as I lay, part of that day, in the Bay of New York. Oh, also as we passed clear of the Narrows and got out to sea, also in many an idle hour at sea in sunny weather. At length the observations and computations showed that we should make the coast of Ireland tonight. So I stood watch on deck all night tonight to see how we made the coast of Ireland. Chapter 5, Uri dark and the sea most brilliantly phosphorescent. Great way on the ship and double lookout kept. Vigilant captain on the bridge, vigilant first officer looking over the port side, vigilant second officer standing by the quartermaster at the compass, vigilant third officer posted at the stern rail with a lantern. No passengers on the quiet decks, but expectation everywhere nevertheless. The two men at the wheel very steady, very serious, and very prompt to answer orders. An order issued sharply now and then, and echoed back. Otherwise the night drags slowly, silently, with no change. All of a sudden, at the blank hour of 2 in the morning, a vague movement of relief from a long strain expresses itself in all hands. The third officer's lantern tinkles, and he fires a rocket, and another rocket. A sullen, solitary light is pointed out to me in the black sky yonder. A change is expected in the light, but none takes place. Give them 2 more rockets, Mr. Vigilant. 2 more, and a blue light burnt. All eyes watch the light again. At last a little toy skyrocket is flashed up from it, and even as that small streak in the darkness dies away, we are telegraphed to Queenstown, Liverpool, and London, and back again under the ocean to America. Then up come the half-dozen passengers who are going ashore at Queenstown, and up comes the mail agent in charge of the bags, and up come the men who are to carry the bags into the mail tender that will come off for them out of the harbor. Lamps and lanterns gleam here and there about the decks, and impeding bulks are knocked away with handspikes, and the portside bulwark, barren but a moment ago, bursts into a crop of heads of seamen, stewards, and engineers. The light begins to be gained upon, begins to be alongside, begins to be left astern. More rockets, and between us and the land, steams beautifully the Inman steamship city of Paris, for New York outward bound. We observe with complacency that the wind is dead against her, it being with us, and that she rolls and pitches. The sickest passenger on board is the most delighted by this circumstance. Time rushes by as we rush on, and now we see the light in Queenstown Harbor, and now the lights of the mail tender coming out to us. What vagaries the mail tender performs on the way, in every point of the compass, especially in those where she has no business, and why she performs them, heaven only knows. At length she is seen plunging within a cable's length of our port broadside, and is being roared at through our speaking trumpets to do this thing, and not to do that, and to stand by the other, as if she were a very demented tender indeed. Then, we slackening amidst a deafening roar of steam, this much-abused tender is made fast to us by hawsers, and the men in readiness carry the bags aboard, and return for more, bending under their burdens, and looking just like the pasteboard figures of the miller and his men in the theater of our boyhood, and comporting themselves almost as unsteadily. All the while the unfortunate tender plunges high and low, and is roared at. Then the Queenstown passengers are put on board of her, with infinite plunging and roaring, and the tender gets heaved up on the sea to that surprising extent that she looks within an ace of washing aboard of us, high and dry. Roared at with contumely to the last, this wretched tender is at length let go, with a final plunge of great ignominy, and falls spinning into our wake. The voice of conscience resumed its dominion as the day climbed up the sky, and kept by all of us passengers into port, kept by us as we passed other lighthouses and dangerous islands off the coast, where some of the officers, with whom I stood my watch, had gone, ashore in sailing ships in fogs, and of which by that token they seemed to have quite an affectionate remembrance, and past the Welsh coast, and past the Cheshire coast, and past everything and everywhere lying between our ship and her own special dock in the Mersey, off which at last, at 9 of the clock, on a fair evening early in May, we stopped, and the voice ceased. A very curious sensation, not unlike having my own ears stopped, ensued upon that silence, and it was with a no less curious sensation that I went over the side of the good Cunard ship, Russia, whom prosperity attend through all her voyages, and surveyed the outer hull of the gracious monster that the voice had inhabited. So perhaps shall we all, in the spirit, one day survey the frame that held the busier voice from which my vagrant fancy derived this similitude. Chapter 32. A Small Star in the East. Chapter 1. Had been looking, yesternight, through the famous Dance of Death, and today the grim old woodcuts arose in my mind with the new significance of a ghastly monotony not to be found in the original. The weird skeleton rattled along the streets before me and struck fiercely, but it was never at the pains of assuming a disguise. It played on no dulcimer here, was crowned with no flowers, waved no plume, minced in no flowing robe or train, lifted no wine cup, sat at no feast, cast no dice, counted no gold. It was simply a bare, gaunt, famished skeleton slaying his way along. The borders of Ratcliffe and Stepney, eastward of London, and giving on the impure river, were the scene of this uncompromising dance of death, upon a drizzling November day. A squalid maze of streets, courts, and alleys of miserable houses let out in single rooms. A wilderness of dirt, rags, and hunger. A mud desert, chiefly inhabited by a tribe from whom employment has departed, or to whom it comes but fitfully and rarely. They are not skilled mechanics in any wise. They are but laborers, dock laborers, waterside laborers, coal porters, ballast heavers, such like hewers of wood and drawers of water. But they have come into existence, and they propagate their wretched race. One grisly joke alone, methought, the skeleton seemed to play off here. It had stuck election bills on the walls, which the wind and rain had deteriorated into suitable rags. It had even summed up the state of the poll, in chalk, on the shutters of one ruined house. It adjured the free and independent starvers to vote for Thisman and vote for Thatman, not to plump, as they valued the state of parties and the national prosperity, both of great importance to them, I think. But by returning Thisman and Thatman, each not without the other, to compound a glorious and immortal whole. Surely the skeleton is nowhere more cruelly ironical in the original monkish idea. Pondering in my mind the far-seeing schemes of Thisman and Thatman, and of the public blessing called party, for staying the degeneracy, physical and moral, of many thousands, who shall say how many, of the English race, for devising employment useful to the community for those who want but to work and live, for equalizing rates, cultivating waste lands, facilitating immigration, and, above all things, saving and utilizing the oncoming generations, and thereby changing ever-growing national weakness into strength. Pondering in my mind, I say, these hopeful exertions, I turned down a narrow street to look into a house or two. Chapter 1. T was a dark street with a dead wall on one side. Nearly all the outer doors of the houses stood open. I took the first entry and knocked at a parlor door. Might I come in? I might if I pleased, sir. The woman of the room, Irish, had picked up some long strips of wood, about some wharf or barge, and they had just now been thrust into the otherwise empty grate to make 2 iron pots boil. There was some fish in one, and there were some potatoes in the other. The flare of the burning wood enabled me to see a table, and a broken chair or so, and some old cheap crockery ornaments about the chimney-piece. It was not until I had spoken with the woman a few minutes that I saw a horrible brown heap on the floor in a corner, which, but for previous experience in this dismal wise, I might not have suspected to be the bed. There was something thrown upon it, and I asked what that was. "'Tis the poor crathur that stays here, sir. And 'tis very bad she is, and 'tis very bad she's been this long time, and 'tis better she'll never be, and 'tis slape she does all day, and 'tis wake she does all night, and 'tis the lead, sir." "The what?" "The lead, sir. Sure 'tis the lead mills, where the women gets took on at 18 pence a day, sir, when they makes application early enough and is lucky and wanted. And 'tis lead pisson she is, sir, and some of them gets lead pissoned soon, and some of them gets lead pissoned later, and some, but not many, niver, and 'tis all according to the constitution, sir, and some constitutions is strong and some is weak. And her constitution is lead pissoned, bad as can be, sir, and her brain is coming out at her ear, and it hurts her dreadful, and that's what it is, and niver no more, and niver no less, sir." The sick young woman moaning here, the speaker bent over her, took a bandage from her head, and threw open a back door to let in the daylight upon it, from the smallest and most miserable backyard I ever saw. "That's what cooms from her, sir, being lead pissoned, and it cooms from her night and day, the poor sick crathur, and the pain of it is dreadful. And God he knows that my husband has walked the streets these 4 days, being a laborer and is walking them now, and is ready to work, and no work for him, and no fire and no food but the bit in the pot, and no more than 10 shillings in a fortnight. God be good to us. And it is poor we are, and dark it is, and could it is indeed." Knowing that I could compensate myself thereafter for my self-denial, if I saw fit, I had resolved that I would give nothing in the course of these visits. I did this to try the people. I may state at once that my closest observation could not detect any indication whatever of an expectation that I would give money. They were grateful to be talked to about their miserable affairs, and sympathy was plainly a comfort to them. But they neither asked for money in any case, nor showed the least trace of surprise, or disappointment, or resentment at my giving none. The woman's married daughter had by this time come down from her room on the floor above, to join in the conversation. She herself had been to the lead mills very early that morning to be took on, but had not succeeded. She had 4 children, and her husband, also a waterside laborer, and then out seeking work, seemed in no better case as to finding it than her father. She was English, and by nature, of a buxom figure and cheerful. Both in her poor dress and in her mother's, there was an effort to keep up some appearance of neatness. She knew all about the sufferings of the unfortunate invalid, and all about the lead poisoning, and how the symptoms came on, and how they grew, having often seen them. The very smell when you stood inside the door of the works was enough to knock you down, she said, yet she was going back again to get took on. What could she do? Better be ulcerated and paralyzed for 18 pence a day, while it lasted, than see the children starve. A dark and squalid cupboard in this room, touching the back door and all manner of offense, had been for some time the sleeping place of the sick young woman. But the nights being now wintry, and the blankets and coverlets gone to the leaving shop, she lay all night where she lay all day, and was lying then. The woman of the room, her husband, this most miserable patient, and 2 others, lay on the one brown heap together for warmth. "God bless you, sir, and thank you," were the parting words from these people, gratefully spoken too, with which I left this place. Some streets away, I tapped at another parlor door on another ground floor. Looking in, I found a man, his wife, and 4 children, sitting at a washing stool by way of table, at their dinner of bread and infused tea leaves. There was a very scanty cinderous fire in the grate by which they sat, and there was a tent bedstead in the room with a bed upon it and a coverlet. The man did not rise when I went in, nor during my stay, but civilly inclined his head on my pulling off my hat, and in answer to my inquiry whether I might ask him a question or two, said, "Certainly." There being a window at each end of this room, back and front, it might have been ventilated, but it was shut up tight to keep the cold out and was very sickening. The wife, an intelligent, quick woman, rose and stood at her husband's elbow, and he glanced up at her as if for help. It soon appeared that he was rather deaf. He was a slow, simple fellow of about 30. What was he by trade? Gentleman asks, "What are you by trade, John?" "I am a boiler maker," looking about him with an exceedingly perplexed air, as if for a boiler that had unaccountably vanished. "He ain't a mechanic, you understand, sir," the wife put in, "he's only a laborer." "Are you in work?" He looked up at his wife again. Gentleman says, "Are you in work, John?" "In work," cried this forlorn boiler-maker, staring aghast at his wife, and then working his vision's way very slowly round to me. "Lord, no." "Ah, he ain't indeed." said the poor woman, shaking her head as she looked at the four children in succession and then at him. Work, said the boiler-maker, still seeking that evaporated boiler, first in my countenance, then in the air, and then in the features of his second son at his knee. I wish I was in work. I haven't had more than a day's work to do this 3 weeks. How have you lived? A faint gleam of admiration lighted up the face of the would-be boiler-maker, as he stretched out the short sleeve of his threadbare canvas jacket, and replied, pointing her out, on the work of the wife. Chapter 1. Forget where boiler making had gone to, or where he supposed it had gone to, but he added some resigned information on that head, coupled with an expression of his belief that it was never coming back. The cheery helpfulness of the wife was very remarkable. She did slop work, made pea-jackets. She produced the pea-jacket then in hand and spread it out upon the bed, the only piece of furniture in the room on which to spread it. She showed how much of it she made, and how much was afterwards finished off by the machine. According to her calculation at the moment, deducting what her trimming cost her, she got for making a pea-jacket 10 pence halfpenny, and she could make one in something less than 2 days. But you see, it come to her through two hands, and of course it didn't come through the second hand for nothing. Why did it come through the second hand at all? Why, this way. The second hand took the risk of the given out work, you see. If she had money enough to pay the security deposit, call it £2, she could get the work from the first hand, and so the second would not have to be deducted for. But having no money at all, the second hand come in and took its profit, and so the whole worked down to 10 pence halfpenny. Having explained all this with great intelligence, even with some little pride, and without a whine or murmur, she folded her work again, sat down by her husband's side at the washing stool, and resumed her dinner of dry bread. Mean as the meal was, on the bare board with its old gallipots for cups, and what not other sordid makeshifts, shabby as the woman was in dress, and toning done towards the bosjesman color, with want of nutriment and washing, there was positively a dignity in her, as the family anchor just holding the poor shipwrecked boilermaker's bark. When I left the room, the boilermaker's eyes were slowly turned towards her, as if his last hope of ever again seeing that vanished boiler lay in her direction. These people had never applied for parish relief but once, and that was when the husband met with a disabling accident at his work. Not many doors from here, I went into a room on the first floor. The woman apologized for its being in an untidy mess. The day was Saturday, and she was boiling the children's clothes in a saucepan on the hearth. There was nothing else into which she could have put them. There was no crockery, or tinware, or tub, or bucket. There was an old gallipot or two, and there was a broken bottle or so, and there were some broken boxes for seats. The last small scraping of coals left was raked together in a corner of the floor. There were some rags in an open cupboard, also on the floor. In a corner of the room was a crazy old French bedstead, with a man lying on his back upon it in a ragged pilot jacket and rough oilskin fantail hat. The room was perfectly black. It was difficult to believe, at first, that it was not purposely colored black, the walls were so begrimed. As I stood opposite the woman boiling the children's clothes, she had not even a piece of soap to wash them with, and apologizing for her occupation, I could take in all these things without appearing to notice them, and could even correct my inventory. I had missed, at the first glance, some half a pound of bread in the otherwise empty safe, an old red ragged crinoline hanging on the handle of the door by which I had entered, and certain fragments of rusty iron scattered on the floor, which looked like broken tools and a piece of stovepipe. A child stood looking on. On the box nearest to the fire sat two younger children, one a delicate and pretty little creature, whom the other sometimes kissed. This woman, like the last, was woefully shabby, and was degenerating to the boss-jessamine complexion. But her figure, and the ghost of a certain vivacity about her, and the spectre of a dimple in her cheek, carried my memory strangely back to the old days of the Adelphi Theatre, London, when Mrs. Fitzwilliam was the friend of Victorian. "May I ask you what your husband is?" "He's a coal porter, sir," with a glance and a sigh towards the bed. "Is he out of work?" "Oh yes, sir, and work s at all times very, very scanty with him, and now he's laid up." "It's my legs," said the man upon the bed. "I'll unroll 'em," and immediately began. "Have you any older children?" "I have a daughter that does the needlework, and I have a son that does what he can. She's at her work now, and he's trying for work." "Do they live here?" "They sleep here, they can't afford to pay more rent, and so they come here at night. The rent is very hard upon us. It's rose upon us too, now, 6 pence a week, on account of these new changes in the law about the rates. We are a week behind. The landlord's been shaking and rattling at that door frightfully. He says he'll turn us out. I don't know what's to come of it. The man upon the bed ruefully interposed, Here's my legs. The skin's broke besides the swelling. I have had a many kicks, working, one way and another. He looked at his legs, which were much discolored and misshapen for a while, and then appearing to remember that they were not popular with his family, rolled them up again, as if they were something in the nature of maps or plans that were not wanted to be referred to, lay hopelessly down on his back once more with his fantail hat over his face, and stirred not. Do your eldest son and daughter sleep in that cupboard? Yes, replied the woman. With the children. Yes, we have to get together for warmth. We have little to cover us. Have you nothing by you to eat but the piece of bread I see there? Nothing, and we had the rest of the loaf for our breakfast with water. I don't know what's to come of it. Have you no prospect of improvement? If my eldest son earns anything today, he'll bring it home. Then we shall have something to eat tonight and may be able to do something towards the rent. If not, I don't know what's to come of it. This is a sad state of things. Yes, sir, it's a hard, hard life. Take care of the stairs as you go, sir. They're broken, and good day, sir. These people had a mortal dread of entering the workhouse, and received no out-of-door relief.